The young man's wide-open eyes betrayed a sense of fear, as did the beads of sweat streaming down his face. He lay on a hospital bed hooked up to an IV, breathing heavily and occasionally coughing, while chaos reigned around him. The young man tried to sit up, but due to his total exhaustion, it was extremely difficult for him to do so. However, with a titanic effort, he managed to achieve what he wanted and coughed again. Then the boy looked a little further ahead and saw that the other bed in the same ward was empty and broken glass was scattered everywhere. He tried to get out of his bed, but since his legs wouldn't obey him, he used his hands to help himself. But he couldn't hold on and simply fell weakly from the bed onto the floor. The boy felt very sick again, his head spun and he vomited. Of course, this alarmed him but did nothing to give him strength. He continued to breathe heavily. Then, with incredible effort, the boy managed to get up from the floor and leaned his hand against the bed rail. Once he was on his feet, he had to remove the IV catheter from his arm, which was attached to the bed itself. After doing this, the young man staggered toward the exit of the ward. Peering into the hallway, he saw the same devastation and chaos. There was no one around, just shards of glass scattered everywhere as if after an explosion. The young man approached the elevator and tried to press the button to call it, but it wasn't working. Perhaps the power was out. Since he needed to figure out what was going on anyway, the patient went out into the stairwell and began to go downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, the young man once again saw the same chaos. Broken windows, smashed furniture, and an overturned wheelchair. But it seemed as though he was the only one in the building. There wasn't a single soul around, and there was no way to figure out what had happened here. Then the boy saw a water cooler, and since he was very thirsty, he took the opportunity to drink. Suddenly, while he was still drinking water, something strange made him wary, so he stopped and listened. He cautiously stood up and began to slowly back away from the water cooler. The patient thought he heard something nearby and was quite frightened by the unknown. Then he turned toward the stairwell and, barely breathing, began climbing up to his ward. When the young man entered the room, he saw a backpack standing by his bed. He looked inside and pulled out a small purse. He opened it and there was a cell phone inside. It seemed like a nice find. Of course, the boy immediately tried to turn it on and call someone. However, he couldn't get a connection, so the boy decided to look out onto the street. He walked over to the window and peered through the frame since the glass was completely shattered. The boy was horrified by what he saw on the city street. He didn't even know what to say. He just stood in front of the shattered window, unable to believe his eyes. It was all so terrifying. It seemed as though life in the city had come to a standstill after a terrible catastrophe. Cars were scattered chaotically on the roads and abandoned by people. All the buildings looked just as battered as the hospital where the boy was lying. The walls were cracked, and the windows were smashed. It was hard for the boy to look at all this, so he closed his eyes in pain and suddenly heard a clattering sound. When the patient opened his eyes, he saw an elderly woman below, pushing a shopping cart in front of her, with 2 dogs running alongside her. The old woman moved slowly past the hospital. In her cart lay some bags and rags. There was also a bucket of liquid hanging from the cart. It was probably water, and the dog stayed close to the old woman. The elderly woman seemed to be looking for something. She would occasionally glance around her. At first, the young man thought the old woman was going to go into the hospital, but she turned sharply and walked on. The patient thought it might be nice to try talking to the old woman, so he called out to her. But suddenly he choked up because he didn't recognize his own voice at all. It had simply vanished. The young man coughed and decided to save the situation in a flash because he felt his helplessness acutely. He rushed toward the door and almost immediately tripped and fell. The patient had absolutely no strength. It was even hard for him to get up. He wondered how long it had been since he'd eaten. But the young man managed to get back on his feet and set out to find somewhere to eat. That's how he managed to get to the kitchen, where fortunately there was still some food. The young man grabbed some vegetables and began to gnaw on them greedily, even though they were raw and unpeeled. And of course, the next moment he felt absolutely terrible. The patient spat out everything he had bitten off and even threw up a little. These foods were not ready to eat, and besides, the boy was completely exhausted and had not eaten for who knows how long. Suddenly he heard a noise again, looked around and asked loudly if anyone was there. Meanwhile, the boy reached another box and pulled out some food from it again. He began to eat greedily and hastily, trying to at least somewhat satisfy his hunger, and thought that perhaps a war had broken out. The boy thought of his mom and dad, about whom he now knew absolutely nothing, and also tried to remember how long he had been in this hospital. But nothing came to mind. Everything was just a blur. The boy's name was Kang E-yeon. Suddenly, images flashed through his mind. He saw himself on the stairs of a rooftop terrace with 4 other boys around him mocking him, and one of them saying that Ya-yeon had held out for a long time. Now the boy regretted that he hadn't just given up back then. If he'd known things would turn out this way, he would have been more careful. The boys kept beating Kang Ah-yong and telling him to crawl back into his kennel. The boy tried to fight them off, but there were more and more of them. One was particularly vicious. He showed the scar on his face and blamed the victim for everything. Only now did Kang Ah-yeon realize that he shouldn't have gotten involved with the school gang. He said he was just trying to get out of the way, and the other guy fell and tore his own face. However, the bully demanded that Kang Ah-yong pay him 1,000,000 won every month for his so-called treatment. Of course, the boy shouldn't have gotten into a fight in the first place, since he didn't stand a chance against that gang. Kang Eon-yong repeated that he wasn't to blame for the bully's injury, but that only added fuel to the fire. He asked if Eon really still thought he could defeat each of them one by one. Kang Ah-yong thought that he really should have surrendered back then, even if it meant begging for mercy. He should have just surrendered to those thugs, but instead he proudly declared that none of them could defeat him one-on-one. Kang Ah-yong's stubbornness only further enraged his attackers. Without a second thought, they knocked the boy to the ground and all rushed to punch and kick him. One of them, however, stood back and watched as the other 4 tormented their victim. Kang Ah-yeon took blow after blow and didn't even have a chance to fight back against the thugs. The blows were strong and pushed the boy right up against the railing, so that eventually he lost his balance, fell over it, and began to plummet downward. Kang Ah-yong remembered that terrifying incident. It was precisely because of it that he ended up in the hospital. No matter how hard he tried, the young man couldn't remember anything else, so he had absolutely no idea what had happened while he was unconscious. Then he decided it was time to get out of there, since he wouldn't find out anything at that hospital anyway, so he changed into his usual clothes. Kang E-yong looked at his hair and noticed that it had grown out a lot. Maybe he'd been out cold for as long as 6 months. The young man put a cap on his head and realized that, for starters, he needed to find people. He would try to gather as much information as possible and then start looking for his family. When Kang E-yong left the hospital, he wondered if the police station or the district administration office was still there, and set out to find the relevant buildings. After walking down the street for a bit, the young man reached another building where a shopping center was supposed to be located. As expected, everything there was also destroyed. In general, there wasn't a single intact spot in the entire area. Everything around him was completely destroyed. Cars and other vehicles were scattered chaotically across the road. As he wandered the streets looking for anyone alive, Kang Ah-yeon felt thirsty and approached one of the ransacked vending machines. The young man tried to find at least a bottle or can of water, but the vending machine had been completely looted. Suddenly, he heard a loud growl nearby and saw 2 stray dogs approaching him. The animals continued to approach Kang E-yeon, but then an elderly woman whom Kang Ah-yeon had seen from the hospital window called them over. The old woman began petting the dogs, and they immediately calmed down. Ah-yeon asked her if he could ask her a few questions, but the old woman remained silent. And just as silently, she slipped a small bundle she had been holding into his hands. When Kang Ah-yeon tried to ask her something again, the old woman simply told him to be careful and hide somewhere as soon as possible. Then the old woman turned around and walked away with the dogs, leaving the bundle with the boy. When Kang Ah-yeon unwrapped the cloth, he saw that there were several cans inside. Since the boy was still extremely hungry, he immediately began to eat greedily. He was so engrossed in the process that he didn't even notice he was doing it right on the sidewalk. Suddenly, he heard a car pulling up beside him. A young man leaned out and waved at him cheerfully. Kang Ah-yeon completely forgot about the old woman's warning. She had so thoughtfully left him the food and politely greeted the newcomers. Leaving his cans right on the ground, the young man walked over to the car and asked if they could explain what was going on. But the next moment, the friendly young man jumped out of the car and lunged at Kang E-yeon, striking him with all his might with a baseball bat. The blow landed squarely on his head and Kang Ah-yeon lost consciousness, falling to the ground in a pool of blood. Meanwhile, the driver got out of the car and praised his companion for the excellent blow, and they both marveled at having stumbled upon such a naive passerby. An elderly woman witnessed the entire situation. She had kindly given Kang E-yeon some food. Her dogs were growling and eager to attack the scoundrels, but she held them back. So, in his eagerness to at least try to figure out the situation, E-yeon got himself into trouble again, sustaining a head injury in the process. Meanwhile, in the hospital from which the boy had escaped, a strange sound resembling the movements of a metal mechanism was heard, and soon a robot appeared by Ah-yeon's bed. Thoughts swirled in Kang Ah-yeon's head about how he needed to return to his school and find his notes. Previously, he had been very self-confident because he was a good student and also played sports. But his overconfidence had led him to join a school gang, and he didn't want to go back there. The boy lay there and wondered if the world had really come to an end, though perhaps it would be better that way until it was time for him to return. Kang E-yeon felt something wet on his face and thought it was blood. Then he opened his eyes and saw the same kind-hearted old woman beside him, lamenting that some nasty people had attacked the boy, while on the other side, one of her dogs was licking Eon's face. The old woman was delighted that the young man had come to his senses. Kang Ah-yeon sat up in bed, holding his head, so the old woman opened a drawer to take out some medicine for him. Handing Eon a bottle of medicine, she asked what injury he had sustained before, since she had seen him in the hospital, and he asked if the war had started. The old woman replied that she wasn't sure herself, because the world had simply plunged into chaos. Just then, the dogs began licking Kang Ah-yeon again. The woman said that, in her opinion, they were a bit vicious. They needed time to trust someone, but they would follow you through fire and water if you became their friend. The red dog was cuddling up to the boy way too intensely. He didn't seem like the angry one he was at their first meeting. He'd almost pounced on Kang Ah-yeon, but now he was climbing up to hug him. Then the dog climbed fully onto the bed and wrapped his paws around the boy, and the old woman started shooing him back onto the floor. Finally, Kang E-yeon set out on his journey. He went in search of shelter and was confident he would find it. Meanwhile, the old woman packed him a small bundle of food again, and even apologized that she couldn't give him more. She couldn't go with the young man because her husband refused to go searching, considering it a dangerous venture, and in their old age, they needed to stick together. Now the old man had gone to look for food and would be back soon, and he would be very angry if he found out she was helping anyone, even though Kang Ah-yeon had said he would definitely return to her and repay her for everything, to which the old woman replied that he had already repaid her in full. Ah-yeon didn't understand her words, but the old woman explained that people, like seeds, grow to bear fruit. And so, taking with him these sincere and vitally necessary gifts from the kind grandmother, Kang E-yeon went to find shelter. The boy didn't yet know what awaited him, but he couldn't just sit around. After a while, Kang Ah-yeon felt hungry, so he looked around for a quiet spot, went into an alley, and sat down to have a snack. After satisfying his hunger, the boy set off again. He walked the entire way alone, meeting no one on the road. There were only ruins all around. Finally, he approached a huge building. It was the city sports stadium. Kang E-yeon went inside and saw a large crowd of people there. He approached a man and asked whom he should speak to for information. He was told to go to the girl in the yellow jacket who was sitting at a table in front of a computer. The girl was a little surprised at first, wondering where the boy had been hiding all this time, and then asked for his name, age, and address, and whether he had an ID. Kang E-yeon gave his name, said he was 19, and began searching his bag for his ID. At the same time, he asked the girl what month it was. The girl was even more surprised, but replied that it was April 13th. While the receptionist was recording the newcomer's information, Kang Ah-yeon's attention was drawn to a happy family celebrating their young daughter's birthday at a makeshift table. Upon learning the current date, the young man corrected himself and announced that he was already 20 years old. Then Ah-yeon asked if he could use the phone or the internet. The girl replied that they only had a phone for emergencies. It was hard to explain because the connection worked only intermittently, and the generator was barely keeping up anyway. After that, the girl showed him a walkie-talkie and a cassette player and explained that the era of analog technology had arrived. Then she told the young man to go in a specific direction and said she would call him later. So Kang Yi-young headed to his spot. As he walked, he saw small makeshift rooms that people had set up for themselves, separating themselves from the general crowd. That's how people lived. Night fell and everyone in the shelter went to sleep. In the morning, the alarm clock rang for everyone at the same time. The receptionist gathered everyone for morning exercises and told them that if they wanted to get back to their old lives as soon as possible, their health had to come first. After spending a few days in the shelter, Kang Ayon began to feel that things were slowly getting back on track. Here, everyone followed certain rules and lived peacefully, having already grown accustomed to the current reality. In that large commune, everything had been carefully thought out. Aid to residents was provided in the form of goods, and that was already not bad. From what Kang Ayon now knows, society itself hasn't completely collapsed yet. You could say that it's gradually starting to return to normal. It's pretty calm here, unlike the ruined buildings, and people seem pretty focused on the future. There were some among them who blamed the terrorists for everything. They even said that America was to blame for everything, and that if it weren't for America, the situation wouldn't have reached a boiling point. But Mr. Sun denied that it was them, and tried to explain everything to the people as simply as possible. He held a lollipop in his hand and said that, for example, this would be Earth. Our little planet simply revolves around the sun, going about its business in the galaxy, and something went wrong. Something hit the ground and Mr. Sun tapped the lollipop with his pen. And as everyone already knows, the world experienced 34 hours of continuous earthquakes. Throughout the entire history of humanity, there has never been a catastrophe comparable in terms of destruction. And most strangely, there were no casualties. Something had brought modern society to a halt with minimal force. It's something like an Emmy attack, that is, firing a tranquilizer dart directly into the ground. But that's physically impossible to do. Mr. Sun said that no terrorist and no country is capable of such a thing, to instantly throw the entire world back to the Goseon era. Most likely, this is the work of aliens. Kang Yi-young sat next to those old men and listened to their conversation. Their talk of aliens piqued his interest. Then the boy approached the girl who was registering him and asked if there was any way to find his family. She was reading a book at that moment and, without taking her eyes off the pages, replied that the only people she knew of were living here. Many people were holed up in government bunkers, so they were safe. And overall, there were few casualties in the city, so they were most likely fine. The girl also explained that the internet wasn't working at all, and until they restored it, there wasn't much she could do. Then Kang Ayon asked if he could send a letter, but the girl said they wouldn't send a messenger. Then she thought of the old partisan radio that still worked somehow. They had been told that emergency channels would appear on TV soon, but they hadn't seen anything yet. Kang Yi-young had already latched onto that idea, but the girl stopped him because she was listening to the news coming from the radio. She was very upset when she heard them because the communists were trying to get everything back on track, but those rotten school children were ruining everything for them. And right then, Kang Ayon remembered how a kind old lady had also told him that the school children were behaving terribly. Finally, the girl told him to calm down and try not to leave the shelter for no reason, because the risk of running into criminals in those parts was still very high. There was a high school nearby, and now the guys who had taken over the area had turned it into their own paradise, robbing people all over the district. After hearing all this information, Kang Yi-young went to pack his backpack. Although he didn't know what had happened to his school, there was one thing he was certain of. The boy realized that it would be much safer for his elderly grandparents here than where they were now. So he took some food with him and decided to bring them here no matter what. To do this, the boy went to the parked bicycles to pick one out. So, getting on the bike, Ion rode as fast as he could to the building where the elderly grandmother and her husband were hiding. As he approached their hiding place, the boy saw the old man fending off two young thugs. The old man shouted Socrates' words at them, that normal people eat and drink to live, while fools live to eat and drink. The young attackers were intellectually limited, so they didn't understand what the old man was saying. The boys began to advance again, but the old man called for help from a dog named Lobachevsky. The animal growled furiously, scaring off the attackers, so they retreated. Kang Yi-young, who had already managed to drive closer, saw all this chaos, and meanwhile, some object was approaching him from the sky. The young criminals hurriedly got into the car they had used to rob the elderly couple and fled. When the scoundrels returned to their hideout, they complained to everyone else that the old man had tried to beat them with a crowbar. Those boys were still school children. As it turned out, they had formed their own gang here. Those who fled from the old man said they barely escaped two huge dogs that almost bit them. One of the scoundrels, named Sun Chun, was eating meat at the time. He put a piece in his mouth, chewed it a little, and spat it out. Then he called over his old teacher, now the cook, Park, and said that the cook had slipped him some crap. The cook tried to justify himself, saying he'd probably just oversalted it a bit, and after all, the meat was frozen. But the schoolboys said they were no longer his students and had worked hard to get that meat. Sun-chun complained that they were defending him precisely because he had said he was a good cook, and now the man was serving him some kind of crap instead of good meat. Park tried to explain that he was doing everything just as he always had, but the hooligan wasn't about to listen. He simply threw the tray of food right at the teacher. Then he picked up a half-eaten piece of meat and started shoving it into Park's mouth by force. Meanwhile, another hooligan told those who were running away from the old folks that they should have tried harder. Sun-chun, having dealt with the cook, now decided to take care of those scumbags who hadn't managed to get any food, even though they themselves had said there was plenty of food with those old folks. The boys again made excuses, saying that the damn old man had nearly beaten them to death, and that it was easy for those who weren't there to talk. Then Sun-chun lunged at one of them, asking if he really had to do all the dirty work himself. Then he pulled out a pistol, pointed it at the boy's head, and said that excuses like that wouldn't fly. Sun-chun added that the whole world had changed now. It was a battlefield, and here he was whining after a few old farts had fought back. Finally, he ordered the guys to go back there and told Tyson, who had been laughing at the situation the whole time, to go with them too. The gang leader was dissatisfied with his team's work, and on top of that, he hadn't eaten well because he didn't like the meat. He sat down in his chair and told them to stop annoying him and do their jobs properly. Meanwhile, Kang Ah-yong had already entered the elderly couple's hideout and saw a tired old woman on the bed. She asked why the young man had returned. Was there something wrong with the shelter he'd found? Kang I-yong explained that he'd stayed there for a few days, but had come back for them because it was too dangerous to stay there. The old man was still sitting there, fuming at the scoundrels who had attacked them, and Kang Il-yong turned to him and asked them to come with him. However, the old man was hostile and asked who gave him the right to come here in the first place. The old woman explained that it was the student she had helped, at which point the old man became indignant again, saying that she was helping just anyone when the world was in such a state, and ordered I-yong to leave, saying he would defend his home and his wife himself. Kang I-yon said again that it was too dangerous here, and that it would be very difficult for them to change this place, so it would be better if they stayed with the people in the shelter. But the old man was stubborn and recalled Plato's words that reality is created by the mind, and that people can change their reality by changing their minds, meaning a person can only live by what they believe in, and the young man shouldn't try to change his philosophy. Kang I-yong explained that his philosophy had nothing to do with this, but the old man insisted that this was exactly what united the whole world. Then the grandmother spoke up, saying she didn't want to hear anymore and would rather just go down to the basement to get the card. However, the grandfather reminded her that he had asked her not to go out alone because he was very worried and would take care of everything himself. Then the old man picked up his crowbar again, called his dogs, Soyu and Lobachevsky, over to him, and told his wife to rest. The old woman explained to Kang I-yon that her husband was acting so strangely because during the evacuation she had been traumatized by people who wanted to live, and since then he had been trying to do everything himself. He might be a grump, but he was a good man. Suddenly there was a commotion and shouting from the street, and Kang I-yon looked out the window. The old woman also became alarmed at what had happened, and the young man explained that the troublemakers had returned. The old woman was afraid for her husband, but Kang I-yong told her to stay there while he went to check it out himself. The old man stood with his dogs, armed with a crowbar, and asked what the hell those guys were doing back there. Since the old man was so furious at those thugs, he immediately rushed to attack them. However, Tyson didn't let the old man do that and, with a single move, knocked the crowbar out of his hand. Both dogs, Soya and Lobachevsky, growled furiously and lunged at the scoundrels, but two of them deftly threw lassos over them. Tyson told the old man to do as he was told, and everything would be fine. He asked the old man where all the food he'd hidden was because he knew the old man had raided many stores, so if he handed everything over now, they'd let him go. The old man just said, "What kind of freaks are those guys, Tyson?" Tyson was ready to hit the old man with a bat, but then Kang I-yon intervened. The boy stood between the criminal and the old man and wouldn't let him hit him. Tyson was surprised, remembering something, and finally said Kang I-yong's name. He smiled maliciously and said there were rumors that the boy had become a vegetable. Meanwhile, I-yong also took a closer look at the criminal and recognized him as his former tormentor, Chang Tyson. Then the boy asked the bully to go back where he came from. But Tyson replied that Kang I-yon had just suddenly appeared and was already spouting such nonsense. Had he really forgotten how he'd been beaten up before? But Kang I-yong retorted indignantly that Chang Tyson had never fought fairly, and that there were always two other idiots by his side. Suddenly, the old man reached for his club again and shouted that he would make sure those scumbags never came back here again. But Tyson was quicker and immediately struck him, after which the old man fell to the ground again. Kang I-yong rushed to the old man while Chang Tyson hurled threats at the old man, saying he would take his life. I-yong got angry because he had already asked the criminal to leave, and as a result, he rushed into the fight. But Tyson reacted instantly and struck the boy hard in the stomach with a bat. Kang I-yong fell, doubled over in pain. The thug cackled and mocked his opponent, saying he was now much slower than before, that the hospital hadn't done him any good, and that he was as skinny as a rail. Grandpa and I-yong, knocked off their feet by Tyson's blows, lay on the ground, and then a dog named Soyo growled very viciously, after which the thug swung the bat with all his might and struck her on the head. The old grandmother, hearing the terrible screams, ran out into the street. She rushed at Tyson with her fists, threatening him in her own way with God's punishment. The nasty schoolboy didn't even waste his energy on her. He simply shoved her sharply, causing the old woman to fall weakly to the ground. Her husband immediately rushed to her, hugged her, and asked if she was all right. The old woman first replied that she was fine, but immediately lost consciousness, to which Tyson remarked that the old folks had put on quite a show. The old man supported his wife's head with his hands and wept, saying he couldn't live without her. Kang I-yong watched the whole scene. He stood up and rushed to attack the thug, but Tyson immediately struck him first and said he wasn't afraid of him. He landed blow after blow on the boy and asked if he really thought he could defeat him. The thug continued to brutally beat Kang I-yong, intent on taking the boy's life. Even though I-yong was lying helplessly on the ground, Tyson didn't stop and kept beating his opponent with the bat. Finally, he grew tired and stopped the beating, breathing heavily. His bat was smeared with blood. Kang I-yong lay unconscious on the ground. Nearby lay two loyal dogs, also beaten by the scoundrel. The other two thugs watched their comrade in shock, but Tyson just snapped at them for standing around idly and ordered them to search the old couple's house. The men obediently went into the house. One of them looked at Kang I-yong with interest but also fear. Tyson, meanwhile, remained on the street. He was still having trouble breathing after the fight. And at that moment, a miracle began to unfold on the roof of one of the buildings. There, an alien robot appeared out of thin air rather quickly. Before the terrible catastrophe that forced people to hide in shelters and struggle to survive, Kang I-yong was attending high school. One day during recess, a friend named Rin caught up with him and asked why he wasn't answering her calls. Basically, the girl was curious about how I-yong did on the test, and said that the problem must be with her, since the boy had started doing better in school after quitting sports, and that really annoyed her. Then Rin noticed a bruise on her friend's face and asked if he'd gotten into a fight with the guys from the track team, but Kang I-yong didn't want to admit it and replied that he'd just fallen. Although he would have been curious to know what Rin would think when she figured out that a school gang had beaten him up. As they chatted, the friends went into the cafeteria for lunch. Hot dishes were already waiting in the display case. Rin asked Kang I-yong what she should tell his mom, who sometimes calls her to ask how things are going at school and with her son. Of course, the girl tries to avoid such questions, but his mom is very worried. So Rin asked her friend to stop getting into fights. and she also mentioned that his mom had said she wanted her to become her daughter-in-law. Kang Eon was eating lunch and barely listening to all this, while the girl suggested they go to his place to study for tomorrow's test. And so the two classmates went to the boy's house, where they were warmly greeted by Eong's mom, who referred to the girl as her daughter-in-law. His mom said she had to work today and had just stopped by to pick up some papers, and Rin flatteringly told her she was a very capable woman. Then Kang Eon's mom mentioned there were snacks in the fridge and wished the kids a good time, to which her son replied that they weren't kids anymore and shouldn't be fighting. As Mom walked down the hallway, she lightly brushed against the curtain behind which stood framed photos of her son and Rin. In both, they were wrestling. Then Kang Eon and his girlfriend sat down in the large room to study and prepare for the test. Suddenly, the boy noticed that Rin was looking at him in a peculiar way and asked her what was wrong. And then the girl simply got up from the floor and told Eong to wait a moment. She picked up the first aid kit and told him to come to her so she could treat his wound. But Kang Eong was surprised that she knew where the first aid kit was in his apartment, to which she easily replied that this wasn't her first time visiting him. When the guy refused to let her treat the wound, Rin threatened to tell his mom everything. Finally, Kang Eong agreed, and Rin asked him to try not to get into fights anymore because she didn't want him to show up at the wedding with bruises, so he should take care of his body because it belonged to her. The boy was quite taken aback by those words and looked into her eyes with complete confusion. But suddenly, all those memories melted away like smoke, and Kang Eong found himself lying on the ground again with his head bandaged, while the dogs Soya and Lobachevsky lay beside him. And in the room where the elderly couple was temporarily staying, the old woman was lying in bed, and the old man was saying that she absolutely had to be taken to the hospital and blaming himself for everything. Then the old woman asked how the dogs and the student were doing. The man told her that Soya had died and that Lobachevsky was barely breathing. He had left him down there and continued, sobbing, to beg his wife for forgiveness for his own stubbornness. Hearing this, the old woman felt indescribable pain because she loved her dog so much. Just then, Kang Eong entered the room carrying Lobachevsky, who was breathing with great difficulty. The young man looked at the tearful elderly couple and asked the grandmother how she was feeling. In the end, the elderly couple decided to listen to Kang Eon and move to the shelter. So they placed the grandmother in a makeshift wheelchair. She held Lobachevsky on her lap, and they also loaded their packed belongings onto the cart. Eon harnessed himself to the front of the cart, and the grandfather helped pull from the side, though the young man felt exhausted, even though he didn't think he was seriously wounded. Nevertheless, the boy tried with all his might to calm his grandmother and assured her that they would soon be in the shelter, and that when they arrived, she absolutely had to see a doctor. Kang Eon continued to pull the heavy cart, feeling extremely weak with every step. He was even angry at himself for pushing forward, but there was nothing he could do. Right now, the boy was simply trying to help save two elderly people and their dog, while a helicopter flew over the school. On the roof of one of the buildings, Rin was hanging up the laundry and also noticed the aircraft. Her friend remarked that the helicopter was flying very slowly, so perhaps it was watching them, and said that every time she saw it, she felt calmer. But Rin suddenly, without any explanation, ordered her friend to quickly gather all the clothes from the lines. Meanwhile, Sunchun was walking down the school hallway and heard someone washing up in the restroom. The boy went inside and saw Tyson there. He was surprised because he hadn't expected to run into him there. Tyson asked if they had already told Sunchun everything, and the leader confirmed that he had heard a bit already. The boys were practically trembling as they told him, so it seemed Tyson had made an impression on them. But the main thing was that everything was now fine with their food, and he praised them for a job well done. But Tyson was referring to the elderly couple, Kang Eon, whom he had met during the raid. Sunchun grew wary and asked why his comrade was asking about that guy. He advised Tyson not to worry about it, then asked if he'd heard a helicopter flying overhead, and suggested they were dropping cargo, so he ordered the guys to be called to retrieve it. The leader himself would be on the roof, and he ordered no one to disturb him. He also told Tyson to finally wash the blood off and stop shaking his hands so much. After that, Sunchun climbed the stairs up to the roof and met Rin and her friend as they were coming out with laundry. He asked why the girls had gathered these wet clothes and scolded them for not washing their own things, since some of the guys were starting to stink like shit. Rin replied that his guys had hands too, so they should wash their own clothes. Sunchun then said those guys were busy guarding the school and searching for food, to which the girl said no one had asked them to do that. They could look for food themselves, and everyone should just do what they wanted. Sunchun said that as a group, they must maintain peace and get along well. Now that all of civilization has turned to dust and it's dangerous outside, everyone understands that safety lies within the shelter. Rin asked why he was deciding who was strong and who wasn't. They had no idea if it was safe outside because no one was letting them out. Sunchun didn't respond to that remark, and the girl simply walked away. The self-proclaimed leader pulled up a chair and sat down, confidently declaring to himself that he would protect this place. Meanwhile, people from another shelter began unloading a helicopter that had flown in. One soldier said there were still many people left in the shelters and few working vehicles remaining. The people thanked them for their work and clarified that a transport bus would arrive in 2 weeks. A reporter was milling about among the people on the roof, and a girl in glasses asked him if he would be broadcasting live, to which the journalist replied that the signal was very unstable. He also had a very old camera. They were there only to film the helicopters, and as soon as transmission became possible, the radio would go on the air immediately. After the cargo was unloaded, the helicopter took off into the sky again. The girl thanked the people who had helped with the unloading and said she would go check if the warehouse doors were locked. So she climbed down from the roof, went out onto the street, and lit a cigarette. There she saw Kang Eon, who had suddenly disappeared from his hiding place and had now returned, badly beaten. The girl didn't know what had happened to him. She only saw that the boy's body was covered in wounds and that he was desperately punching a tree as if it were his imaginary opponent. Kang Eon's thoughts were swirling with fear and doubt that he was too weak, even though he still had the same confidence and pride. Yet his body was weakened after the coma. Now his body was the same as it had been a week ago. Now he was nothing, though he had been nothing before and had simply been deceiving himself into thinking he was strong. And when he realized he had no strength left, fear overwhelmed him. He berated himself for giving up, and lying there almost lifeless, he could do nothing, regardless of whether the world was falling apart. Meanwhile, Kang Eon continued to pound his fists against the tree trunk so hard that he tore the skin on his hands until they bled. The boy's life had turned into nothing. It was precisely these thoughts that tormented Kang Ayong, and eventually he grew tired of pounding his fists against the tree. The receptionist watched this strange spectacle, puffing on a cigarette, and finally concluded that Ai Yong was an idiot. Days passed in the courtyard near the shelter. A man sat in a folding chair and read a book. Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching him. It was Kang Ion. The young man greeted him and said he'd been told that the man was Huang Chang, the head of security, and that Ion needed to speak with him. The man listened to the boy and then asked if he had returned from the war because he looked terrible, but Kang Ai-yong replied that there had simply been a few unpleasant incidents. Huang Chang said he had seen the young man pulling a cart, and that he looked at least better now than he had then, because on that day it had seemed as though Ai-yong was about to lose his life. The young man explained that he had been told to approach the man and asked what he should do, and Huang Chang replied that he just needed to find something to pass the time, while he protected the supplies from thieves. Before that visit, a female registrar approached Kang I-yong and told him that she had found his parents on the lists and that they were doing well. It is also known that they were eager to search for their son, but at that time it was too dangerous to leave their shelter, so they were forcibly moved to another location. The girl added that, as she had said, very few people had been harmed. Kang Ion was extremely grateful to the girl for this information, and bowed deeply to her, and although she refused such gratitude, Ion still thanked her for believing him. Then the girl asked if he would be willing to do some work since she had noticed that Ion had recovered quite quickly despite his injuries, so she wanted him to join the security team. The girl had already informed the group commander that a new recruit would be joining them, so she told Kang I-yon to go to the supply depot and look for Huang Chan there. The young man was very grateful, but dared to ask for information about another person, his friend named Quan Rin, who was his age and he might even know her address. The receptionist asked if she was Kang I-yong's girlfriend, but the young man denied it, explaining that they had just been friends before. The employee then said that as soon as the radio was up and running, she would ask around about Rin. So Kang I-yong headed to the supply depot and found the security team commander Huang Chan there. The men walking past the boxes asked the commander if he had eaten yet, and offered to take his place for a bit so he could rest, but Huang Chan refused and explained that it didn't take much effort just to sit there. Then the men saw that a young assistant had been sent to the commander, to which Huang Chan remarked that the boy had been sent over but there was no work for him. One man also asked Kang I-yong if he was alright, since he looked beaten up, but another said there was no need to disturb the boy because he liked to be alone. After that, the men went on with their business, and Kang I-yong remained sitting on the stairs, waiting for at least some kind of order from his superior. After a while, the young man noticed that the commander seemed to have fallen asleep with his book resting on his lap, cover facing up. He moved closer and asked if the commander would like to go inside and rest while he took his place. However, without opening his eyes, Huang Chan ordered Kang I-yon to step away from him. When the young man sat back down on the steps, he heard Mr. Song sit down next to him and say that Commander Huang Chang was 39 years old and very mysterious. The old man was simply describing Kang I-yong's boss. He also remembered the terrible state the boy had been in when he returned to the shelter and asked if he was feeling better now. The young man replied that he was much better. He then asked why Huang Chan spoke so little and generally seemed to be keeping an eye on the group on his own, but Mr. Sun didn't know the answer to that question. All that is known is that this man arrived a few months after the global shock, looked like a hungry wolf, and appeared just as unexpectedly as Kang I-yong a week ago. He didn't talk to anyone at all and always ate alone in a corner, so essentially, he didn't exist. Huang Chang behaved like a man who had given up on life, but a month later, something happened. About 10 looters from a neighboring district arrived in trucks armed with weapons. Of course, crazy people are bound to show up after the world has effectively collapsed, and the people who were in the shelter could do nothing but watch as those scoundrels took their month's supply of food. And then, Huang Chang slowly stepped forward, taking off his jacket, without which no one had seen him even once in the entire month. In fact, he had never spoken a word, whether he was standing in line for food, handing out food, or during their group meetings. Yet suddenly he stepped forward during this dangerous situation. And then everything happened so quickly that Mr. Park, who was crouching in the corner, didn't even have time to finish his cigarette before it was all over. A student, trembling with fear, said that it all happened so fast that a falling leaf wouldn't have had time to touch the ground. As soon as the thugs tried to strike Huang Chan, he immediately countered them. Even knives and bats were of no use to those monsters. With every step he took, the defender knocked down one person, and just by the sound alone, it was clear whose bones were breaking and who was calling for help. And when it was all over, Huang Chan calmly tucked his shirt into his pants, buttoned the cuffs, and finally spoke for the first time. He turned to the robbers and said that, in his opinion, they should pay for the food. Mr. Sun told this incredible story and added that after some time, it all happened again. Then he asked Kang I-yong if he believed him, because there are many people here who say it's a fairy tale. And in fact, Huang Chang, after that incident, single-handedly stopped 2 more raids. In the end, some claim that this man is the head of the mafia, others that he is a security service agent, and some even said that the man is a North Korean spy. There are many rumors, but Huang Chang doesn't want to say anything about himself. Suddenly, Mr. Sun asked Kang I-yong if anything in his story had struck a chord with him, because he would like to write a story on this topic. Amid the ruins of the city, on a lawn covered with fresh green grass, right under a tree, a young man named Hyun Moon was resting. Tayson approached him and said that several days had passed since the supply helicopter had arrived, yet he hadn't done anything, adding that if the boy was afraid, he would send his men to help him. Hyun Moon said he'd heard that Tyson and his gang had recently robbed some elderly people and 2 puppies, and noted that the guys had done a good job. As for food supplies, the army brings them to the shelter, and there are a lot of people there, so they're especially vigilant these days. The guys just need to wait it out and let Tyson try to use his brain if he has one. Then Hyun Moon added that just because Tyson hangs around Sun doesn't make him a commander, so let him keep robbing old ladies and killing dogs, since that's all he's capable of. Of course, this infuriated Tyson, and he ordered Hyun Moon to stand up. After that order, his interlocutor slightly lifted his eye patch and clearly stated that if he stood up, Tyson would lie down. And then he asked how long the hooligan was going to keep blocking the sun from him, because he wanted to get a little tan. After all, the weather was wonderful today. Meanwhile, Kang Ah-yong came to visit his grandmother and asked her with concern if she had taken her medicine. He also asked his grandfather to calm down a bit and finally stop refusing to eat. The young man explained that the old man needed a lot of strength to be able to take care of his grandmother and the dog, and then said that today it was his turn to guard the warehouse. When Kang I-yong stepped out into the hallway, he saw Lobachevsky limping along on 3 legs behind him. He told the dog not to follow him and to stay with his grandmother instead. Then Kang I-yong turned around and headed for the exit, once again ordering Lobachevsky to return to the room where the elderly couple was. Eventually, the young man arrived at his post near the warehouse and sat down on the steps. After just a few days, the emotions that had been burning inside him finally subsided. He was furious at his own weakness, and as a result, he had lost his temper, and it was all his fault. Kang Ah-yong looked at his bandaged hand and wondered what he should do now. Perhaps he should calm down for a while. When the bus arrived, he would be able to see his family, and he really hoped Rin would be there too. Huang Chang interrupted the boy's thoughts. He stopped reading and said he'd be gone for about 10 minutes and told Kang Ah-yong not to go anywhere. When Ah-yong was left alone, he became curious about how secure the warehouse he was guarding actually was. So he checked the warehouse door, then the bars on the windows, and finally made sure the lock on the main gate was securely closed. Since everything seemed to be in order, the young man calmed down a bit, but something still bothered him, and Kang Ah-yong looked up at the sky. It was already late at night outside. The moon was shining brightly in the sky, and countless stars were visible. Those stars shone so beautifully that the boy couldn't help but admire them, and thought of his mother, as well as Rin. For a while, Kang I-yong stood there, admiring the beauty of the night, when suddenly he heard a sharp sound. And in the very next moment, the boy was mercilessly knocked off his feet by a truck that was speeding at breakneck speed, straight toward the warehouse. A van arrived along with the truck. The vehicle stopped, and vile thugs began to get out of them. Hyun Moon peered out of the van and lazily ordered his subordinates to act quickly, because they had only 2 minutes. After that, one of the thugs grabbed a can of gasoline to use it as fuel, while another scoundrel ran with a bat in his hand. The one pouring the gasoline splashed it on the ground, drawing a line, and a few drops fell on Kang Ah-yong as well. Then Hyun Moon pulled out a lighter and began striking a flame. He was genuinely surprised to find Kang Ah-yong here. At the same time the thugs set the gasoline on fire, another criminal began breaking down the warehouse door. After breaking down the door, the whole gang got inside the warehouse and started carrying out everything they could get their hands on, all the while rejoicing at how easily it had all gone. Kang Ah-yong noticed that his jacket had caught fire, so he hurriedly threw it off. Then he leapt over the wall of fire and lunged at one of the criminals. He attacked the thug from behind, so the man lost his balance and fell to the ground, dropping the boxes he had been carrying. Hyun Moon immediately kicked Kang I-yong in the face. Then he turned to the guy and asked who he even was and why he was acting like a hero, to which Kang Ah-yong replied that the thugs should get lost because none of this belonged to them. Hyun Moon said he hated it when people tried to ruin his plans. They had planned this operation so there would be as few people here as possible, and now he'd rather avoid a fight, so the defender should just give up. However, Kang Ah-yong got up from the ground and prepared to fight, which again did not please the thug, and he struck the boy a second time, this time on the leg. Ah-yong began to fall, and Hyun Moon deftly threw him over his shoulder. As a result, Kang Il-yong fell hard to the ground, and the thug threatened him, saying that if he so much as moved, they would take his life. Meanwhile, the gangsters informed their leader that everything was ready, and he ordered everyone to head back. So Hyun Moon started to walk toward the car, but Kang Ah-yong grabbed his leg and said that none of the supplies belonged to them. All the thugs had already taken their seats in the cars and urged the leader to finish off the warehouse guard. Hyun Moon turned to Kang I-yong and said he'd noticed the guy was determined, but that didn't matter anymore, and he was about to give the guy some shocking memories. Suddenly, a book flew into the gangster's head and injured him. Hyun Moon flew into a rage, wondering who dared to do such a thing. It turned out that Huang Chang had finally returned to his guard post, and seeing such lawlessness, had thrown his book at the criminal's head. The man was quickly approaching along the road. He threw off his jacket, demanding that the robbery stop. Huang Chang reproachfully told Kang Ah-yong that he was an idiot for risking his life over some cargo, and ordered him to step aside and get out of the way. Hyun Moon laughed upon recognizing the bodyguard, whose strength he had already heard about from other acquaintances, and challenged Huang Chang to a fight, asking only if the thug intended to fight alone. The criminal defiantly replied that he alone could easily take care of the old man, and started the fight. But Huang Chang immediately counterattacked the thug, who used a judo move that was very predictable for the man. Taking the initiative into his own hands, the bodyguard struck Hyun Moon with all his might, hitting him in the bridge of the nose with his head. The thug fell to the ground, and Huang Chang advanced on the other thugs, saying that he would repeat this only once. He would let them leave alive if they left all the boxes behind. And then the irreparable happened. Hyun Moon pulled out a stun gun and zapped Huang Chang right in the back. The man collapsed weakly to the ground, and the thug kicked him with a sneer, saying he decided to lie down and rest. Hearing the screams, people ran out of their hiding places and saw the grim scene. They had been robbed, and the commander guarding the warehouse lay incapacitated. Hyun Moon calmly got into his seat in the car, and the thugs drove away from the scene of the crime. After that tragedy, everyone went into the shelter, and the doctor treated the wounds of the two warehouse guards. Kong Ah-yong apologized for failing to stop the gangsters and for causing everyone to lose everything, but they reassured him that it was no big deal. The main thing was that he himself hadn't been hurt, and besides, they hadn't really lost anything. The guy was surprised. Huang Chang said that Kong Yi-yong was truly an idiot who had risked his damn life for a couple of boxes of junk. Meanwhile, the thugs were unpacking their loot and found only all sorts of dishes in the boxes, scolding themselves for not noticing earlier that the boxes were so light. Tyson laughed sarcastically, saying that Hyun Moon had done a great job with the task, and asked how his nose was doing before getting ready to go talk to Sun about the incident. Just then, a gang member wearing glasses called out to Tyson and said he'd seen a guy on the job whom Tyson had beaten to death. So in reality, they'd only thought that was the case. Although that thug was convinced that Tyson had beaten the guy to death with a crowbar, it now turns out he's alive. Back at the hideout, the female receptionist told Kang Yoon that since they'd already had run-ins with looters, they'd set a trap for them. Specifically, they'd stocked this warehouse with fake supplies while keeping the real ones elsewhere. The guard's job was to stall for time, and the thieves would probably be happy to have a pile of disposable tableware now. There wouldn't be quite enough dishes in the hideout, but they could be washed and reused. Then the girl asked how Huang Chang was feeling after the stun gun discharge, since no one could have imagined that the gangsters would find such a thing somewhere. One man suggested that they most likely found the device at a police station, and if it weren't for the stun gun, their Captain Huang would have easily dealt with the gangsters. Suddenly, the receptionist announced that she had heard a radio report saying that the emergency news channel was finally up and running. The broadcast was scheduled to begin in 5 minutes, so some of the men hurried to the generator. During the broadcast, it became clear that the entire country was in ruins. They reported that dozens of people in need of help had been spotted while cargo was being transported by helicopter. In particular, they showed a distress signal that had been captured above Ingun High School, which is currently occupied by criminal groups. Everyone expects the government and agencies to ensure the safety of all Korean citizens as soon as possible, but right now, it's unlikely anyone is in a position to help them. The distress signal recorded by journalists was displayed using wet clothes by Rin and her friend, and Kang I-yong also saw it. At that moment, Tyson seriously began to ponder what he had been told about I-yong, as he was certain the boy had lost his life. The gangster was furious. It was impossible for Kang Eum-seong to have survived, and surely the person who told him had seen someone else, or perhaps it was a ghost. But he decided to find the boy no matter what. And so that eventful day passed, after which Kang Yi-yong had many new ideas about how to proceed. It was already late in the evening, and the boy was still sitting on the steps near the warehouse. Huang Chang came out to him and asked what the boy was doing there, since he was supposed to be inside until he recovered. Since Kang Yi-yong didn't answer, the commander stepped closer and touched the boy's shoulder, motioning for him to go inside. Huang Chang pressed lightly on his shoulder, and suddenly Kang Yi-yong fell to the side as if he had just woken up. The boy's gaze was glassy. He muttered to himself that it was her. It was Rin on the roof. He was sure of it. And then Kang Yi-yong suddenly jumped up and ran sharply and quickly all the way past the gate. Huang Chan didn't understand what was going on, though he sensed that it was very important. Nevertheless, he turned around and went inside. Kang I-yong got on his bike and rode to Ingun School because he realized that Rin hadn't been able to evacuate, though he didn't know what had happened there. Since the broadcast had said the school was occupied, Rin was probably being held captive there. The boy was determined to go check out the school and see if there were any other students there, and when he arrived, he saw that some of the windows were lit up. Observation posts were set up around the school's perimeter, manned by guards, some of whom looked very sleepy. Kang I-yong crept along the high fence, trying to get a sense of the guards' overall situation. He was surprised by how the school had come to be like this. Now it looked like some kind of gang hideout. Finally, I-yon surveyed the area around him and saw that guards were stationed at both entrances, so he had to figure out how to get inside and rescue Rin. The boy was completely lost in his thoughts and didn't hear someone approach him and grab him by the collar from behind. It was Tyson. With a sharp movement, he pinned Kang I-yon against the stone fence and said disappointedly, "How did you manage to survive?" Of course he wanted to verify if it was true, and now he sternly asked what the boy was doing there. Kang I-yon pushed Tyson's hand away and said he was certain that back then he had definitely taken the boy's life, but this time he would take it for good. I-yon just looked around but didn't run away, and the thug asked, surprised and sternly, why the boy was still standing there. As he did so, he shone the flashlight right in I-yon's face. Kang I-yon asked if Tyson had come here alone. Then with a sudden, sharp movement, he snatched the flashlight from the thug's hand. The boy turned off the light and continued to ask if the thug had brought anything else with him besides the flashlight. Since Tyson just stayed silent, Kang I-yon punched him in the nose. The thug shouted in surprise that it seemed the guy had finally grown a pair and struck back. However, I-yong managed to block the blow, and with his next move, he knocked Tyson off his feet. The boy was shocked himself that his body was no longer what it used to be. His muscles had weakened. He was still too weak and wouldn't be able to defeat the enemy through brute force. Tyson fell but quickly got back up and struck back. Kang I-yong lost his balance and also fell to the ground. This amused the thug, who called the boy trash. Then he began calling his comrades on the radio, telling them to come to him immediately. Meanwhile, Kang I-yong quickly got back up and unexpectedly landed another blow on his opponent. As a result of the blow, the radio fell from Tyson's hands and I-yong crushed it with his foot. As soon as the thug tried to get up and counterattack his opponent, Kang I-yong didn't let him do it. With a few powerful blows, the boy blocked all of Tyson's attempts to harm him. In the end, the thug found himself on the ground once again, too weak to fight back, and Kang I-yon sternly asked him what had happened at school and what they had done there. Since it was already late at night, silence reigned all around, and almost everyone at the school was asleep. Ah-young's friend Rin couldn't fall asleep. She lit a candle and told her friend she was going for a short walk. However, her friend ran after her and warned that someone might see her, to which Rin replied that everything was fine because they weren't prisoners here, and the girl boldly yet cautiously walked through the hallways, peering through the windows into the classrooms where other people were sleeping. Rin wondered, are people really that comfortable? Do they seriously want to stay at school just because it's dangerous outside? But she didn't want to believe it and decided to at least find out what was really happening outside the building. The girl continued down the hallways toward the exit and ran into one of the guards, who asked where she was going. Rin looked at the boy with contempt and asked why he was spying on them now. The guard lowered his head and said uncertainly that they were protecting everyone, but the girl snapped at him, asking who he was to decide whether they needed protection or not. The guard said that most people had agreed to their protection, so Rin asked, what about those who didn't agree? And what if she wanted to go outside right now? Would he really stop her? The guard replied that it was dangerous out there, though she didn't know exactly why. The guy said they had been through a lot of hardship and needed rules and regulations to make their lives safe. Rin was outraged that the guard was talking exactly like Sun, and that everyone who listened to him was getting drunk on the power they possessed. Then the girl turned around and firmly declared that she was going outside no matter what, but the guard grabbed her arm. Rin got angry, yanked her hand away, and shouted that he shouldn't dare touch her. And anyway, who was he to tell her what to do? Then she added that from what she'd seen, all they were doing was trying to build their own kingdom to rule over everyone else. Suddenly, a message came over the guard's radio from Tyson, who was calling for help during his fight with Kang Ah-young. Rin asked if the guard would go help, but the guy replied that it wasn't part of his duties. All he had to do was protect everyone else in the school, so she should go back to her room and sleep. Meanwhile, Kang Yi-young and Tai-sen continued to fight. The thug had no intention of telling his rival anything. He managed to wriggle free and kicked Kang Yi-young in the chest, knocking him to the ground. Then he grabbed a brick lying nearby and, threatening that he would definitely take his opponent's life this time, ran toward him. Kang Yi-young barely managed to cover himself with his arms. The boy's body was trembling. He could clearly see the thug's movements and knew how to counterattack, but his body wouldn't let him do it. But the boy was well aware that under no circumstances would he surrender to Tyson. He knocked the brick out of the thug's hands and punched him in the face. The blow was powerful. Kang Ah-young could barely stay on his feet, and so he too fell down next to the thug. Then, breathing heavily, the boy got up and turned to Tyson again, asking him to explain what was really going on at the school. But other thugs began to come to the defeated man's aid after hearing the call for help over the radio. The first to arrive at the scene of the fight was Min Dae-wong, a tall, burly guy in a tracksuit. He saw his beaten friend lying on the ground, but unlike Kang Ah-yeon, did not recognize his opponent. The thug asked suspiciously how Ah-yeon knew him. Upon closer inspection, he thought the boy's face looked familiar. Meanwhile, Rin decided not to argue with the guard and turned away, heading toward her room. However, the girl understood that she couldn't just sit there, unaware of the outside world, and decided that even if she had to persuade others, she would do it anyway. Lost in thought, Rin was heading toward her room when suddenly her teacher grabbed her by the arm. The woman begged the girl not to do this and to just stay here, explaining that the outside world was scary and dangerous. The other students and teachers also insisted that the school was a safe place and that the other boys would protect them. Rin was still hesitant, but outside the school, a fight was now raging between Kang Ah-yeong and Min Dae-won. The thug, seeing that his friend Tyson had been defeated and couldn't defend himself, immediately rushed to attack Kang Yi-yeon. His punch was so powerful that Ah-yeon was sent flying several meters and fell to the ground. The boy realized he couldn't fight this burly opponent, but he tried anyway and ran toward Min Dae-won. However, the thug immediately counterattacked him. As a result, Kang Ah-yeon found himself on the ground again, and the thug mocked him, asking if he wanted a few more blows. At that moment, Ah-yeon could think of nothing but the fact that Rin was at school. The boy didn't know what to do, since Min Dae-won was very strong, but he still couldn't give up, even though he wondered why he wasn't running away from a fight he couldn't win. Meanwhile, Min Dae-won moved closer to the boy and said he remembered him. As if he'd finally come to his senses, Kang Yi-yeong suddenly bolted from where he was and began running away from there as fast as he could. Min Dae-won was surprised and called out after the boy, asking where he was running, but Kang Ah-yeong didn't stop and wondered what was wrong with him. Had he completely lost his mind? Without stopping, he ran to his bike to save himself from that predicament. The boy understood perfectly well that there was nothing he could do about it right now, and that he would return to school once he was back on his feet. Suddenly, something distracted him. Eon turned slightly, and unexpectedly, the bike tripped over something, and the boy flew to the ground along with it. When he had recovered a little, he froze in shock because he saw a strange robot right in front of him, seemingly levitating low above the ground. Kang Ah-yeon didn't know how to react to this and just opened his mouth in surprise, and the robot asked if the boy understood him. It also told the subject, 19, that similar errors had occurred before due to the body's limitations, and that he was now deemed unfit for further observation, so it was beginning the termination procedure. Kang Ah-yeong realized that the subject 19 was him and asked the robot to wait, since he didn't understand what was going on at all. But the robot had no intention of wasting time on explanations and simply proceeded to carry out the task. So the night passed, dawn broke at the school, and the night guards handed over their shifts. Taeseon's wounds from the night's fight with Kang Ah-yeong were treated, and the whole gang sat down for breakfast. The gang leader's son turned to Hyun-moon and told him not to make that face, because this kind of thing can happen to anyone, and if he needed people, he could take someone from the strike team. But Moon said his guys would be enough. Another gang member named Chi-yeon objected, saying that Hyun had been acting like a doormat lately, and this failure proved exactly that, so he should stop acting like a timid bitch and make some noise here. Sun told Hyun to shut up because Hyun plays an important role, so there's no need to give him a hard time over a single setback. However, Hyun Moon said it wasn't a setback, and that it all happened because of one guy who was getting in the way, and Sun reassured everyone that they still had enough food from their trip to the supermarket to last about a month. Then the leader called out to the waitstaff and ordered them to bring more kimchi and water to the table. Taizan also chimed in, telling the staff to hurry up and make sure they didn't steal anything. Sun asked what was wrong with his face and who he'd gotten into a fight with, but the thug replied that he'd just been out walking at night. And then he met some people from another gang. There were 3 of them, and he talked to them, but Sun shouldn't worry about anything. Cheon laughed that no other gangs existed anymore, though Tyson kept insisting that they were just hiding in the corners, to which Cheon laughed even harder, saying that everything was immediately obvious from Tyson's face. But the beaten man kept talking. Wasn't it obvious why he looked that way? It was because he just wiped out another gang. Yet Cheon said again that he should stop making things up and pretending to be tough if he was just a jerk and a slut's son. Tyson got angry, stood up from the table, and asked if Cheon wanted to step outside with him. Meanwhile, a servant brought water and smiled involuntarily, which Tyson really didn't like. At that moment, Min Daewong asked how things were going outside. Most of the students were doing well at school, but he'd heard there was someone among them who was a bit too curious. People saw the helicopter and already thought it was safe there, so Sun asked if perhaps people should be reminded of what happened during the global shock, when the whole world collapsed in an instant, and now everyone has forgotten about it. As for shelters and protection from the government, they cause even more problems. Eventually everything will settle down, but until then, Sun wants to protect everyone else from danger. The other gang members agreed with their leader, Sun, who also said that they are the mainstay of this place and that it depends on them. Meanwhile, Tyson had already finished eating, stood up from the table, and said that if that was all, he was leaving. When the gangster walked out the door, he called over the young man in glasses who had been serving them at the table. When the young man approached, Tyson grabbed him, held a fork to his throat, and asked menacingly if he had been smiling when he brought the water. Although the young man denied it, Tyson still pressed the fork into his cheek and asked if he was tired of living. Just then, Sun came out into the hallway and asked what was going on. He turned to Tyson and said that if he was going to stab the boy with a fork, the boy might end up in a vegetative state, and then there would be no one left to work. Then Tyson let the boy go, and he thanked Sun Chun, but the gang leader ordered him to stand at attention. The boy in glasses didn't understand at first, so Sun Chun repeated his order, and then, with a sharp movement, punched the boy right in the stomach. The poor guy curled up on the ground in pain, and Sun ordered him to get up and asked if, in his eyes, the captain looked like an idiot. When the boy in glasses stood up, Sun Chun struck him in the stomach again, this time with his foot. The boy began to apologize, but the gang leader continued to beat him, saying that such an apology was not good enough for him. Then the boy fell again and turned to Tyson, saying how terribly sorry he was and asking for forgiveness. Meanwhile, at the shelter where Kang Yi-yong had gone, the others had already finished breakfast, and Huang Chang was pouring himself some tea. One of the cooks asked him how he liked today's dishes, and the commander politely thanked them. The cook said they had simply prepared what he had provided, and were infinitely grateful to him. After breakfast, Huang Chang went outside, and Lobachevsky ran up to him and looked intently into the commander's eyes. When Lobachevsky realized that Huang Chang was ready to understand him, he turned around and ran off at a leisurely pace, pointing the way. Finally, the dog stopped in the backyard. The commander surveyed the area and saw Kang Ah-yong curled up on the ground. It was clear that the boy needed to be rescued because he had gotten himself into some kind of trouble again. So, the unconscious Kang Yi-yong was taken to a makeshift medical station where he was treated, and he eventually came to his senses and immediately fell out of bed. And Huang Chang asked if it was the boy's habit to always show up half dead. Kang Yi-yong sat up in bed and started asking what had happened, and what had actually gone on, because he remembered bumping into something while running away, though it might have been a dream. Then the boy said that he had most likely fallen down the stairs last night, and thanked Huang Chan for his concern, but the commander said he wasn't concerned, and that this was his bed. He slept here to avoid meeting people, and since Ah-yong had woken up, he should leave now because the commander still had to be on duty that night. The boy didn't quite understand Huang Chan's words at first, so Huang Chan repeated that the boy should finally get out of his bed, and only then did he head for the door. But just as Kang Ah-yong was about to leave the room, the commander asked him if he liked being a punching bag, and said the boy would do well to start training. He also said that the boy had even come up with an excuse about the stairs, while just by looking at him, one might think he'd been in several wars, and he didn't know if it was a skill for avoiding death, or just pure luck. Kang Eon listened intently to what Huang Chang was saying, and the commander ordered him to close the curtain anyway when he went out. When the young man left the medical station, he met a girl in glasses who was registering him at the shelter. She asked what he had been doing the previous night, if he had managed to get injured again, and then added that the bus would arrive in a few days, but Kang Ah-yong didn't have a ticket for it yet. So she registered him as injured, because there was hardly anyone in the shelter who had suffered more than he had, and all Ah-yon needed was to get to the main shelter. It was his chance to live in a safer place near his family. After the girl had told Kang Eon everything, she went on with her errands, and the boy thanked her for her help. Then Kang Oh-yon reflected on how it was truly a miracle that he had managed to come out of the coma, but he didn't understand what he could possibly do with such a weak body. He thought it would be good to find people in the shelter who could help him, because doing everything on his own was impossible. Soon night fell, and Kang Ah-yong went on watch with Huang Chan. He asked the commander if he was going to leave. Huang Chan replied that he wasn't injured and had already agreed to stay here until everyone was evacuated. But the young man said that the commander had been here much longer than he had, and had probably moved many times, so he asked where his family was and whether they were in the main shelter. Huang Chang said that with the world in such a state, he'd rather stay here and do everything in his power. Besides, he didn't have a family. Kang Ai-yon felt awkward. He apologized to the commander, who told the boy to stop chatting and just get on the bus tomorrow and spend time with his family. Then Ai-yong went to sleep, but he thought a lot about Rin. After all, she was at school right now, where Chang Taeseon, Min Dae-won, and Hyun Moon were also present. Had this gang really taken complete control of the school? And their leader had always been Yang Seong-chun. It was these bastards who ruined his life and continued to cause trouble even after the end of the world. With these thoughts, Kang Ai-yong finally fell asleep and woke up with a sense of complete determination. He was so angry, completely enraged, his blood was boiling that morning when the boy went out for a run. Then he went to eat breakfast, thinking the whole time about why he wanted revenge. Maybe he was worried about Rin, but he didn't know what this feeling inside him was. After breakfast, Kang I-yong went back to working out and thought about what he really wanted. But he understood that he needed to pull himself together because right now he couldn't do anything. The boy spent almost the entire time exercising while Huang Chang watched him unnoticed. And then the bus arrived. Those who were on the list prepared to board while the others had to wait another month to move to the main shelter. Everyone felt a little sad about parting ways because even though they hadn't really talked to each other, they had still become close friends because of the end of the world. The girl in glasses announced that the team leaders should check if everyone in their group was present and begin boarding. Kang Yi-young, who was scheduled to move this time, ran to Huang Chan at the last moment, bowed, thanked him, and told him to take care of himself, and also thanked the commander for taking Lobachevsky in. Then he petted the dog and told him he couldn't take him along, but promised they would see each other soon. The young man kept telling himself that things would turn out for the best. The soldiers were already there, so he could look into other options. Huang Chang was reading his book on the street as usual. Lobachevsky was lying at his feet. The commander told the dog that he wasn't its owner, so the dog should just stay there and not bark. Suddenly, Lobachevsky sat up and pricked his ears. Kang Ah-yong approached them. Huang Chang heard that the bus had already left and asked why the boy had stayed behind. Ah-yong explained that he had practiced various sports when he was younger, and whether it was taekwondo, kendo, or boxing, he had been a decent fighter before falling into a coma. Huang Chan asked why the boy was telling him this. Kang Ah-yong continued that his body had weakened now, and he was training hard to get back in shape. The commander asked again what the boy was getting at, and Kang Ah-yong finally asked him to teach him how to fight. A few months ago at 5:45 p.m., a man was carrying a pizza box and noticed that they had promised rain, but it was just getting dark outside. It seemed to be getting dark. People were walking around, children were playing with a ball, and someone was walking their dog. One girl was bragging about her dog Moon, saying he was very well behaved and never barked at home. Her friend was talking about her dog, Watermelon, saying he was just as well mannered. A man carrying a pizza was walking past a coffee shop where several men were sitting. One of them accidentally called another man his boss because he was an hour and a half late for work and hadn't paid the workers their wages. The boss threatened to fire this employee. Then the employee started hitting his boss with an umbrella, calling him a son of a bitch, and saying that he had already put up with this for so many years. At that moment at the school, a teacher finished his work in the lab and stepped out. He carefully locked the door and checked that everything was in order, then walked down the hallway and saw cobwebs in the corner. He didn't like the mess. Then the teacher heard voices coming from one of the classrooms and peeked inside. There he saw two second-grade students entering data into a computer. They were Kwon Rin and her classmate. Rin said they were just helping their homeroom teacher. The teacher was outraged that the man had left his work to the schoolgirls while he was off somewhere relaxing. But Rin said the homeroom teacher had run out to buy them something to eat, and they were helping him in return. Then the teacher asked how Rin was doing in school because he'd heard her grades had dropped due to her friend who had fallen into a coma. They were talking about Kang I-yong. Then the teacher moved closer to Rin, put his hand on her shoulder, and said that if anything was bothering her, she could always turn to him. The man leaned closer to the student and told her to just think of him as her father, and that she could always come see him. Just then, Teacher Yoon quickly entered the classroom carrying pizza, and Teacher Park remarked that they could have just ordered it. Though Teacher Yoon explained that if you pick up the pizza yourself, you get a 30% discount, and it wasn't far from here. Then Teacher Yoon invited his colleague to join them, but Teacher Park refused because he didn't like pizza. But when they sat him down at the table, he was indignant that they were offering him dry food, and scolded Teacher Yoon, saying he could have at least bought some for the children. Then the young teacher said he was running out again and they had to hurry, because the stores were about to close. He ran out of the classroom while Teacher Park continued to grumble about how such a forgetful person could have become a teacher. As Mr. Yoon ran down the stairs, he ran into an elderly security guard who advised him not to run like that because he might trip. The teacher explained that he was just rushing to the store before it closed. The security guard also said his shift was over and the rest of the teachers had already left, and asked if anyone else was still there, so Mr. Yoon said he had a few students, and Teacher Park with him, and they would be finished in 30 minutes. The security guard moved on to check the rest of the building, thinking to himself how much energy Mr. Yoon had. It must be nice to be young. Walking down the hallways past the classrooms, the security guard saw children who were in the choir rehearsing in one of them. Then the old man noticed an open window and carefully and thoroughly closed it. He continued on, went down another floor, and heard noises coming from one of the rooms. He peeked inside, asking what was going on and why the people there weren't home yet. It was a utility room, and Sun Chun's gang had organized a meeting there. Taizan, who was also there, said the security guard had scared him. The old man said they weren't allowed to be there. Where had they even gotten the keys? Taizan immediately replied that they were just talking and would leave soon, but the guard said they still weren't allowed to be there, so they should leave immediately. One of the students present said there was no need to worry about it because they had already said they would leave soon. Then he walked closer to the guard and asked if he could tell his father that the old man was rudely interrupting his conversations with friends. The guard turned away and told the boys to wrap things up quickly and not smoke there, and that he'd check on them soon. When the old man left, Tyson laughed to his friend, saying it was cool to be the son of a deputy and that he wouldn't mind becoming his brother. After that, Tyson turned to the two guys they were bullying and asked if he would make a good son in the congressman's family. The two poor guys were standing in line in just their underwear and socks, and the thug said that they'd completely lost their sense of smell lately and decided they could ignore the gang, so now they'd be taught a lesson in discipline. The deputy's son said that those two had completely ignored him when he'd called them over in the hallway the other day. Then he lost his temper, ran over to the two poor guys, and started kicking them, ranting about how it infuriated him and accusing them of deliberately disobeying him. After that, the deputy's son yelled at his leader, saying those jerks were acting that way because he wasn't keeping them in line. But then Tyson stepped in and told his comrade to calm down, saying that son didn't need to bother with those idiots and that it was his oversight, so they would fix everything now. Then Tyson turned to the poor guy in glasses and asked if he had gone to the hospital to visit Kang Ion. He asked if the boy was feeling sad because the gang had turned Ion into a vegetable, and perhaps he didn't want the same fate for himself. The boy in glasses quietly said that Ion hadn't woken up, that he hadn't regained consciousness since Tyson beat him up. At that, the thug grabbed the boy by the hair and started yelling that Kang I-yong had fallen on his own and they'd been suspended because of it, so they were the victims here. Meanwhile, Teacher Park decided to remove the cobwebs in the hallway. To do so, he brought a ladder and asked Rin to help him, since his legs weren't what they used to be and he'd gladly watch her back. Rin's friend replied that they'd handle everything themselves and that the teacher should rest. Mr. Park said it was dangerous, so Rin said she would go change into her gym clothes since she was wearing a skirt, to which the teacher objected, asking why waste time. Then he touched the girl's hand again and told her to think of him as her father, to climb the ladder now and remove the cobwebs, adding that everything was fine and she could trust him. Just then, Mr. Yoon shouted, indignantly asking Teacher Park what he was doing, and the old man said they were just trying to remove the cobwebs, and asked Rin to confirm that he hadn't done anything strange. But Teacher Yoon grabbed the old man by the wrist and threatened him not to dare touch the children again, even though Mr. Park continued to defend himself and told Yoon not to dare slander him because he was of higher rank. Suddenly, something very strange happened, and the teacher stopped arguing. The girls screamed because everything around them shook as if there were an earthquake. The thugs in the basement also noticed the strange tremors. Out on the street, people felt the same thing. The dogs suddenly started barking loudly and their owners didn't understand what was wrong with them. In the cafe, where a scuffle had recently taken place between a boss and a subordinate, the boss was already explaining to the police officer that he had been hit with an umbrella and that it was unacceptable to be subjected to violence. At the school, the strong tremors caused the window panes to shatter, and Teacher Yoon ordered everyone to immediately flee the hallway, into the classroom, and hide under the desks. Such chaos began to unfold at 6:08 p.m. Some people fell, some froze in place, and some ran away or tried to calm their pets. And suddenly people saw huge, unidentified flying objects appear in the sky. There were several of them, and they were approaching the ground. Then capsules began flying off from them in different directions and falling everywhere. One of these capsules fell on the school, pierced the roof, and after passing through several floors, landed in the basement, where Sun Chun's gang was sitting. Now that the world had been nearly destroyed, Sun remained the leader of his gang, and so he went down the floors to inspect the school even though it was already late. He saw one of his so-called servants, Cho Hyun, on guard duty, and asked him how the watch was going and if he was tired. But the boy replied that he was just doing what he was told. Yang-sun was now the leader not only of the PR gang, but of the entire school. And if not for that incident, no one would have even remembered him or his gang. Cho Hyun used to practice various martial arts and often went to the gym. Lately, before the end of the world, he had been very upset. Something was really weighing on him. Obviously, he was weighed down by thoughts of Kang I-yong, with whom he had been good friends and who was now unconscious and bedridden. And so, after another training session, Cho Hyun decided he needed to visit his friend at the hospital. As he was leaving school, he ran into a bunch of pathetic punks who asked him to join them and smoke. His friend Kang I-yeon had had problems with those thugs, and Cho Hyun thought that they were most likely the ones who had done that nasty thing to the boy. And just as Hyeon was lost in these thoughts, the very same earthquake struck, and he fell to the ground, then saw strange capsules falling down. Suddenly, the boy noticed the school's elderly security guard, who had also been knocked off his feet by the tremors, and he immediately ran to help him, to check if he was injured and take him to a safer place. The guard had a head injury, but he wasn't worried about himself. He was worried that students were still inside the school. So, without hesitation, Cho Hyun decided to check on those who were still on school grounds. Meanwhile, Sun Chun stepped forward, closer to the capsule that had landed in the basement. The capsule opened and a robot that looked as much like a human as possible, clad in metal armor, began moving toward the boys. The thugs were terrified and decided to flee immediately. Meanwhile, the robot calmly continued on its way, leaving its capsule behind. At that moment, Cho Hyun was already running through the school hallways in search of anyone still inside, and the first people he encountered were the children and the teacher who were practicing with the choir. The boy immediately warned them that they needed to flee immediately, and they all left the auditorium together. Teacher Yoon, who had made sure his students hid under the desks to avoid being injured by shards of glass from the windows, ordered them to stay put. But Teacher Park said that during an earthquake, the ground vibrates differently, so Mr. Yoon decided it was time to change their location and asked Teacher Park to go ahead and inspect the building. On the staircase, they encountered the choir members. The gangsters, along with their leader Sun Chun, were also running as far away as possible because they had actually seen the robot. The boys ran as fast as they could, but suddenly saw that the stairwell ahead of them was completely destroyed. Someone suggested clearing the debris. but Song-chun ordered them to run immediately to the back exit. Tyson asked what to do if that exit was also blocked, but they immediately shut him up. Then the gang ran into other escapees. Teacher Yoon asked them why they were still at the school, but then dropped the subject and said they just needed to get out of there. Tyson explained to them that the stairs below were blocked, so they should head for the back exit. Cho Hyun added that the back door was clear. He had gone through it. So they all ran together toward the back exit, but suddenly Song-chun stopped, and the others with him, because they encountered the robot again. Tyson shouted at the newcomer to get out of their way. The boy kept shouting that they weren't afraid of it, so it should let them pass or they would take care of it themselves. But the robot abruptly raised one of its arms, pointed it at the group of people, and a powerful wave knocked them off their feet. Then its helmet opened, and everyone saw the face of a monster hidden behind it. The robot told the people to attack, and it would destroy them because local life forms were weak. It was a terrifying surprise to everyone that the monster could even speak, and the robot continued, saying that regarding risk assessment prior to removal, the local creatures must follow instructions. He also added that despite humans being weak, their race possessed some semblance of intelligence. At that moment, Sun-chun cautiously crept up behind the robot. The alien screamed a warning for the humans to surrender, while Sun-chun picked up a shovel lying nearby on the floor and leaped high with the intention of stabbing the robot in the back of the neck. The boy succeeded. The wounded robot fell to the floor. Sun shouted for the others to grab the monster while he himself continued to strike it on the head with the shovel. The boy was so excited by the fight that he didn't even realize the robot was still babbling, and suddenly the alien raised its hand and severely wounded Song-chun. The red liquid that began to flow from the boy's abdomen further fueled his rage, and with redoubled ferocity, he continued to strike the robot's head and neck with the shovel until the alien's head fell off. And so, once the robot was finished off, Sun-chun lost consciousness and collapsed, and from that moment on, he became the school's leader whom no one could oppose. Currently, Kang Il-yong has asked Hwang Chan to teach him the art of combat so that he can return to a place teeming with those who wish to take his life. But Kang Il-yong said he needed it for a reason, and the commander himself understood that the boy wanted this to save a friend, or take revenge on someone, or both, though it didn't matter to him anyway, since he wasn't going to teach him anything. Kang Il-yong didn't understand because Huang Chang had told him to come here himself, and the commander had said he hated doing things that annoyed him, and dealing with others was even worse. Yet the boy was trying to drag him into both of those things, but then he remembered just how stubborn Il-yong was. He also realized that the boy wouldn't give up even if he was turned down and had planned to pester the commander for months, even if he refused. So Huang Chang decided he could spare 10 minutes of his time for Kang Il-yong, but no more. Let the guy try to knock him off his feet during that time, and maybe then he'll train him. He also promised not to put up much of a fight, but if Kang Il-yong didn't accomplish anything in 10 minutes, he would calmly take the next bus. So Il-yong got ready to fight, took a stance, and said he'd do everything he could in those 10 minutes. After that, he began to advance and landed the first blow, then the second, but they all missed because Huang Chang skillfully dodged them. In response, the commander kicked the boy in the stomach, and Kang Il-yong fell to the ground. Immediately following that, with his other foot, he struck the boy in the chin and said that, for starters, Kang Il-yong was too slow, and asked why he was fighting. Did he really think he was the only one with problems when the world was in such a dire state? And anyway, Huang Chang had heard that the boy had checked to see if his family was safe, so why didn't he want to go to them? After all, he didn't even know what had happened while he was in the hospital, so why bother himself with all the problems he had? When the end of the world began, all emergency services immediately sounded the alarm and asked everyone to go to the nearest shelter immediately. Chaos also broke out at the hospital. Doctors complained that they had unconscious patients left behind, but rescue workers assured them they would take care of those patients and told everyone else to get on the bus. Kang Il-yong's mother tried desperately to get inside the hospital, but they wouldn't let her in. She tearfully begged them to find her son, but the staff just assured her they would take care of him. Il-yong's uncle stood right there and also tried to get inside the building, but the special forces explained that an emergency had occurred, so they had permission to use force to ensure people's safety. But the uncle suddenly broke through and ran toward the hospital, assuring his sister Hyosun that he would find her son and that she should get on the bus. Rescue workers immediately gave chase, though Uncle Il-yong apologized as he ran and didn't stop. He ran up to the building, went inside, and kept calling out to his nephew as he ran through the dilapidated corridor. Then the damaged ceiling began to collapse, and a heavy piece of debris fell on the man's head. Kang Il-yong's uncle fell, and rescue workers managed to catch up to him, so they grabbed the man by the arms and led him to the exit, as it was extremely dangerous to remain in the building. Meanwhile, at the school, the boys who had been bullied by the thugs finally decided to flee the basement as well. They saw that everyone had scattered, and that thing from the capsule had followed them too. To them, it looked like it had come straight out of an anime. The boys grabbed their clothes and went out into the hallway. It felt like the ground was still shaking, so they decided to leave the building before the whole structure collapsed from the damage. Hom-yang ran first. When he ran up the stairwell, he suddenly stopped and saw the decapitated robot, the wounded Sun-chun, and a few other students and teachers who were staring at it all in shock. This incident turned the gang leader into a sort of hero among everyone associated with that school, and now everyone here listened to him. At one point, Sun-chun was walking down the hallway looking for Tyson. He ran into Hom-yang and told him to tell Tyson to come see him. Meanwhile, in the shelter where Kang Il-yong was staying, he finally began training with Huang Chan, while Lobachevsky watched them constantly. The commander noted that it was obvious the boy had indeed played various sports before, because he had good positioning in combat, and didn't just swing his fists around like the other kids. But even so, in Huang Chan's opinion, going into the school alone was tantamount to voluntarily giving up his life. Nevertheless, Kang Il-yong gathered his strength, got up from the ground and said that his 10 minutes weren't up yet, then tried again to strike the commander. Huang Chan deftly dodged the blow and then counterattacked, striking the boy in the face. He told Kang I-young that he didn't understand why he kept trying. Did he really want to learn from him, or was he just treating this like another sport? If he remembered correctly, Kang I-young wanted to learn how to fight in order to win. And if that was the case, the commander wanted to know why the boy treated it like a sport. And here Kang I-young once again gathered his strength and rushed into another fight with Huang Chan. However, the commander tried to explain to the boy that he was very weak and had too many vulnerabilities. He asked what I-young would do if his opponent turned out to be weak but fast. Would he really stay close and overpower him? Or perhaps the opposite would happen, and the opponent would be strong but slow. Would Kang I-young really strike quickly and run away? That's exactly how the sport works. There, a fighter must meet the weight requirements and follow the rules, but in a real battle, everything is different. Opponents will be faster and stronger and will use all kinds of dirty tricks. So how does Kang I-young plan to win in that case? The boy replied that this is exactly why he's asking to be taught the art of combat. Huang Cheng asked why he should teach a kid who takes fighting so lightly. He's too by the book, which is why he's impossible to teach. He'll only make things worse if he gets into a situation he can't handle. Then the commander turned around, grabbed his jacket, and said that was enough. Kang I-young should stop pestering him from now on. However, the boy wasn't going to give up so quickly and easily, so he got back up and lunged at Huang Chan. And of course, he ran into an instant counterattack. The man immediately told him that he shouts before attacking, which is why he knows exactly where his opponent is. He also knew all the attacker's moves. The boy needed to act as if he wanted to take his opponent's life. As a result, Kang I-young ended up on the ground again, and Huang Chan said he had failed. I-young tried to understand what the commander was saying, how he wanted the boy to fight, but that was exactly why he wanted to learn from him. Kang I-young also recalled his battle with Tyson and how Huang Cheng had fought against Yun Moon, and since the boy desperately wanted to learn the true art of combat, he prepared to attack again. Huang Cheng said he knew in advance that the boy would behave this way and turned to face him. But immediately he was unexpectedly struck in the face with a fist and fell to his knees. And when he turned around, he saw Kang I-young standing over him, holding a heavy pot with a sapling in his hands. The commander hadn't expected this at all, but the boy threw the pot at him anyway as proof of his determination. The pot cracked and shattered into pieces. Huang Cheng, having received confirmation of the boy's intention to learn, concluded that he had passed. Kang I-young had once studied various martial arts and always told himself he had to keep learning. And now he had thought everything through with a clear head. Even when he was in his best shape, he was never the best. He had participated in many competitions, but was always just not bad. And by the end of high school, he doubted whether he should continue training at all. However, in high school, everything changed. 3 years later, he had become an adult and had to take the choice of his future profession seriously. He went to practice with his girlfriend, Rin. She was worried. Had the boy decided to quit everything since he hadn't even shown up for the morning warm-up? But Kang I-young replied that he was going to focus on his studies and was heading to school, and he wanted Rin to study more as well. At school, Chang Tyson came up to him to introduce himself and asked why he was reading a book during recess. Then he asked the boy to lend him some money. Kang I-young knows that strength is something given by nature, but there's a difference between approaching someone to make friends and trying to show off your strength. However, there is a way to deal with this, by staying relaxed and calm. So he replied to Tyson that even if he had money, why would he give it to a new acquaintance? Kang I-young also understood that if he kept his composure, this scumbag wouldn't bother him anymore. So after their introduction, Tyson left empty-handed, adding that I-young had better remember his name if he didn't plan on challenging him. On the very first day, Kang I-young nearly died laughing at Tyson's childishness. He introduced himself to everyone as having transferred from Sanchong Middle School and asked the provocative question of whether anyone wanted to challenge him. That jerk picked on everyone, especially those who couldn't stand up for themselves. Kim Ho-myung turned out to be one of them. But Kang I-young had made up his mind that he just needed to keep a low profile and stay away from the troublemakers, and he thought it would be easy. Now that he had started school, his grades were getting much better, and he had even gotten the score he wanted on the practice test, so he needed to keep it up. One day during recess in the hallway, he ran into Kwon Rin, who approached him unnoticed and punched him in the side, scolding him for leaving himself open to the blow. Then she touched Ion's stomach and said he was still hard, considering he hadn't trained in several weeks, and the friend said he was still working out at his uncle's gym. When the girl decided to try out Kang I-young's abs, the guy simply asked her to leave him alone. Suddenly, he saw Tyson holding a hefty sum of money and offering his friend to go play pool with it. The important thing being that these scumbags had stolen the money from someone. Tyson saw Kang I-young and spoke disparagingly about him, but I-young acted as he had decided earlier. He simply ignored people like that. The boy went into the restroom and heard someone moaning behind the door of one of the stalls. He saw Kim Ho-myun there, sitting on the floor, covered in some unknown substance. When Kang I-young asked his classmate if he was okay, the poor guy just jumped up and ran toward the exit. So the boy decided not to get involved in that mess and to ignore it. Then he returned to the classroom, where they were joined by a new teacher, Yoon Ji-ho, who became their homeroom teacher, as well as their English teacher. It was his first time in this position, so he asked the students for their cooperation. Time seemed to pass a little faster for Kang I-young than when he was training, and now that he'd finally received his grades for his first year, all he had to do was keep working hard for another year to make it into the school's top tier. Unfortunately, he ended up in the same class as Chang Tae-seon and Kim Ho-myung again, and of course the jerk didn't stop bullying his victim. Kang I-young understood that he just needed to build relationships with the rest of the class and continue studying calmly. That was all he needed. One day, the boy witnessed Tyson hitting Ho-myung in the hallway because he had cut in front of him but hadn't said anything about it. The scumbag grabbed the poor guy by the hair and said that if he transferred to another school, he would find him and take his life, and then he looked at another one of his victims and said that this applied to him too. As the days of his second year of school passed, Kang I-young saw a lot of injustice but never intervened. One day, as he was leaving school, he saw that Tyson was once again robbing Kim Ho-myung and even scolding him for not bringing the 50,000 won he'd told him about. Eon thought those two were just pathetic. Of course, he would have advised Homyoung to at least try fighting back against his abuser once, because even if they beat him even harder afterward, they would at least think twice before approaching him again. Kang Ion returned home and saw that his uncle had come to visit. He said he'd brought dumplings and invited him to join the table, but the boy asked about the gym. His uncle replied that the gym was closed for renovations for a week, but when Ion said he wouldn't be able to go anyway because he had a test next week, his uncle was surprised that his nephew was taking his studies so seriously. The man said he thought Kang Ion would become a great athlete, but the boy said he hadn't stopped working out and often went to the gym. Then his uncle said that after the exams he'd make the boy go through hellish training, though Ion said he wasn't planning on becoming an athlete, so there was no need for that. His uncle had also played sports when he was young, and Kang Ayong asked what school life was like for him back then. In other words, the boy was curious if his uncle had bullied the weaker kids. His uncle replied that of course not, because training is pointless if a person uses their strength to bully others. Kang Ai-yong asked if he really just walked by without doing anything, and his uncle explained that a truly strong person simply stays silent, and if others are fighting, he stops them, just like a school security team maintains order at school. Hyesun laughed and asked, "What about her husband, who always said he was a gentleman in school?" Her brother replied that he never bullied other children and trained hard, but he annoyed him a bit because he was a good student. Kang Ai-yong understood that a strong person would remain silent, while a weak one would pick on those even weaker, and his uncle confirmed that no matter how generations change, school will always be the same, and asked if there were many such children at his school. The boy replied that there were a few who had been bullied since their freshman year. They were picked on, beaten, and had their money taken. The bullies were annoying, of course, but the kids who just gave up like that also looked pitiful. The uncle asked again if the bullying really started in the first year, if Kang Ai-yong was in the same class as them, and what their names were. The boy replied that their names were Kim Ho-myung and An Ju-hyun. Then the uncle asked if Kang Ai-yong had been watching his friends every day for 2 years and knew their names, so what had he done? The nephew replied that he had simply kept quiet and done what he was supposed to do. At that point, Uncle Dever stood up from the table and angrily declared that Kang Ai-yong was no longer welcome in his gym, and that the boy should simply stop training and playing sports altogether. His uncle also refused to believe that his nephew didn't defend the weak despite his strength. Even though the boy hadn't bullied them, Dever had never taught him to simply stand aside as a bystander. Both Kang Ai-yong and his mother were taken aback by Dever's sudden outburst of anger, and the next morning the boy went to catch the bus to school as usual. He kept thinking about his uncle's words, that he was disappointed in him, and that if he'd known his nephew was such a pathetic loser, he never would have let him play sports. And now the boy wondered what he should do. Just then, an elderly woman boarded the bus, and Kang Ai-yong stood up from his seat. But Kim Ho-myung, who was also riding that bus, beat him to it, giving up his seat for the woman. The woman said that a student who studies so diligently shouldn't have to stand. But Ho-myung replied with a smile that everything was fine, and then when the boys got off the bus, Kang Yi-yong noticed some ice cream on the ground that ants were approaching one by one. Kim Ho-myung also saw the tiny ants forming a thin line as they made their way toward the sweet treat, and he crouched down beside them, watching with fascination. After that, he saw a beautiful new car driving past impressively, and was also genuinely captivated by its beauty. Kang Ai-yong thought there was something off about that boy because, despite the bullying, he seemed to be enjoying life. And finally, the boys reached the school gate, and right then, Yi-yong noticed how Kim Ho-myung's mood had changed. The boy simply hung his head and paused for a moment. It seemed as though school was like hell to him. Suddenly, Rin interrupted the boy's thoughts, once again striking him in the stomach with a sharp, unexpected movement, laughing that he had let his guard down. Then she asked if her friend had figured out the test waiting for them, and if he would help her, to which Kang Ai-yon sarcastically replied that it was unbelievable that Kwon Rin was interested in studying, but the girl explained that she just needed to score the minimum on the entrance exam. When Ai-yong was already sitting in class, he noticed how Chang Tae-seon ordered Kim Ho-myun to bring him a burger and a Coke. The boy ran as fast as he could, while the jerk was still complaining that it was taking too long. And after class, the bullies picked on Ho-myun for not bringing them money. Tyson hit the poor guy, and his friend rummaged through the pockets of Kim's backpack. Yeon remembered again how his uncle had scolded him, asking why he had spent all this time teaching him martial arts, and that they were necessary to protect those you love and others in need. Otherwise, there was no point in teaching those who didn't plan to see it through to the end. Meanwhile, the scumbags started tearing pages out of Kim Ho-myun's notebook. Then Kang Eon turned around and ordered the scoundrels to leave Ho-myun alone. Though he had only said a few words, it was enough to finally drive away the emptiness that had settled in his heart. The scum stopped immediately, but Taesun started acting like an idiot, saying that the perfect student had finally been caught, calling Ai-yong an idiot, and saying that he should shut up because he probably didn't even know how to fight. Then the bastard lunged at Kang Ion with his fists and said that starting today, he was their new slave, but Ion easily dodged the blows. As a result, Tyson fell to the ground, hitting himself hard, and Kang Ion asked Ho-myung if he knew his name. The poor guy replied that he knew the boy's name was Kang Ai-yon, and that they had been in the same class for 2 years. Ai-yon exhaled and said that was enough, and that from now on he would protect the boy. Meanwhile, Tyson got up and saw blood dripping from his face, so he flew into a rage, grabbed a stick, and lunged at Kang Ai-yong, shouting threats. However, the boy easily dodged again and, with a single powerful kick, struck Taesun on the arm and back with such force that he flew away. The scumbag was caught by his friend, who asked if he was okay, but Taesun decided to continue the fight. No one expected that Kang Yeon, whom the thugs considered a nerd, knew how to fight. Taesun lunged at the boy with his fists again, but Ai-yon skillfully blocked all his blows and counterattacked. As a result, the bully ended up on the floor again, though he didn't admit he was in pain and only became even more aggressive. He lunged at Kang Eon again with his fists, but the boy skillfully sidestepped the bully. He simply slapped Taesun and said that was enough, because if he had hit him, he would have lost consciousness. And if he had kicked him in the face instead of the shoulder, he would have been knocked out too. He did it on purpose out of respect for him, because he didn't know if Tyson had been fighting with other kids lately, but he wouldn't dare lay a finger on him until they finished school. Then Kang Ah-young walked over to Kim Hom-young, held out his hand and suggested they leave, and the poor boy sincerely thanked his savior. Finally, the boy told Hom-yeon that he'd noticed he rode the same bus to school as he did, and if they lived nearby, they could walk to school together. Kang Ah-young thought that would be enough and that it would all end there, but it was only the beginning. One day, he was walking with Rin, and she complained to him that she was a dummy because she couldn't even keep up with their extracurricular classes and would probably have to drop everything and start from scratch. But Kang Ah-young scolded her, asking how she could give it all up when he had signed up specifically at her request. And then suddenly the boy heard someone calling him, and Taeson and his gangmates approached them. Ah-young asked how they knew he'd be here, and the scumbag just snarled that he should follow them, or else he'd be in big trouble. They arrived at the playground, and one of the gang members asked Taeson if he had really summoned the 4 heavenly kings of Sancheon because of this guy. Kang Ah-yeon didn't understand which kings they were talking about, so another gang member said that since the boy didn't know them, this nerd was a real loser, and explained that they were the original 4 heavenly kings who had devoured the sky above their heads. He added that he'd heard Kang Ah-young had attacked their 2nd heavenly king, Fist Knife Taeson, so today he would be punished. Then he ordered another comrade, Swift Fire Park Jung-so, to make sure Rin didn't run away. Rin looked at the burly scoundrel and asked if that was his name. Swiftfire and Park Jung-so casually said she shouldn't be afraid because they wouldn't hit her, though she definitely had terrible taste in guys. He added that she should stop hanging out with a bore like Kang Ah-young. He noted that even when Kang Ah-young's life was in danger and he was supposed to protect his girlfriend, all he did was drag her along with him. He then asked Rin out and promised to take care of her so that her school life would be comfortable. Meanwhile, Ah-yeon took off his jacket and calmly asked the scumbag if he had called his school friends to defeat him. He added that this time he wouldn't let Tyson off so easily and wrapped one fist in his jacket. Now the thugs really did all pounce on Kang Ah-yeon at once, but the boy was very quick and agile, so he struck each of them in turn and was about to kick Tyson in the face, but Rin stopped him, shouting not to do it. Meanwhile, Park Jong-so, who hadn't joined the fight, grew anxious and asked his friends what they were doing and why they weren't fighting, then told Kang Yeon that they had a hostage. However, to the thug's surprise, Kwon Rin kicked him in the stomach and then punched him in the face, and Yong-so fell to the ground, just like his friends. After that, Kang, Yeon, and Rin walked away. Yeon asked sarcastically why the girl had forbidden him from kicking, but had kicked her opponent herself, and Rin explained that he and Tyson were in different weight classes, so in any case, she could do it, but he couldn't. After that, there were a few more similar altercations, but Ah-young viewed them as mere inconveniences. After all, he was to blame for them, but he didn't know the problem would escalate further. He just Imchi. As a result, the 3 of them went up to the school roof, where Ah-yeon saw Tyson standing next to a boy who was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. So Kang Yeong met with the gang leader, and from that very day, all hell broke loose. Now the commander didn't go easy on his student, and during training, Kang Ah-yeong found himself on the ground again, and even lost consciousness. Hwang Chan splashed water on him and ordered him to get up, believing the boy hadn't earned a break yet. So, the shield was heavy, but the leader ordered the student to hold it high, otherwise his head would soon fly off. He also demanded that the boy not close his eyes or back down. At that moment, Hyun Myung-chan remembered that he had seen Kang Yeon before, and this wouldn't leave him alone. He told the gang leader about his suspicions. He recalled that this was the same boy who had tried to stop them when they were robbing the warehouse, and that this was the boy Taeson had once asked them to look out for during their sophomore year. The leader asked if Kang Yeong had changed much, and Hyun Moon replied that he had grown a bit taller and lost some weight, but he was definitely the same guy. Yang Seong-chun was surprised that the guy had only shown up now, after what had happened between them, and Hyun Moon said that Ah-yeong had changed, but they hadn't seen him for 6 months after that incident. He recalled that when they were sitting in the cafe, Yang Seong-chun had said they should keep a low profile in high school, and he had agreed with the leader, but they had overlooked the fact that the famous Yang Seong, who had taken over all the local middle schools, was too famous to attend high school quietly, and Yang Seong-chun thought that he really wanted to do that. He wanted to leave it all behind, but it didn't turn out the way he'd thought. Imchi, for example, was very disappointed by this decision, but Yang-seon said he had thought about it a lot, because in just a few years they would become adults, and in his opinion, they wouldn't be able to continue behaving the same way they did in middle school, so he suggested they try to be good. Hyun Moon added that he was really getting tired of playing the role of a school thug, though he didn't know if he'd be able to study, but he thought it wouldn't be bad to try something new, maybe even start training again. For a while, everything went well, and Yang Seong-chun even began to get used to the daily life of an ordinary student. However, as freshmen, they were getting too much attention. One day, the upperclassmen gathered their gang and said that a lot of time had passed, but Yang Seong-chun still hadn't shown up to the seniors, so they suggested he join them and look after the younger ones. Hyun Moon-chan said they just wanted to study in peace in high school, but they immediately shut him up because they weren't asking him. Then Yang Seong-chun calmly asked if the upperclassmen could leave them alone, but one of the bullies laughed and said that in that case they'd start with a few punches and ordered the boys to lie down on the floor. In the end, Yang Song had expected this and thought they'd get beaten once or twice and then it would be over. He thought that even if the seniors punished them because of his reputation, they would at least respect their decision. However, the upperclassmen were relentless. They taunted the boys and asked if they liked getting beaten by them, and blamed Yangsun for everything. And after the beatings, the upperclassmen asked why the gang wasn't joining them, why they didn't listen when they were told to join in to look after the freshmen. The beatings continued. The boys constantly suffered at the hands of the upperclassmen, but Yang Sun-chun was still confident he could hold back. But one day he finally snapped and told his friends that the upperclassmen had completely pushed him over the edge, so he proposed taking over the school himself. So he suggested that the upperclassmen who had been bullying them meet up one evening. They showed up and immediately started mocking him, saying that Yang Sun had to put off his date with the girls to rush over here as soon as they called him, and the leader promised that if the boy behaved himself, he'd tell them to stop beating him up. However, Yang Song-chun said that wasn't the point. Just in case, he wanted to ask the ringleader one last time if he really didn't want to leave them alone. The leader got angry that they had been called here to discuss such nonsense and ordered Yang Son to kneel before him. Then, clenching his fist, he approached the boy, threatening to turn his life into a daily hell, but he didn't get a chance to strike because Yang Song immediately broke his nose. The senior fell to the ground, and Yang Son asked why such an important big shot had decided to stop, since he had been so serious, and said that the reason the upperclassmen couldn't get anything done anymore was that they were older. Then the other upperclassmen decided to join the fight as well, and they were outraged that Yang Song had dared to hit someone older than him. However, the gang of freshmen easily handled them, and Yang Sun told the senior leader to call his sophomore friends. He had an hour, so they could come over too, and they would wait for them. Immediately after that, Yang Song-chun took over the entire school in just a month, and at the same time, eliminated everyone who had heard about his past humiliations, since his group consisted of very well-trained guys, so he quickly subdued even the fourth years. Hyun Moon, who had practiced judo when he was younger, was fairly calm and didn't start fights, but if he did end up getting involved, he would effectively come out on top. And the crazy dog Lim Chi-yang, who had been known for his stupidity since middle school, had a habit of always using his fists when he got into trouble. And no matter how much he took from his opponent, he still kept up with him, took hits perfectly, and fought so much that his skills only improved. And the last friend, Sun Chun, had known Min Daewong since elementary school. His physical strength was beyond measure. He was a beast in the flesh. Rumors circulated that he was the strongest among them because he had never fought with Sun Chun and had recognized him as a friend and leader from the very beginning, which was unusual. Tyson knew that Yang Sun Chun was extraordinary and had charisma. He was only a junior, but he had already made every corner of the school bow down to him. So Tyson decided to get closer to him, even though his friend Lee Jin-soo had told him that they were terrible guys and shouldn't be messed with. However, Tyson made up his own mind and introduced Kang E-yong to Yang Seong-chun. He started provoking the guy by saying that he'd claimed that after fighting him, he could do whatever he wanted to Yang Seong-chun, and that he'd win without landing a single blow, and that it would stay that way until the very end. Kang E-yong told Yang Seong-chun that he understood what was going on and that he had certain disagreements with Tyson, but that this had absolutely nothing to do with him. And in general, what he said to Tyson wasn't worth paying attention to, so no matter what the guys were up to, they could just leave him alone, since he was only helping his classmate escape the bullying. Hyun Moon told Taeseon that he wasn't sure if he should believe his words, but Taeseon swore it was true and turned to Lee Jin-soo to confirm his words, which his friend did. Then Hyun Moon said that Tyson and his friend would fight Kang Ah-young themselves, and Min Dae-won added that if they didn't start the fight on the count of 3, they'd beat the crap out of them. Meanwhile, Kang E-yong continued training with Hwang Chan, who told the boy to find some tennis balls. E-yong went to the warehouse and brought back a lot of different things. It was a sports facility where various events were held, so there were gloves and protective gear. The boy wanted to train in full gear. However, the commander said he only needed tennis balls, although Kang Ah-young didn't understand why. And Hwang Chan decided to demonstrate what was going on, so he called Lobachevsky over and threw him a ball. Kang Ah-young was surprised and tried to object, but the commander immediately said that if he didn't like it, he should just leave. So the guy decided to do just that, even though he still didn't understand what running after a ball would teach him. Then Hwang Chang tossed the ball up and swung his bat at it with all his might. He said that there was an elementary school across the street. When they received supplies, the helicopter would land and take off from there, so the ball would likely land somewhere in the middle of the playground. Kang Ah-young had to find it, and he had 3 minutes to do so. The boy was stunned, but there was no time to waste, so he ran as fast as he could to look for that tennis ball. So the boy quickly crossed the road, ran to the main gate of the elementary school, and soon found himself on the playground. There, he tried to imagine where the ball might have landed, ran up to a tree, and saw what he was looking for. Then, with happy shouts of joy at his discovery, Kang Ah-young returned to the coach, while Hwang Chang grumbled that the boy had spent more than 20 minutes on it. Ah-young explained that the school playground was quite large. However, the coach stood up from his chair, tossed the next ball, and again hit it very hard with his bat, giving the boy 3 minutes to search. After a while, Kang E-yong returned, out of breath, with the ball he had found, which Hwang Chang once again threw far away and sat down to sew something. This went on for a very long time. The coach kept hitting the ball farther and farther with his bat, and Kang Ah-young was forced to search for it within the same 3 minutes each time. Finally, the boy said he had no doubts about the coach, but that this training was too much for him, and that just the trip back and forth took him 3 minutes, and then he still had to look for the ball, while Hwang Chang just made fun of him. Then he strapped weights, which he had just sewn himself, to Ah-young's arms, legs, and torso, and said that just running around like that wasn't healthy, but this added about 15 kilograms. After that, Hwang Chang threw the ball far again and said that physical strength is the foundation of everything, and they'd finish once the boy got used to it. Eventually, the sun went down and Hwang Chang decided to call it a day, saying that Ah-young would be training like this for at least a week. After all, the boy had told him he was a good athlete, but now he was simply disappointing his commander. Kang Ah-young lay on the ground, completely exhausted. His body was in real pain, and he was not in the best shape. He used to train a lot and fought very skillfully against his tormentors, such as Tyson and Lee Jin-soo. When he was brought to Yang Seong-chun and had to fight Tyson and his friend, the boy brilliantly parried all their attacks. Hyun Moon said that Kang Ah-young was just toying with his opponents. He wasn't landing any blows, just pushing them away. Min Dae-won became very curious about all this and asked Young-sun if he could also try to join the fight, and the leader allowed it. Meanwhile, Kang E-young suggested to Tyson that they stop, because if they continued at this pace, the attackers might get hurt. And just then, Min Dae-won suddenly attacked the boy from behind with a kick. But Kang Ah-young easily blocked the attack, and then Dae-won said he couldn't offer the boy adequate compensation. He also added that the boy shouldn't tell anyone at home that he'd been bullied at school, to which Kang Ah-young told his opponent to keep those words to himself. Min Dae-won gave a fake smile and assured the boy that he would keep it to himself as well. He also asked if he could strike first and began to advance. A duel ensued between them. However, Dae-won was surprised that Kang Ah-young wasn't fighting back at all. He was simply dodging the blows. And so, just as Min Dae-won was about to kick again, Eon also swung his leg right in front of his opponent's face, and the latter realized that the boy had missed on purpose. Kang E-young said he wanted Min Dae-won to sign the consent form as well, because he was sure this was just a competition for him. Then Dae-won laughed mockingly and told Kang E-young to watch him closely. And then, with all his might, he punched himself right in the nose, saying that one must control one's strength. Kang E-young stood there in shock, wondering if everything was okay with Min Dae-won, if the boy could believe it, and what he should do now. The boys resumed the fight. Eon struck his opponent sharply in the nose and chest with both hands. He had decided to fight like a madman now. He began moving very quickly, then grabbed Dae-won, who shouted that he wasn't so easy to throw, though Kang E-young had no intention of doing that. He simply pushed his opponent away forcefully. Training at Hwangchan's continued with running and searching for balls. Kang E-young was getting very tired, even though the coach kept emphasizing the same 3 minutes. It was hard for the boy to get up, so the coach said that if he wasn't going to play, they could stop right then because he was already tired anyway. But Ah-young said he would do it, and kept running. Hwangchan noticed that Kang E-young was turning around faster, but only a month had passed since he started training. Then he asked Lobachevsky if the dog thought the commander was eating too much, and wondered what Eon's chances were and what was expected of him. Meanwhile, the boy ran to the elementary school playground in search of a tennis ball. After finding what he was looking for, Kang Eon returned to the coach and said that he had gotten much better at it. Hwangchang spun around abruptly and suddenly struck the boy in the face with his gloved fist. He explained that he did this because opponents won't warn you before they strike. He said that from that moment on he would decide when practice ended, and ordered Kang Ah-young to find the ball again in 3 minutes. When he returned, he was to attack the coach and knock him to the ground, using nothing but his own body. The coach also asked where the boy had found the ball last time, and Kang Ah-young replied that it was almost in the same spot on the field. After that, Hwangchang hit the ball away with his bat again, and said the boy had 3 minutes to find it. So the training continued. Kang Yi-young ran after the balls while wearing weights, and every time he returned, he was struck by the coach. Soon it was lunchtime, so training stopped for the time being. Huang Chang asked why the boy had taken off his sandbags and told him he could only remove them when he went to sleep. And after lunch, Kang Yi-young resumed chasing tennis balls with a single thought spinning in his head. He desperately wanted to knock his coach down when he returned. Although he knew it was impossible to find the ball in 3 minutes, he had been running all day, perhaps 100 times already. There was only one path from the shelter to the elementary school playground. Kang Yi-young steeled himself, determined that he needed to jump and punch Huang Chan in the torso, or land a right hook straight to the jaw. So, running closer to the fence, the boy jumped over it, but saw that the commander was standing there wearing a helmet and chest armor. This came as a huge surprise to Ion, so he simply crashed face first into the ground in front of the fence. He asked why Huang Chan was wearing all that, but the commander replied that he was going to use it because he was allowed to. And anyway, it wasn't his business. He needed to protect himself from injury. Then he ordered the boy to get up because he was only allowed to leave after his strike. Kang Ah-young said that he had no other choice anyway. Even if he found the ball, he wouldn't be able to bring it back in less than 3 minutes. The only thing he could think about was how to take down the commander, but he wouldn't be able to do it if the commander was in his uniform. However, Huang Chang repeated that this was entirely the student's problem. He decided to show the boy one more skill of training and the calling for this, Lobachevsky, and threw him the ball. The coach said he knew this because he'd been here several times. If you cross the street and turn back toward the shopping center, you can see the school's main gate. He asked the boy if he understood what he was talking about. Kang Ah-young seemed to be catching on, and the coach asked what happened to him when he walked to school and saw enemies he couldn't defeat on his own. Knowledge of the surroundings and landmarks would be good allies for him. Huang Chang was confident that the boy would be able to find the ball if he used this. He had never told him to bring the find back the same way. The eventful day came to an end. Night fell, and the next morning Kang Ah-young resumed his training, during which he had to retrieve the ball in 3 minutes. When Ah-young fought with Min Dae-won, since he had been provoked, he struck with full force. The other guys in the gang were telling their friend how to block and dodge, but Dae-won kept fighting, so he got hit in the face again. However, Kang Ah-young was surprised that his opponent didn't go down. Just then, Hyun Moon-chan unexpectedly joined the fight, but Ah-young managed to dodge the blow. Hyun Moon turned to Min Dae-won and said that he had already lost too much blood, so he would take on Kang Ah-young himself, even though Dae-won had no intention of giving up. And Hyun Moon told his friend to wipe his face and come back. Ah-young asked his new opponent if he was the same, that is, all bark and no bite. So a fight broke out between the guys, and Hyun Moon's moves were unexpected for Kang Ah-young, so the thug managed to knock his opponent down. Kang E-young decided to take off his jacket. He realized that his enemy was skilled in judo. Hyun Moon said that he once had a bright future in that sport, while Kang Ah-young took off his shirt as well. During training with Huang Chan, E-young managed to find a much shorter route and even found the ball faster. Now his only problem was with the return, because even if he came in from the back entrance, there was no obvious shortcut, and the boy kept getting punched in the face by the coach. Huang Chang said he wanted the boy to get even faster today, but 4 minutes and 47 seconds still wasn't fast enough. Kang E-young wondered what else he needed to do to cut down on the time and kept training. And so it went until lunchtime, and then the boy ate a hearty meal because he had been expending too much energy these past few days. And after lunch, he returned to grueling training, running after the ball and getting hit by the coach upon his return. The next day passed in this routine, night fell, and Kang I-yong went to rest. The next morning, training continued, and the boy found an even shorter route. He decided to go straight to the playground without going through the back gate. I-yong found a spot where he could climb over a small fence, but the distance from the roof to the fence was too great, about 6 meters, so he decided not to take any shortcuts. During lunch, Huang Chang asked the boy what he was thinking about and told him to eat because he would be running all day in Gong. Yeon said he had been running for a week but still didn't know how to make it in 3 minutes. He knew he'd be faster if he used the terrain to his advantage, but he still couldn't make it back in time. The coach asked if it would still be impossible if I-yong found the ball faster, and the boy replied that he wears his gear all the time. His physical strength has improved significantly, but he can't find a way to cut down the time. Then Huang Chan suggested testing something. He slipped his hand under the gear on the boy's chest and noted that he had indeed become stronger than he was during their first meeting. Kang I-yong used to be very weak, just skin and bones, but now he was completely different. In such a short time, he had eaten well and exercised a lot, so he would soon gain weight. Now he liked his increased stamina and strength, and Huang Chang said that people use their brains for more than just learning. It's easier for I-yong to get back into shape thanks to muscle memory, so what he's doing now is restoring his mind. The commander ordered the student to kick a sandbag and bring the ball back in 3 minutes. And it didn't matter which route he chose. Kang I-yong said that no matter how much he calculated everything, even if he used all his stamina, it still wouldn't work out like before. Huang Chang said that the boy couldn't do it before but could now, and asked why he had been training and how he had come to this point. Kang Yeon replied that he had been invited to join. He had a little talent, and it was fun from time to time, but he started training because he felt he had reached his limit. Then the coach said that if he trained correctly, he could achieve success. But in the real world, true strength lies in connections. Connections are what give a person strength. That is the law of the current world, and Kang I-yong felt this during the fight with the gangsters. During the fight with Hyun Moon, a teacher came over and yelled at them, pointing out that the roof was a restricted area. As promised, they told I-yong who they had beaten up and bullied, but it was he who was given a month of school detention, and he wasn't sure if his enemies had been punished. The boy knew that rumors were circulating at school that the son of a diplomat was in that gang, so it was a powerful business card. Huang Chang said that the world had become this way, so perhaps their original strength was now more effective than business machinations. Without that, it's impossible to do what you're trying to do, and he asked if I-yong had ever been willing to risk his life. If, despite everything, he was ready to give his life without a shred of regret. Kang I-yong was taken aback by the question and thought that he probably wasn't ready for that stage yet. But whether he was trying to save his friends or wanted to take revenge to vent his anger, this wasn't a real situation, just training. It was still possible. So lunch was over and the boy resumed his training, running around in search of a tennis ball. In the process, he motivated himself to keep doing it, that is, to keep running, and convinced himself that he could jump over the fence. He wasn't the same as he used to be, but he'd be able to do it even without that. Even if it made things a little easier, he'd still be able to do it. But when he reached the fence, he suddenly stopped in front of it and simply went to look for the ball on the school playground. Near the shelter, the captain met him with a kick and yelled, asking if the guy had gone crazy because if he wanted to give up, he should just say so right now. Kang I-yong stood up and declared that he wasn't going to break the rules with all sorts of tricks. He wouldn't be that much of a coward. Huang Chan asked if the boy was still in his right mind, but the student simply told him to throw the ball because he was ready to run again. Once he had already woken up in a body that had lost its life, and now it was just as it had been before, and he couldn't stand these thoughts and excuses anymore. So, upon reaching that same fence, Kang I-yong exhaled and, deciding to just act, gathered his strength and jumped over it. Then he quickly found the ball and hurried back to the commander, who this time clocked a time of 2 minutes and 45 seconds, and said that the boy had been much slower the night before, asking if he was giving up now. Kang I-yong stood up, his right leg was badly injured. He asked if what he had done wasn't enough. Huang Chang looked at the boy's bloodied leg and asked what had happened to him, but Kang I-yong just shouted again, "Isn't that enough? He just wants to be taught how to fight." Huang Chang led him to the infirmary and said he had more courage than he'd expected, though it might just be foolishness. But I-yong said he wasn't sure where to start, because the coach hadn't paid attention to fighting skills, and Huang Chang said he'd made it clear from the start that he didn't want to teach the boy that. But Kang I-yong reminded him that the commander had promised to teach him, and Huang Chang replied that he hadn't thought the boy would go and fall of his own accord. Besides, the slightest mistake could cost him his life, and he didn't want to be dragged into this because risking one's life is a decision the boy makes himself. But Kang I-yong said he couldn't think of any other plan. Huang Chang was the only one he trusted. Then the coach explained that from the very beginning, he had intended to wear the boy down and force him to give up on his own. But now, if the boy was determined to act recklessly, he wouldn't stop him, even though he was against it. Kang I-yong smiled and said that the commander's training methods were a bit strange but very effective. He had tried all kinds of training, but this was the first time in his entire experience that he had increased his endurance so quickly and effectively. Huang Chang said that this is how the human body works. When you feel you've reached your limit, you push past it, thereby raising it, and then repeat the process over and over. There's no better way to prepare for battle than on the battlefield itself. He thought the boy would give up, so he made the training as grueling as possible. But Kang I-yong said he would never do that, and the commander replied that he didn't even know what to do now. Then Kang I-yong sighed, then smiled and said that the endurance training bags were something else, and he was surprised that he could run so easily with them, and asked if the captain had trained that way before too. But although this example might be too old-fashioned for the boy, he explained that the main character of a famous manga trained that way, though it would have been better with a turtle shell, but he couldn't find one. Then Huang Chan said they would start tomorrow and that they had been asked to provide security as well, which would take about 10 days. The next day, they were standing at the entrance to the shelter when a man passing by said he felt guilty for making Huang Chang and the boy guard the place alone instead of doing his own work. Then he asked Kang Ai-yong why he wasn't running today, since he used to run around constantly and looked like he'd die from exhaustion. But it was clear he'd found some energy within himself. The boy was surprised that everyone knew about his training, and Huang Chan explained that it was impossible not to know, since Ai-yong had decided not to take the bus and was doing some rather strange things, and then told him to clean up some things. The boy also asked if the commander had tried this technique himself, since he'd come up with the idea of 3 minutes. And Huang Chang replied that he'd simply thought it should be enough, and hadn't felt the need to test it. Kang Yi-yong asked what the coach would do if it were impossible, but Huang Chang replied that it was possible, and the boy asked again how the coach could know that if he hadn't checked. Then the coach suggested testing it, and Kang Yi-yong happily hit the ball for him with a bat. Then he pressed the button on the stopwatch and said the commander had 3 minutes, but the commander had no intention of hurrying. He walked rather slowly over to the bicycles and pulled one out for himself. Kang Yi-yong immediately shouted that this wasn't allowed, but Huang Chang asked, "Do the rules say you can't ride this?" Meanwhile, at school, Yang Song-chun was talking to Tyson and asking about Kang Yi-yong. Tyson assured him there was no need to worry about it because Kang Yi-yong was now a total weakling, having been bedridden for several months. Yang Seong-chun said he remembered when Tyson first met Yi-yong. He'd claimed he'd destroyed the guy, but a while later the guy was back in perfect shape. Tyson explained that back then, it wasn't a fatal blow and Kang Ai-yong had just gotten lucky, but now he'd take care of him himself. Then Yang Seong-chun asked if the last time Tyson fought in front of the school with another gang, it was Kang Yi-yong. Tyson denied it, saying that wasn't the case and that he'd left him for dead that time too, and that this scumbag wasn't a problem now, but the leader grabbed the guy by the collar and said he'd nearly died too, but had come back. And if the thug had reported it to him correctly back then, he would have gone and dealt with it himself. A month had passed, and this guy had resurfaced again. Tyson kept insisting that Kang Ai-yong was nonsense. He hadn't done anything. He'd just run away. Finally, Yang Song-chun pushed Tyson aside and ordered him to send a scout to the hideout to investigate everything properly and report back to him afterward. Night fell. Huang Chang and Kang Ai-yong were sitting on guard near the hideout. The commander was tinkering with something again, and the boy asked if he was supposed to just sit there. Huang Chang replied that he was. But Ai-yong decided to do some push-ups, and the commander told him not to do anything unless he ordered him to, so he should just rest. However, Kang Ai-yong didn't agree with that. Although he eventually sat down on the steps, the coach told him not to get distracted and just to sit there. Then the boy asked what Huang Chang was so busy with and what was wrong with that bubbly film he was holding. And the coach explained that he was making a pad because the boy's training had to be on the edge of life and death, but it would be a bit problematic if he did end up dying, so this film was the least he could do. Then they both went into a spacious room, and Huang Chang asked Kang Yi-yong if he was willing to stick around for another week. If so, the training would be complete. The boy agreed. After a while, they both reached the door, and Huang Chang told the boy to go in. Kang Yi-yong noticed that it was quite dark inside. There wasn't a single window and they didn't have a flashlight. The commander called this place Garlic Castle and explained that legendary warriors use this place to train intensively in a short period of time. He promised the boy he would provide him with enough food, then locked the castle. Huang Chang said that there was no longer any set time limit, and the only way to get out of that room was to steal the key. He would come here several times a day and try to take the boy's life whenever he entered the room and locked it. That's when they would start. In other words, Kang Ai-yong had to defeat the commander and steal the key if he wanted to get out. Or at least, those were his options. A few days passed at school. Tyson reported to the leader that Kang Ai-yong wasn't in the hideout. Most likely he had been there but left on the first bus, so the gangster took it as cowardice. After hearing that strange report, Yang Song-chun turned around and headed for the roof, forbidding Tyson from following him. On the roof, he plopped down in a chair and seriously pondered where Kang Ai-yong could have gone, since the boy had been practically a vegetable and was now calmly walking around. Meanwhile, the bus arrived at the shelter again, and the girl in glasses was directing people as they boarded, as usual. Once everyone who was leaving had boarded the bus, she told them not to be sad and to take care of themselves. Then the girl approached Huang Chan and told him he'd done a great job, asking if he really didn't want to go. She felt guilty that the commander was working so hard of his own volition, and even getting injured. However, Huang Chan assured her that he was fine. Then the girl asked Kang Yi-yong if he wouldn't be going this time, and added that she had a feeling he was hiding somewhere, and the boy said yes. The girl said she wasn't surprised by anything anymore. After all, he was capable of taking care of himself and could always come back. Huang Chang asked the student if he was leaving, and the boy replied that he was. The coach then emphasized once more that what he was doing was very dangerous and that it wasn't too late to stop now. However, Kang Yi-yong replied firmly and confidently that he had to do it. And as a result, the commander proudly but with some sadness announced that, in his opinion, the boy had passed. Kang Yi-yong went to get ready. Before leaving, he gave Huang Chan a letter for his parents. The commander handed this letter to the mail bus. Yi-yong thanked him for everything he had done for him, and the coach said he would thank him when he returned. The boy took his bike and headed for the gate. Huang Chan called after him, adding that he was giving him 3 days. Ai-yong told his parents and uncle that he was fine. Many people had helped him after he woke up, so he had recovered quickly and was planning to return there by evacuation bus. But he needed to check something here, which is why he was delayed. He understands what it's like to be alone in such a situation, but he told them not to worry too much, to trust him and wait just a little longer. The boy also asked that if they happen to run into Quan Rin's family, they should be sure to tell them that their daughter is safe and that he'll bring her back soon. No one should worry. And then Kang Yi-yong noticed that Lobachevsky was faithfully following him. He turned to the dog and ordered him to stay in the shelter where it was safe. The young man understood that he couldn't go without a plan because he was alone and his enemies were many, perhaps 10, perhaps 20, or maybe even more. And in any case, he didn't know what the situation was like inside. As he made his way through the ruined city, Kang Ai-yon grew hungry and decided to find a quiet spot to eat. He sat down on the steps, opened a can of food, and suddenly heard someone approaching him. It was a kitten, and the boy thoughtfully decided to share his meal with it. This kitten resembled a cat named Ai-yon, who often visited the boy's father at the factory. Kang I-yon remembered how his dad would always call the cat to feed it. Sometimes it would come right at that moment. His father was very worried about that kitten because it was getting cold outside, and the little one kept hanging around their factory. The boy asked his dad why the cat had that name. His dad laughed and said it was the first thing that came to mind. The son didn't know his dad liked cats, but his dad laughed and explained that after the cat showed up, the mice that had been running around constantly before never came out again, so it was just a cost-saving measure. Kang I-yon then came to his dad's factory to earn a little money during the holidays. My dad told him to go change and not to think that just because he was the director's son, he could slack off. On the contrary, he needed to work even harder. These were pleasant memories. Kang I-yon was reassured that his parents were safe in the shelter. After a quick snack, the boy got on his bike, leaving a little food in a tin can for the cat. The kitten was calmly finishing its meal when suddenly some people startled it and chased the poor thing away. Those people were completely wrapped in hooded raincoats and wearing masks. They picked up the can with the leftover food as if they were investigating something. Meanwhile, Kang I-yong continued to ride his bike through the ruins and was just passing over a bridge with a huge hole in it. The boy recalled how he had asked if an alien invasion had taken place in the country, and the girl from the shelter had said that people wouldn't just say that for no reason. On the day of the global shock, some kind of capsule-shaped rocket descended from the sky, and incomprehensible monsters crawled out of it and began threatening people. There are many witnesses to this, so it's dangerous outside, and on top of that, a lot of the city's residents have turned into looters. Kang I-yon, recalling this, thought he'd had enough of aliens and monsters. He had his own monster. The boy didn't know how long it would take him after breaking into the school, so he needed to stock up on food. One day, an old man whom I-yon had saved told him that he needed to return to the School of Philosophy because there were more and more thieves, so it was necessary to hide the food better. So Kang I-yon decided to go to that School of Philosophy first. As he rode closer, he noticed a little girl peeking fearfully from behind a brick fence. The little girl saw the boy, and when their eyes met, she hid. Kang I-yon got off his bike, climbed onto the car parked by the fence, and tried to strike up a conversation with the girl. He asked if this was her home and where her parents were. The girl was very frightened, and even covered her mouth so she wouldn't accidentally say something. Then Kang I-yong decided to use a trick. He started a shadow play, made a dog shape with his hand, sweetly called the girl his friend, and asked her name. The little girl timidly replied that her name was Sonia, and asked what the dog's name was, so Kang I-yong introduced himself as Lobachevsky. Just then, Sonia's father suddenly arrived, grabbed the little girl, and asked why she had gone out and who this I-yon was, and what he was doing with their daughter. The boy replied that he wasn't dangerous. He had simply seen the child and thought she might be in danger. Then the father, whose head was wrapped in a bandage through which blood was seeping, said that everything here was dangerous, and asked Kang I-yon if he was one of the raincoats. Now the boy understood why Sonia's parents hadn't been able to go to the shelter right away. The man explained that they had gathered food in the basement and were holding out, but they heard the news too late and went to the shelter, only to have people in green raincoats show up and take all their food, so they barely managed to escape from them. Kang I-yong said that it was hard for them here, so they needed to go to the shelter immediately. But the father said he didn't trust people because they were the worst kind of evil, and as soon as the sun went down, those monsters would start prowling the area. Then Kang I-yong asked if the man would stay with the family for another 2 or 3 days, because he was going after the people heading to the shelter and would come back here himself to pick them up as well. After this conversation, the father took his little ones to the basement where they were hiding, while Kang I-yong continued on his way to the School of Philosophy. He went into the room where the food was stored and began filling his backpack with it. As the boy walked toward the door, his attention was drawn to a crowbar leaning against one of the cabinets. Passing it, he got on his bike and headed to the house where he had met little Sonia. Of course, there was no one left by the fence, but Kang I-yong didn't call out to them. He simply climbed onto the car again and carefully placed the canned goods, grains, and 2 bottles of water on the inside of the yard. Then the boy got on his bike and rode off to run his errands when suddenly he heard strange noises. Thinking it might be Sonia peeking out from behind the fence again, Kang I-yong turned around and almost immediately nearly took a hard blow to the head with some kind of metal bar. However, he managed to dodge it. 3 men in green raincoats surrounded the boy. One of them had already climbed over the fence and said that there was food here, which meant people were hiding nearby. And that means it's quite possible there's more food here. One of the men turned to Kang I-yong and asked where that idiot had gotten the food. He added that if the boy told them, they'd let him go peacefully, but I-yon immediately delivered a sharp kick to the thug's stomach. The man behind the fence swung at Kang I-yon, but the boy was already climbing into the car and knocked that criminal off his feet with a single blow. So the boy had already taken down 2 thugs. He just asked the third one who he was. Then Kang I-yon took off his cap and said that no matter how chaotic the world might be, a child should never be afraid of adults. But the third criminal also lunged at the boy, repeating his question about who he was. But Kang I-yon skillfully counterattacked his opponent. With skillful strikes, Kang I-yon dealt with all those criminals. In the end, he was even surprised himself because there were 3 enemies, each armed. Yet the young man never doubted for a second that he would win. The robbers regained their composure, regrouped, and decided to finish off I-yon. But the boy understood perfectly well that thoughts of losing were meaningless, since he was confident he wouldn't take a single blow. He lunged at the scoundrels and immediately landed several blows on them. The men moved very slowly for Kang I-yon, and their movements were predictable. Kang Yi-yeon was surprised that he only had to think for a moment before his body reacted immediately. Suddenly, one of the robbers lunged at the young man with his weapon, but Yi-yeon spun around sharply, caught the weapon, and hurled it back at the scoundrel. The weapon struck the robber in the shoulder, and Kang Yi-yeon turned to them and threatened that if they ever returned to this house, they wouldn't get off so easily. If they understood, they should get out of here immediately. But the scumbag started laughing and said, "Did he really think we'd get scared and run away? He's underestimating those who've survived in this dead world." Suddenly, Kang Ai-yeon heard the frantic scream of little Sonia from behind the fence, desperately calling for her dad. It turned out there weren't just 3 robbers. A 4th had sneaked into the house and taken the little girl hostage. He was now coming down the stairs with her and threatening Ai-yeon that if he came any closer, the child would die. That disgusting robber licked his gun and said he'd just been wondering what all the commotion on the street was about. Kang Yi-yeon called him a coward. Evening had fallen, and the boy still hadn't reached the school he was heading to. In his room, Yang Seong-chun was sitting in an armchair eating an apple when Tai-sen popped in and reported that Kwon Rin had arrived. The leader said she could come in. Tai-sen went out to Rin and told her not to talk nonsense, but to get straight to the point. The girl said with disgust that she had nothing to talk about with him. Tai-sen lashed out at her, and Rin proudly told him to get out of her way because he was in the way. Kwon Rin said she wanted to leave this place because a lot of time had passed since the loud noises and chaos outside the school had subsided, and even though there was still chaos all around, more and more people wanted to check if it was safe out there. Yang Seong-chun calmly asked if she remembered what had happened at first. A few days later, a group went out on a reconnaissance mission, but couldn't stay outside for even 10 minutes because there were too many monsters. But Rin said that helicopters often flew by, and this was proof that they were organizing a social protection system for rescue, and Yang Song-chun said that there had already been people who said that, and went out with the intention that if they made sure everything was okay outside, they would return for the rest, but none of them ever came back. The leader suggested imagining that there were no monsters, but what about the people? After all, those on the outside had changed drastically. They were taking everything from one another just to survive. There was violence, robbery, and absolute lawlessness, including taking lives. Then Kwon Rin asked what Yang Seon thought. If teacher Yoon Ji-ho were with them, would he be acting as the leader? And was he happy that an ordinary school bully had become the boss during such a truly dangerous time? Did he really think he had become something special? The girl asked in all seriousness who the leader would want to become next, perhaps a god. Then she headed for the exit and said that Yang Seon shouldn't delude himself into thinking he was protecting them all, because people like him wanted bloodshed and power. Then Kwon Rin left, and Tai-sen, who had heard the end of the conversation, told the leader not to listen to that girl, because if it weren't for them, they would all be dead by now. Yang Seon-chun got up from the armchair and headed for the shelter, ordering Tai-sen to take the key and follow him. He was deeply affected by Kwon Rin's words about teacher Yoon Ji-ho, who, a few days after the invasion began, had suggested they find a way to escape the school. The other teacher said it was still dangerous outside. The streets were swarming with monsters, but Yoon Ji-ho argued that a week had passed. The situation outside might have changed, and it seemed to have quieted down, so he wanted to take a few people to check. The students agreed with him. The school bullies heard all this, and Tai-sen said it was bullshit because Yang Seong-chun had saved their asses at the most dangerous moment. And here they were listening to this teacher. Hyun-moon said that whoever wanted to leave could go, because there were also those who wanted to stay. It was enough for them to have a roof over their heads. Tai-sen asked his boss, Yang Seong-chun, what they were going to do. Were they really just going to sit back and do nothing? After all, they had saved everyone. It was Seong-chun who had done it, so they should be the leaders. Teacher Yoon Ji-ho asked the gang leader if they were staying, then immediately suggested they shouldn't be afraid and should all go out together, because there must definitely be shelter or something else out there. However, Yang Song-chun said that if everyone else wanted to go, they should go, but this was an unusual situation, so the teacher couldn't tell them what to do. The teacher, of course, understood everything and said that in that case, he would go out and see if it was safe outside, return quickly, and tell everyone. He asked his colleagues to stay with the children and take care of them. And so now Yang Song-chun, accompanied by Tai-sen, went to check the storage room. He went inside the storage room where, as it turned out, the gangsters were holding teacher Yoon Ji-ho captive, and Seong-chun told him that he was to blame for everything. Because the teacher had once stood out, become a leader, and spouted nonsense, yet people still refused to stop considering him a hero. The gang leader defiantly and arrogantly declared that he was the one protecting the school, but the teacher only glared at the scumbag with utter hatred. And Tai-sen also began to mock the teacher. He asked why he had returned and was now sitting up to his ears in shit. So he shouldn't look at them that way, because if you count how much time has passed, they are adults now, and he is no longer their teacher. Meanwhile, Kang Yi-yeon continued his fight against the men in green raincoats. The one who had grabbed little Sonny ordered his comrades to seize Ai-yeon and take his life. Kang Yi-yeon had no idea it would come to this and considered himself a fool for it. The scoundrel holding the child in his arms shouted that he could easily destroy this girl, but suddenly Sonia's father attacked him from behind, swinging a frying pan and striking the criminal on the head. Kang Ion was surprised. He recalled his recent training sessions with Hwang Chan, during which the commander had said that Ion was a good person. That's exactly why he can't think like a bad guy, and that's his biggest weakness. The coach had told him before that bad guys don't play by the rules and aren't afraid to go beyond what's reasonable, so no matter how strong he is, he'll still get beaten up by a dozen thugs, sometimes to the point of losing his life. He called the boy nothing more than a beaten-up mama's boy and added that it didn't matter how much he trained to make his body stronger, because outside the ring he was still a child. Now, Sonia's father, the scoundrel who had taken his daughter hostage, joined the fight against the thugs. He fell to the ground, though he continued to snarl that he would easily take the girl's life. And then Kang Yi-yeon lunged at him. With a single move, he grabbed the criminal by the collar and threw him off the fence. Hwang Chang told him during training that for monsters, there is no such thing as losing or accepting defeat. They will attack at every opportunity. And if Kang Ah-yong couldn't take the scum's lives, he had to instill in them the fear that he would do so. And if he couldn't even do that, then he should just walk away. So Ah-yong took down one of the criminals, grabbed him by the leg, broke his bones, and threatened that next time he saw them here, he'd do the same to everyone's bones. Meanwhile, Sonya's father gently hugged his little girl, who asked if daddy was in pain. He replied that as long as his daughter was okay, he was fine too. Kang Ah-yon asked the man if he was feeling dizzy, while reassuring the little girl that her dad would be fine, and asked the man to hold on for a few more days. He would definitely find the others and then stop by to pick them up on his way back. Having helped this chance encounter in this way, Kang Ah-yong set out to continue with his business. It was already evening. The young man got on his bike and rode off, mentally scolding himself for being a weakling after all, and for the captain being right. This was in contrast to Sonya's dad, who had shown courage trying to protect his daughter, while he was a nobody, because getting back on his feet and knowing how to throw a punch wasn't enough. And if he went back to school, the outcome was obvious. The boy rode to the School of Philosophy, all the while continuing to reflect that these jerks, the school bullies, were no longer his classmates and were far from ordinary guys. They were criminals, so there was no need to feel sorry for such people, and Kang Ah-yong grabbed a crowbar to take with him. Before the world reached this state, there were several types of bad people. Those who didn't harm others because back then, they were only worried about their own skins. Those who bullied the weak and schemed to avoid being singled out themselves, they bullied without a shred of remorse, yet instinctively feared becoming beasts. Even if you were one of them, there were laws and rules in the world, and if you broke them, you were subject to trial. Kang Yi-yong came to his father's factory to make himself a weapon. Perhaps the threat of trial held such people back to some extent. Some committed a few bad deeds, others many, and some went as far as they possibly could. There were many people in each category, but now, in the modern world, everything is completely different. Now that the world has become this way, there are only two types of people left. People living in hiding who support one another, and those who, having tasted freedom, have lost their minds. Ah-yon packed a few essential tools and other useful items into his backpack, and from that moment on, Kang Ah-yon decided to stop drawing parallels. From now on, for him, a bad person is a bad person. Nothing more, nothing less. The boy worked all night, and at dawn with his new gear, he left the warehouse, picked up his bike, and heard a soft crunch. He immediately grabbed his weapon, ready to fight off a potential enemy, but around the corner came the same cat he had met before. Of course, Kang Yi-yong called the cat over and pulled out a can of food to feed the animal. The kitten immediately began to eat, and the boy thanked it for apparently waiting for his father, and assured the little one that his dad was fine. Then Kang Yi-yong got on his bike. He thought that if anyone pointed a finger at him and called him a scumbag, he wouldn't care. Even if they said that saving friends through violence was wrong, he would ignore it, and it didn't matter if he was judged for violent revenge. The boy rode to a store and left a note there explaining who he was, that he had bought uniforms from them several times, and apologized for taking their things without permission now, but that there were reasons for it, and next time he would definitely pay. The world had fallen apart, and Kang Yi-yong thought that now he would have to become a criminal. But if that was really the case, he would simply get rid of all kinds of scum. Huang Chang was sitting on the street as usual, guarding the warehouse, when Lobachevsky ran up to him, holding his bowl in his mouth. The man said that the dog had been eating a lot lately, though maybe the dog was just bored. The commander decided to play with the animal a little and threw a tennis ball at him. Lobachevsky joyfully and eagerly rushed after the toy, but suddenly fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Huan Chang immediately carried him to the infirmary. The dog was put on an IV. The woman who examined him said that when she had previously examined Lobachevsky, she had found several fractures, but hoped that everything would be all right. The commander asked if the dog's current condition could be the result of injuries. The doctor replied that for now, they should let the dog recover while they monitored him. Lobachevsky was still unconscious, and Huang Chang, leaving a ball by the animal's side, left the infirmary. Night fell at the school where Kang Yi-yong was headed. Some of Yang Song-chun's gang were sitting on the street steps, standing guard and getting bored. Hyun-moon said there were no monsters lately, and no people were to be seen either, so why did they need to keep standing guard? They were the strongest in the area, and no one would dare challenge them. Lim Chi-yang said he liked the way they were living now. No grumpy old men, and no one was bothering them. Hyun-moon agreed that they had a pretty good life. He was just bored. Right now, he'd like to play on his phone or go to the computer club. Lim Chi-yang suggested his friend go to the computer club across the street, but there's no electricity there, and he burst out laughing. Suddenly, he stopped short, pointed ahead of him, and said in surprise that someone was coming. The thugs immediately jumped to their feet. Lim Chi-yang ordered the uninvited guest to get the hell out of there before they beat the crap out of him. Kang Yi-yong was approaching them confidently and steadily. Lim Chi-yang yelled at him, asking if he was deaf. The very next moment, Yi-yong suddenly began attacking the thugs. Although there were 3 of them and they were all armed, Kang Ah-yong deftly landed blows left and right. One of the thugs tried to run away, but Ah-yong threw a wooden sword after him, which hit the scoundrel in the back of the head, and he fell. He began crawling up the stairs, saying that he had to report everything to Tyson, because Kang Ah-yon had appeared like a ghost. Ha-yun moved closer to him and thrust a crowbar next to the thug's head, and he began begging for mercy. Yang Song-chun was sitting in his room at that moment, intending to go to rest. But suddenly he sensed something strange. The feeling began to unsettle him. He listened closely and surmised that Kang Ah-yong had arrived. Hyun, having easily dealt with the guard, moved on and climbed over the fence. Yang Seong-chun put on his holster, slipped on a shirt, and went to meet his rival. Meanwhile, Kang Ah-yong had already jumped over the fence and was heading purposefully in search of the school gang's leader. Since it was already nighttime, Tyson was sleeping peacefully in his bed. Suddenly, in his sleep, he sensed someone had entered his room. He sat up abruptly in bed and saw Yang Song-chun sitting next to him, telling Tyson to be quiet or they wouldn't hear a thing. Tyson didn't understand what the leader was talking about because he hadn't heard a single sound. But it was precisely that silence that Song-chun found strange. 30 minutes had already passed and still nothing had happened, which was very odd. He reported that Kang Yi-yong was there. Tyson immediately became alert, and Yang Song-chun added that he didn't know where I-yong was right now, but he definitely sensed that their enemy had returned to the school. Tyson said he knew that Kang I-yong annoyed Sun-chun, but that wasn't a reason to react that way. Nevertheless, the leader ordered them to wake the boys, find the enemy, and bring him to him. Meanwhile, Kwon Rin was already packing her things. Her friend woke up and asked how Sung-chun had reacted to what she was planning to do. Kwon Rin simply said that her friend probably understood the gangster's reaction herself, since those bastards weren't going to let them go just like that. Her friend was just worried that it was dangerous outside. However, Rin decided that she was leaving tonight, and if it was truly safe outside, she would return soon. But if she managed to get out of here and found rescuers, she would bring them here. Tyson was extremely unhappy about being woken up since he had been sleeping so soundly, and he didn't believe for a second that Kang Yi-yong had actually come here. The criminal, following Yang Seon-chun's orders, went to wake his comrades. He first checked on Lee Jin-soo, who grumbled that he was very tired and had to take the watch at dawn. But Tyson said he'd been woken up too and told Jin-soo to go wake those sleeping on the floor. They would walk around together to check, and then go back to sleep. Then Tyson tried to contact the guard at the main gate via radio, and they replied that everything was fine there. After that, the gangster tried to contact the guard at the back entrance, but heard no reply. And those guys couldn't answer anyway since they'd been beaten, tied up, and had their mouths taped shut. The radio was lying next to Kang I-yon, and he listened to how many people were at the various posts and devised a plan to infiltrate the school grounds. Taesin was screaming frantically into the radio, trying to contact his gang members, but they remained silent in response. Kang I-yong wondered how many flashlights there might be, and where the best place to hide from the light would be. The basement storage room in the annex, but that was definitely locked. Or the basement corridor near the gym. Another guard approached one of the guards named Jo Ha-dun Saab because he asked him to cover for him for a moment while he went to the restroom. His colleague was unhappy because he really wanted to sleep, but suddenly he heard footsteps in the hallway. Kwon Rin was confidently approaching him. The girl suddenly attacked the guard without even giving him a chance to react. The guy fell and Rin grabbed the walkie-talkie. The scumbag got up and swung the bat at the girl, but she beat him to it again. This time, Kwon Rin knocked him unconscious and calmly walked down the stairs. Meanwhile, Kang Yi-yong was making his way closer and closer to the place he needed to reach. Along the way, he kept running into other guards who weren't even paying close attention to the area entrusted to them, so it wasn't hard for I-yong to slip past them. By this time, Tyson had already gone to check out the area near the back entrance himself, since he hadn't received a response from the guards there, and found a disheartening sight. He thought that it must indeed be Kang I-yon who had come to the school, but it was unclear where he had hidden. Just then, other thugs whom Lee Jin-soo had woken up joined Tyson. He had just woken up those sleeping on the 5th floor and asked if he should wake up Hyun-chan and Chi-young's guys as well. But Tyson replied that it wasn't necessary for now because the situation wasn't that serious. He thought it was ridiculous to be afraid to accept help from the other guys just because of one enemy, and that they could handle it themselves, so he led everyone behind him. On the way, Tyson asked the other guards if they had seen any troublemakers, but they, being inattentive, hadn't noticed Kang I-yon. Then Lee Jin-soo asked what had actually happened, since none of them understood anything, but Tyson was already very irritated. Suddenly, everyone heard strange sounds that resembled a ringing. It was coming from somewhere on the upper floors of the school. Tyson said that an unknown intruder had broken into the school, so they needed to find and eliminate him. The jingling sounds were made by screwdrivers that Kang Yi-yon was throwing at thin metal rods to practice and draw the gangster's attention. He didn't have many screwdrivers, he gathered them together, but the boy was a little unsure if he could handle it if there were more than 5 enemies at a time. Then he began to descend the stairs and heard someone say that they could hear noises. And so the enemies met. Lee Jin-soo was the first to notice Kang I-yon, and Tyson even smiled, anticipating a fight. I-yon greeted him, and Tyson said he was an idiot because if he'd come here alone, he should have been quieter than a mouse. But Kang I-yon showed him a screwdriver and explained that he had made noise on purpose so they would find him faster. And at the same time, he had been practicing, but they still lingered. Tyson boiled over with such audacity and ordered his companions to catch the boy immediately, so Kang I-yon ran up the stairs very quickly. As he fled, the boy tried to count how many enemies were chasing him. There were 9 in total. Reaching the top floor, I-yong ran into the room where the workers used to keep watch. Tyson and 3 other thugs immediately ran after him, but the rest were unable to get in. Kang I-yon had simply locked the door quickly, so no one else could get into the room. Lee Jin-soo, who had run into the door, announced that someone had locked it. Inside, Tyson started laughing at I-yong, saying that since the door was locked, what was he going to do now, since he couldn't get through? It seemed he'd already forgotten all the passages in the school. However, Kang I-yon looked at his opponent and calmly said that he was the one who had locked them in. But Tyson didn't get it and kept mocking him, saying that they were on the 4th floor and the exit was on the other side. Did I-yon really think there was only this one door here and that he could split up the gangsters and take them on one by one? He added that Kang I-yon was the only one like that in the whole school and had overestimated himself, so he wouldn't be able to handle everyone on his own. That was the reality. But Kang I-yon simply said that he had heard before that reality is hard to change. But for a person, the greatest truth is that if you change your attitude, reality changes too, as Plato once said. Meanwhile, in his room, Lim Chi-yeon heard some commotion happening at school and paused to think for a moment. But then he decided it was probably nothing special and went to sleep since it was already late at night. And by the door to the workers' break room, Lee Jin-soo was trying to shout to Tyson that he didn't have a key, so they couldn't get in. Behind the door, a real fight had broken out. Kang Yi-yeon was the first to charge at his enemies, and Tyson yelled at his men to grab their opponent. He also ordered them to take him down, but Kang Yi-yeon skillfully landed blows on everyone in sight, and then began using his crowbar as a weapon. The young man easily knocked one of the thugs off his feet, and Tyson ordered the rest to attack all at once. However, Kang I-yong immediately struck at them, just as the thugs managed to dodge, which made Tyson even angrier. The thugs shouted that they still outnumbered him and attacked the boy together, wielding their bats. Then Tyson noticed Ai-yong's crowbar on the floor and decided to take that weapon from his opponent at any cost. But as soon as he reached for it, Kang Ai-yong spun around sharply, stomped hard on his enemy's hand, and said, "Did you really think that just grabbing that crowbar would solve everything?" Then he turned his back on the scoundrel and said indifferently that he could take it if he wanted. Tyson, without hesitation, stood up, grabbed the crowbar, and swung it at Eon from behind. However, the boy dodged instantly and immediately began to counterattack the monster. He knocked the crowbar out of his hands and knocked the enemy to the floor. The other thugs standing by the door shouted, asking what was going on and whether they had managed to catch Kong Ai-on. Just then, Min Daewong came over. He hadn't been able to sleep because of the shouting, and asked who they were and why they were making such a racket in the middle of the night. And behind the door, 4 beaten-up thugs lay limp on the floor. Suddenly, the door burst open with a crash and a bang, because Lim Chi-yeon had kicked it down. He immediately confronted Chang Tai-seon, demanding to know what kind of circus they were putting on and who had broken in. Kang I-yong recognized this scumbag, and when he called out his name, Lim Chi-yong himself remembered that he had already met him. I-yong noticed that these guys had changed. He grabbed his crowbar and rushed to escape. If it had been the old Chang Tyson, he would have already lost consciousness. But since Lim Chi-yong had joined them, things could get out of hand, so they needed to change locations. Even though Tyson shouted that there was no other way out of here, and besides, it was the 4th floor. But Kong I-yong didn't listen to anyone. He smashed the window and dashed out through it. By this time, Kwon Rin had already gone out onto the street. She saw that someone had beaten up the guards, and then she heard the sound of breaking glass. Kang I-yong jumped out and hooked his crowbar with a rope tied to it onto the window frame and began to quickly lower himself down. In this way, he descended to the floor below and went inside, breaking another window as well. Taeson looked out after him and simply said that I-yong was a psychopath. He quickly ran out of the room, announced to everyone that the enemy was 1 floor below, and ordered them to pursue him. Lim Chi-yeon was actually somewhat pleased that an interesting situation was unfolding, and said that he had occasionally thought of Kong I-yeon, and this time they needed to win for real. He jumped over the railing to shorten his path. Yang Seon-chun was still sitting in his room. He pulled out a pistol and aimed at something, calculating the distance from which it should be visible. Kang I-yeon kept running, thinking that Lim Chi-yeon wouldn't be easy to take down, and a fight in the open would take longer. Plus, the rest of the gang could catch up, so this wasn't the place. Suddenly, he felt someone's hand touch his shoulder. It was Lim Chi-yeon. The boy struck the enemy hard in the face and ran on. 7 pursuers gave chase. They all ran out onto the terrace together, and Tyson started laughing at how stupid I-yeon was, since he'd backed himself into a corner. There was nowhere left to run, so this would be the site of the final battle. However, Kang I-yong said he wasn't sure about that and asked if they were ready, though the thugs didn't understand a thing. Taeson shouted at his rival to stop freaking out because they'd already caught him, but Kang I-yong stepped onto the railing and then jumped off it. The gangsters watched the boy with shocked expressions as I-yeon actually flew quite a distance to the next terrace, where the parking lot was located. After making such an incredible leap, Kang I-yeon landed without a hitch. All the bandits watching couldn't believe their eyes. Having landed successfully, I-yeon turned to face his enemies and glared at them menacingly. Taeson ordered them to move toward him, and Lim Chi-yeon asked, "Isn't this the guy who was in a vegetative state and lying in the hospital? Why did he suddenly show up here?" Taeson replied that it would take too long to explain. Son-chun knew everything, so they should just tell him to come. Then Lim Chi-yeon ordered one of his henchmen to go to his room and bring a red bag. Then he asked Taeson what else Yang Son-chun had said. That is, whether he could take Kang I-yeon for himself if he survived. Taeson shot his friend a sidelong glance and turned to Lee Jin-soo, telling him to tell the guards to keep a close watch so no one could slip through. Meanwhile, Kang Yi-won had passed through all the parking levels and found himself on the street. He was thirsty, so he sat down. He was tired, and pulled out a bottle of water, analyzing his previous battle. His plans had been slightly disrupted because Lim Chi-yeon had unexpectedly appeared. Of course, I-yong had been expecting that scumbag, but not so soon, so now he wouldn't be able to finish everything. However, he had to keep moving. The path led down the hallway to the gym. Meanwhile, Kwon Rin was trying to find a way to leave the school grounds, but thugs were roaming everywhere. It puzzled the girl why things were so lively today. She moved stealthily along the walls looking for a safer passage, but there were guards everywhere. Kwon Rin reached the corner of the building and stopped to carefully assess the situation. And ironically, Kang I-yong was also sneaking around the corner. They almost bumped into each other, but suddenly another guard called out to Kang I-yong and immediately reported over the radio that he had encountered an intruder. And just as the guard began to explain that he had encountered an uninvited visitor behind the second building, Kang I-yong knocked him to the ground with a single blow and knocked the walkie-talkie out of his hands. Kwon Rin watched it all. The strange news to her was that someone had broken into the school. Guard Jo Hyun-sob, who had asked a colleague to cover for him at the post, finally returned from the restroom and found him lying unconscious. Hyun-sob immediately suspected that Kwon Rin had done it. He quickly ran to her room to check if everyone was there. He saw that the girl was missing from among the other residents of that room, who were all sleeping peacefully, so he went to look for her. At that moment, one of the thugs whom Lim Chi-yeon had ordered to bring him a red bag happened to be in his room, and Hyun-moon happened to peek in, so the thug told him they were chasing a burglar. Missing screenshot. Now it became clear to Hyun-moon why there was so much noise in the school in the middle of the night. The thugs who weren't sleeping were running around the building. Tyson was also looking for Kang I-yong. He couldn't figure out where he had gone and suggested they split into groups. Lee Jin-soo approached him and asked if he was okay, since he'd recently taken a beating and looked rough. So he suggested he rest, but Tyson refused. Suddenly, Lim Chi-yeon, who had been whistling to himself, shouted Kang I-yong's name extremely loudly. Yang Song-chun was still in his room. He thought Kang I-yong was confident he could defeat them all on his own, and he wondered what state Kang I-yong would be in when they met. Jo Hyun-soo ran out into the street through the back door in search of Kwon Rin. Meanwhile, the girl continued to sneak through the courtyard, and then Lim Chi-yeon's loud voice rang out, calling out to Kang E-young, which startled Hyun-sob. Rin also froze in place upon hearing the name of her close friend, but she couldn't believe it. However, Lim Chi-yeon didn't stop. He shouted at the top of his lungs to Kang Yi-won, asking where he was hiding and urging him to come out and fight, when suddenly he felt a small object hit the back of his head. He and Tyson turned around and saw Ai-yeon, who was looking at them defiantly and challengingly, trying to calm himself down because he knew that if the enemies attacked him all at once, he'd be in deep trouble. The boy spun around sharply and began to run away very quickly. The thugs immediately rushed after him in a whole crowd. But Kang Ai-yeon managed to catch his breath a little, so he resumed the fight with renewed strength. He easily jumped over the high fence, but Lim Chi-yeon was right on his heels, also leaping over the fence in a single bound. But Kang Yi-yeon was confident that his legs would hold out no matter how much he jumped. The boy felt as if every finger was filled with energy. He easily jumped over cars and other obstacles. The thugs thought Ai-yeon was a ninja, and so it seemed as if his body was ready to explode at any moment. He remembered his teacher, Hwang Chan, with incredible gratitude. The boy ran with ease, leaping over obstacles, but Lim Chi-yeon eventually ran out of steam and lost a lot of strength. Kang Ai-yeon had already reached the back entrance to the gym and disappeared behind it. Almost immediately, the thugs burst through the door. It was dark inside, and they assumed that Ai-yeon had run to the basement. Taesin ordered 2 guys to go to the main door and block the hallway, since there was only one exit. Everyone else went downstairs, lighting their way with flashlights and searching every room there. And then Lim Chi-yeon opened his mouth again and shouted at the top of his lungs for Kang E-yeon not to be afraid and not to play hide-and-seek with them, suggesting they start a fight so as not to wake the other guys. The thug kept challenging his opponent to a one-on-one fight since they still hadn't been able to determine a winner, while Kang Ai-yeon stood right behind the door at that moment. He wasn't going to stay silent and asked if they hadn't already done that. The boy reminded Lim Chi-yeon that usually whoever has a nosebleed loses. The thug got angry and pointed out that he'd made himself bleed, and then repeated that Eon should come out and fight. And then, from behind the door, Kang Ai-yeon threw a screwdriver at the thugs, which flew straight into the glass of one of the flashlights. Immediately after the first one, another screwdriver flew, knocking the second flashlight out of Lee Jin's hand. Complete darkness fell, and the thugs could see nothing. Kang Ai-yeon knew that if he found himself in a dark, windowless room where not even moonlight penetrated, at first he wouldn't be able to see anything, just like in a dungeon. But from his own experience, after about 5 minutes, blurry silhouettes begin to appear. However, after a little while longer, and again later, if repeated many times, the ability to see manifests itself more quickly. So Kang Ai-yeon understood perfectly well that for the next 3 or 4 minutes, he wouldn't be able to see anything, but he already had experience. This was something he had repeated 10 times a day when he was locked up by Hwang Chan during the final stage of his training. He could sit there calmly and eat, and then the teacher would come in and close the door behind him, which was wrapped in a metal chain. And then he would quietly and slowly approach the kerosene lamp, standing on the floor near the boy, and extinguish the flame. This was a training exercise to accustom his eyes to complete darkness. The boy stared ahead until blurry silhouettes began to appear. Meanwhile, the commander was already preparing to attack his student, having wrapped a terry towel around his bat in advance. For a certain period of time, Kang Yi-yeon simply kept getting hit because when you can't see anything, there's no way to escape. And now, after turning off the lights on the flashlights the gangsters were holding, the boy suddenly attacked them. Lee Jin-soo took the first blow, then Lim Chi-yeon began swinging his fists and shouting into the darkness, trying to spot Kang E-young, and then he was the one to take the next powerful blow. He didn't even have time to react and cover himself. Meanwhile, in the shelter, Hwang Chang sat next to the unconscious Lobachevsky and talked to him. He recalled how the dog had first come here, that is, how he'd been brought in on a wheelbarrow, and how back then there wasn't a single spot on him that wasn't bruised, and his gaze held nothing but anger and resentment. To be honest, the commander wasn't interested in the dog, and he wasn't the first person to come to him after what happened. Besides, he wasn't in any condition to take care of anyone. Hwang Chan himself doesn't know how to deal with that schoolboy who looks like a wild beast. The captain wanted the boy to give up his scheme, so he tried to force him to surrender, but the boy turned out to be excessively stubborn. Of course, with Kang E-young, at least everything is clear, but Lobachevsky is quite the oddball. Hwang Chang didn't know if his dog understood him, but the fact that he was talking to him was strange all the same. The commander told the animal that he was a dog who had risen from the dead, and he wondered what he would do if someone found him again. Meanwhile, at the school, the battle continued in complete darkness, or rather only the thugs were taking the blows. No matter how hard Lim Chi-yeon tried to land a punch on Kang Yi-won, he never succeeded, and Kang Yi-won even reminded him that the games were long over. Taesin, though he was nearby, couldn't see anything either. He only heard that Lim Chi-yeon was getting beaten up badly, so he rushed to attack his opponent. At the same time, he called Kang Ai-yeon a cowardly snake. The boy asked if he even understood what that meant, since he had been insulting helpless old people. Then Yeon grabbed Tyson by the collar and started punching him in the face, muttering that the scumbag had even beaten innocent dogs. And just then, one of the thugs crept up behind Kang Ai-yeon. He wanted to strike him, but the boy quickly turned around and didn't let the bastard do it. Then he grabbed Tyson by the arm and asked if this was the same arm that had been swinging the stick earlier. And he added that he was no longer a hooligan acting like a child and trying to be cooler than the rest. He was now just a petty thief who had seriously injured him. But then Ion felt someone pull him back. It was Lim Chi-yeon who had grabbed him from behind by his collar. The first thing the boy did was punch the thug in the face, and the thug said that he too was starting to see in the dark. And he hit Kang Gwabayon in return, saying that the boy probably thought he would be knocked off his feet and that he had won. Maybe that was the case, but now everything was different. The criminal knocked Ion to the floor, then grabbed him by the collar and asked what he thought they did when they didn't have classes at school. He yanked the boy up and threw him back. The boy hit the wall hard, and Lim Chi-yeon pressed him even harder against it. Finally, Ayon ended up on the floor, and then the thug kicked him and asked when he had gotten out of the hospital. After all, he'd been there for 6 months. He wanted to keep fighting, but Kang Ayong hadn't gotten up yet, so Lim Chi-yong thought he had gotten stronger. Meanwhile, Quan Rin had already reached the fence and was climbing up it using the trees. She peeked to see what was happening behind it. Suddenly, Jo Hyun-sob grabbed her by the ankle and prevented her from climbing fully onto the fence. He asked where she was planning to go, and the girl replied that if he didn't let her go, she would beat him up, even though they had been friends since childhood. Then the boy asked if she really wanted to leave, and Rin replied that she had decided to. After those words, Jo Hyun-sob climbed onto the fence himself. Then he offered his hand to his friend, saying they would go together because it was dangerous for her to go alone. But just then, they heard Moon Chan's voice on the radio reporting that the person who had broken into the school appeared to be Kong Yi-young. Could he really have returned from hiding? At that moment, Yi-young lay beaten by Lim Chi-yong, who was waiting for the fight to continue. The thug ordered his companions to climb up and check if their opponent was still alive. Chi-yong laughed and said that he had dealt with the enemy very quickly, and now couldn't control the power surging through him. Meanwhile, Hwang Chang continued to speak to Lobachevsky in the infirmary, saying that if he objected to him letting Eon go like that, he should stop, because he had never seen such a fierce man before and would have done as he pleased anyway. The captain even tried to break him mentally and physically to make the boy give in, but he failed. He endured everything. Even the teacher himself almost gave in. Hwang Chang doesn't even know how it happened, because Kang Ayon had been badly beaten and lost consciousness, but then suddenly stood up and lunged at him. And now, just as Lim Chi-yon decided he had defeated the boy in that struggle, Yi-yon also got to his feet. He pounced on the thug from behind, squeezing his neck, and said that a lot of time had passed since he came to his senses. So what, in the scumbag's opinion, had he been doing? Because he knows what monsters are, Lim Chi-yon might be stronger than before, but he's not stronger than him. Taeson came to the thug's aid and struck Kang Ayon on the head with a metal baton with all his might. Ayon had injured one of his arms, but the other was still fine, and the thug continued to strike his opponent with it. But Kang Ayon got up and knocked Taeson to the floor with a single blow. Suddenly, everyone saw the light from a flashlight. A thug had entered the room whom Lim Chi-yon had sent to fetch his bag. Chi-yon ordered him to throw it to him, keep shining the flashlight, and not interfere. The thug turned to Kang Ayon and said that he liked fighting with his bare hands, but he had decided to learn how to use at least some kind of weapon, just like everyone else. This hobby was for self-defense. Lim Chi-wan took nunchucks out of his bag and suggested that Kang Yi-wan also grab something and finish what they'd started. If the other guy died, it wouldn't be his fault. Then the criminal took out a few more items from his bag and tossed them to his opponent. They say people have the ability to unlock their potential in desperate situations. Without even realizing it, they begin to generate significantly more energy than usual. For example, to save a child from under a pile of rubble, a mother is capable of lifting even a 100-kilogram rock. Once, during a disaster, a grandfather held onto a carousel with one hand and his granddaughter with the other for an hour until they were rescued. Sometimes critical situations make us realize what we're willing to do, even without fully grasping the reality of the situation. Hwang Chang continued speaking to Lobachevsky. He said he didn't know if such things happened to animals, but if they did, let the dog try right now. If it had already died once and come back to life, it could do so a second time. He didn't believe in what he hadn't seen with his own eyes, but Kang Ayon had already seen something like this, so most likely at some point, Lobachevsky would wake up. Then the commander stood up and walked toward the exit. He was tired because there was nothing he could do to help the dog. He'd already done enough. So finally he said, "Let him get up or die if he wants to." At the school, the fight against the bandits continued. One of the henchmen brought water to the guard. The guards pounced on him, asking why he'd taken so long. Donbu didn't answer. He just said he'd go distribute some to the other guys. He heard the guards talking among themselves about how someone had sneaked into the school. That this someone had resisted their boys for a year, and eventually Sun Chun and the rest were in trouble. They were talking about Kang Ayon. Donbu was surprised, since he knew that Ayon was in the hospital. The fight between Kang Yi-yon and Lim Chi-yon continued, and now each of them was using weapons as well. Ayon managed to punch Chi-yon in the nose. Blood started flowing, and the thug got even angrier. He looked quite a bit bigger than Kang Ayon, so it wasn't hard for him to push his opponent away. And so, once again, when Kang Ayon lunged at him, Lim Chi-yon pushed the boy away, but immediately clutched his side. He remembered that his opponent had kicked him there. Ayon stood up and asked if it hurt there, adding that it would be strange if his ribs didn't hurt after such a blow. Lim Chi-yon shouted angrily, telling his opponent not to talk nonsense. He just felt ticklish and lunged to attack the boy, but ran into a counterpunch to those very ribs. Now he felt an even sharper pain, and Kang Ayon was ahead of him, so now he would only be at a disadvantage. He recalled how, during training last week, Hwang Chang had struck him on his injured leg. The teacher had told him that he must not ignore his injured leg because opponents would never do so. He told the boy to remember not to ignore his opponent's weak spot, but to try to exploit his own advantage, because if you keep hitting the same vulnerable spot, it will hurt even more. And now Kang Ayon was doing the same thing to Lim Chi-yong. Then he raised his nunchucks and said that they weren't just sticks, so his opponent should use them properly. Then he began to wield the weapon so masterfully that Chi-yong's jaw dropped. Eon said there was nothing to be surprised about, since his father had trained and his uncle had practiced martial arts, and asked if he had ever been given a sandbag. He, for example, had been playing with such a bag ever since he first started walking. Hyun Moon-chan approached the back door of the gym and asked the two guards what they were doing there. The guys replied that Cheon and Tyson had followed Kang Yi-yon to the basement, and they had been told to lock the door and wait there. Then Moon-chan said that there were only 2 exits from there, one on the other side and one here, so he ordered the thugs to lock those doors, guard them, and stay in constant contact, while leaving the other door open. Then he asked if they had any sharp objects on them. Meanwhile, Kang Yi-young was actively and skillfully wielding his nunchucks. landing blow after blow on Lim Chi-yong. The thug didn't even have the time or opportunity to counterattack his opponent. And as a result, after a short period of continuous attacks by Kang Yi-yeon, Lim Chi-yeon fell helplessly to the floor. Ayeon himself was also very exhausted, and the gangster who had brought the flashlight and Chi-yeon's bag noticed this. His name was Yomu, and he decided this was his chance. If he could take out Kang Ayeon, he could make a strong impression on the others. To that end, he pulled out a utility knife, but Ayeon knocked it out of the thug's hand with a single swing of his nunchucks. That was the end of that group of criminals, but there was no time to rest because it was only just beginning. So Kang Ayeon tossed his nunchucks on the floor, put on his cap, grabbed his crowbar and backpack, and moved on. He climbed the stairs out of the basement and opened the door leading to the street. There, he immediately saw Hyun Moonchan waiting for him. The thug said he had had his doubts, but Kang Yi-yeon had defeated Chi-yeon after all. He also added that the guy looked better than during their last meeting. Kang Ayeon asked if he was alone. Hyun Moonchan immediately asked if, since he was alone, Ayeon would try to beat him. Kang Yi-yeon replied that was exactly the case. Unfortunately, Moonchan was standing there without his companions, so he took up a fighting stance. The thug smiled and said he wasn't alone, he was just waiting for the right moment. Ayeon stood under a small awning while other gangsters sat on the roof above, waiting with nets in their hands. Hyun Moonchan said he hated having to exert so much effort. As soon as he said that, the thugs jumped from the roof, completely covering Kang Gwa-yong with the net, and Moonchan immediately reported to Yang Sung-jun over the radio that they had caught Ayeon near the gym and asked what they should do now. Kang Yi-yeon, who had fallen into the trap so treacherously and unexpectedly, was furious with himself and realized he couldn't stay there like this. The boy knew he could escape if he got rid of his enemies one by one. Just then, Hyun Moonchan approached him, grabbed him by the collar, lifted him up, and threw him painfully back to the ground. He reported over the radio that he was just trying to be more polite, and repeated his question about what to do with the prisoner, whether to bring him to the leader. And Yang Sung-chun replied that if they were near the gym, they should go up to the roof of the building. He would be waiting for them there. Moonchan said they would get there first and ordered his henchmen to stop beating up Ayeon and go down to the basement to gather Chi-yeon and the others. He also ordered another man to tie up the prisoner more securely and carry him to the roof of the building. Then he picked up Kang Ayeon's crowbar from the ground and was surprised that he had barged in on them with such a weapon. Yang Seong-chun, after speaking into his radio, prepared to head to the roof. He thought that he must have been caught. It was a real commotion, but that wasn't it, so he holstered his pistol. Meanwhile, the robots that had now swarmed the ground continued to run rampant here. One of them brought a part and inserted it into the device. Observation target 219, probability 0%. 220, 221, 222, total 0%. Up to number 222, probability 0%. Transmission of observation record 223. Start new search, new time, end of observation. Signal detection, target, observation object 19. Time elapsed, probability rose to 0.43%. And so, Hyun Moonchan had almost reached the roof of the building. Behind him, a henchman was barely moving, dragging the captive Kang Yi-won. There, Kwon Rin and Jo Hyun-sob spotted them. They both clearly saw who the thugs were carrying in the net. Tears welled up in Rin's eyes because her best friend was there. She immediately rushed to save him. Hyun-sob tried to hold her back, but the girl resisted, telling him to let her go because she had to help Ayeon, especially since there were only 2 criminals there, so they could handle them. And if he didn't want to help, she would do it alone. But there were other gangsters on the roof as well. Hyun Moon said that Seong-jun would be arriving soon, so they should tell the others to come over and make sure he didn't get up. Hyun-sob told Rin that the first floor of this building was where the security guard rested during his shift. The girl asked what difference it made how many gangsters were there, since they had already taken Ayeon. Tears kept streaming down Rin's face. She said that Kang Ayeon had just been released from the hospital and pleaded with Hyun-sob, saying that they were close friends and had to rescue the captive. But Hyun-sob told her to calm down because they needed to find another way, and she couldn't go out now. The gangsters were already hiding him. He didn't know what was happening himself, but he thought that if Rin and he went in now, they would only make things worse. Then they saw a young man delivering water. He asked if the gangsters were really dragging Kang Ayeon away and offered to help. Meanwhile, Hyun Moonchan ordered his henchmen to throw the captive somewhere and come over to him. He ordered one of them to bring 3 chairs, another to sit Ayeon down, and then go get him some water. And that's when he noticed that Kang Ayeon had come to. The prisoner looked at Moonchan and asked if he wanted to be in his place. The thug laughed and said that he had just been lying unconscious and couldn't do anything because he was in a cage, but then realized that Ayeon had only been pretending to be out cold and knew he would be caught anyway. And then suddenly Kang Yi-yeon punched Moonchan in the face and said that he had been training for a month and had developed a power he couldn't explain, and now he felt kind of strange. The guy started tearing at the net with his fingers and went on to say that since then, somehow he could use that power whenever he wanted. Hyun Moonchan just laughed, calling Kang Yi-won an idiot and saying he couldn't even get out of the net. However, the next moment, the captive, exerting some superhuman strength, tore the net apart and threw it off. Then one of the thugs, who had been stacking chairs, let out a sigh of relief and even fell over in surprise at this. Kang Yi-yeon lunged at him and struck him to immediately neutralize him, while Hyun Moonchan silently watched. Ayeon turned to him and said that, although he had rested before leaving, he was still very tired because the night had been long. And the guy calmly took a can of food out of his bag, opened it, and began to eat with relish, muttering that he was starving. He also said that according to the plan, he was supposed to deal with Hyun Moonchan before Yang Seong-jun arrived, who, by the way, would be here soon. So he would quickly recharge his energy now, and they would continue. Moonchan finally laughed out loud. He said that even if Kang Ayeon managed to escape the net, didn't he think he was acting all high and mighty? And didn't Ayeon's new power make him look like easy prey? Ayeon, continuing to chew, asked if the way he was playing Guess Who I Am didn't look even funnier. As a result, Hyun Moonchan couldn't take it anymore and lunged at Kang Ayon, who instantly dropped the can from his hands, drew his weapon, and told his opponent to give him a minute. But a fight broke out between the boys anyway. Hyun Moonchan grabbed Kang Yeon's weapon, which was lying on the ground. Ayong grabbed it from his side, pulled his opponent toward him, and struck him in the bridge of the nose with his head, taking back his crowbar and sarcastically thanking the thug for handing it to him. But Hyun Moonchang had a stun gun on him, which he now pointed at Eon. He asked if his opponent knew what he had seen last time, and warned that one more step and he would die for sure. But if he could dodge it, they would meet again next time. He also said that he wouldn't fight like Shion and could take the guy out right now, but it wasn't worth it because he'd be finished when Seongjun and the guys showed up. Kang Ayong said he had already thanked his opponent for returning his belongings because he knew the man had a stun gun and had been tying a long rope to a piece of scrap metal at the time. Then he said he didn't care if they fought at a distance, but that definitely wouldn't work for Hyun Moonchan. After that, Kang Yi-young began swinging his crowbar and said they would now see if his opponent could dodge it. Meanwhile, a guy named Dongbu kept delivering water to the guards at various posts. He was gradually making his way up because there was someone on duty on every floor, and he kept wondering if Kang Ai-yong had really come to his senses. And on the roof, the battle continued. Ai-yon skillfully wielded his homemade weapon and made his first throw with the crowbar, holding it by the cord, hitting the spot where Moonchang had just been standing. He barely managed to jump out of the way. Ike-yong managed to intimidate his opponent. He challenged him, saying that if he was confident, he should try to come closer. Hyun Moonchan was extremely irritated by Kang Aion's audacity. He shouted insults but immediately received a blow to the forehead in response. Aion told his opponent that his actions were only making the situation worse overall. But Moonchan told Kang Aion not to get too excited about his new toy, because in any case, he was alone, and he didn't need to strain himself or fight him, since he wouldn't be able to get out of there anyway. He added that the rest of the guys were waiting for him outside the door, and that Yang Seongjun would be here soon. And since they were standing on the roof, it was unlikely that Kang Aiyong would jump, even though last time the guy had fallen from right here. Ayong replied that he was just trying to slow Hyun Moonchan down and called him a coward, but he had to take down his opponent before everyone arrived, and he didn't want to waste too much time on it. Hyun Moonchan was outraged that Kang Yi-yong had called him a coward and decided to go on the offensive. He shouted that the guy would be finished as soon as he grabbed him, but Kang Aiyong used the crowbar to block his opponent's access to him. Then he yanked the rope sharply, pulling his opponent toward him, and then kicked him in the stomach. As Hyun Moonchan fell, Kang Yi-yong yanked the rope again, grabbed his opponent by the collar, and then threw him between the chairs. As a result, Moonchan fell, but Yi-yong had no intention of stopping, so the thug quickly grabbed a chair and used it to shield himself. But that didn't stop Kang Yi-yong at all. With a single kick, he easily broke the chair. He noticed that Hyun Moonchan hadn't lost consciousness, which meant he trained hard too, but he said he'd make sure his opponent couldn't move for a while. Then Moonchan asked the boy to stop and said he agreed with him, but reminded him that last time when Aiyong fell from there, he wasn't there. And he admits that Kang Aiyong is stronger than him, so he asked him to stop and is ready to help. Just let the guy say what he wants. Moonchan was well aware that Aiyong had become much stronger. However, Kang Aiyong didn't agree to this proposal because he didn't want to, and decided that Hyun Moonchan would just lie there. At that moment, one of the guards asked Dongbu where he was going. The boy replied that he was taking water to those upstairs, but the thug said they already had some because he had brought it himself. Then Dongbu said that Moonchan was upstairs, so surely he needed water, and the guys downstairs told him to go up. The guard agreed that water would help Moonchan, so he suggested they go up to the roof together. Dongbu asked why they needed water to bring someone to their senses. Had Aiyong really lost consciousness? The guard said that the idiot had already come to and had stumbled up here alone, so he was as good as dead. Then the guard asked how Dongbu knew so well what was going on and recalled that Kang Aiyong had been his friend. Meanwhile, Kang Yi-yong told Hyun Moonchan that they didn't have much time, so he suggested finishing it off. But the thug shouted that he had already surrendered. Suddenly, the door leading to the roof opened, and Dongbu and the guard came out. The guard holding the boy by the collar and saying that he was Kang Aiyong's friend, and had somehow tried to get in here. Aiyong recognized the boy as Kim Hom-young, who burst into tears upon seeing that his friend had indeed woken up. And just then, Hyun Moonchan attacked him. He slammed the boy's face into the ground and told Aiyong that if he so much as moved, he would break Hom-young's arm. Kang Yi-yong stopped, and Hyun Moonchan said with satisfaction that now that he had his rival's friend, it was his turn to have some fun. So he ordered Aiyong to put down his weapon, without any sudden movements, and push it toward him. Kang Yi-yon knew he wouldn't risk his friend's life, so he untied the cord on the spear and threw the weapon to his opponent. Having disarmed Aiyong, Hyun Moonchan said maliciously that now it was his turn, and Kang Aiyong realized that this wouldn't work. The treacherous Moonchan immediately used a stun gun on the young man, and Aiyong felt his body stop responding, yet he forced himself not to lose consciousness. Meanwhile, the thug continued to torture his opponent with the stun gun, muttering that he should just die and asking why he had come here in the first place. Finally, Yang Seongjun arrived on the roof. Seeing this scene, he asked why Hyun Moonchan hadn't dealt with Kang Aiyong yet. Moonchan didn't immediately hear that the leader had arrived, and when he saw him, he asked for just a minute more. He continued to beat Kang Aiyong, who was completely exhausted from the stun gun, telling him that hell had begun for him at that very moment. Yang Seonjun told Moonchan that he didn't seem like himself and ordered him to calm down and let Yi-yong go, because he needed to find out something. But the enraged Hyun Moonchan shouted that there was no way he would let him go, and after pressing Kang Yi-yon against the railing, he asked if he wanted him to let him go, offering to create new shared memories. However, Ayon said it wasn't worth it. He would jump himself, and added that this thug was a piece of shit. Not him, and quietly tied a rope around Moonchan's wrist. And the very next moment, to the surprise of everyone present, he actually jumped over the railing and, of course, dragged his enemy along with him. Thus ended the fight between Kang Ayon and Hyun Moonchan on the rooftop. The city was shrouded in the veil of night. a small round metal object flew over the ruined buildings and streets. After flashing over the city, the metal drone flew into the forest, then rose above it and flew on. Finally, it landed on the roof of a building and spoke to the boy sitting there, addressing the surveillance target 2713, saying that he hadn't eaten in 52 hours and that people were too weak and needed food to survive. And the boy replied that the observer should not speak to him until he could get there. He then said that among the other targets, there was a possibility of awakening, and now he was offering target 2713 cooperation, so he shouldn't refuse. But the boy said he didn't care about the others at all, they should just leave him alone. Meanwhile, the struggle continued on the school roof. Kang Yi-young was hanging over the railing, holding onto a rope. The other end of the rope was tied to Hyun Moon-chan's wrist. It was already extremely difficult for the thug to hold on, so he also fell over the railing. At the last second, Yang Sung-chun grabbed his leg, saving his life. Kang Yi-young let go of the rope closer to the ground and calmly walked over to retrieve his backpack, which was still sitting on the stairs near the back entrance to the gym. Then he decided to go inside after all, and to do so, he climbed through the broken window. Once inside, Kang Yi-young made his way through the chairs in the large hall. And so the first battle with the school bullies came to an end and morning arrived. Lim Chi-yeon asked where Eon had gone and why they had let him escape to Hyun Moon-chang. He replied that they also needed a rest. Then he turned to Tyson and asked if it was true that he had known all along that Kang Ah-young was alive, and why he hadn't told them, since it was because of his stupid pride that they were now in this situation. Meanwhile, chaos broke out at the school. Everyone was ordered to block off all areas leading to the outside world and keep a close watch on them, and they were told to stay in contact so they could immediately report any criminals if they were found. Kwon Rin returned to her room at school, and her friend told her she'd been very worried about her. Rin didn't listen to what her friend was saying. She was lost in thoughts of Kang Ah-young and decided not to interfere with her help right now, because it might only make things worse for him. She just needed to stay on the sidelines until he turned up. The girl was very upset that her friend had come here alone and gone missing. Meanwhile, Kang Yi-young had been in the gym since last night, where he had lain down to sleep between the spectator seats. The boy dreamed of Kwon Rin. They've known each other since kindergarten. The girl always tried to stand up for Yi-yeon when someone took his toys away. Later, they started going together to the boy's uncle's gym to practice martial arts, and Rin always supported her friend. Sometimes other boys would pick on Yi-yeon, trying to provoke a fight because they knew he trained, even though he didn't want to. And here too, Kwon Rin came to the rescue. She kicked the bullies and told them to deal with her first. Kang Ah-young asked why she had beaten up that boy, and Rin replied that they would be embarrassed that a girl had beaten them up, so they definitely wouldn't tell anyone about it. Then Rin pinched her friend's cheek and asked why he let himself get hit, and Kang Ah-young explained that his dad and uncle told him not to fight with other boys since he was training. After that, Kwon Rin suggested they always stay together so she could protect him. Finally, Ah-young woke up. Apparently he had pushed himself too far. His body wasn't cooperating, and he needed a little more rest. The boy really hoped Kwon Rin was there, and he wondered which of his other friends were still on school grounds. He promised himself he would deal with the thugs and help his friends get out of there. Yang Seon-jun came to talk to Min Dae-won. He asked if he'd heard that their guys had been beaten up. Dae-won was working out on the pull-up bears. He calmly replied that he'd heard about it on the radio, and had also seen Moon-chan near the back gate, but it all seemed strange. He'd also heard that Kang Ah-young had run away and gone into hiding, but if they managed to catch him, they should bring him to him. He'd handle it. Sun-jun said he thought he knew where Ah-young might be hiding, and suggested they go check it out together. The metal observer said to the subject of surveillance 2713 that he hadn't eaten in 65 hours and that people are weak. They can't survive without water. The boy didn't say anything, but the observer didn't stop and kept trying to convince him that he needed to eat. But finally, the boy responded. He slammed his fist against the air conditioner standing nearby and said his name was Kim Sun. The observer suggested leaving it at that until they got out of there, but the boy insisted and said he would break the metal ball if the observer called him that one more time. So a whole day passed. Kang Ah-young slept practically the entire time in the middle of the chairs in the gym. And now the boy woke up and thought about how long he had been lying there. He had felt very unwell and hot, but gradually it was getting easier. Suddenly, he felt someone watching him. Eon looked to his right and saw Min Dae-won. He was standing nearby, glaring menacingly at Kang Ah-young. The boy was even a little startled by the surprise. Dae-won wasn't going to waste time. With a kick, he sent his opponent crashing down onto the field. Then he jumped down himself and said that he'd finally woken up because he'd been watching him for a long time. Kang Yi-yeon got up and asked if Tyson and Moon-chang had told him why he had come alone, and Dae-won replied that only a few people knew that Ah-yeon was here. He wondered how they had found out. The gangster also said he wouldn't have come if the guys were in a hurry to catch their opponent. Kang Ah-young said he was glad to hear that and thanked him, noting that now he could deal with the gangsters one by one, and took up a fighting stance. Then the guy started throwing punches at Min Dae-won, but he skillfully dodged them. Ah-young used powerful techniques, but the thug dodged them perfectly and counterattacked. He grabbed the boy by the leg and knocked him to the floor. He pounded Kang Ah-young like a punching bag and then said that the boy had almost no strength left, that he was moving slowly, and that Moon-chang and Lim Chi-yeon must have been caught off guard. But Ah-yeon got back up anyway and started stripping off his clothes, baring his torso. At the same time, he asked Dae-won if he had happened to watch Dragon Pearl. He thought he would survive when his muscles snapped. When he gathered everything bit by bit and put it together, he wondered if he could survive at all. Then Kang Ah-yeon said that the group leader had told him about the shock form. This form is only released when the user is truly in danger. Min Dae-won just watched, not understanding a thing. He asked what difference it made whether he wore the outfit or not, and Kang Ah-yeon began to attack. The guy said the difference was greater than Dae-won thought, but he didn't yet know just how much. A fierce fight broke out between the two powerful opponents. Kang Yi-young taunted the thug, asking how many times he would fall, but Min Dae-won replied that he hadn't fallen yet and was ready to keep going. Ah-yeon punched his opponent in the face, but Dae-won managed to grab the guy by the hair and said that he himself would only get hit once or twice at most. Then he pushed Kang Yi-young away and slammed his knee into his chin with force. The thug said that he had been holding back the whole time and didn't want to go all out just because he was the strongest. He tried to be gentler, but everyone kept trying to knock him down. He'd dealt with athletes, guys who practiced martial arts, and simply those who humiliated him. The result was always the same. He never lost, and he was sure that Kang Ah-yong wouldn't change that either. But suddenly, Ah-yong abruptly rose from the floor, threw Min Dae-wong over his shoulder, and said that this time, everything would be different. Late that night, one of the robots appeared in the schoolyard. The boundaries of the area were detected, and for some reason, such an intervention was necessary. The robot touched some invisible barrier with its finger and began scanning the area. It gained visibility of the Pira territory, so there was a reason why the signal was weak and cut off. The area's signal suppression power is 43%. Internal interference is possible at a rate of 2 57/100ths. So, after scanning and assessing the entire situation, the robot delved into the shell it had created. Meanwhile, the duel continued in the gym. Both opponents took turns landing powerful blows on each other. Sometimes they would both be beating each other up pretty hard at the same time. Min Dae-wong said that Kang Yi-yong wasn't actually that good at tricks. It was just that Chi-yong and Moon Chang weren't quite confident in themselves. Then he suddenly launched another attack on Ah-yong. The boy managed to block some of the blows, but not all of them. Min Dae-wong remarked that in any case, this was a weight class match and knocked his opponent to the floor. He sat on top of him and punched him in the face, then lifted him up and threw him down again, asking if Ah-yon was still trying to beat him. He added that it might be unprofessional to say so, but the difference in their weight didn't really matter, and he saw no weaknesses in Ah-yon. Kang Yi-yong replied that he agreed, but this wasn't a fight. It was a game. He himself had only recently realized that fighting and competition were different things. Perhaps right now, Dae-wong had no weaknesses in this battle. Then he needed to create some, and Kang Ah-yong quietly pulled screwdrivers from his gear and swung them at his opponent. As a result, one of the screwdrivers struck Min Dae-wong in the thigh. It was completely unexpected for him. And Kang Ah-yong already had the second screwdriver at the ready. He wondered if he could handle this now, if he could take them both down. Behind him, in the stands, Yang Seong-jun sat in his seat and watched the fight. He said he was sitting there quietly and no one had noticed him, so they should continue to ignore him and carry on, because he didn't want to intervene until they had settled things between themselves. But Kang Yi-won had completely different thoughts on the matter. He wanted to finish off both enemies at once. And then he did, after all, throw a second screwdriver in the direction of Yang Seong-jun. However, Seong-jun seemed to have been expecting such a sudden attack, and easily caught the screwdriver, and as a result, he wasn't hurt by it at all. The night passed near the hideout from which Kang Ah-yong had left, with Huang Chang standing guard. He finally decided to remove the bandage from his hand, which had been applied after intense training with Kang Yi-yong, because he felt he was already feeling better. Then he began lightly tossing a tennis ball with his bandage-free hand, even though he knew full well that he was out of his mind, and didn't know what he was doing, because it would hurt him later. And that's exactly what happened. Huang Chang felt a sharp pain in his injured shoulder, and thought to himself that tomorrow would be the third day, and he didn't know if Ah-yong would return. The ball rolled across the ground, and suddenly Lobachevsky picked it up and looked devotedly into his commander's eyes, while Huang Chang was overjoyed that at least the dog had returned. Kang Ah-yong decided to continue the fight with Yang Seong-jun, and headed toward him in the stands, even though the thug warned him, asking if he was sure about this. He said it was the same spot as last time, and if the guy didn't think things through properly again, he'd end up on the losing end, and before that, Dae-wong got angry. Since Kang Ah-yong wasn't paying attention to where he was, he missed the moment to attack and took a powerful blow to the side. Yang Seong-jun just exhaled calmly, and Min Dae-wong knocked Yi-yong to the floor. The boy recalled a moment that had happened between him and Seong-jun, even before the apocalypse. The thug, accompanied by his henchman, was walking home from school when he suddenly turned around and said he'd forgotten something at school. So he said goodbye to them until tomorrow and left. He headed to the gym where Kang Yi-yong was already waiting for him. Ah-yong had told him earlier to come there alone. Yang Seong-jun immediately lunged at the boy, punching him in the stomach, and Yi-yong fell to the floor. The thug bombarded him with questions about how he'd found out his number. He was a bit surprised because Kang Yi-yong didn't look like a strong opponent, and he wondered if he really wanted to fight him. After a brief scuffle, Ah-yong realized that Yang Seong-jun was strong and unlikely to lose, so nothing would change even if he won here, and he decided to admit defeat just this once. He said he had lost, that he shouldn't have resisted, that he thought he could win one-on-one and apologized for upsetting Seong-jun, then admitted defeat. But the thug asked if the guy in the movie really thought he'd say he wouldn't touch him anymore, and why he was fighting all wrong in the first place. After all, he had seen Ah-yong's fight with the guys. Did he really think that if he accepted defeat now, it would all be over? But Kang Ah-yong simply wanted to end this standoff that had been going on for 6 months, so he repeated that he had indeed lost. But Yang Seong-jun said there was no need to start all this if the guy wasn't going to give it his all, and he wouldn't fall for that. He added that Kang Ah-yong wasn't the only one who wasn't showing his skills, and then the guy got up from the floor. He asked Seong-jun if he was sure he could do it, and if he won now, would the thug stop pushing him around. Yang Seong-jun took off his jacket and suggested that Yi-yong give it a try, but he didn't think the guy would succeed. And now they're in the gym, though not alone. Min Dae-wong has returned to the fight. He pulled a screwdriver from his hip and asked the guy what he was going to do with it. Then he lunged at his opponent, who was still lying on the floor, and swung the screwdriver at him. Kang Ah-yong barely managed to dodge, and the tool got stuck in the floor. Then the guy got up and prepared to fight. 2 at once was obviously too much, so he decided to deal with 1 at a time. He launched a sharp, powerful attack and landed a series of heavy blows on his opponent so fast that Min Dae-wong didn't even have time to dodge them, and ended up on the floor. And once, Yang Seong-jun provoked Ah-yong into a fight, even though the boy asked him why he was treating him that way, since he just wanted him to leave him alone. Seong-jun said that Kang Ah-yong was acting like a big shot here, but had he forgotten how he used to hang around them? Acting like he was the coolest, maybe even the strongest in school? Ha-young said that if the thug was satisfied, he should just leave, but he couldn't because he was a coward. Young Seon-jun lunged at the guy and said he'd explain right now why he's acting this way, and that Lee-young shouldn't misunderstand him, because it was Lee-young who raised the stakes by pretending to be the strongest, and he shouldn't have started all this if he couldn't beat him. Maybe the guy wanted to be a hero, but because of him, his friends would get picked on even more, simply because he wanted to show off. And he'd also hurt his friend's pride with his inflated sense of justice. Kang Lee-young realized that Young Seong-jun was talking complete nonsense, so he grabbed a fire extinguisher. The guy was just extremely outraged by those words, but Yang Seong-jun looked at him with irony and said he wouldn't be able to throw it at him. And now Kang Lee-young couldn't figure out how Seong-jun had managed to grab the screwdriver. It couldn't have been telekinesis. Obviously the thug was trying to confuse him. And so, while Min Dae-won was recovering from his opponent's latest attack, Lee-young decided to make a second attempt and picked up his screwdriver from the floor. He decided that this time he would be able to carry out his plan, so he ran forward. Holding the screwdriver in front of him, Kang Ah-yeon used Dae-wong's back as a springboard and leaped into the stands toward Young Seon-jun. The thug was sitting high up in his chair, but Ah-yeon managed to jump up to him. However, Seon-jun, who had been watching everything closely, was expecting another attack on himself. So he abruptly stood up from his chair and counterattacked his opponent. He kicked Kang Ah-yeon in the stomach, and the guy flew several rows of seats away. The thug said that if the guy wanted to, he'd put him to the test right away. Ah-yeon got up, and the fight between them continued on the floor. The boy immediately took another very powerful blow. Yang Seong-jun landed a series of powerful blows on his opponent, preventing Ah-yeon from counterattacking. The young man realized the thug was too strong. He fell to the floor again while Sun-jun pulled a pistol from its holster and aimed it at his opponent. The thug looked at the prone Kang Ah-yeon and fired a shot near his head because he decided he had gone a bit too far and that he shouldn't have done that. Then he turned to Min Dae-wong, apologizing for interfering, and said that Dae-wong could have handled it himself, adding that Kang Ah-yeon wouldn't wake up again, so he could do whatever he wanted with him. Yang Seon-jun headed for the exit and suddenly heard a dull thud. Someone had struck Dae-wong in the back with a fire extinguisher. It was Dong-bu. He hadn't expected to be able to do such a thing, but the thug fell from his blow. After that, the boy even sprayed foam from the fire extinguisher at Dae-wong, telling those idiots to let Kang Ah-yeon go. The thug turned and lunged at Dong-bu, calling him crazy, but Dong-bu immediately hit him in the chin with the fire extinguisher. Then the boy rushed over to Kang Ah-yeon, trying to snap him out of it and wake him up, explaining that they needed to escape. Min Dae-wong told Sun-jun to catch the fugitives, but Sun-jun said he wouldn't go after them and told his friend to relax, since they wouldn't be able to leave the school grounds and wouldn't be able to hide anyway. Meanwhile, Hom-young dragged Kang Lee-yeon as best he could. He pulled him into a small room and thought about how they could escape. They absolutely had to get out of the gym, and the room they were in was quite dark, so they couldn't stay there for long. Kim Hom-yang asked Kang Lee-yeon if he could walk quickly if he held him up, then turned around and saw that Ah-yeon had collapsed weakly onto the floor. The boy couldn't lift Kang Lee-yeon on his own, so he asked if Ah-yeon could wait a moment while he went to get help. He said that he and his friends had been discussing something. Hom-young looked at Lee-yeon and thought he must be cold, so without a second thought, he took off his jacket to cover his friend with it. After that, Kim Hom-young quietly and carefully left the cubicle and went to look for help. The boy left Kang Lee-yeon in the cubicle and ran off, trying to avoid encountering the guards. Hwang Chan, meanwhile, was delighted by Lobachevsky's recovery and decided to play fetch with him. But the dog didn't run, even though the commander said he was ready to play with him for a long time. However, Lobachevsky grabbed Hwang Chang by the leg of his pants and began dragging him somewhere. At school, Kim Hom-young ran to his locker where some of his belongings, including a sports jacket, were stored. He got dressed, since he had left his shirt and jacket with Kang Ah-yeon, and grabbed his backpack and walkie-talkie. The boy said he would change the walkie-talkie's frequency, keeping one for himself and giving the other to Kwon Rin, and she told him to call when he found Ah-yeon. And now that time had come, the boy reported that he couldn't pull Kang Ah-yeon out on his own. He said he needed help and that it seemed like Ah-yeon was seriously injured, so he couldn't handle it on his own. Hom-young ran very quickly through the school hallways and suddenly, unfortunately, ran into the thugs. Taesin approached the boy with a malicious smile, and Kim Hom-young frantically tried to figure out how to get himself out of that mess. Meanwhile, Kang Lee-yeong was lying on the floor in the closet, thinking about how Hom-young, who had saved him, had promised to come back, and now he felt terrible. It was hard for him to breathe. Yang Seong-jun was extremely strong, though in the end it wasn't about strength. It was simply that he'd hit him with all his might. Kang Lee-yeong was completely lost in his thoughts when he suddenly heard someone enter the storage room. He thought it was Kim Hom-young returning, but it was Min Dae-won who had wandered in. The thug was looking for the boy and didn't expect to find him here, while Kang Ah-yeon could only think that there was no way he could fight right now. Nevertheless, Dae-wong approached the lying Ah-yeon without a shred of remorse and struck him. Then he asked Yang Seong-jun how he knew their opponent was hiding there, and the leader replied that his sixth sense had told him. Then Min Dae-wong asked if he could deal with Lee-young as he saw fit. Yang Seong-jun gave his consent and said that since he was a little out of it, Dae-wong should do whatever he wanted with their opponent. Kang Ah-yeon realized that he was so battered and exhausted that his body wouldn't obey him at all. Meanwhile, his enemy grabbed a metal cart and swung it at the boy. Then he brought it down hard on Kang Ah-yeon, but it hit some invisible barrier. This sent Min Dae-wong flying far away from the boy, so Ah-yeon managed to get up and saw a robot in front of him that had created an invisible dome-shaped shield to protect the boy. Both Min Dae-wong and Yang Seong-jun were shocked by the appearance of an extraterrestrial being who had come to the aid of their rival. Kang Lee-yeon was just as surprised as his enemies and recalled that this robot had appeared back then as well. Yang Seong-jun stared at the dome and the robot, unable to believe his eyes. And then the robot began to seem to disintegrate into countless tiny particles. Then it all spun into a spiral and it vanished along with Kang Ah-yeon. Completely baffled by what had happened, Min Dae-won sat stunned on the floor, while a maniacal smile gradually spread across Yang Seong-jun's face, and he said that everything was wonderful. Meanwhile, Tyson and the other gangsters were already beating up Kim Homyang. They were laughing at him, saying the guy had suddenly gotten brave because they'd already heard over the radio that he'd gotten into a fight to save Eon. Tyson said he never thought it would turn out this way because everything would have gone their way if they hadn't let Homyang go. And if he's Eon's friend, then this is just terrible for him. And the thug pressed Kim Homyang's face painfully against the floor with a bat. The poor guy screamed for them to finally let Eon and all of them go, which only made the scumbags laugh. Then Tyson began savagely kicking Homyang and shouting that he'd heard this before from Kang Ion, but at least Ion had the strength to fight back, whereas Homyang was incapable of anything. And Ion, who'd tried to save the helpless boy, was already dead. Tyson continued to brutally beat the poor Kim Homyang and called him a weakling who didn't understand anything. Besides, in his opinion, what were they supposed to do? Sunjun and Daewon would find Kang Eon again, so it was definitely the end for the boy, and for Homyang as well. But then Homyang raised his head and smiled. Kwon Rin was coming down the stairs. The girl immediately ordered the thugs to back off from the boy, even though they told her they would handle it themselves, and that she should go to sleep. The thugs laughed, but Kwon Rin wasted no time and started a fight with the scumbags. Tyson said he hadn't expected this to happen, but thought it was great that all of Kang I-Yon's friends had gathered in one place, so they could deal with them all more quickly. He shouted at his henchmen to snap out of it and explained that Kwon Rin used to be an athlete, so they shouldn't go easy on her just because she's a girl. They should all attack together, and then there wouldn't be any trouble. And just as the thugs were ready to attack Rin, Jo Hyun-sob ran up, and he and the girl skillfully began landing blows on all the attackers. So the friends easily managed to deal with the thugs, and Kim Homyang was now safe. The robot and Kang I-Yong moved to the parking lot. The robot began scanning the boy. His biometric data matched I-Yong's. Multiple closed fractures would require about 275 hours for natural recovery to the original level. The power required for full recovery was 21%, and to ensure recovery, 11% was needed. With 57.8% of the territory suppressed, excluding one-time power, the robot began basic recovery. It was strange that the subject never disconnected even once. Even after observation, the robot detected no signs of awakening. Finally, Kang Eon came to his senses. He asked the robot why it had reappeared, what observation actually meant, and what it had done to his body that allowed him to move again. The robot asked if Object 19 was receiving a signal again, but Kang Eon didn't understand what it was talking about. He said it was like a ringing in his ears. It was hard for him to explain, but he could hear the robot and somehow understand it. Then the robot changed the signal transmission mode, and I-Yon said that yes, he could hear better that way, and then asked who had been there before him and who the robot itself was. Were they humans or aliens? The boy believed that the robot wasn't going to harm him since it had helped him, but he couldn't let his guard down, so he asked who it was and what it wanted. The robot replied, calling Eon a person who had been unconscious for a long time. It said that it had woken him up at one point, so Kang I-Yong realized that this robot had helped him come out of the coma. Meanwhile, Kwon Rin, Jo Hyun-sob, and Kim Homyang were heading down to the utility room, where I-Yon was supposed to be lying. But the guy wasn't there. Rin asked if maybe he'd been kidnapped by gangsters, but Homyang insisted that couldn't be the case since Kang I-Yong was in such bad shape he could barely move. He said it was all his fault because, lacking the strength, he'd decided to leave his friend there. Then Jo Hyun-sob suggested that I-Yong must have been captured after all, since he wouldn't have been able to get out on his own with such an injury. And then he had an idea. He asked which of them could stay on guard. Meanwhile, the subject, Kim Seong, was making his way through the ruined city with his backpack, from which hung a small monkey-shaped keychain. The observer noted that the boy's biorhythms were unstable and recommended that he eat and rest. Kim Sun said that the observer insisted it was already time, so they set off. The boy was so exhausted that he could barely move his legs. He almost tripped and fell. The observer said that, in his opinion, now was not the time to test whether Sun would survive without his recommendation. They simply had to trust him, so he would quickly recover if he ate. But Kim Seon said that wouldn't work. He didn't know why, but he just couldn't. He couldn't worry about the state of his body first and foremost. The observer said that the boy was currently in the early stages of awakening, so it was better to listen to him. Otherwise, his body could suffer serious harm. And then suddenly the roar of a motorcycle was heard. Two guys were riding it and they knocked Kim Sun off his feet. The guys snatched his backpack and started laughing, saying that the world had long since gone mad. Yet here school children were still wandering around with their notebooks. One said he was hoping to find at least some food. The other suggested going somewhere else, but Kim Sun told them to give him back his backpack. Then one of the thugs asked him where he'd been hiding, and told him to hand over everything he had without making a fuss, and then get lost. The other thug snapped at the boy, asking how he dared speak that way to his elders, but Kim Sun replied that he had nothing, that he was alone, so they should just give him back his backpack. The boy calmly and clearly demanded that they return his belongings and calmly go on their way. The thugs laughed, saying they were supposedly very scared, and simply set Kim Song's backpack on fire. The boy instantly snatched his belongings from the thugs and began to put out the fire, while they cackled and said they would just let him go now. The most important thing to Kim Sun was a small monkey keychain that his older sister had once given him. The boy stood up. Anger was clearly visible on his face. The thugs didn't like that and threatened to crack his skull so he wouldn't stare at them like that. One of them swung a caliper at Kim Sun, but the boy managed to block the blow. He grabbed the thug's arm and twisted it the other way, causing him a serious injury. Meanwhile, Yang Sun-jun returned to his room, took off his shirt, sat down in an armchair, and began talking to someone about their earlier conversation, whether this telepathy thing would work with him. And then a black robot with long claws appeared next to him and said that it was entirely possible. So now, with the help of the robots, Sun-jun was able to contact Kang E-yong. He told him that he could hide as much as he wanted, but he was still within the school grounds, so he wouldn't be able to escape him. But why had he come here? For revenge or to see his friends? He didn't want to think about it, but it seemed they really were alike. However, in any case, they were on opposite sides, and he had to catch him. His men had already captured Kim Hom-young and Jo Hyun-soo, and Kwon Rin was on her way, so his friends were in danger. In closing, Yang Sung-joon added that Kang Yi-young should come to him before sunrise. After this conversation, Yi-young headed toward the school building. The robot tried to stop him since the boy hadn't fully recovered yet and could barely move, but he just asked, "Do you really think you can stop me?" The robot replied that he could only try to talk him out of it and persuade him, but wouldn't stop him by force. However, he called the boy's plans reckless, since right now his top priority should be protecting himself. Kang Ion said he had to pick up Kwon Rin and his friends from school. The robot asked what he was planning to do, noting that ever since he woke up, all he'd been doing was putting himself in harm's way. I-young said that he had decided this himself. It didn't matter to him whether the robot was human or an alien, nor did it matter why it was pursuing him. Of course, he was grateful for being saved, but from here on out, he was on his own. Then the boy jumped over the railing and said that helping his friends was his firm decision. Kim's son glared at his attackers with a menacing look, and they were already sitting there, terrified, not daring to contradict him. Then the guy walked over to their motorcycle. The injured criminal was screaming in pain. Kim Seon lifted the gangster's motorcycle high above his head and swung it at those scumbags. Yang Seon-jun went to his men and said he would bring Kang I-yeon here soon. Tyson declared that they would go and catch him, but the leader replied that it wasn't necessary because I-yeon would come here on his own. They just needed to wait. Then Tyson reported that he had securely tied up I-yeon's friends in the basement, as ordered. Seon-jun said that their rival could barely move right now, and if he showed up, they should just bring him to him. Min Daewong wanted to ask the leader something, but Sun-jun asked if this was the first time he'd seen something strange. He told him to forget about it because all they needed to do was capture Kang I-yeon. I-yeon was making his way to the school. He could move, but his body was still in terrible condition. He was worried about whether everything would be alright if they had to fight. From around the corner, the boy heard one of the guards reporting to Hyun Moon-chan that the area was clear. He then tried to sneak further, but unfortunately, he ran into Moon-chan there. The robot continued to follow Kang I-yeon. Remaining power after accelerated recovery. Territorial restrictions. 1 cover. The robot decided to try to pass through wearing only the outer suit without decelerating. As a result, he lost his strength in his suit, suffered negative effects, and had to quickly return to the shuttle. Since Hyun Moon-chan found Kang I-yeon right next to him, and in such a weakened state, he immediately decided to neutralize him. The thugs immediately reported to the others that they had caught I-yeon, and Moon-chan told the boy that Sun-jun and Min Dae-won probably hadn't beaten him enough since he could still walk. Kang I-yeon told Hyun Moon-chan to call everyone else because the two of them wouldn't be able to handle him anyway. Moon-chang laughed and said that he had shown off a few moves yesterday, and only with his permission, but now he was acting like some kind of superior being, even though he had no weapons and was running out of strength. Then I-yeon landed the first blow on his opponent, but the man dodged it and said that I-yeon was too slow and that he would tear him to pieces and leave bruises all over his body. Then the thug grabbed Kang I-yeon by the collar and said he was lucky because Sun-jun had asked to have him brought in alive, but that didn't mean he couldn't beat him half to death. I-yeon recalled how Hwang-chan had asked during their last training sessions if he still had any strength left, and when the boy replied that was all he had for today, he'd said that if he were truly exhausted, he wouldn't even be able to open his eyes, but in reality he simply didn't want to continue the fight. The teacher asked what I-yeon would do if his strength ran out and the enemy hadn't yet been defeated. Perhaps he could ask for a break, and if he had the strength to open his mouth, he should simply bite the enemy. And so, recalling his teacher's instructions, Kang I-yeon bit Hyun Moon-chan on the ear without hesitation. Hwang-chan used to say that in a battle you have to win. There's no room for cowardice, especially when dealing with bad guys. So let I-yeon think carefully. It's not necessary to expend a lot of energy. Pressure on even a single pressure point can make him fall. And now Hyun Moon-chan, who thought Kang I-yeon would no longer be able to resist him in that state, cried out in pain. And I-yeon took advantage of his opponent's state of shock and struck him in the stomach with his knee. Then Lim Chi-yeon joined the fight and hit Kang Yi-won on the head with a bat. But the boy wasn't about to give up and struck the thug back. The bat fell from Chi-yeon's hand. Kang Yi-won grabbed it and counterattacked the thug. The thug fell and I-yeon asked him where his friends were, including Sun-jun, but Chi-yeon refused to answer. Then, without hesitation, Kang I-yeon struck the criminal hard in the stomach with the bat, and the man said that everyone was in the main building and begged for mercy. Meanwhile, the two thugs who had attacked Kim Seon also begged for mercy, calling the young man crazy. Kim Seon stood there for a while with the motorcycle raised above his head. The thugs shouted that they were wrong and begged for mercy, so Seon lowered the motorcycle to the ground. Then the young man ordered them to hand over the keys to the motorcycle and the helmet. The criminals were so terrified that they handed over everything Kim's son demanded without a word. But they still asked if he might take their scooter, which was parked nearby, since the student probably didn't even have a license yet. However, Sun said that he did have a license, and since they had stolen the motorcycle anyway, they shouldn't be upset, especially since they were the ones who attacked him first. After that, Kim's son calmly got on the motorcycle and rode away, while the two criminals were left with a burned school backpack and injuries to boot. Kim Seon could now move much faster, and he really wanted to find his older sister. Lim Chi-yeon crawled over to Hyun Moon-chan and told him to pull himself together, then took the radio and reported that they were currently in the alley behind the main building and had found Kang Yi-won there. Tyson asked if this was Moon-chan's territory, and if so, he wanted Chi-yeon to hand the radio to him. However, Lim Chi-yeon replied that Hyun Moon-chan had been beaten up and was feeling very unwell. Tyson demanded to know where Kang Yi-yeon was, and was told that the boy had headed toward the main building. Kwon Rin heard the entire conversation clearly. She tried to extract information about her friend's exact location, but from what she heard, the girl realized that Kang Yi-yeon hadn't fallen into the gangster's hands, and that made her very happy. Tyson was very unhappy that Hyun Moon-chan had let himself get beaten up, and just then the gangsters spotted Kang I-yeon. The young man approached them, barely able to move his legs, but the gangsters aimed their weapons at him. I-yeon began slowly taking off his jacket and said that he had said enough, but perhaps that wasn't enough after all. He said that his teacher had always told him he wouldn't be able to do it, and as he spoke, the boy tore strips of fabric from his clothes. But now Kang Ion seemed to understand everything. However, his body was in terrible condition, and he felt as if he were about to collapse. Ion carefully wrapped his arms with strips of fabric and continued to say that he didn't know what to do with the fire inside him. But he knows for sure that even if his body is torn apart, he will still destroy them all. The fight continued. Other gang members ran over, including Tyson, whom Kang Ion managed to knock to the ground. The gangster fell but managed to grab Ion by the collar and began pulling him toward himself. Ion said he didn't remember which hand Tyson was holding the bat in, the one he'd used to injure the dogs earlier. But that wasn't important, and with one sharp movement, the boy twisted the gangster's arm with the bat, breaking the bones in it. So now Tyson had both arms broken. After that, Kang Eon exhaled slightly and continued up the stairs into the school building. And there, Lim Chi-yong came out to meet him with a sly smile on his face. He first laughed at the sight of Kang Yong walking around here, and then delivered a powerful blow with a dumbbell, almost hitting the boy in the face. Yong didn't have time to dodge it, and taking the blow, fell down the stairs. Yang Song-jun immediately came out into the courtyard and said that the boy could barely even stand, and asked why he kept showing up here alone. And in his opinion, Kang Yong still hadn't understood the situation he was in. The thug asked if he'd agree to just obediently fall down. Yong tried to get up, leaning on his cane, glared at his enemy with hatred, and told him to go to hell. Min Dae-wong and Lim Chi-yeon were already relishing the upcoming fight, but Sun Jun simply ordered them not to beat the boy to death. Meanwhile, Kwon Rin continued searching for Kang E-yeon and her other friends. Sometimes she climbed through windows and rappelled down from heights using a rope. Guards were everywhere, so the girl had to sneak past them on their backs. And so Rin reached one of the utility rooms where one of the thugs was waiting by the door. The girl took him out with a kick. Kim Hom-young and Jo Hyun-sob were tied up in the room. The boys heard the noise outside the door and were pleasantly surprised that Rin had come for them. The girl freed her friends from their bonds, and Hom-yang said they had been tied up very tightly, and even had their mouths taped shut. Kwon Rin explained that Kang E-young hadn't been caught, and that they needed to inform everyone else. When the boys removed all the ropes and tape, Rin declared that they didn't have time to convince people. Carefully making their way through the back rooms, the friends suddenly heard a strange sound, and realized someone was there. They followed the sound, and among the racks and broken shelves, saw their teacher, Yoon Ji-ho, lying on the floor with his hands tied. The teacher began to explain that when he left the school, he saw that shelters had been set up in every district, so people were moving together to a safe place. They had to leave too, and then they returned. Kwon Rin continued the teacher's story with what she had learned, that the gangsters had formed a group and, taking advantage of their panic, lured them into a trap. And now Kang Yi-young, just like Yoon Ji-ho, had come to rescue them. And now the girl asked the teacher to convince the people at the school to get ready to leave, and she would find her friend and join them. Jo Hyun-sob immediately decided to go with her. Then Kim Hom-young said he would take the teacher and go to the others, while Rin should take Yeon and return quickly. At that moment, Hwang Chang was running after Lobachevsky and wondering what was wrong with that dog. After all, it had only recently been lying unconscious and dying. Suddenly, the dog stopped, and Hwang Chang heard someone approaching, so he called Lobachevsky over to him. Since there had been robbers roaming the streets lately, however, the dog began to bark loudly, and the commander saw a motorcycle approaching them. The driver stopped nearby and took off his helmet. It was Kim Seong. A fight broke out in the schoolyard between Kang I-yong and the gangsters. The latter had already had plenty of time to rest, so they confidently attacked the boy. A few blows and Kang I-yong was already on the ground. The thugs argued among themselves, each wanting to beat their opponent. I-yong thought that he always had the same problem. He wouldn't be able to win, even if he had the strength to defeat them one by one. But there was no alternative. Even if he had made a different decision, Min Dae-wong grabbed the boy by the hair and began lifting him up. Then he delivered a powerful knee strike to his stomach. Eon realized that in the end, he couldn't solve everything. The events unfolding now were no different from what had happened before. He was lost again, thinking he could do it again. But that was a mistake. Finally, after just a few blows, Kang I-yong fell, completely exhausted. He thought how sorry he was. He had wanted to save his friend and take revenge, but he couldn't do anything right, and the thugs already thought he was dead. Lim Chi-yeon started laughing again at the fact that he couldn't control his strength, and suddenly a walkie-talkie flew into his head. Kwon Rin and Jo Hyun-sob had arrived. The girl told the gangsters to stop beating Lee Won, and Lim Chi-won was outraged by her request. Rin said they would take I-yeon away and asked her friend to get up. Chi-yeon laughed, saying that now everyone would be getting involved. The girl was very worried because she could see how bad Kang I-yeon was feeling, and asked him to move faster. The boy heard that Rin and Hyun-sob had come for him and apologized to them, saying he didn't have the strength to stand up or respond. His blood was boiling so much that he couldn't do anything. Lim Chi-yeon shouted loudly toward the school, telling everyone to get out if they didn't want to die too. Jo Hyun-sob told Rin that he would provide cover while she took Eon and left with him. But the girl said she definitely couldn't do that, and suggested they fight the thugs together. Hyun-sob was holding a wooden stick as a weapon when suddenly a shot rang out and the stick snapped in half. Yang Song-jun fired the gun. He ordered everyone to get out of there because he needed to check something out. It came as a huge surprise to everyone that Song-jun had used a firearm, while Kang Ina once again covered the robot's tail. Kwon Rin was a little frightened by the sight, and Yang Seong-jun shouted sharply for everyone to step back and pointed the gun at Eon. And then a miracle happened. Kang I-yong, who had been lying helplessly on the ground, suddenly stood up holding his crowbar in his hand. Seong-jun didn't wait any longer. He fired again, this time aiming at Eon. The bullet flew toward the boy's head, but Kang I-yeon blocked it with his crowbar, so the bullet flew off to the side without hitting him. Yang San-jun quickly reloaded his pistol and began firing deliberately at Eon, but the boy moved so fast that not a single bullet hit him. Kang Eon closed in on his enemy and kicked him back with a single blow. Lim Chi-yeon immediately rushed to defend his boss by attacking the opponent, but Ah-yong skillfully blocked his attack. When Lim Chi-yeon fell to the ground, Min Dae-won joined the fight, but Kang Ah-yeon was quicker than him. On top of that, Kwon Rin pounced on him from behind and grabbed the thug by the neck. But Dae-won was far stronger than the girl, so he threw her off and slammed her to the ground, saying that she had gone mad and probably wanted to die first. Then Kang Ah-yong grabbed Min Dae-won by the neck with his crowbar, pulled him toward him, and simultaneously kicked the thug in the back. Then Ah-yong told his friends to grab the people and get out of there. Kwon Rin objected, saying they needed to leave together, but Ah-yong said he'd only leave after he'd crushed those idiots. Once again, Min Dae-won rushed to attack the boy. He knocked Eon onto his back and said he'd already told him that weight decides everything. He swung his fist at his opponent, but Ah-yong deftly dodged the blows and said that Dae-won was too slow, then struck him sharply in return. Thus, Kang Eon pushed the thug away, then stood up and swung a crowbar at him, but Yang Sung-joon caught him, and a fight ensued between them, in which Kang Eon emerged victorious. The boy was very worked up. Kwon Rin asked him to stop and leave, but Eong shouted at Sung-joon to finally leave him alone and get out of his way. Suddenly, Kwon Rin slapped Ah-yong and shouted at him to finally come to his senses, thinking that something might happen to him again. After all, he had barely come to his senses. Did his family, relatives, and brothers mean nothing to him? Didn't he want to visit them? And then Kang E-yong thought to himself, what was he doing? He had already found Kwon Rin, so he needed to leave. So Kwon Rin and Jo Hyun-sob took Eon by the arms and left the place, while the gangsters began to support their leader. At the same time, Yang Seong-joon ordered them to grab everyone so that no one would escape from the school. The friends moved slowly along the paths where they were least likely to encounter the thugs. Jo Hyun-sob said that if they cleared the way, the people would be taken away, and then everyone would be able to get out. Suddenly, Ah-yeon lost his balance and fell. That strange sensation returned to his body. Just like when he was fighting like a madman, his body moved on its own without his knowledge. Jo Hyun-sob tried to help Ah-yeon get up, and just then, Kwon Rin heard one of the guards start calling out to all the bandits over the radio. Hyun-sob told Rin to drag Eon while he tried to stall for time. The girl suggested they all leave together, but her friend objected and asked her to do as he said. He explained that Ah-yeon was in terrible condition, so they needed to get him out of there first and then figure out what to do next. Meanwhile, Yang Sung-joon entered the room where the remains of the robot he had once defeated, the one that had attacked people, lay. He recalled how it had emerged from the capsule and put on its armor, which immediately synced with his body. Kwon Rin tried to get Kang Ah-yong to a safer place as quickly as possible. She encountered bandits along the way, but the girl skillfully fought them off. However, each of the bandits had a walkie-talkie, so they immediately radioed everyone they encountered about the fugitives. Rin and Kang E-yeon ran up a flight of stairs where, unfortunately, they tripped and both tumbled down. A gang of armed bandits immediately followed them down, laughing that Ah-yeon and the girl couldn't even run away. Kang E-yeon turned to Rin, telling her to at least go to the shelter to go first, but Kwon Rin shouted for Ah-yeon to get up. And then one of the bandits approached the fugitives and said that they had gone through a lot because of them. He had already swung his stick at Kang Ah-yong, but then Lobachevsky suddenly lunged at him. Hwang Chang followed close behind. He asked if anyone had seen a fool named Kang Ah-yeon and spotted the boy on the ground. Ah-yeon raised his head and, seeing his teacher, burst into bitter tears. Hwang Chang said he had come here because the boy hadn't returned for 3 whole days. Then the commander turned to the thugs and said that he had seen them on the news. They were the boys who had taken over the school and become robbers. And they were also Ah-yong's classmates. And that means they aren't even students anymore, they're just scum. One of the thugs asked who he was and told the man to take his dog for a walk and get out of there. Another recognized Hwang Chang as a security guard at the shelter, but nobody cared because this was their territory, and besides, the man had a broken arm. Hwang Chan walked up to Kwon Rin, offered her his hand, and asked if she could stand up. The girl replied that she could, she was just very tired, and the commander asked her to help him with Ion. Then Hwang Chan turned to the thugs and said he needed to take Lee Yong, so he suggested they just go their separate ways and stop bothering each other. Kang Ah-yong said there were people inside who needed to be rescued too, and suggested finishing off those bastards, but the teacher said he was also wounded, so Ah-yong would go back himself and kick the thugs' asses. And they left, but the thugs rushed after them, shouting that Song-joon and the rest were already on their way, and they couldn't let the fugitives get away, especially since they outnumbered them. And the biggest bully rushed at Hwang Chan with a bat, but the man spun around instantly and kicked the thug in the knee. The scumbag fell, and the commander asked why they wouldn't let them go, muttering to himself that his hand still hurt a little. Then Hwang Chang told Lobachevsky to just stand there and watch to see if anyone was approaching. And if anyone dared to start a fight, the dog was to bite and tear him apart. But the thugs decided that there were many of them, and if they all went together, they wouldn't be afraid of some old man. The thugs rushed to attack, and Kang Ah-yong immediately said quietly that they were all dead men now. The fight began. The thugs attacked Hwang Chan, and he easily counterattacked each one, breaking their arms and legs. Kang E-yong, Kwon Rin, and Lobachevsky simply sat on the sidelines and watched. When the fight was over, all the thugs were lying on the ground, beaten up. Hwang Chang asked if they could finally leave and warned them not to even try to get up, because moving around with broken ribs would be even harder. Just then, Lim Chi-yeon and Min Dae-won arrived. Min Dae-won was holding Jo Hyun-soo by the hair. The gangsters were surprised to see all their comrades lying on the ground. Hwang Chang asked how many gangsters there were in total. Kang Ah-yong replied that they were the big shots and that they had captured his friend, and the teacher warned the boy that he wasn't in any condition to help anyone. Ah-yong asked the commander to understand that he had to rescue his friends, but Hwang Chang told the boy to finally start listening, because he had already done everything the commander asked, and now it was his decision. One of the guards said about Hwang Chang that he was that terrible security guard from the hideout. Then Lim Chi-yeon stepped forward and said he'd heard the old man could fight, and judging by what he'd seen, it was true, but he couldn't do that on their territory. Hwang Chan turned to Kang E-yong and asked if he had at least tried to kick that thug's ass. Why couldn't he have broken a few of his ribs? Lim Chi-yeon, of course, didn't like those words. He called Hwang Chang a joker and lunged to attack. The teacher dodged the blow. Chi-yeon attacked again and said that people called him incredibly strong, but Hwang Chang jabbed his fingers sharply into the thug's eyes. Lim Chi-yeon lost his momentum, and in the meantime, the commander landed several powerful blows on him. As a result, Chi-yeon ended up on the ground, and Hwang Chang said that he wouldn't be able to move anyway because of his broken ribs. Then the commander turned to Min Dae-wong and asked if he also wanted to test him. Dae-wong simply threw Jo Hyun-soo down the stairs. The thug walked down the stairs very confidently and said he didn't need a hostage. He would just destroy them all. Hwang Chang started another fight and punched Min Dae-wong in the face. But this blow didn't hurt the scumbag at all. Instead, he kneed the commander in the stomach. Hwang Chang stepped back a little and asked what they were feeding kids these days that he was so tough, and if there were any more kids like him inside the school. And then, to everyone's surprise, Kim Seong arrived in the schoolyard. He asked if this was the one who had maimed everyone. The metal observer replied that it was, so Kim Seong said he didn't look like it at all. Maybe he was experiencing burnout, and asked how many times he'd gone through this. The observer replied that he was only in the early stages of awakening. His body was overloaded. Kang Yi-yong asked the teacher in surprise who this was, but Hwang Chang himself said he'd like to know. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard. Kim Seon turned his head in that direction, and immediately an attack began against him. Everyone saw Yang Seong-jun in a very unusual form. His hands were half robotic. The thug smiled and said he was lucky because another one had come here. Hwang Chang stood ready, and Kim Seong, along with Yang Seong-jun, was also ready to attack. He looked at the beaten men and asked angrily who had done this to his friends. Kim Seon replied that they weren't dead, so Seon-jun could take them away for treatment. The thug asked if Seon was really more advanced than Kang Yi-yong, and the boy asked whose side Seon-jun was on. The thug replied that he was on the side of the strongest, the one who wins, and lunged to attack Kim Seon. Hwang Chang immediately shouted at the boy to retreat. However, Kim Seon did not retreat and accepted the fight, striking back in return. Hwan Chan asked in surprise how that was possible and suggested they leave because Kim Seong-hwan might get hurt. But the boy declared that the thug was in such a state that he wouldn't let him go, so they shouldn't interfere. At that moment, the metal observer flew off somewhere and arrived at one of the capsules. The capsule opened. Inside was a robot. Its strength and functionality had been restored. Currently, the object had 19 instances of rage, a record number, and a burnout rate of 2.85%. The robot began to locate the subject, saw him inside the previous zone, and now he is once again tasked with convincing him and saving him. The observer received a report from Scout number 5 and contacted Subject 2713. Upon request, the robot decided to leave him with Subject 2713 and check the symphono frequency and malfunctions related to Subject 19's DNA issue. Meanwhile, the fight between Yang Seon-jun and Kim Seong continued. The thug noticed that his opponent was truly completely different and hit very hard. He could even take a person's life. Kang Yi-young couldn't understand why Seong-jun looked that way or who this kid fighting him was. Kim Seong asked Yang Seong-jun whether he should still consider him human, or if he was now one of them. But the gangster refused to answer, saying only that all they needed to know was that he was going to devour them all. Sun insisted that Seon-jun answer whether he was still human like them, but the thug said he had never met a person with such a weapon inside them. But he was certain that such a level of power was just the beginning. There would be more to come. The criminal struck Kim Sun very hard and was amazed at himself, then shouted that this was only the beginning. After all, he had been told that he would become even more powerful if he absorbed the core that was maturing inside Kim Sun right now. And he was going to do just that. That scumbag considered himself the chosen one. Now he was mocking his opponent, saying he was too slow, that he took hits pretty well, but if that was all he was capable of, he could crush him without the help of this weapon. After those words, Yang Seong-jun aimed his weapon at Kim Song, from which a powerful vibrational field began to emanate, affecting everyone around them. But the boy easily stopped this powerful force. He asked his enemy if he had been to other places since all this happened, and personally, he had seen many monsters lying on the ground and transformed into this thing. He didn't even bat an eye when he saw the thug like that, but Yang Seong-jun continued to attack the boy. However, Kim Seong easily parried all of the bandits' attacks and pushed the enemy back. He said he lost count after 15 when he tried to count the defeated monsters in such costumes. And it looked as if Yang Seong-jun considered himself the only one. Then he asked his observer if that opponent would answer him. The observer said that even after a decrease in biological activity, the host's pyrrhic growth continues up to 58%. The existing form of DNA remains the same, but he has lost 24% of his body. Kim Seong asked again whether this was a human or not, because he had never encountered anyone like this before. The observer replied that it depended on his perception, but given today's standards and their data, it was hard to say that this was a human. After hearing the information, Kim Seon understood something in his own way and drew certain conclusions. Yang Seon-jun shouted, "What kind of trick is this guy trying to pull?" and rushed to attack again. Kim Seon said he was slow. He had anticipated it but couldn't dodge it. However, it didn't matter because the thug's blows didn't do him much harm, and there was no reason to keep him alive right now. Yang Seong-jun only got even angrier. He wasn't going to give up and kept attacking. It was very easy for Kim Sun to block the thug's blows and counterattack him. Then he turned to Hwang Chan and asked if the hideout was really nearby and what he thought. Would they feed him if he went with him, since he hadn't eaten in several days? The commander replied that they would probably give him something to eat. Yang Seong-jun got up and charged again, but he couldn't land a single blow on his opponent. The young man blocked all the attacks in time, then gathered his strength and, declaring that the matter was settled, delivered a powerful counterattack. Once, before the Great Earthquake, Kim Seong ran to meet his older sister. His sister laughed and asked why he kept running so frantically. The boy apologized for being late and explained that the teacher had wanted to talk longer since it was their first day. His sister took him to a cafe. Kim-sun was worried that it was a bit expensive, but the girl assured him that everything was fine. She'd gotten paid for her part-time job today, and then asked how his brother was doing at the new school, if the kids there were nice, and if anyone was picking on him. Sun replied that everything was fine for now. He just needed to keep a low profile and focus on his studies. His sister advised him to just stand up for himself if anyone tried to pick on him for being an orphan. Kim-sun said he was probably the smallest kid in school. His sister smiled and wondered why he was so short, since their dad had been tall and strong. Then she ruffled his hair, laughed, and said that if he ate well, he'd grow up, and she'd earn a lot of money and buy him anything he wanted. He just had to be a good boy and study hard. Kim-sun remembered that their father had indeed been tall and strong, but he liked to drink and often beat his children. After leaving the cafe, Seon asked his sister if she had to leave college next year, but she replied that she wouldn't go anywhere without him. She was saving money, and when she got a job, she would take him with her. His brother said she should also go to college and study, but his sister explained that she could do that later since he would take care of her when he grew up. Not long after their mother died, their father drank himself into a stupor and started beating the children. Eventually, he died from alcoholism. Kim-sun said he would get a scholarship and also find a job to support his sister as soon as he finished school. His sister added that for that he needed to eat more and work out, and he wouldn't find a girlfriend if he looked so frail. Overall, Kim Seon was glad their father had died. He had always been weaker and smaller than his peers, and because of that, his sister had constantly taken all the blows herself. Realizing how worthless he was, the boy was angry at himself. But even so, all he could do was hide behind his sister's back. Even after staying at an orphanage and changing schools because of the bullying, he still hid behind her. And then came the day when the fateful alien invasion occurred and the world was turned upside down. Unfortunately, during the attack, Kim's son was injured. His sister carried him on her back and begged people for help. She was running with him when she accidentally tripped and fell. The girl cried and begged her brother not to leave her, but Sun didn't fully understand what had happened to the world or whether he was dying or not, but he knew he had to protect his sister. He couldn't move any faster because he was too weak and slow, and his sister had to suffer because he was so helpless and couldn't protect her. Then the girl sat her brother down, leaning him against someone's car, and ran off to get help. Kim's son realized that he was still a burden to his sister because he was weak, so Sun stayed alone and waited for his sister to return, and then one of the robots landed right next to him. After a while, his sister found a man who agreed to help her. When they ran up, the girl saw that Kim's son had gotten back on his feet on his own, and she asked if he was okay. The man who had come to help said that if the boy could move, they needed to get out of there immediately. The firefighters were on the other side. Meanwhile, the sister tried to find out from Sun what had happened to him, but the boy felt only that his whole body was simply boiling, and he was suffocating. Suddenly, another capsule landed near them. It opened, and a robot emerged from it. The man who had come to help was frightened by the monster. Some kind of conversation ensued. One said it was foolish to choose such a frail shell. The other that his body had already been restored. EEA, but he was of no use. So they needed to find identical DNA and get rid of this one. Then, using the power of his mind, the robot neutralized the man and began scanning. It stopped at Kim Sun's sister, grabbed her, and said that identical DNA had been detected. Sun recovered and called out to his sister, but she ordered him to run. The robot continued to hold the girl by the throat, and Kim Sun rushed toward it, demanding that it let his sister go. However, the girl with tears in her eyes begged her brother to listen to her and run away. He thought he would be less of a hindrance to his sister if he remained quiet and submissive, but this upset him even more. The robot tossed the girl high into the air, and she was grabbed by some kind of tentacle from a flying object and pulled inside. Kim Sun wondered if he would have enough strength to protect his sister if he studied hard enough, and when that might happen. The robot directed its shockwave at the boy, and he was thrown backward. Sun thought that he was just a weakling and would never be able to protect his sister. He had absolutely no strength, and because of that, he was losing his sister right before his eyes. From the very beginning, he desperately wanted to be strong enough to protect his sister. And now Kim's son, recalling those times, gathered all his immense strength into his fist. In the fight with Yang Seonjun, the same thing happened. He landed such a powerful blow on the thug that he immediately fell unconscious. Kang Yi-yong, Kwon Rin, and Huang Chan were quite surprised, and after the fight, they all gathered to flee the scene. They used a motorcycle and a van and began gradually transporting some people from the school to a safe house. Then Kang I-yong brought his friends to little Sonia, so they took her and her father to the shelter as well. Finally, everyone was safe. Kang Yi-yong was sitting on a bench on the street, Lobachevsky was sleeping next to him, and Kim Seong was approaching them. He asked the observer if he was sure that Ayon could help him. The observer replied that the subject was 19 and going through a slow awakening process, but he was a special case because, until recently, there had been absolutely no chance of this happening, and now everything had changed, so they needed to study him more closely. A robot approached Kang Yi-yon, and the boy asked what it was and why it kept appearing like this, to just leave him alone. And he didn't need any more help from it. It couldn't do anything anyway. So many people were stuck in the school, and the few who had managed to get out had done so without its help. The boy said he wasn't even surprised to see the robot anymore, and he didn't care who it was, why it kept showing up, or what it wanted from him. Kang Yi-young felt as if he were being mocked, so he shouted at the robot to stop hiding behind the mask or just get lost. Then the robot took off its mask, and the boy saw a creature that looked like a woman. Ayon asked why they had chosen him, what they wanted from him, and whether they had really saved him just to keep watching him. The robot replied that technically she hadn't saved him, but had merely performed a standard healing procedure that was currently unavailable with his current technology. Furthermore, she wasn't spying on him, but simply observing him. Kang Ayon asked why she had helped him at school, and the robot said she hadn't been trying to help. She had been trying not to lose him because he had begun to show some kind of potential among the test subjects they were observing. Then the boy asked again what they wanted from him. The robot said they needed to find that very thing that only humans possess, but they weren't just watching him to find the answer. Eon said he felt as if his body had suddenly started to change. Sometimes he felt as if he had uncontrollable strength, but the next moment he would lose consciousness as if he were completely exhausted. And he was more than certain that Sun Jun and that kid Kim Sun were also experiencing similar changes. But why was he the only one who was so unstable? Maybe it was some kind of side effect from the drug they'd given him. The robot said it was Symphono, the thing that healed him and planted it in specific cells within his body, but they aren't omnipotent. But the treatment the subjects receive is only a small fraction of what Symphono is capable of, perhaps 1/10,000th, which is why there are no side effects. Kang Ion's awakening process is slow, because his motivation and natural aptitude are lower. Ion said that there are still people trapped inside the school. He could save them all if he tried hard enough, and he could do it if he had as much strength as that boy. The robot said that she had been watching him the whole time and found him intriguing, since he was completely fearless and kept making choices she couldn't understand. She had hoped to find the answer they were so desperately seeking, but it seemed he was the one who could help them with this. There had been other instances where the awakening began, but later everything returned to normal without any progress, so he might be one of them. Suddenly, the robot staggered and fell to her knees. Kang Eon was startled and asked if she was injured. The robot explained that she wasn't hiding in his suit. She needed it to survive. She had no choice, since her body couldn't survive in this world. Then Eon asked what she was. Perhaps an alien? But the robot replied that she wasn't obligated to answer that question. The boy said there must be something they wanted from him. He realized she wasn't an enemy, but he needed more explanations to cooperate with her. The robot said he was just one of many subjects they had. She had been watching him closely because his actions were very unpredictable. Then she rose into the air and said that from that moment on, there was no longer any need for cooperation. He would have to find the answer himself if he was still curious about what was happening to him. The same applied to his unfinished business. Then Kang E-young told her to call him by his name instead of some object, and asked how he could find her if he needed her. The robot replied that she was always watching, always nearby, and then vanished. As the days passed, Kang E-young wanted to find out what was really happening to him, and Kim Seong could help him with that. The boy began to watch the little one, trying to keep an eye on him everywhere. No matter where Kim Seon went or what he did, Kang Ah-young followed him everywhere. Finally, one day the boy asked Ah-young why he kept following him. Kang Ah-young asked where the boy was going, since it was still dangerous here. Sun replied that he was just taking a walk a little away from people, but asked Ah-young to tell him what he needed. Then the boy said that they were going through the same changes, but why was the boy so much stronger than him? Sun said that this was all new to him too, so he didn't know much. Kang Ah-young said he'd had the feeling that his body was changing and he was gaining this new power. He'd been more confident, but after what he'd seen at school and his encounter with the boy, he'd become even more confused. Kim Sun asked, "Is he really like the school counselor?" But Kang E-young explained that the kid was the only one just like him. Wasn't that why Sun had helped him? But the boy denied that was the reason. He had nowhere else to go, and besides, he was tired of being asked for help. He had no intention of helping Ah-young because he had plenty of problems of his own, so the boy should stop bothering him. Ah-young said he needed to go back and finish what he'd started, and the boy asked, "So what if he asks for help? If his answer is no, he doesn't want to worry about it." It wasn't that he didn't want to figure it out himself. He just meant, isn't it natural for him to have questions? Will he ever become as strong as Kim Sun? And the boy asked why Ion wanted to become stronger, to which he replied that it would make it easier to save everyone. And he asked again, how strong is Sun? Does he have supernatural powers like in the movies? Can he levitate or shoot fire? Maybe he has energy bombs or telekinesis? The boys were walking past a large truck, and Kim Seon told Kang Aeon to just step back for a second. Then he swung his fist and struck the truck, smashing it to pieces. Kang Ah-young stood there in shock, and Sun said that this was about half of his strength, and that he wouldn't feel any pain unless he was hit just as hard. The kid said that was all he could say about his strength, so Kang E-young should stop following him. Before, he'd thought the boy might be useful for his cause, but now he didn't think so. Ah-young asked if the boy had really never trained in martial arts, maybe boxing or MMA or anything, and Sun replied that he hadn't. Kang Ah-young added that he'd been a bit skeptical when he saw the boys fight at school, but now he realized how wrong he'd been. He said that with a little training, Kim Sun would be simply incredible because he's already strong, and then he suggested he give it a try. He said he needed to lower his body and that the boy wasn't using his legs enough when he struck. And in his opinion, that was exactly why Sun couldn't dodge even when the punch was predictable. Then Kang E-young showed Sun a few moves and suggested he try them. The boy fidgeted with his hands at first, then said he didn't want to do it. But Kang E-young told him to calm down and that he had something for Sun. He gave the boy a notebook and said he'd made it for him yesterday. Of course, it would have been better if it were a training video or a book, but he couldn't get his hands on those right now. Sun read the title on the first page, Basic Boxing by Kang E-young. Kim Sun first said he didn't need it, but then he thought about it. After that, Kang E-young left, telling Sun to let him know when he finished learning the basics, and that he would teach him at any time, and when he felt ready to share, he should teach him everything he knew. Then Kang E-young left, and Kim Sun called after him, saying that it had been that way from the very beginning, and he didn't know how he'd done it. It had just come naturally to him from the start. He desperately needed strength and was ready to die for it, and that was all he knew. Kang Ah-young thanked the boy for telling him. After talking with Kim Seong, Ah-young returned to the hideout and saw Kwon Rin there, who, with tears in her eyes, was thanking the receptionist girl profusely for something. The boy approached his friend and asked what had happened. Rin said that the girl had checked the information about her family and found out that they were safe. Then Ah-young suggested taking a bus to visit his relatives. Kwon Rin couldn't stop crying and said she was so happy because she'd been so worried all this time. But now she knew everyone was safe, including his parents and his younger brother. Kang E-young asked what she meant, since he'd heard something similar from her before. He knew he had no brothers or sisters, and Rin explained that he simply didn't know, because he had been unconscious in the hospital for a long time. And during that time, his younger brother was born, and they must be somewhere nearby. This news greatly surprised and delighted Kang Yi-young. He couldn't believe his parents had dared to have another child at their age. At school at that moment, Yang Sung-joon lay unconscious on a bed. His work uniform was not on him. A gloomy Min Dae-won sat next to the bed, while Tyson and his friend Lee Jin-soo stood outside the door, discussing what to do next. Many gang members had been wounded. Regarding Seong-joon, Jin-soo even thought he was dead, but Tyson strongly disagreed with him. Hyun-moon said they needed to continue treating the wounded and strengthen security. Taesin said their situation was dire, rumors had spread, and now everyone wanted to flee, but they needed to get back on track. Hyun-moon reminded them that this had already happened last time. Everyone thought Sun-joon was dead, but he returned a few days later. And Hyun-moon concluded his speech by saying that they all just needed to keep going in the same spirit. The world had been destroyed, but they had held out for quite a long time on their own, so now they just needed to try a little harder. In the shelter, Kang Yi-young removed the bandages from his head and wrapped them around his wrist and palm. The boy intended to go back to school. His friends said it was dangerous and that they would go with him, but Kang Ah-young refused, saying he would bring Hamyang and everyone else back. Hwang-chan just asked how many days it would take him this time. The boy replied that it would take 3 hours. Kim Se-yeon agreed to give Ah-yeon a ride, but warned that he wouldn't go inside because there was nothing there related to him. And so the boys set off. While at school, Taesin was giving instructions to his friends to stay focused and not get distracted, and to let him know if they saw anything. It was all on them now. Just then, Kang Ah-young and Kim Se-yeon arrived. The thugs grew wary, and Ah-young thanked the boy for the ride and told him he could go back, because there would be too many of them anyway, and they wouldn't all fit on one motorcycle. Kim Se-yeon called after him, saying that he would feel completely different as soon as he believed he had the power. Because earlier, Eon had said he felt like he had it, but wasn't sure, while Sun was certain he had the power and then began to use it. After that realization, he wasn't afraid of anything. He simply knew for certain that he would destroy anything that stood in his way. Kang Yi-young smiled and said that he understood now and knew for certain that he had something, perhaps not as much as the boy, but strength, and that he needed it. Now he had to hurry and go meet his family. He said goodbye to Kim Se-yeon, thanked him for what he had told him, and assured him that there was no need to worry about him, and that he should go. Sun himself understood that there was no reason to worry, and so Kang Yi-young rushed off to rescue the hostages from the school bullies. The boy returned to the hideout, and Kwon Rin immediately asked him how Yi-young was doing. The boy replied that he had just dropped him off. Then Rin snapped at him, asking why he had done that, since they hadn't gone to school only because he had gone with Yi-young. Hwang-chan said he was sure the boy had his reasons and that no one could stop him if he'd made up his mind. But Rin wouldn't calm down and begged to be taken to school immediately. Kim Se-yeon said that the strong guy was already out of the picture, and everyone else was a wimp, so there was no need to go. Rin kept explaining that Kang Yi-yeon had already been beaten up pretty badly, and now he was exhausted, even though his health had improved a bit. Sun said that all the more reason Ah-yeon would be fine. He'd done the right thing, because when you recover after using all your strength, you gain even greater power. Meanwhile, Kang Ah-young very successfully got past the school's first guards, scattering them down the stairs. Then the thugs radioed an alert for everyone to head to the back alley because Eon had returned. Everyone who heard this ran as fast as they could to the back exit, and each one was met by Kang Yi-young's fists. The boy moved on and came across Min Dae-won and Lim Cheon, who said he had guessed he would return soon. This time, he wanted to finish everything on his own terms. Kang Ah-yeon stepped closer and said he was asking one last time if they would stop now and just let everyone leave. But Chi-won was already furious over their recent defeat and had no intention of giving in to Kang Ah-yeong, so he punched him in the face. Ah-yeong just turned his head to the side, and Lim Chi-yong immediately clutched his ribs, which hurt terribly, even though he said he could still take the blows even in that condition. Kang Ah-yeon said that if they wanted to fight him, he was ready to settle it right then and there, and he struck the thug in the bridge of the nose with his head. Hyun Moon-chang began shouting into the radio for everyone to come to their aid immediately. At that moment, a robot entered the room where Yang Seong-joon was lying. It looked at the boy and thought with regret that he was already dead, and they had placed great hopes on this subject. Nevertheless, the robots found it amusing to watch, because if you give people even a little bit of power and a little bit of authority, they will want more, even at the cost of their own lives. The robot told Yang Seong-joon that he had been a perfect candidate to be on Pyrrha's side, but this was where his story would end. And that was a great pity. Meanwhile, Kang Yeon continued to fight his enemies. Although more and more of them were arriving, the boy skillfully dealt with them. And then the despicable Hyun Moon-chang pulled out his stun gun again and used it against Yi-young. The thug knew full well that this thing would knock anyone out and continued to shock his opponent with electricity. Suddenly, Kim Se-yeon ran out into the street and threw a crowbar at Kang Ga-yeon. He caught the weapon and began waving it in front of Moon-chan's face, and the thug thought they were finished. Hyun was still unsure of what was happening. He didn't know what had happened to the world or to his body, and he wasn't sure what he could do or what he should do. All the boy wanted was to take revenge on the people who had ruined his life and ensure his friend's safety. And so he returned to the hideout, leading the school bullies he had freed as hostages. Kang Yi-young couldn't think about what else he wanted or what else he wanted to do, because for now this was enough. He just wanted to rest where it was safe, with his friends and family. One day, Hwang Chang brought the boy a letter. He said that several letters had arrived yesterday along with the provisions, and that this one was for Ah-yeong. The boy grabbed the envelope and said happily that it was from his mom. She must have finally received the letter he'd sent through the teacher. Hwang Chang told Kang Yi-young that the evacuation bus was arriving tomorrow, so the letter had come just in time. Ah-yeong opened the letter with trepidation. Inside was a Polaroid photo, and a strange, funny smile appeared on the boy's face. It showed his happy mother holding a small child in her arms. Beneath the photo was a caption urging Kang Yi-young to hurry and come see his little brother. The boy was so moved by the photo that he started jumping up and down and thought that he didn't need to feel responsible just because he had become stronger. Kang Yi-young had gotten everything he wanted, and now he just wanted to be with the people he loved. And so the next day arrived. When the bus pulled up, people began gathering at the boarding area. Kang Eon asked Kim Seon if he wasn't going, and the boy replied that he still had things to do here. Eon apologized and said he felt he had to help. However, Kim Seon said everything was fine and that he could handle it on his own since he had always been alone. Finally, Kang Eon bowed deeply to Hwang Chan. He was happy that his family was safe and glad that he could go with his friends. Hwang Chan and Kim Seon were already heading back to the shelter when suddenly the boy started shaking. He spun around abruptly and shouted loudly for the bus to stop. And at that very moment, the bus with all its passengers was simply blown sky high. The wheels fell off, the windows shattered, and shards rained down from them, and above it rose an unidentified flying object in the shape of a giant red spider. Kim Seon asked the observer for information, and he said that it was the Tilapia, a shuttle for Pira's special operations, and that it wasn't a combat vessel, so there were few weapons on board. More importantly, who was inside? Kim Seon was ready to fight, but the observer noted that the wise decision would be to flee. Meanwhile, on the bus, everyone was slowly coming to their senses. Someone was injured and calling for help. Kang Yeon asked if Kwon Rin and everyone else was okay. Jo Hyun Sob saw that teacher Yoon Ji-ho had lost consciousness. Young ordered everyone who could move to get off the bus immediately. Hwang Chan said they needed to help and saw that Kim Seong was doing something near the car next to them. He asked the boy what he was doing, but Seong silently ripped the door off that car and ordered Hwang Chan to get out of the way. The commander stepped back a little, and the boy swung the car door at Tilapia with all his might. The door simply bounced off the Tilapia's hull, and gunfire erupted from inside. People got off the bus one by one, climbing out through the broken windows. Kwon Rin reported that Kim Homyang was wounded. She asked Ah Young to help the others get out of the overturned vehicle, while she decided to take care of Homyang herself to get him away from there, when suddenly something hit them. Kang Gi-young and Jo Hyun-sob saw that Rin and Homyang had been thrown several meters away and were now lying unconscious on the ground. The next moment, the impact struck Jo Hyun-sob. Nothing had hit Ayeon yet. The boy looked at his friend, who, with his last ounce of strength, told him to run away and confessed that he knew Yeon was being bullied. Hyun-sob said with deep regret that he had done nothing to help his friend and apologized for never having visited him in the hospital. While Kang Ah-young listened to those confessions and tried to process them, another blow struck. This time it was aimed at Hwang Chan and Lobachevsky. Kim Seon asked if they were both okay. The commander stood up, and Sun asked him to grab the car door and hold it for a moment. The boy saw that these attackers didn't look like the alien monsters he'd dealt with before. They resembled the ones who'd kidnapped his sister. So they might know about her, and the boy ran toward Hwang Chan, who had crouched down, using the car door as cover so that Kim Seon could push off from it. In this way, the boy managed to leap toward Tilapia and punch her, causing the robot to emerge from her. The robot told the attacker that he would handle everything, and that the other should just focus on repairing the ship. His partner also told him not to waste time and to return as soon as he had destroyed the target. Then the robot turned to Kim Sun and said that he hits pretty well for such a tiny person, and asked if he was the one who had destroyed dozens of their mercenary spies, to which Sun asked if he could find out where his sister was if he destroyed that monster too. The boy began to attack and landed the first blow, but the robot merely turned its head away and said that this must be the boy, adding that Sun was indeed strong enough to crush these Atmos. Then the monster swung and landed a powerful blow on Kim Sun, and the boy fell to the ground. The robot smiled maliciously and said that he was very sorry, but he was fundamentally different from those ordinary people. Kim Sun began to get up from the ground, and the robot said in surprise that most people would have died from such a blow, and struck the boy again, pinning Sun to the ground with his foot. Then the monster said he didn't understand. People had barely begun to wake up, so why should that concern them? Suddenly, the robot Charzo heard a voice telling him to turn around, and when he did, he saw Kang Ah-young approaching him. The boy swung a crowbar at the monster and landed the first blow, doing absolutely no harm to his opponent. The robot even growled at him for daring to do such a thing. Then he turned to his partner, Shubero, and said that his target was still the dreadful Kang Eon, who continued to attack the monster. Charzo said that according to the reports he'd received, Eon had only just begun to wake up, and he didn't want to waste his energy on him, so let him just die. The robot grabbed Kang Eon by the throat with one hand and lifted him off the ground, while swinging the other at him. But suddenly, someone got in the way. Kim Seon grabbed its free arm and was ready to engage the monster in battle. Using his superhuman strength, the boy punched Charz in the ribs. The monster was practically unharmed by this again and said he would have been disappointed if it had been that easy, so he decided to destroy Sun as well, but immediately took a blow from behind from Kang Eon. Charzo laughed and told the boys that they could both try whatever they wanted, then turned to Shubaro and asked if the boys knew anything, since they were targeting the respirator. Shubaro told his partner to return to the ship and put on his gear because their immune systems were still underdeveloped, and he would start feeling symptoms in a few minutes. However, Charzo decided not to listen to him, and told him to just sit back and watch, because crushing those bugs wouldn't take him long. After that, the monster knocked both guys to the ground, pressing down hard on their heads, and told Kang Eon that he couldn't be that weak, so he should move a little. He was goading the boy into using his new power since he had told both of his opponents to show everything they were capable of. The other robots working with the Sympho No compound were located in various places on Earth. The one in the ocean reported that a threat to Kim Sun had been detected, so he contacted another robot named Hare, informing him that their target was under attack. Hare was in the forest and replied that he sensed it too, but given his current location, he couldn't come to Sun's aid. Another robot reported that he was also on a research mission, and that there was already confirmation that Kim Sun was under attack by Tilapia, although he had never heard of tilapia touching the Earth's surface. Moreover, their immune systems were not yet adapted. Perhaps they used breathing apparatus like everyone else. The robot from the ocean said that these research subjects are valuable enough to be protected, so they need to send Symphono first, and the others will follow. So the order was clear, and all the robots headed to assist their subjects. Meanwhile, Charzo grabbed Kim-sun by the neck again, lifted him off the ground, and said that the boy looked stronger than the other one, and that he'd heard that the EA awakening developed based on a person's characteristics and personal experience. And he asked the boy what had made him so strong. He was even almost curious how strong Sun would become once the awakening was complete, but that would be the end of it. Charzo swung his fist again to destroy Kim-sun, but this time Lobachevsky stopped him. However, the monster easily shook the dog off without suffering any harm from it. Lobachevsky fell onto his back but immediately got back up on his paws and growled at the robot, who said that things were getting more and more interesting with this thing. Charzo didn't know who the dog was and asked Kim-sun if it was his thing, but the boy remained silent, which angered the monster. He asked why he was silent, and Kim-sun replied that he was waiting. In other words, he was gathering strength to strike his opponent at the right moment. Charzo glanced sideways at the boy and asked what he was talking about, while Huang Chang was preparing to attack him from behind. The commander raced at breakneck speed straight toward the robot with the car door and knocked it to the ground with force, thus freeing Kim-sun. Charzo thought that people could be so interesting. They strain themselves so much even when they know they don't stand a chance. But with such reckless thinking, they've ruined their own future. Suddenly, the robot sensed that the unwanted symptoms had manifested earlier than he'd expected. Shibaro told him to turn back, but he assured him he was fine. He felt only a slight dizziness, but had no trouble shaking it off. Charzo thought that Kan Ion was already dead, but the boy began to get up. Ion felt extremely weak, yet he was ready to continue the fight. Still, he managed to get to his feet and felt new strength surging through him. Shubaro's voice was heard again from Tilapia. He ordered his partner to turn back because a Lapo had just been spotted. Charzo said that couldn't be. It wasn't supposed to happen with those lower species. However, Kanion was indeed undergoing a transformation. An additional powerful force had emerged within him. Upon gaining it, the boy immediately began attacking the monster, though Charzo dodged and laughed, saying that this power wouldn't affect him, and that in any case he believed it was simply Symphono that had been used in some way. But then Kim Seon joined the fight. He was ready to show everything they were capable of. Then the boy aimed his strike at Charzo, but a second robot descended from Tilapia and stopped Sun's attack. Immediately after that, he counterattacked the boy with such force that he nearly knocked Huang Chan off his feet. Charzo yelled at his partner, asking why he had interfered since he could handle it himself. But Shubaro replied that their goal was to destroy those people before they awoke. Kang Yi-young, who had already recovered from the blows he had taken, rushed to attack again. Shubaro reacted immediately to this attack and created a weapon called Cancer, with a blade like an axe. When Kang Ai-yan approached him, he began swinging Cancer very quickly and, as a result, severely wounded the boy with it. Kang Ai-yong fell to the ground. He thought to himself that this didn't feel like a fight because he couldn't handle those monsters. At that moment, Lobachevsky grew angry and began barking loudly and menacingly at the robots, but Huang Chang ordered him to back off. Then he asked Kim Sun if there was any way for them to escape from here, and if there was no way out, they would all simply die here. But the boy remembered how he had coolly dealt with the monsters, and even the good robots had praised him. The boy's awakening process was incredibly fast, and Sun then asked how long he would have to keep doing this, since he'd been told he wouldn't be able to find out who took his sister no matter how many monsters he destroyed. The robot replied that the Atmos were mercenaries who did all the dirty work. The boy was clearly showing signs of awakening, so they often appeared to get rid of him. Although Kim Sun didn't care, he had no idea how strong they were when he first started encountering them, but now he knew for sure that he could destroy them all, no matter how many there were. The robot explained that the Atmos possess basic intelligence and are by nature stronger than humans. They are not the kind that an awakened can easily handle. But Kim Sun handled them on his own without any help from Symphono or Lapo, and the boy said they should forget about this nonsense because he still didn't know what it was. But the robot explained that it was a coordinated alliance with Symphono, and if Sun could harness Lapo, he would feel a surge of power he couldn't even imagine. The boy said he'd tried everything, but nothing like that had ever happened to him, and that Symphono was just unstable. The first aid robot said he also knew about Lapo only in theory, and had never seen it in real life, and he hoped that Sun had potential. The boy said that if the robot couldn't help him in his search for his sister, then it shouldn't bother him anymore. The robot replied that he expected to arrive at the location within 12 minutes, but Sympho was ahead of him. Now, one robot said that his Sympho had just arrived, but it would take about 10 minutes to get there. That was too long. And Kim Sun and Kang Ai-yong couldn't handle Telefia yet, so they needed to ask for help from any observer closer to them. The robot flew off in search, while Chero knelt down on one knee because it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to breathe. Shubaro said they needed to take out the guys and get back before his symptoms started showing, so he helped his partner and told him not to waste time on unnecessary games. And then Kim Sun saw that Kang Ai-yan was beginning to heal Symphono, and even Lobachevsky grew wary. But at that moment, Charzo, who had already regained his strength, continued to attack the people and used Cancer to do so. And just as he swung to deliver a sweeping blow, the Yomasees prevented him from doing so. Another Symphono flew in to help the people. Shubaro said that they wouldn't be able to destroy the Symphono, but that they had limited power, which was temporary if they had no masters. Meanwhile, Kim Sun thought he needed more energy, more power, and didn't know how he could pull off that Lapo move, or if it was what Ion had done before. The boy tensed up intensely and literally screamed that he needed more power. They told him to stop because Lapo wasn't something that could be mastered so easily, and that he would only destroy Sympho's protective barrier. But the boy kept asking for more power, and then Charzo attacked him, and unfortunately, managed to hurt the boy. The monster rejoiced at his success and swung at Kim Sun again, but this time he hit a shield in the form of a car door that Huang Chang had used to cover himself and Sun. However, this stunt only angered Charzo even more, and with a precise, powerful blow, he simply shattered the door, sending Hwanchan flying several meters away. The monster said that a bug had crossed his path, and he had crushed it, and began to cackle. Kang Yi-young reached out to the teacher and asked how Hwanchan was, but the teacher only replied that he knew nothing good would come of this. Shubaro ordered his partner to get rid of their opponents immediately. Kim Seong was ready for battle, though the good robot told him he couldn't do it, and should find a safe place in Charzo, but he just laughed at the boy. He grabbed Sun by the head with one hand and began tossing him around. Then, pointing at the boy, Shubaro said that this thing was still alive and that the stubborn little guy was quite stubborn, so his partner ordered him to finish Sun off again. Charzo told the boy that even if they had been created at the same time, his sympho was nothing but a joke compared to their cancer, so the kid shouldn't get his hopes up and should just disappear. At that moment, something was flying extremely fast over the ruined city toward the scene of the fight. And something flew into Charzo's head. Shubaro said he couldn't detect anything nearby. And then something attacked Charzo again, though it wasn't even clear what it was or where it was coming from. These attacks had already caused some damage to the monster, and Shubaro continued to try to figure out where it was coming from. Then he realized that the shots were being fired by a hunter, who was lying on the roof of one of the buildings, and asked what was happening, and why the bullets weren't penetrating. The observer replied that firepower alone wasn't enough to defeat Tilapia. The observer said that, as a last resort, the hunter had destroyed the monster's breathing apparatus, leaving them with no choice but to retreat. The hunter realized his position had been discovered, so he decided to move. Shubaro tried to attack the sniper hunter, but didn't make it in time, as the hunter had fled before he was ready to strike. The monster said he had a bad feeling about this. He told his partner that they needed to use all their strength to destroy the humans now and then return. Meanwhile, Symphono was treating Kim Sun, and the observer told the boy that he needed to leave immediately. However, Kim Sun grabbed the healing wings and said firmly that he wasn't asking for treatment, and that they shouldn't coddle him. The boy shouted loudly and desperately that he needed more strength to destroy the monsters, and suddenly, Symphono and he merged. A miracle happened from that surge of power. Kim Sun finally manifested the long-awaited Lapo. Without a second thought, the boy immediately rushed to attack the monsters, while Charzo continued to laugh at the people. Shubaro shouted for his partner not to rush things and to dodge Kim Sun's blows rather than block them, but Charzo took damage from that attack. Shubaro joined the battle again. He said that Sun was more advanced than indicated in the report, since the boy also uses Lapo. Kim Sun himself already felt that he had become much stronger, but he was angry that if he had had that kind of power back then, he would have been able to stop them from kidnapping his sister. The monsters saw that the boys were still unstable, but they had started using Symphono, and there was an enemy watching them, so they decided to send an observer to identify him. They needed to put an end to this because they no longer had a breathing apparatus, although Charzo didn't take this very seriously. He simply and very recklessly lunged at Kim Sun and said that even he couldn't use Lapo, so the boys certainly couldn't do it either. And the monster immediately swung a punch at his opponent, but didn't do him any harm. Instead, Kim Sun instantly launched a counterattack, which Charzo hadn't expected at all. The guy jumped up sharply, grabbed the monster by the face, and using his momentum, knocked it to the ground, saying that he had to try everything he was capable of. At that moment, an observer sent by the monsters was rapidly approaching the hunter. The hunter spotted him instantly, took aim, and fired, completely neutralizing the enemy device. He acted quite quickly, so the monsters likely hadn't detected his location yet. The observer said they needed to support the people since their power was still quite unstable, but the hunter said nothing good would come of it if he continued to advance. The observer insisted that the situation could get worse since the 19th had suffered a serious injury, but the hunter cut him off and said that enough was enough. He added that the guy wasn't such a weakling after all, and then opened his helmet. Meanwhile, Kim Seon wouldn't let Charzo catch his breath and attacked him again. And Kang Yi-young begged for help and tried to call the robot he'd recently spoken with, reminding her that she'd promised to look out for him because he couldn't take it anymore. The boy asked the robot to hurry and help him, but she said it was impossible right now, that it wasn't the right moment, and that she was quite far away, and Ayong said he needed her right now. The robot said that Symphono could use the remaining energy to keep him alive, but Kang Ayong wasn't asking for himself. He was asking for his friends and his teacher, so that she would heal them first. And then the robot spoke these bitter words, that Ayon's friends had suffered physical damage from the Tilapia shell, and that meant death, and in most cases they could not be resurrected. Kang Ai-yong wept and begged the robot to at least try, but she insisted that recovery from such an attack was impossible because they were not like him. They were ordinary people. And even if the robot arrived there now, there wouldn't be enough power left to save those people. She said that Kang Ai-yong had tried to draw out a little of Symphono to boost his strength, and she wasn't sure if that was what he wanted, but Ai-yong kept begging her to help his friends. The robot calmly replied that this was beyond her capabilities, but Kang Ai-yong did not stop pleading tearfully and insistently. At that moment, Kim Seon stood over the fallen Charzo and realized that the now confident monster was screaming angrily at the boy for daring to do so, but Seon added that he could now destroy Charzo. But suddenly, the boy was hit by another attack from Shubaro, who knocked him back and told him about Sun's Symphono and their cancer. They were based on identical power and originated in the same way, and Lapo only appeared when it was a perfect match for its master. However, Kim Sun didn't understand what Shubaro was talking about, and the monster said he was trying to say that the boy wasn't the only one who could use Lapo. After those words, Shubaro uttered the words cancer and Lapo and demonstrated on himself what Pyrrha's absolute power was. He immediately swung toward Kim Sun, but the boy managed to dodge. However, the monster said he didn't need to do that because the blow wasn't meant for him, and Sun saw that the shockwave flew toward Kang Ai-yon. But Lobachevsky ran to save his friend from this attack and took the full brunt of it himself. Shubaro ordered Charzo to get up and return to the ship, saying he would take care of the opponents himself. But Charzo said he wouldn't let them just walk away. He shouted at Shubaro that he just wanted to handle things himself, but he wanted to destroy everyone here to feel a little better. So he barked at his partner not to boss him around. then turned to Kanye, who had gotten back on his feet, saying he was too weak to fight. But then an incredible power enveloped the boy. The Symphono fusion was taking place within him. Shubaro immediately shouted at his partner to back off, but Charzo stubbornly launched an attack and used the cancer fusion. He lunged at Kang Ayon, but the boy blocked his arm and destroyed it, then kicked the monster in the stomach. At the same time, Kim Seon began attacking Shubaro, though he managed to raise his shield for the moment. The monster mocked the boy, asking if that was all he was capable of, and pushed him away. But this didn't knock Kim-sun out of commission. Shubaro realized that he had been warning Charzo not to be reckless, but the one who had been careless all this time was himself. The battle between Kang Ayon and Charzo continued, but the monster suffered a crushing defeat. And so, as a result, Charzo, completely beaten and broken, fell weakly to the ground. Shubaro saw his partner's defeat and told Kim-sun that he possessed something the boy didn't even know about. With the fusion of Symphono and Lappa, his power was clearly growing exponentially, but people in his current state were still too slow, and he began delivering instantaneous blows to the boy. Kim-sun couldn't react to them in time, and Shubaro meanwhile rose into the air and began a barrage of attacks on his opponent. Dozens of sharp blades rained down on Kim-sun, but Shubaro noticed that the boy's body was evolving in such a way that his attacks had no effect on him. Kang E-young, who had so successfully defeated Charz, couldn't believe his own eyes. He began examining his palms. He had managed to repel the enemy's attack, but his teacher and the dog Lobachevsky had suffered greatly in the process. This reality weighed heavily on the boy, and he screamed loudly. Meanwhile, the robots monitoring the people believed it was too late to intervene, as both boys had succeeded in Sympho. Although this was unlikely given the data received, the robots were here to find what they lacked, but humans act according to their nature. The hunter saw that the two observers had finally arrived, but they couldn't provide support on the battlefield since they were created solely for research purposes. So he wondered if he should keep firing since the boys' safety still wasn't guaranteed, and the observer drone replied that it wasn't necessary because their uninterrupted involvement could ruin everything. The hunter continued, saying there was someone else who would provide support for the boys, and he was confident they had requested more help, so they would be there any minute now. Kim-sun still hadn't gotten up from the ground. He was feeling excruciating pain throughout his body. Shubaro said he needed to finish this before he started feeling the symptoms, so his opponent shouldn't blame him for not giving him more time. But then Kang E-young launched an attack on him. The boy leapt at the monster, striking it with a kick. Shubaro now understood why Tilapia had sent them here. There must be a reason for such an order. But even if Kang E-young was the one who had awakened, those monsters were fundamentally different from humans, who couldn't withstand their strength with such sluggish speed. However, E-young had no intention of retreating, and with unexpectedly swift maneuvers, he attacked Shubaro again before the monster could defend itself. One observer robot asked the other if she had installed the Eye of EA into her subject, and the robot replied that she had. When she was treating him, she hadn't realized its significance, and now apologized. But the first one said that Kang E-young had an extremely small chance of awakening, and asked why she had done so. The female robot replied that Subject 19, that is, Kang Ayon, was quite an interesting person. They had gathered enough information about how people sacrifice themselves for their families. But after waking from the coma, Ayon was ready to make a sacrifice for something that had almost nothing to do with him, and the robot didn't understand the reasons. So she replaced one damaged eye of E while treating him. And now she believes she should have done so earlier, but that eye wasn't fully functional because the subject kept alternating between coming out of and returning to a state of burnout. And now, having received such a powerful blow, Shubaro wondered how this was possible. Because even if Kang Eon had fused with Symphono, how could an ordinary person sense such the speed of the attacks and dodge them? The monster thought it was almost laughable, and he leaped upward again, launching sharp blades at Kim-sun. And then Kang Ayon grabbed a piece of metal as a weapon and began swinging it very quickly. This was yet another complete surprise for Shubaro, and just like that, Ayon pierced his opponent right through. Then he immediately pulled the weapon out and kicked the enemy so hard that Shubaro flew several meters away from him. The monster screamed in rage, saying the boy would soon die, and began preparing his blades against him. But Kang Ayon managed to shatter them before they could be launched at him. And at that moment, Shubaro felt he could no longer breathe. It was becoming increasingly difficult for him to support Lapo, so he decided it would be better to focus on his target. Meanwhile, Symphono was already hovering over Kim-sun, healing the boy from his severe wounds. His observer said that Kim-sun was currently experiencing his first fusion with Symphono and would be unable to control it, while the female robot stated that family had been the driving force behind the awakening process in humans from the very beginning. Sun's observer said that judging by how quickly the boy's body was developing, regardless of his size, the seriousness of his intentions was clear, and they could finally find that thing which robots lack but humans possess. The female robot Hare said that, on the other hand, it wasn't entirely clear what motivated Project Kang E-young is motivated, since all she knows is that he cares about his friends and the people around him, and another robot told her that she was chosen as an elite observer despite being a rookie, so there must be a reason behind her evaluation. Hire replied that it was hard to explain. There was just something strange about Kang E-young. It felt as if the boy was talking to her while he was in a coma. It was as if he were saying he wanted to live, wanted to wake up, and the robot realized she was facing a strong person. She knew her mission was to find determined people, and instead of judging based on bare facts, she took into account Eon's ability to emit such powerful energy even while unconscious. Just then, a notification arrived that the Eye of EA and Symphono were running out of resources. It was simply a fact that observers were given this mission, which determined their significance. On the battlefield, Shubaro had already gotten back on his feet and was trying to reactivate his sharp blades. But Kang Yi-young was also ready to continue the fight and lunged at his opponent. But Shubaro acted cunningly once again, launching his blades at Kim-sun yet again. Kang Il-young noticed this and instantly threw his crowbar to knock away all the enemy's blades and protect Sun. He told Shubaro not to try anything funny, because he would destroy him anyway, but the monster said he had just confirmed that the boy wouldn't be able to do it. Then Shubaro pulled out a syringe filled with liquid and turned to Charo, saying that if he was still alive, he should get up, because they would have to deal with the side effects of this performance-enhancing injection later, so he shouldn't blame him. After those words, the monster jabbed the syringe into his partner and told Kan Ion that he would explain why he had just confirmed the boy couldn't destroy him, and the boy asked, "Is it because I threw away my weapon?" But the fact was that Ion didn't need a weapon now. His speed had even increased. He continued to attack Shubaro, though the monster was still mocking his opponent, but Kang Ion knocked him to the ground, saying he had been practicing these techniques his whole life. Shubaro said that wasn't what he meant when he said he was convinced of it. He added that the boy's priority wasn't to destroy his enemy, but to protect others, and he began firing his sharp blades again, directing them at Huang Chan, Lobachevsky, and all of Ion's other friends and innocent bystanders. Kang Ion shouted for Shubaro to stop, and just then, someone started shooting again. Shubaro knew that their observers had been destroyed, but he could still scan the area so no one would get close, even though he didn't know who was shooting. The shots were being fired by a single surveillance robot targeting people from the roof of a high-rise building. The observer drone said they were lucky to have arrived in time, otherwise everything would have been in vain, but the robot said she wasn't used to moving around like that, to which the observer drone objected, saying that was why she had recommended continuing the testing. These were observers invited by other robots, though they were observing the test subjects solely for scientific purposes, and didn't even expect them to be able to withstand Talafia's attack for so long. In fact, most of the other observers weren't able to awaken their subjects to that extent. Each of the observers was able to find at least one awakened person. Hire said she hadn't reported because their mission was limited to humans, and there was one more awakened individual who had been revived. Shubaro told Kan Ion that the boy had almost made him regret taking the mission lightly and not preparing properly, and Ion said he had to destroy the monster before it tried its ridiculous tricks on him. Shubaro was outraged and asked if the boy really thought it would be that easy, just because he wasn't on the same level as their Piri technology, and he told Charles to get up. Then the monster explained that if they weren't completely dead, they could regenerate in various ways, and ordered his partner to tear the man to pieces. And then Charzo actually got to his feet, even though he had numerous serious wounds all over his body and was missing his right arm. To Kang Ion's great surprise and alarm, the monster immediately ran toward Huang Chan. The boy was about to run to the rescue, but Shubaro stopped him. Meanwhile, the observer robot asked Hare why she hadn't reported another awakened one, and where he was, and the robot replied that he had entered the burnout phase before Ion, but he was there with him. Charzo roared loudly and ran straight at Huang Chan, but suddenly Lobachevsky stood up and blocked his path. The dog suddenly transformed into a fearsome beast with steel claws and teeth. Charzo and Lobachevsky clashed in combat, and the dog sank its teeth into the enemy's remaining arm. The monster fell to the ground right in front of his partner, and the dog ran to attack Shubaro as well. But Kanion called him over, patted him on the back, and told the dog to calm down, stay put, and protect those people. He added that if the monsters got close to the people, the dog should tear them to pieces, then turned to Shubaro and told him not to try to do anything funny, because they needed to handle this properly, otherwise the monster would die instantly. However, Shubaro refused to heed Kang Yujan's warning, and rushed into the attack, for which he paid the price immediately. In just a few seconds, the monster was knocked to the ground, and Kang Ion was about to finish it off when suddenly Kim Seon called out to him and told him not to kill Shubaro because he needed to ask him something. The boy approached the monster and asked where they had taken his sister. Shubaro remained silent while Kim Seon angrily pressed him, repeatedly asking where his sister was. The monster finally stood up, looked intently at Sun, and said that he and his sister did indeed have identical DNA, then sent a signal to Telefia. And then the flying object abruptly descended to the ground, nearly grazing Kang Ion. Then it shot back up just as abruptly, taking Shubaro and Charzo with it, and Shubaro shouted to Kim Sun that he'd figured out how to tie the boy's hands and feet, adding that they'd see each other soon. So the battle between Kang Ion and Kim Sun against the monsters ended with the monsters' escape, and everything returned to normal. Kang Ion concluded to himself that he had once again failed to save the people who were important to him. His friends and those around him had suffered. The boy wasn't sure if they would survive and didn't know who these monsters were that had appeared out of nowhere, or why this had happened to him and his friends again. Ion had already begun to think that it was all his fault, even though he had only wanted to take revenge and save his loved ones. Days passed as usual, and the boy continued to train, but he couldn't shake the thought that perhaps he shouldn't have woken up from the coma at all. And then one day, Kang Ion was returning from a run, and as he entered the shelter, he was greeted by Lobachevsky's joyful barking. The boy quickly ran to the medical station and saw that Huang Chang had regained consciousness after spending 3 days unconscious. A girl in glasses told him that a helicopter had flown in and transported all the injured to another shelter. They had been going to take him too, but he had insisted that they take the others first, even though he himself was barely conscious. Then Huang Chang saw Kang I-yong and told him that, given his current condition, the boy would have to serve as a guard for a while. Kang I-yong could think of nothing but why this had happened. No matter how much attention he paid to it, he always came to the same conclusion. Why do the people around him keep suffering, and why did the teacher say that if he kept trying to be a do-gooder, it would only make things worse? So he's right, the whole problem lies with him. One evening, Kim Seon was relaxing and studying some techniques from a homemade book that Kang I-yong had given him. Then Hare arrived. She said she had to pass something on to him and I-yong, though Sun was surprised. What did he have to do with it, since Hare wasn't responsible for him? However, the robot said she was sure he had questions too. She told the guys that she couldn't undo what had already happened or help in battle, unless it was for defense. She was technologically advanced, but she couldn't be their god. Kim Seon asked if she was okay without her suit, since he thought they hadn't adapted to their atmosphere yet due to a lack of immunity. Hire replied that they had recently found a solution to this. Today's immune system is actually quite good, and now they know another way to integrate various technologies. The robot popped a few pills into her mouth and said that these drugs help form antibodies, allowing her to breathe normally for a while. After that, Kim's son said that all he cared about was finding his sister. Hire said that they couldn't locate DNA identical to his and didn't even know if she was alive. But there were things they did know. Telethia was created using the best of Pyrrha's abilities, and if they were sent to get rid of Kang Ion and Kim's son, then they definitely had information unknown to them. Suddenly, Ion shouted that enough was enough and told Kim's son that he was even more involved in this than he was, so he probably understood it all. But Ion himself had no idea. He always felt like it was all his fault, so he wanted to finally know who they all were. He said that since he came out of a coma during the alien invasion, they should explain to him what kind of devilry is going on now. And then Subject 3-11 appeared and told the Observer robot that those guys were very tired, so she should tell them everything in a way that would be completely clear. She also asked to be called Jay and asked if the Observer had a name too. The robot replied that her name was Hare. Then Jay turned to Kang Ion and Kim's son and said that she was the one who had helped them a few days ago when they were attacked, and asked how old they were. Ion replied that he was 20, and Son said he was 17. Then Jay saw Lobachevsky, crouched down next to him, patted him on the head and said he was very cute, although Kang Yuyan warned her to be careful because the dog might scare her. But the girl was already scratching Lobachevsky's belly and told Hare to tell the guys everything and ask them to cooperate in this world. It's called being thoughtful because many human decisions are made deliberately. And anyway, how long was she going to keep saying that this was an alien invasion? Kang Yeon and Kim Seon looked questioningly at the Observer, and then Hare confessed that she was from the distant future. Meanwhile, at the school, the gangsters were worried that Seon Jun's body had disappeared. Taeson couldn't believe how this could have happened, and Lee Jin-soo said they had left him there, hoping he would come to his senses like last time. Now they had already lost half their men because of Ion. There were about 20 of them left, including themselves, and many were wounded. He also suggested that maybe they should go into hiding too. Taeson said he couldn't believe they were talking about such a thing. Jin-soo continued that maybe it was even a good thing and suggested again that they just leave, to which Tyson added that he'd heard it was much safer outside now than it had been before. But Hyun Moonchan shouted at them that no one had forced them to stay here. They had chosen to stay themselves and felt on top of the world when they had the school under control, and now they were ready to give up. He said the world had come to an end and they were just trying to survive. They had carved their own path through that shit themselves, and no one could take that away from them. They could rebuild everything here and be kings again, and if they were such wimps, he didn't need idiots like that. Taeson replied that Moonchang was right. There could be no life in the shelter, the world was already destroyed, so they had to rebuild it, and he decided to stay at the school. And then something terrifying happened. A monster appeared among the boys, thrust its tentacles into Hyun Moon's body, and said that the people of this era were quite interesting, and that it understood where the desire to conquer came from, after meeting their ancestors. With his other hand, the monster held the gangster's head and asked him if he really wanted more power and authority, because he could help. Ultimately, modern humanity was destroyed due to many factors, such as wars and the depletion of natural resources, and the two systems, Ea and Pyrrha, were the only remnants that humans left behind. They were created from the very beginning to aid the human race. About 1,000 years after humans disappeared from Earth, these systems were somehow activated by pure chance. Ea and Pyrrha were programmed to preserve humanity, aid its development, and never harm people. The two systems immediately set to work. At that time, they began to study the state of Earth in order to create a habitable environment, anticipating incredible possibilities and coincidences. Hundreds of years were spent solely on gathering genes and resources. But by the time they were ready to create humanity, Ea and Pyrrha could not reach an agreement on what they could do to ensure that the new version of humans would not make the same mistakes and fall into ruin again. Humans ultimately went extinct because they were physically weak and emotionally unstable. For a new humanity to thrive, they needed stronger bodies and control over their emotions. Greed, despair, and anger. It was then that Ea and Pyrrha agreed that these emotions were problematic, yet the new creation of humanity must still be based on what a human is at its core. Since Pyrrha and Ea were designed to complement each other to minimize errors, they could not reach full agreement. And in the end, each decided to create their own ideal versions of humans. At first, the new humans created by Pyrrha resembled superhumans, powerful and emotionally stable. However, after centuries of prosperity, Pyrrha's mission to create her ideal version of humans failed, as they were ultimately destroyed. As for Ea, they also created their own version of humans, similar to the originals but slightly more emotionally stable. They adapted to Ea's system better than to Pyrrha's failed version, and have lived in prosperity ever since. Kang Ion asked if Hare and the others were their descendants, and the robot replied that not exactly. They were created from their genes but appeared long after the current humans had died out. Kang Eon said he couldn't believe such a ridiculous story, but Hare instead asked if he had any other explanation for why they had survived, adding that she couldn't help them if they refused to believe what was true. Then the Observer robot decided to continue the story and said that after that, Pyrrha's revenants migrated to another planet. Suddenly, Kim Seon rudely interrupted Hare and told her to shut up, because he didn't need history lessons. All he cared about was finding his sister. Jay asked if the boy had lost his family. Kang E-yong said he still didn't understand, but he wanted to help Kim Seon because he too was sad about what had happened to him. And his own family was in another place, and he felt he was making the situation worse every time he tried to help someone. Hare explained that Pyrrha knew that one day the awakened people would fight her, so she wanted to eliminate that possibility. Kang Yi-young practically screamed at the Observer to forget about it. He doesn't want to be awakened and doesn't want any more power. He doesn't care about superpowers and never wanted them. However, Hare said that the boy had wanted and desired to awaken and become stronger. They both desperately wanted more power, and that is precisely why they were chosen. And humans have something that can bring about what they strive for. They have something called potential, which robots lack, and that is exactly what they need to fight Pura and whatever emerged from Pura. Kang Eon said he doesn't understand a single word of what Hare is saying, and he doesn't need power. So if he has to fall into a coma again, let them keep him away from all of this. And in that case, let Hare do nothing at all, because the people close to him suffer every time he tries to do something. Shibaro and Charzo returned to their quarters, and Shibaro said he was ashamed that he had failed his mission. His commander said there was a reason why Iya had focused specifically on this era, and they were right to come here first. Shibaro said that he and Charzo would return and complete their mission after they had regained their strength. The commander said to leave them alone for now because he himself would soon go there with the main forces. They had already received the necessary information, but Shibaro explained that this information was insufficient, and moreover, the report did not match what he had seen on Earth. The Awakened had evolved even during this short period, and in his opinion, they needed to get rid of them as soon as possible. He also believed they should keep such special genes for themselves. The commander then asked what he needed. Shibaro said he just needed a small squad and asked for permission to take a special infectious agent. Kang Eong continued training. He decided he wouldn't do anything else because the boss and his friends had suffered greatly because of him, so he wanted to calm down. The surveillance drone told Jay that it didn't look like the guy would ever change his mind about cooperating with them, and it was just as hard to say whether he would get along well with Symphono. Jay said that Ion didn't want to get involved, but he'd been training every day since it happened. He runs, then trains, then runs again, and keeps saying no, but he's still preparing just in case. That's also part of being human. When Kang Ion returned, a girl in glasses met him and said she'd been looking everywhere for him. The boy thought they'd received more supplies, so he was about to go help carry the cargo, but the girl explained that wasn't the case. He should see who had come to see him. And then Eon saw his mom and uncle coming out of the shelter toward him. His mother immediately ran up to him, hugged him, and apologized for leaving him alone in the hospital back then. But they had tried everything to find him, and Kang Ayong said he knew she had no other choice, and that he was very glad everyone was safe. Then he asked his uncle how they had gotten there, and his uncle replied that he couldn't help but come since everything had calmed down, and they had even received a letter from him. Mom said that Uncle had tearfully pleaded for several days in a row to be allowed to come here. Uncle was holding his younger brother Kang Eon Jihyun in his arms. He smiled at the little boy and told him to say hello to his older brother. Ion moved a little closer to the baby, but the baby turned away and started crying. But soon the little one calmed down. Kang Eong picked him up and Jihyun grabbed his brother's finger. Mom explained that he loves his brother. Ayong learned that their father was busy at the main shelter. Mom explained that Dad used to own a factory, and now they needed a lot of people who could make things, which was why he and Uncle were able to come. Kang Ayong played with his little brother in his arms and silently promised him that he would always be there for him and always protect him. Suddenly, the boy handed his little brother to his mom and told her to come back as soon as the next bus arrived. His mom objected because they were supposed to go together, but her son insisted that he wouldn't go and that she had to return. His mom said again that their father was waiting for all of them. But Kang Eong kept insisting that she listen to him because he couldn't go with her. The boy understood that he couldn't let anyone else be in danger near him. One day, Eong was carrying supplies into the shelter when he saw Huang Chan coming out of the medical station. He scolded the teacher, saying that Huang Chan wasn't allowed to move yet, and Huang Chan asked why the boy was refusing to leave again. After all, his family had come all this way to meet him, so why wasn't he going? Especially since all his friends had already left. Kang Ayong replied that he had to stay here on guard until the commander got better, but Huang Chan told him not to make fun of him, and just to go. Then Kim Seong turned to Ayong and said he wouldn't have to worry about being attacked again because those things, the robots, had expanded their scanning range since last time, so they could know in advance if those monsters would appear again. Huang Chang asked if Eon really thought the world revolved around him, since he had nothing to do with it. The world had simply gone mad, and the boy shouldn't blame himself. He wasn't all that special, just another person. Suddenly, a surveillance drone flew up to them and reported that unknown spaceships had just entered the stratosphere, but they weren't theirs. Kang Ayon and Kim Seon looked up at the sky and saw Tilapia and several other ships approaching them. Kim Seon rolled out his motorcycle, and Ayon immediately told the commander that they couldn't stay here because he knew they were all wounded, and that the boss should take care of the people here. Huang Chang asked anxiously if they would both return. Kang Yi-yong quickly replied that they would and turned to Ha-ul, asking if she could see that the monsters had returned and would be here in a few minutes. The surveillance drone confirmed this and said it had sent 2 Symphons here. But Kim Seon said to let them follow them, so the surveillance drone said it would try to change their route. The guys raced away on the motorcycle to get as far from the shelter as possible, while Tilapia and her squad flew relentlessly after them. Kim Sun tried to drive as fast as possible, moving away from the shelter, and Shubaro said that this was exactly what he expected, that the guys would deliberately move to minimize harm to others. He immediately ordered his subordinates to stop the motorcycle. Shots rang out, and the vehicle was shot down. Both Kim Sun and Kang Yi-yong were thrown from the motorcycle. Ah-yong's mother was terrified, wondering where her son had gone and why he was doing this. After the crash, the Tilapia landed. Shubaro stepped out of it, and monsters emerged from the accompanying capsules. Shubaro ordered one of them to go check on Kang, Ayong, and Kim Son, then issued a request to scan and secure the area. The impact on the motorcycle was very strong. The riders were thrown to the side, and the ruins of some building collapsed on top of them. But Kim Sun was very strong, so he shook the debris off himself and his friend. He immediately threw one large piece of debris at the monster approaching them. The monster smashed the concrete debris and tried to strike Kim Sun, but the boy managed to sever its arm from its torso. After that, Sun struck the monster in the torso and knocked it to the ground, but it immediately asked Pyrrha to heal it. However, Shubaro said that this mercenary had already served his purpose. Kang Yi-yong asked Sun if he was okay, and the boy replied that everything was fine. Then Ayong said that he had seen 4 spaceships earlier, so he wondered where the last one had gone. Kim Sun said that, in his opinion, they shouldn't worry about that right now because Charso was approaching them with enhanced abilities. One of his hands was literally a claw. Shubaro said that his partner had experienced side effects from the injection and had decided on his own to become a crab. Charso looked absolutely terrifying. He lunged at Kim Sun, immediately striking him with his claw. Kang Eon caught the boy and called out to Hare. The surveillance drone reported that Symphono would arrive soon, and that Ion had already merged with him, so a portion of his power should remain in his body. The surveillance drone told Kim Sun that the cancer had spread throughout all of Tilapia, and that he shouldn't resist. But the boy said he wasn't going to just run away if the opportunity presented itself, and that the surveillance drone should get out of here if it kept talking like that. However, the drone said that wasn't the only reason. Atmos was in one of the shuttles, but it wasn't sure how much energy was left in the other two. However, Kim Sun was absolutely determined to find his sister, so he wouldn't back down. The boy rushed into the fight again. Kang E-yong warned his friend to be careful and advised him to dodge, so Kim Seon promised he would try to do so. At that moment, Charzo was already closing in on him and swung his claw at the boy again. Sun instantly dodged the blow and instead twisted his body so that he landed a strike on the monster. As a result, Charzo was thrown quite a distance away. Kang E-yong exhaled in shock, and Kim Seon said that, in his opinion, this was no joke. It was like something out of his friend's book, Basic Boxing. Just then, the Symphono boys arrived, and Shubaro summoned a special infectious agent. Then another capsule landed, and the next monster emerged from it. It immediately soared high into the air, raised its hand above itself, and created some kind of round substance. From a distance, it looked as if a dome were forming over a certain area. Shubaro said that the energy of Symphono and Cancer couldn't be destroyed together, but they could stop their fusion, and ordered the new monster to get rid of them. That monster moved extremely fast, but Kong Yeon foresaw this using his Eye of EA, and saved Kim Seon from the blow, then kicked the monster away. The monster drew its knives and continued to attack the boys. Kang Il-yong moved very quickly and Kim Seon was on guard. Charzo shouted that he wanted to destroy the boys himself, but Shubaro told him to just wait because they had a goal they needed to achieve. So they had to stay put and try not to ruin everything. Meanwhile, the infectious agent skillfully wielded his knives, continuing to attack people. For some reason, he stumbled into Kim Seon's overturned motorcycle but quickly got back up. The agent suddenly began attacking Kang Ah-yong, but the boy kicked him in the face. This caused the mask covering almost the entire monster's face to shatter, and suddenly Kang Yi-yong felt something sharp pierce his right side. Ai-yong screamed in pain, and Kim Sun rushed to his aid, intending to destroy the monster with his fist. Then the infected agent turned around, now without a mask, and Seong began to recognize his sister in him. The boy tried to ask something, but taken by surprise, couldn't collect his thoughts. And in the meantime, the monster abruptly pulled its knife out of Kang Yi-yong's body. And as her next target for stabbing, the infectious agent chose Kim Sun and pierced his body. Shubaro said that Infectious Agent 16 should have already acquired identical DNA, and indeed, everything was confirmed. The mission was complete. They needed to re-examine the Pira territory, but the infectious agents were still underdeveloped and unstable, so they had to be used sparingly since they were a vital asset to them. Then Shubaro turned to Charzo and said that these guys were wounded and without Sympho, so now it was very easy to do and let the monster go and take revenge. At that moment, the infectious agent lunged at the wounded Kim Sun. The boy shouted at her that he was her brother, and for a moment the agent paused, holding her weapon behind her head. Sun continued to say that he had been looking for her all this time, but then Charzo told Infectious Agent 5 that she could go back, even though Kim Sun begged her to wait. However, Charzo grabbed the boy by the neck and lifted him high. Sun screamed about what these monsters had done to his sister, and the monster told the boy to look at what he had done to his body. It had made him much stronger. Charzo could no longer call this his normal body. He was ready to tear his opponent to pieces and clamped the boy in his claw. Poor Kim Sun just screamed for them to return his sister. Charzo realized that Infectious Agent 5 shares the same genes as Sun. They had tried to brainwash EA's subjects, but it was already too late. So now they're looking for people with identical genes. And the younger the subjects, the easier it is to turn them into powerful weapons. But Kim Seon didn't quite understand what was going on at the moment. The fact that the boys had awakened proved they were capable of wielding power, so they simply took another person with identical genes, which meant that because of Sun, his sister had become what she was. Tears of sorrow for his sister streamed from Kim Sun's eyes, while Kang Ah-yong tried to convey to his friend that they must fight together to save themselves. Charzo finally turned his attention to Ah-yong and immediately struck him, sending the boy flying several meters away, then immediately lunged in the same direction at Kim Sun. At the same time, the monster screamed that he was furious at what the boy had done to him, because now, because of him, his entire body was covered in armor, and his life had been cut short. However, Charzo added that he was glad to be more powerful than he had been before, and would grant Kim Sun a quick end to his life as a way of forgiving him, and then use the Cancer Lapo ability. The monster felt that he was about to explode from all that power, and swung at Sun, who was being held by Kong E-yong. But suddenly, a robot appeared between Charzo and the boys, covering Kong Ah-yong and Kim Sun with a transparent shield. It was the observer, Ia, though Charzo laughed that she couldn't stop him because she wasn't stronger than humans, and he would destroy her too. Kang Eon saw that Hare had created the shield. She said her Symphono was running out and she couldn't hold it for long, adding that the fate of their world was in the boys' hands, not hers. Then Charzo destroyed the shield with a powerful blow and severely wounded Hare. The observer fell to the ground near Kang Woyong and Kim Sun. She added that the awakening process had already begun for both boys, and that the Symphono had been summoned only to help. Therefore, they must trust in their own strength and run. Charzo laughed and said, "Let the pitiful humans cry and the wounded flee." Shubaro told him that the infectious agent was returning, so let his partner finish off the opponents, and Charzo shouted that the entire human race would be destroyed. Kang I-yong shouted that he would never forgive the monster, but the monster began to mock him, saying he couldn't hear him because the boy was speaking like a tiny insect. Then Kang I-yon shouted very loudly that he would take the lives of Charzo and all the monsters. But then sharp blades rained down on him, and Charzo angrily turned to Shubaro, reminding him that he had promised not to get involved in the fight. But his partner replied that this should be a simple task, and they didn't even need their breathing gear. But time was short, so let Charzo just finish off the guys, and Charzo was indignant again, saying he couldn't let people die so easily after what they'd put him through, and he wanted to see them suffer. Shubaro looked at Kang I-yon and asked if he wanted to try to beg for his life, saying that they didn't actually need to destroy them. They had been sent on a completely different mission, and it had already been completed. Kang I-yong didn't understand what Shubaro was talking about at the moment, and the monster asked if the boy sensed that something was wrong, marveling that humans had such a feeling. Meanwhile, Jay arrived at the shelter and saw a horrific scene. Huang Chang's mother, Kang I-yon's uncle, and Lobachevsky were lying or sitting on the ground, wounded. The girl wondered why the attack had happened there, and why something had also happened here. And then Jay saw that Lobachevsky had stood up, bolted from his spot, and ran off somewhere very quickly. Shubaro continued telling the boys that they had conducted a small study and found a new specimen that was presumably 100 times more useful than Kang I-yon. It had genes identical to I-yon's, and the monster disgustingly thanked the boy for bringing that specimen here. Kang I-yon immediately recalled his little brother Ji-hyun with incredible horror. Shubaro said it had been difficult for them to capture him when he returned to a more secure location, where he was quite well protected given the level of human civilization. But then they made the task easier for the monsters. And Shubaro had intended to let Eon say goodbye to his brother, but now he was their specimen. Kang I-yon cried out in despair that he would destroy the monsters and not let them escape. And he also asked his mother what he should do now, and finally begged Shubaro to take his life instead of the little child's. Charzo said he didn't understand why Kang I-yon was acting this way, but he liked seeing his rival suffer. Shubaro suggested simply leaving the boys as they were since they had already completed the first stage of their mission, and all of Ia's targets would be destroyed anyway when the next squad arrived. Shubaro also said that the boys would suffer for a long time, and that was wonderful. He and Charzo turned and walked away, while Kang I-yong shouted after them that he would destroy all the monsters. The boy ran after the scum, and they opened fire on him with those same sharp blades. On top of that, a protective dome formed around the Tilapia, which Ion couldn't pass through. The boy barely touched it, and Tilapia, with the monsters on board, left the battlefield, where the severely wounded Kang I-yong and Kim Seon remained lying. It was an extremely brutal attack. Everything was destroyed. Tilapia did not return to Earth for another attack. Pyrrha's mission was to thwart Ia's mission. Before dispatching the main forces, they hunted for the identical genes of the Awakened. The monsters also managed to kidnap the younger members of the Awakened families, so they had no reason to return. Kim Sun constantly thought of his sister. He didn't understand what had happened to her, whether she had now turned into someone else or if he would ever find her again. He was ready to do anything to get his sister back. He was also tormented by thoughts of whether he was strong enough. After all, just a couple of their soldiers had nearly destroyed him, and whether he could fight an entire squad and save his sister. The world was still on hold. Pyrrha never returned for a new invasion, and the people had no choice but to simply wait for their return. They also had no way of reaching them first. On that day, Kang I-yong left the shelter and never returned. However, a few months after his departure, Kim Seon found out what the boy had been up to. Quite a bit of time had passed. Months had gone by, and the boy still hadn't heard anything about Pyrrha. Pyrrha's main force never arrived, nor did Tilapia. Their lighter mercenaries, the Atmos, still appeared frequently, but even that eventually stopped. As soon as Kim-san found out that someone was hunting for Atmos, he was able to find Kang I-yon again. After all, half a year had passed. One day, while the boy was carrying water canisters, a surveillance drone flew in and began emitting alarm signals, so Sun got on his motorcycle and rode off. He sped after the drone and finally stopped near Kang I-yon. He told him that they had returned. Kim-sun asked what Hyun was going to do, and the boy replied that they should go and destroy them all. One day, Kang I-yong was returning to the shelter with Lobachevsky, and didn't even hear Hwang Chang call out to him. The commander asked what the boy was doing and told him that a bus would arrive tomorrow, so perhaps the boy should go with his family to the shelter. Kang I-yong replied that his mom and uncle had said they'd asked the military to search for his little brother, but everyone knows that won't do any good. And he didn't know what to do. He was just waiting for the monsters to appear again, though he didn't know when that would happen, and right now, he really didn't know what to do. Then Eon added that he wished he'd never woken up because it was all his fault. But what he knew for sure was that he didn't need to be here anymore. Hwang Chang asked if he was planning to go look for the monsters alone. Packing the necessary items into his backpack, Kang I-yon walked out through the gates. Lobachevsky hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to stay or go, but after receiving the commander's order, he ran after I-yon. And so the boy and the dog traveled on in search of the monsters who had kidnapped the people. One day, I-yon and the dog were sitting under a bridge, waiting out the rain, when a robot approached them. It asked where the boy was headed, what his goal was, and why he was leaving his home. Kang I-yon first asked about his observer, Hare, and the robot reported that she was being treated for her wounds, but was still in critical condition. It was difficult to contact her because her EA viewpoint had been implanted into Object 19. That is, into Ion. The boy said that a month had already passed since the robot had appeared in Hare's place, and he had asked many times before, but he asked once more if the robot knew how he could find his brother. The robot replied that it would repeat the same answer, that it didn't know, and that Pyrrha's monsters couldn't be detected until they opened a window and revealed themselves. Kang Eon said wearily that we should forget about these windows. The robot had once said that there was only one way to reach this era, but since he didn't know how to find them, he didn't believe him either. The robot said that the window connecting Mobius, that is the time border, works on the same principle, but it's not that simple. Kang Eon replied that there was no point in repeating this nonsense. The robot would never understand it. And if it couldn't tell the boy how to find his brother, then it wasn't worth coming at all. The rain stopped, and Kang Eon, along with Lobachevsky, moved on. The boy was deeply troubled by his current thoughts. And he was already so exhausted that he stumbled involuntarily and fell to the ground. Lobachevsky approached the boy, and Ion began to cry bitterly, begging his mother for forgiveness for the fact that little Ji-hyun had gone missing. Soon it started snowing. Kang Eon stopped to rest wherever he could. He had almost stopped eating. Nothing interested him except finding his brother, but Lobachevsky kept bringing him something to eat. And this time the dog brought a sausage. Ion told him he could eat it himself and go home, because he would be in danger if he stayed with him. An observation drone flew in and reported that Subject 19 had been here for 48 days. He had last eaten 190 hours ago. Even while awake, his body was still human. And then suddenly, Kang Ion grabbed a rock from the ground and struck himself in the eye with it, asking the observer if he wanted that eye back. And so he kept pulling it out, saying he didn't need power or an eye like that. Then the boy continued on his way, silently begging for his brother to be returned to him, even if it meant taking his own life. It didn't even matter to Ion if the whole world were destroyed. He just wanted his younger brother back. And then one day, Lobachevsky went out in search of food as usual, and when he returned, he saw his master lying weakly on the ground with snow falling on top of him. The dog instantly dropped the can of food he had found and pressed himself tightly against Khan Ion to warm him with his own body heat. Two robots were passing by nearby. They knew that the vital signs of the awakened man were growing weaker. They had been ordered to retrieve the body if they found him dead, but they wondered whether they really had to follow every order they were given. The robots had already approached the spot where Kang Ion and Lobachevsky had fallen asleep. I saw that the boy looked lifeless, so they decided they should just finish him off themselves and then take the body. As soon as these creatures began to approach, Lobachevsky woke up and shook a pile of snow off himself. After that, he transformed into his awakened form and rushed at the creatures, defending Khan Eon. The noise, he couldn't tell if it was real. His body was frozen like a lifeless can, while his mind never stopped thinking and moving. The boy could recall and imagine every day, every minute, and every moment from his very childhood. In his mind, nothing was impossible. His dreams and hopes were within reach. Back then, all he could do was think, but now he feels just like he did then. His younger brother and his family would be fine if none of this had happened. And then Kang Eon heard a girl say joyfully that he had come to his senses. Immediately, a boy came over and told her she should be careful. The two children looked at Eon, and the boy asked hopefully if he was a good person, adding that they had food and could share it. Kang Eon sat up on the couch and asked who they were, if they were alone here, what had happened to the adults, and why they hadn't gone to a shelter. Then the children decided to give him a tour. They showed him the window from which a bunch of monsters had come out, and then they found him and his dog. And then the boy explained that when they were hiding with their dad, they were also looking for their mom when the earthquake struck. And then one fine day, this thing appeared. Kang Ion saw an interesting window in front of him, resembling a door, glowing with a red light. The boy said that their father hadn't returned since he went inside that thing. Then Ion asked if the monsters had come out of there. The boy replied that they had and that they had been secretly following them, and the girl cheerfully added that then a little dog bit them and ran away from them, and it was truly amazing. Kang Ion listened attentively to the children's stories and stepped right up to the glowing portal, sensing something inexplicable near it. Then the boy took a sheet of paper and a pen and wrote a note to Huang Chan, reassuring him that he was alive and well, and explaining that he had once met these children on the street and asking him to look after them and Lobachevsky. Afterward, Kang E-young handed the note to the girl and told her she could give it to the older man whom his dog would recognize, to which the girl replied that she and her brother had to wait for their father there. Ia-young learned that the boy's name was Tae-yong Lee, and that he was 11 years old. He said he was sure his parents were proud of him for hiding with his sister, but they certainly wouldn't want him to stay there any longer, since the boy's priority was to get his sister to a safe place. Then Kang Eon petted Lobachevsky and said that the children could fully rely on him since they had seen how the dog got angry and that he would lead them. Kang Eon ordered Lobachevsky to take the children to the shelter and to stay there himself to protect them. So Tae-yong Lee and his younger sister headed for the shelter accompanied by Lobachevsky, even though the dog absolutely did not want to leave his master. After sending the children to a safe place, Kang Eon returned to the portal and tried to touch the imaginary surface, and his fingers plunged into the unknown. The boy thought it looked like some kind of gate, and he was curious about what lay on the other side. Perhaps enemies, or perhaps the future. But what interested him most was whether he could find out where his brother was if he went inside, or whether it was even worth doing at all. Finally, Kang Eon decided not to hesitate. He gathered his things, took a crowbar in his hand, thinking that if he did nothing, nothing would change, and stepped through the portal. And in the blink of an eye, Ai-yon found himself in another world. There were many portals scattered everywhere, and he also saw a column of monsters. They were all emerging from different portals and heading somewhere in a crowd. Kang E-yong knew he couldn't let them catch him, and just then he heard a sound behind him. Behind the boy was another portal, and another monster was just emerging from it. It was several times larger than Ion. Near the shelter, Huang Chang was talking to Kim Song, who was asking the commander to become his teacher, just as he had for Kang I-yong, but the commander refused. Huang Chang said that he had practically turned Eon into a monster, and that he shouldn't have gone along with it no matter how much Eon had persuaded him. Besides, shouldn't Sun be asking someone stronger than him to train him? And he left while Kim Seong called after him, shouting that Ai-yong had told him everything, that Huang Chang had taught him how to fight, so why wouldn't he teach him? But the man said that it didn't matter what he did or didn't do. Nothing would change the world now, and he had no intention of fanning the flames of a new conflict. Kim Seon recalled how Kang Ai-yong had walked away from the hideout and said he didn't care where he went, he just couldn't stay there. He also said he was sorry because he didn't understand what it was like when Sun's sister was taken away, and he sincerely regretted that he had almost abandoned him and gone alone to a safe place. Kim Seon asked what his friend was going to do there and said that his anger would eat him up from the inside and he would become helpless, and explained that he had done all of this, but nothing was changing. Kang Yi-young asked what he should do next because he couldn't take it anymore. He just wanted to live comfortably with his family, with his little brother who barely fits in his arms, and he feels terribly sorry that he is the cause of their suffering. Then Kim Seong showed the homemade book that Kang Yi-young had given him and asked what would happen next, and he was curious about what would happen after studying this book. Ha-young replied that Seon should ask the boss, because he was the one who taught him and could teach the boy 100 times better than he could, but he wouldn't take him on as a student so easily. However, he needed to keep asking until he agreed. Then Kang Ah-young left and also asked Kim Seon to call him Hyung when they met again next time. Sun was disappointed that Hwang Chung refused to train him, so he angrily struck the tree trunk. The powerful blow split the tree in half, and Kim Sun was buried in snow from its branches. Hwang Chung was angry at Kang Ah-young for saying such a thing to Sun, who had been trying to persuade him for a whole month straight. The commander began to wonder if he should force him to stay, and then he saw Lobachevsky standing next to two small children. Meanwhile, Kang Yi-young was in a dimension where various monsters constantly came through portals. The one who appeared next to him said that the boy didn't look anything like Pyrrha, and asked who he was. Then the monster reported to Pyrrha's ship, asking them to confirm the entry through the Mobius because someone resembling a local had been found. Without hesitation, Kang Yi-young began attacking the monster, who was clearly not friendly. The boy swung his crowbar at it, but his blow didn't harm the monster, and it counterattacked Ion. Now the robot realized that Kang Ion was definitely not Pyrrha, and accused him because the boy had gone after the communication device, meaning he wasn't an ordinary local. Kang Ion got back up and, enraged, charged at it again, even though the monster was clearly stronger. The boy immediately suffered a second defeat. He wondered why he couldn't use his power, since it would have been easy to deal with this thing if he could. Ayong fell to the ground, and the monster was just wondering how it was possible that the boy was still alive, when another discovery occurred and Kang Yi-young noticed this strange sound. At that moment, Hwang Chung received a note from Ion, and after reading it said that the boy was meddling in other people's business again. He told the children that they were brave for coming here and asked if they were hungry, pointing out that the shelter was still a little further on. Then Hwang Chung saw a man wrapped in a hooded cape and asked who he was, and if he had come with the children. The man looked up at the commander and called him by name, which surprised Hwang Chung. The man said that 29 years had already passed, and that he should remember this. The commander suggested they talk at the shelter, but the man kept insisting that Hwang Chang remembered 29 years ago today. The commander noted that the old man hadn't moved from his spot. He even took his hand and said he would figure it out later, that he just needed to remember the time, and Hwang Chung said he still didn't understand anything, and asked him to let go of his hand. The strange old man insisted that the commander must remember and tell him to open the window, and then repeated it several more times. Kang Yi-young continued his fight with the huge monster that kept advancing, and so the boy managed to dodge another round of blows and instead find a good position to stab the monster with his crowbar. Kang Ah-young realized that he had barely defeated one, and he could die here if he couldn't use his power. Just then, two more monsters emerged from the portal. The boy knew full well that he couldn't handle them and thought it would be better to run away from here, when suddenly he heard a window opening and turned around. Behind him, Kang Yi-young saw a strip glowing with blue light. He realized it was another portal and quickly began to pull the strip apart. The boy really wanted it to work, and when he succeeded, he found himself in a room where a man was sitting, who said that Ah-young was very loud. Kang Yi-young quickly jumped to his feet, grabbed a crowbar, and prepared for battle. He shouted, "Who's there?" And now the boy saw an old, gray-haired man standing before him, who said that the boy was exactly the same back then. That is, an idiot full of rage, and that he himself was already too old for such troubles. Kang Yi-young looked more closely at the old man and recognized him as his teacher, who said it had been a long time since they had seen each other. When Hwang Chung met the strange old man on the street, he suggested they just talk. He finally managed to free his hand and asked who the old man was and why he was telling him all this. The man simply repeated that Hwang Chung must remember and called him boss. The commander said he still had no idea what the man was talking about, and just then, Lobachevsky ran out and instantly lunged at the old man. Even Hwang Chung himself was afraid the dog would cause harm. But suddenly the dog, running full speed, joyfully threw his front paws right onto the old man's chest, and the old man waved his finger at him and said that they were having an important conversation right now, so Lobachevsky should calm down and sit. When the dog sat down obediently, the old man praised him and then ordered him to lie down. Hwang Chung, who was simply amazed by everything that was happening here, said to the man that he must have come from the shelter after all, only he doesn't remember him. Otherwise, how could he know how to handle Lobachevsky? And the old man again called Hwang Chung boss and said that people and dogs are essentially the same. No one is perfect from the start. All that dog needs is training and care, and that's enough for him to become a reliable friend. Suddenly, Kim Seong came out of the shelter after hearing Lobachevsky's bark. The boy didn't yet know the dog had returned. The old man said that this boy was young and inexperienced, but perhaps if Hwang Chung believed in him and taught him, in the future everyone would see him make important decisions. And he advised the boss not to dismiss him, but to guide him so that he could use his strength properly. Kim Seon ran up to Lobachevsky and asked where Kang Yi-young was. Hwang Chung turned to the boy for a moment, and when he wanted to suggest to the old man again that he take him to the shelter, he noticed that the old man was already gone. At that moment, Kang Ah-young asked his boss why he looked that way. He even wondered if the teacher had been made up and if it was really him. Hwang Chung replied that he had simply aged. Ah-young argued that this couldn't be true since he had left only recently, and asked what had happened to him. And the teacher, leaning on his cane with both hands, replied that the boy had ended up in the future. Kang Ah-young was shocked. Hwang Chung explained that the time barrier is called the Mobius. It minimizes the risk of errors and side effects during journeys through the desolate and endless expanses. Ai-yon still found it hard to believe, and he asked the teacher if he was really that old and if it wasn't just makeup, but how it had happened that this was the future. Huang Chang sighed and scoffed that he had already forgotten how slow-witted the boy was, and he couldn't believe he had waited so long to prepare him for training. He also said that no matter how much he thought about it, he was pathetic, and Kang Ai-yong said that it was all nonsense, and asked why the teacher kept saying things he didn't understand. In the end, Huang Chang couldn't take it anymore and started whacking the boy on the head with his cane, saying that he should forget all of this, and that he would just ask him one thing. He only needed an answer. Then he stopped the beating and asked if Kang Ai-yong wanted to fight the creatures that had invaded their world. The boy didn't understand again, and the teacher remarked that Ai-yong had always cared nothing for grand goals, so he just wanted to ask him something. Does the boy want to become strong enough to stop the creatures that destroyed a huge number of people and took his family? If Kang Eon is ready, then let him stay and they'll teach him everything. If not, Hwang Chang will open the window again, and the boy will simply go back. The teacher said to himself that he didn't want to stop those scumbags. That wasn't what he wanted. But Kang Ai-yong immediately said that he wanted to tear them to pieces and then bury them. Huang Chang said the boy had passed and that intensive training would now begin. Before Kang Ai-yong could even process what was happening, a portal appeared beneath his feet, and he began to fall right into it. Since it was so sudden, the boy didn't have time to do anything and was flung into another dimension. Then, after landing awkwardly, he immediately got to his feet and saw that he had arrived in a place similar to where he had been before. It was a spacious room filled with transparent rectangles of various sizes arranged chaotically everywhere, and on a strange bench sat someone in an odd costume with a mask covering his face. Meanwhile, Kim Seon continued to train on his own using Kang Ai-yon's notes. The book simply listed basic stances, but his strikes had definitely become stronger. The boy understood that he had to train in order to better utilize his strength. Huang Chang looked at Sun and wondered who he reminded him of, then recalled the words of the strange old man who had said that if the boss believed in the boy and taught him, they might see great achievements from him in the future. Lobachevsky, who was lying next to Kim Sun, suddenly felt like playing and started teasing Sun, but the boy shooed him away, explaining that he didn't have time for games, while Huang Chang kept thinking that the old man must have known why he had told him all that and simply disappeared. And then he noticed how Kim Sun, just like that old man, pointed his index finger at the dog and gave it orders. This detail struck the commander and he decided to train the boy, but warned him that he was obligated to follow his instructions no matter what, without any objections. Kim Seong immediately agreed, but he wondered why the teacher needed a baseball bat. Then Huang Chang tossed a ball into the air, hit it with the bat, and ordered the boy to fetch it, warning him he had 3 minutes to do so. Kang Yi-yong began to slowly approach the strange man sitting with his back to him. Just in case, he reached for his bat and asked who he was. The man stood up and replied that his name was K, then called Kang Yi-yong by name. Kang Yi-yong noticed that the man's voice sounded mechanical and that he was wearing a mask. K explained in his synthetic voice that the boy's training would end when he defeated him. Yeon couldn't make sense of anything. He tried to ask another question, but the words didn't form any logical connection. And then, completely out of the blue, K began to attack. Kang Aion barely had time to react and defend himself. The blows rained down one after another. K said it wouldn't stop until the boy defeated him. Aion asked him to wait a moment, but K continued the so-called training. Kim Seon began his training under Huang Chan's guidance, just as Kang Yi-yong had done before. The boy was also running after the ball, but since he had superpowers, it came easier to him. Huang Chan sat and kept track of the time, and when Kim Seon returned, he threw the ball again and again. And Kang Yi-yong, having completed the first part of his training, returned to Huang Chan in the future. The teacher looked at the boy, who was all beaten up and had fallen to the floor in front of him, and called him nothing but meat. Young wondered if he had really died and why it had all ended so quickly. He hadn't even seen K's movements beforehand. That man was very strong. Had he really been trying to finish him off? K told him he was from the future, but how could he be so strong? Yeon thought he would never be able to become like that. The boy came to his senses on some strange bed. Huang Chang was standing next to him. He told the boy that it had taken a little over an hour. It turned out that K had been a bit rougher with Ion than he'd thought. Kang Yi-yong was shocked. He thought he'd been beaten to death, and Huang Chang explained to him that it was an operating capsule. This medical technology would appear 20 years from now in his time. They hadn't yet conquered incurable diseases, but they'd made great strides in treating common injuries. Then Ion asked who this K was and why he wanted to fight him. But the teacher just said, "Stop complaining, this is only the beginning," and shoved the boy back through the portal. But K had other plans for the boy and began attacking him again. As a result, Kang Yi-yon returned to the commander completely beaten and bloodied. Meanwhile, training continued at the hideout, and the boy kept running after the balls. Huang Chan also gave the boy other training exercises to hone his combat skills. In the future, after receiving treatment, Kang Yi-yong returned to K and was severely beaten again. Finally, after 2 weeks of such training for both boys, Huang Chang told Kim Sun that he had failed to complete his task. Suddenly, a noise was heard. Everyone became alert, and Lobachevsky ran off somewhere. Kim Sun called him back, but the teacher told him to let the dog go. Kang Yi-yong continued his grueling training sessions, after which he was resuscitated each time in the surgical capsule. And so, once again, after treatment, the boy had to return to K, and he asked Huang Chan to at least let him get dressed. Then Ai-yong touched his head and asked if he was losing his mind from the constant beatings or if his hair really hadn't grown back in 6 months. And the teacher said that when he first arrived here, he'd explained that time doesn't exist inside the Mobius strip. The theory and technology of time travel will be discovered in the near future, but transporting a living being will only become possible in a few few centuries. Piri and Ia will succeed in this in thousands of years, and the Mobius is a space resembling a bus stop where time does not flow, so aging and growth also stop. Even if you add up the time spent in the capsule, all the meals, and changing clothes, it turns out that Kang Eon spent about 15 days here. For the guy, this was incredibly strange because he couldn't even fathom how many hours he'd spent here. And then the day came when Kim Seon was carrying canisters to the hideout, and a surveillance drone flew up to him, so the guy got on his motorcycle and rode off. He met Kang Ayon, who wanted Sun to call him Hyung from now on, and suggested they go finish off those scumbags. Tilapia landed in the city again, along with additional capsules. The leader of Tilapia's 14th squad, Kaiden, and Charso also arrived. Kaiden said that the air quality was terrible back then, but the air quality here was even worse, so it was no wonder their ancestors had died out. And Charso added that, on top of that, the air was full of toxic substances and bacteria. Of course, he used immune boosters, but he still recommends using breathing apparatus, since the leader is here for the first time. Kaiden laughed at the fact that Charzo was trying to teach him something just because he had arrived here before him, and Charzo apologized and said that he was here as his bodyguard and guide. Kaiden said it was still a question of who was protecting whom here, because there was no need for that right now. He had seen a report that Atmos were disappearing in that area. He could, of course, have just sent people, but he wanted to see it all for himself. Then the leader said he would just take a look around while they searched for the Atmo. Many monsters emerged from the ship and began to scatter in search of their targets. Kang E-young and Kim Seon-kai were already approaching, and Kaiden thought they must be people from this era, that is, their ancestors. The guys were riding a motorcycle, and as they approached, Kang I-yong decapitated the first monster that crossed their path. The leader of the Tilapia squad was surprised, but Charzo immediately recognized the awakened one he had fought before. I-yong told him that it had been a long time since they'd seen each other, though for a monster, it hadn't really been that long. The guys got off the motorcycle, and Kang Ion added that he had been waiting for this moment for centuries. Kaiden realized that Kang I-yon was the same awakened A that had been reported to him. Charzo said that, given the objectives of their previous mission, there was no point in destroying this guy and apologized for the inconvenience. But the leader said it was fine and that he was glad he'd be able to have a little fun while exploring the local sites. He laughed and asked the guys how the locals, or perhaps their ancestors, referred to them, saying he'd like to learn a lot about this era. Kang I-yong replied that they didn't care what people called them and told him to forget about his questions. Instead, he wanted to ask him something himself. The boy was curious if it was true that Kaiden ranked higher than Charzo in the hierarchy. This question angered Charzo, and he shouted at the boy for daring to interrupt the commander of the Tilapia squad. But Kaidun restrained him and replied that it was true. Then Kan Ion said that in that case, it would be better for him to answer his question, because the higher someone's rank, the more they know. The squad leader replied that the boy was right, but asked why he was asking then, and explained that in that case, there was no point in letting the other man live. After that, Kang I-yong simply turned to Kim's son, and the boy walked over to the car and began to lift it. And in the very next moment, the car sped off toward Kaiden and his henchmen. Charzo laughed, called the guys idiots, and said that no one would fall for such an obvious attack. But then there was a terrible explosion. The car had hit the monster's flying machine and completely destroyed it, so now they couldn't retreat, which put them in a tight spot. Charzo shouted angrily that he'd quickly deal with the guys and call for backup. He said that last time they had gone easy on the people and hadn't taken anyone's life. But the guys were a little mistaken because, back then, he hadn't shown them his new self. He had managed to be reborn. Charzo activated Lapo and said that facing Lapo was a common occurrence for the Awakened, but only the best fighters could handle him, that is, those like him. Before the monster could even start the fight, he'd already taken a kick to the jaw from Kan Ion. The guy repeated to Charzo that he didn't need him, and the monster threatened the guy to unleash his Lapo. But Ion didn't wait for a counterattack. Instead, he immediately struck his opponent in the torso again, then swung his crowbar at him, and in a single motion, severed Charzo's claw from his torso. Huang Chang of the future opened the surgical capsule where Kay was being treated this time, and said that Kang I-yon had really beaten the man up. He couldn't believe it would take several days to treat him. He thought this training would never end and asked Kay if he was satisfied now. The man replied that Kang I-yong was now cooler than him, although Huang Chang said he didn't think so because he was treated immediately and was as good as new every time, whereas Kay had been training the boy nonstop. Kay asked if it was I-yong who had brought him here for treatment. The teacher replied that the boy was supposed to have shown up wounded. On the day Kang I-yong defeated Kay, he appeared through the portal and Huang Chang was very surprised. He never would have thought he'd ever see the tables turned. I-yon hoisted Kay onto his shoulder, dragged him over to the teacher, and said that the man was seriously injured and needed immediate help. Huang Chang immediately placed Kay in the operating capsule and asked how this had happened. And Kang I-yong explained that he had accidentally hit him with all his strength, and asked anxiously if everything would be okay. Now Kay had finally recovered and asked how many times they had treated Eon, because it had taken so long that he had lost count after 100. Huang Chang replied that it was 1,538 times. That's exactly how many times he had thrown the boy at Kay. Kay said that at some point he sensed that Kang I-yon had started holding back. He'd trained much longer than he'd planned, and had become significantly stronger. And now I-yon had started a fight with Charzo and, without any particular effort, defeated the monster. Kaidong laughed and said that Charzo was an ordinary soldier, but still a member of Pira's Tilapia. Then he added that they had been ordered to eliminate the problem of the awakened ice in its infancy, and now he understood why. He asked if Ion had seen how an enhancement agent had been administered to Charzo before his rescue. He introduced himself as Kaiden, the leader of the 14th Squad, and the one responsible for developing combat technologies, including the enhancement agent and his cancer, which amplifies his power. And so Kai activated his cancer, which instantly boosted the power of all the other monsters. They immediately began attacking the boy from all sides, though Kang Ah-yong deftly dodged and thus suffered no harm. Kaidong was certain that Aiyon was fighting many of his men, but these were several times stronger, and he wouldn't be able to fend them off so easily. Kang Eat-yon was surrounded by enemies, but the boy moved extremely fast and struck each one in turn. The monsters couldn't keep up. Not only were they unable to fight back, they couldn't even defend themselves. When one of the monsters fell lifeless to the ground, Kaidong directed his cancer at it and applied maximum enhancement, and Kim Seong came to Kang Eon's aid. That guy possessed extraordinary strength and could easily knock down an enemy and sever its head from its torso. And so all the monsters lay destroyed. Only Kaiden remained. He laughed again and asked if the boys were showing him just how strong the awakened A were, while he had thought to himself that he had come for a stroll and had absolutely not expected to have to unleash his powers. He began to approach the boys and said that they were still savages to the people of the past. Nothing was known about them, so it was too early for them to boast of their strength, because during their last war with Iya, they had tried to stop Pyrrha with the help of their technology, but soon began whispering that if you saw Tilapia in a cloak, you should run. Kan Ion said he had hoped Kaiden would be more useful than the rest, but it seemed he was just another pawn. Meanwhile, the leader of the Tilapia squad activated his Lapo, and said he would now show the guys the impressive power of the best Lapo in Tilapia. But Kong Iyong boldly asked what the monster would show him, and performed the fusion of Symphono and Lapo on himself. During his training, Ayong was always determined to finally defeat Kay. And so, once again, the boy finally decided to bring a weapon into battle, which immediately ended up in his opponent's hands. Kay told him that simply swinging a crowbar back and forth wouldn't make Ayong stronger, adding that he'd been here 100 times already, yet it seemed he'd never get any stronger. The man said that today they would start with mental training. Kang Ion asked if Kay really wouldn't attack him, since he had done so many times before. Kay replied that Eon needed to think back to when he first received the power of the Awakened, how he had used it. Kan Eon said it was all because he had the power of Symphono Hair, but Kay objected and explained that Symphono had never been the source of his power. She had only fanned the flames of a small spark that was already smoldering inside him. It's like dynamite. It's useless until you light it. People have hidden power, but most die without ever knowing about it. People call this potential. Kang Eon wondered what nonsense he was spouting, but Kay continued, saying he was sure the boy didn't understand him, but let him think about it and answer what he had felt when he went to that school. Yan was surprised. Of course he thought this guy was from the future. How else would he know about him? But Kay went on, saying that back then, Kang Yan had been furious and desperate, and that's what forced him to awaken. This power comes from his anger, and the boy said he was just confident, I guess. And now Kang Ion finally seems to have begun to understand that he simply has to do it. The key to victory lies in confidence. Kay said that was right. Confidence is needed. It is the starting point of a person's greatest strength. And now, facing Kaiden, Kang Eon was absolutely confident in his strength, even though the monster considered the boy nothing more than a cheap imitation of Yui. The monster said he had thought about this even before he discovered the power of cancer within himself. He added that it was beneath him to use physical strength in battle. He didn't need it. Then Kaiden went on to say that his powers were on a whole other level, and pointing his finger at Charzo, he said it was time for him to get up. And Charzo stood up, his lost claw having regenerated. Kaiden explained that none of his soldiers, including himself, would die until he stopped, and that he was capable of strengthening all of them to the very end. Of course, Kong Ayong immediately rushed to attack Charzo and struck the monster again on its reincarnated limb. During training, when Ion brought the weapon, Kay activated another portal and told the boy to follow him. When they both entered the other dimension, the man ordered Ayong not to go anywhere from there, because he was going to show him the difference between having power and having none. There were a lot of red windows in this reality, and Kong Ion asked why, since he knew there were plenty of those scumbags here. Kay replied that it was nearly impossible to stumble upon monsters by accident in the endless expanse of the Mobius, so he had deliberately brought the boy to a place where their armies gathered. Sympho is a technology from the future that enhances the inner power of organic matter through fusion with it. Let's say it's nanotechnology from the future. Kay is certain that Ion believes Sympho is needed for healing and increasing physical strength, and that's what he thinks because there isn't enough of it. And that's exactly why the boy can't use his powers. But as soon as the fusion begins, Symphono becomes part of the body and Lapo is activated. The power varies depending on the host and their goals, but it can enhance both the body's strength and its weapons. And Kong Il-yong saw how Kay instantly became even stronger, and his weapon transformed as well. Kay added that, as he had already said, Symphono is not a source of power, and everything fell into place. The enhanced weapon turned back into a crowbar. Then Kay began simply banging that scrap metal on the floor. Kang I-yong asked fearfully why he was doing this, since it would attract monsters here. But Kay kept banging, and soon freaks started closing in on them from all sides. Kay told I-yon to get it through his head that this was exactly why he couldn't defeat him. Because power is within him. It's how evil he is, how desperate, and how confident he is. His confidence is the result of all that. And now when Kaidong revived Charzo, Kang Ion also acted confidently, but Kim Seon approached and said he would handle the monster himself. Aiyong warned the boy that it was too dangerous because Charo was very different, but Kim Seong said that he hadn't just been sitting around doing nothing for those past few months. The boy was confident he could handle the scum, but Charzo fought well. Kang Iyong noted that the monster had already been defeated, but it had risen again and become even stronger. While Kim Seon was dealing with Charzo, Eon decided to continue attacking Kaiden. He closed in on his opponent with very quick steps and immediately ran into a counterattack, as the scumbag fired his sharp spikes at the boy. Kaiden cackled again and said that Eon's decision to disarm him was the right one, but did the boy really think he could destroy technology from the distant future? Kang Ion closed his eyes and recalled his training sessions with Kay, when Kay had dealt with monsters and, in the first stage, had shown what it looked like when he used only his own strength. Kang Ion was very nervous because there were so many monsters, and Kay said he would now show him something else. Just then, the man was about to show the boy what a fight looks like when confidence is present, and he leapt high above the monsters. And now, in the fight against the leader of the 14th Squad, Tilapia, Kang Eong told himself that he would finish off the monster, even if it tore him to pieces. The boy knelt on one knee, gathering his thoughts and instilling confidence in himself. Then he stood up and charged straight at Kaden. The monster immediately began showering Eon with its spikes, but Kang Eon deftly dodged them. Finally, the boy managed to get close to his opponent, and with one precise movement, severed its right arm and broke its left. Kaiden shouted that he was just a pathetic little man, and immediately received a kick to the face from Ion. Kim Seon continued his fight with Chars. He managed to shatter the monster's claw. The monster fell immediately, and Sun was a little surprised that his opponent had previously been unfazed by his blows, yet now suddenly just collapsed. And then the boy saw Kaiden, who was weakly staring at his mangled hands and screaming that someone should have listened to him while he was still alive. But Kang Ayan was already finishing the fight and knocked his opponent out with a kick to the head so hard that the floor was damaged. Then Ayan grabbed the monster by the hair, lifted his head slightly, and said that he'd heard somewhere that you had to run if you saw Tilapia in a cloak. Kay said that those scumbags had an army-like structure, and he was sure that most of the time, Ayan had encountered Atmos. But they were created to be discarded after completing a mission, and that Tilapia was actually Pyrrha's true forces. Kan Ayon said he knew this because he had fought 2 of them, but they were too strong, and he couldn't do anything while his friends were beaten and his brother was kidnapped. Kay explained that there are ranks in Telefia, and the 2 Ion encountered were mere foot soldiers because their commanders wear cloaks. There are 3 colors, black, red, and white. Even among the Pyrrha, where everyone is bred for physical strength, the red ones had to work hard to make it. They are a select few. But Khan Ion shouldn't be afraid if he runs into a white one. Most of them are grunts who only managed to rise through the ranks because they knew a few tricks, and to overcome them, confidence alone is enough. This knowledge and these skills helped Eon defeat Kaiden quite easily. Since Tilafia's aircraft had been destroyed, the monster tried to crawl toward the small shuttle to save himself. He had barely managed to get to his feet and, staggering, approached the ship and ordered the doors to be opened and preparations made for flight. But Lobachevsky came out to meet him. The dog is also one of the awakened and thus possesses superpowers. He pounced on Kaiden and threw him to the ground. Then Kang Yi-yong grabbed his opponent by the collar, dragged him to the shuttle, and threw him onto a seat. At the same time, the young man said he would let the scum live, but he had to do as he said. Kaiden had to find his brother and sister, Kim's son, and then bring them here. The monster declared that he had no intention of listening to the lowly one. He didn't get to finish his sentence because Kang Ai-yong grabbed the enemy by the throat and said he could die right here and now. Then Kaidong croaked that he agreed to the terms. After that, the shuttle was launched. Kim's son asked Hyun why he did that. Did he really believe the scum? Kang Ai-yong replied that of course he didn't believe him, and was certain that, in the end, Kaiden would simply return to seek revenge. And this gesture, like a warning, might make the enemies do something if they're reminded of their relatives. Last time they brought Kim's son's sister with them, so it's possible they'll do the same next time, and Kang Ai-yong already has a plan for that. Then Ayong said that there was something more important right now and that he needed Kim Sun's help. The western main shelter was protected on all sides. Soldiers and military equipment were constantly present on the grounds, and armed guards were on duty in the towers. At the hospital, the doctor asked if the patient, Kwon Yoon Rin, had regained consciousness yet, and the nurse replied that she hadn't. The injured man who came with her was also barely holding on. Their wounds were horrific, and she wasn't sure they would recover. The doctor sighed heavily and said that the world had suddenly gone mad, and that it had even affected children. At that moment, he opened the door to the ward and saw a dog coming out through the doorway. Both medical workers froze in shock. Kang Yi-yong, along with Kim Seong and Lobachevsky, carried Kwon Rin, Jo Hyun-so, Soba, and Kim Ho-myung out of the hospital. Hwang Chung asked anxiously what they were doing, but Ai-yong said his friends hadn't recovered yet, and the boss said they couldn't just bring people here like that because a lot could go wrong. You have to think first, and then act. Kang Yi-yong began to plead. He said that these people couldn't be cured with the technology of his time, so he asked for permission to use the surgical capsule, especially since his friends had suffered because of him, and that he would send them back immediately afterward. Hwang Chan decided to agree, but pointed out that transporting ordinary people through the Mobius could cause side effects. Kang Yi-yong said he had no choice because the boss wouldn't have allowed it if he had asked in advance, and Hwang Chang said he would take charge of the treatment, and after they recovered, they would go home immediately. Ayong thanked him, then told Kim Seon to wait a second and went through the portal. Meanwhile, Hwang Chang began treating Kwon Rin. Kim Seon looked at the boss and couldn't believe it. He asked if the guy had managed to find the ball in 3 minutes, and then Lobachevsky ran over to lick the boss's feet. Meanwhile, Kang Ai-yon decided to check on Kay. Seeing the man sitting in the same spot, he asked, "Have you really been sitting here the whole time?" Kay asked how things had gone for the boy. Ai-yon replied that he had been right. It turned out to be difficult, but he managed. Then Kay asked about the suppressor, and the boy showed a bracelet on his wrist and said he hadn't taken it off. However, Kang Yi-young persistently asked how Kay was feeling, and the man replied that he had already recovered after the guy had caught him off guard. But Kang Ai-yong said that wasn't what he was asking, so Kay asked instead what the boy was going to do now. Ai-yong replied that he would start from the very beginning. He wished Kay well and promised he would return, but the man said there was no need. Then he called out to the boy and said that everything began with a thought. That's how people created civilization and even went into space, and told Ai-yong not to forget that. Kay repeated what Kang had told Ai-yon many times, that confidence is the result. So Ai-yon and Kim Seon left their friends in Hwang Chan's care. Lobachevsky stayed with him as well, whom Ai-yon had entrusted to the teacher for a while, and the dog seemed a bit down, though he was happy to see Hwang Chan. Kang Ai-yon asked Kim Seon why he wasn't asking any questions, and the boy replied that, in his opinion, everything was already clear, and asked what they were going to do now. Ai-yong replied that they wouldn't go to the hideout because that would put everyone else in danger, and decided to explain everything on the way. So the boys got on the motorcycle and rode off. Ah-young explained that he was going to do a lot of dangerous things, that it would be hard, but that he had to do it anyway. He wouldn't force Kim Seong, but asked if the boy trusted him. Kim Seon asked what Hyung was thinking, asking such a stupid question. Kang E-yong replied that within a month, everyone would die. That is, most people would perish. And Kim Seon said he didn't care what the world would become. He simply had to find his sister, and if there was something he had to do to bring her back, he would do it, so he assured Ah-young that he trusted him. The guys raced across the ruined bridge, and Kang Ah-young knew this, so he told Kim Seon to ride the motorcycle faster. Seon saw the ruins and voiced his fears, but Hyun reminded him that if he believed, he should just speed up. And so the boys flew off the edge of the bridge at breakneck speed, and Kang Wai-yeon created a portal in the air which they rode into. In a room, and then the capsule burst open. Kaiden took a breath but realized he wasn't feeling any better. The employee reported that he had been brought to the medical station with untreated wounds, and since they turned out to be very serious, his vital signs were too weak. The employee wanted to say something else, but an enraged Kaidun turned his weapon on him and took his life. Then he looked at Shubaro and told him to tell him everything about those little bastards. And Shubaro said that when he first saw them, they posed no danger because they hadn't started waking up yet. In general, as everyone knows, A's choice cannot be fully conscious. So Kaiden asked if Shubaro was implying that he was too weak. The monster replied that, judging by the footage taken on the warship, those guys had become much stronger. It wasn't that Kaiden was too weak for them, but it seemed some changes had occurred that they knew nothing about. Then Kaiden ordered the entire squad to assemble because he intended to return and destroy them as soon as his wounds had healed. Just then, their commander, Shubaro, walked in, immediately dropped to one knee and bowed his head. The commander said he couldn't believe it when he heard the news, but it turns out Kaiden really is a complete good-for-nothing. Then the commander added that he had already left the squad, so there was no longer any need to call him that. He turned to Kaiden, telling him to focus on recovering, and that he would find the men himself because he wanted to test a personal prototype. The monster asked him not to interfere with his mission. He couldn't allow a technical developer to meddle. Moreover, the commander wasn't a combat unit and had come down to Earth on his own accord, and he couldn't even begin to imagine what he had gone through. The commander said that maybe it was his whim, but he went there to study the people of the present day, that is, their ancestors, and it wasn't in vain. Kaiden stated that he wouldn't talk about how the commander was having fun with those toys everywhere, so why didn't they just stick to their own tasks? Just then, one of the models began approaching him, and Kaiden said that it dared not stand in his way. The commander then said that the end of their mission was just around the corner. Capturing an entire platoon could lead to unpredictable consequences. As he had already said, his models would simply keep watch over them, and Kaiden would be able to deal with that matter after they finished their surveillance. And then he added that perhaps it was because they were born at the same time, but it seemed Kaiden had forgotten that he was also part of a combat unit. Despite his long tenure as a technical developer, he had to hide this fact because his armor was evolving and continued to get in the way. However, he is still the Red Cloak of Talafia, commander of the 6th Talafia Detachment, developer of Doom, and Kaiden should reflect on his behavior. Kang Ayon and Kim Seon ended up in Moebius. Hyun told the boy that it was an endless space between the boundaries of time. Kim Seon asked what was happening here, and Ayon said that these monsters had become so powerful that their world couldn't return, and he was surprised that they had gone quiet. Then he told Sun to follow him. They would try to get a little closer so as not to be caught. Then the boys saw a giant sphere in front of them called Destiny. Kang Eun said that one day, when this happens, humanity will be destroyed by it. The commander of the 6th Talafia squad said that fate was beautiful. This Pyrrha system was simply wonderful. It was clear that Ia had orchestrated this war. They were simply trying to figure out what she had planned with her time traveling in case something could stand against them. But in the end, it became a source of power now unique to humans. They call it potential. And according to the research of Commander Talafia of the 6th Detachment, it is simply desire, and it is what will destroy humanity. They're just watching the observers, and there's no need to worry about humans. A world doomed to self-destruction. Kanion continued to explain that they began to think differently. At some point, their plan became to conquer the human world. After conducting research, they realized that the environment used to be better, but taking control wasn't going to be easy. They had to solve several serious problems. This world was teeming with microbes that made it hard for people to breathe. It was terrifying how they had evolved and adapted to the atmosphere. It also turned out that this primitive civilization had some kind of defense system with weapons and soldiers, so they had to sacrifice some resources to take control. Kang Eon explained that what the monsters want is to take over their planet without destroying it. They simply want to preserve what is necessary for their survival and destroy everything they don't need. The commander of the 6th Talafia squad said that Destiny is truly an amazing achievement. With a single strike, all creatures capable of harming the monsters will be destroyed. It's impossible to track them down without at least some traces left in Mobius, but they made a small mistake, so he ordered the people to be brought here alive as his special specimen. Kang Ah-young said that they wouldn't be able to find their families unless they stopped Destiny. Otherwise, everything would be in vain, but Kim Seong was a bit confused. So he asked if they needed to stop that huge thing first so he could find his sister, and Hyun replied that was exactly right. Then Seon asked what needed to be done for that, and Kang Ah-young explained that they had time to come up with a plan. They were here only to verify this for themselves. Then Kim Seon asked how Han had created that thing, that is, opened the portal, and Kang Ah-young replied that it was too complicated to explain right now, because the training would take a long time, so for now, the boy should just focus on riding the motorcycle. Ah-young tried to create a portal again, but this time it appeared in a different color, and he had to slam on the brakes. Kim Seon asked if Hyun had done everything right, and Kang Yi-young was shocked himself because he'd been told it was impossible to create the exact same temporal point by accident. And then, unexpectedly, the guys were attacked right from the portal they had created. Then a monster emerged from it, one of whose arms was shaped like a firearm. The first blow landed on Kim Sun's helmet. Kang Yi-young asked if the boy was okay and if he could move. To himself, the boy thought that this wasn't part of the plan. He didn't understand what was happening, while the monster continued to attack them. Ayeon was about to join the fight when he suddenly noticed another monster appearing above him. Kim-sun saw that it was the same thing his sister had used. The monster that appeared from above covered the boys with a dome of electricity. Then it fired shackles, also electrified from its weapon, chaining the boys' hands and necks to the floor. The monster knew Kang Ayeong's name all too well. It turned to him and said it would destroy him. But then, unexpectedly, a blue portal opened, and old Huang Chang burst out of it, severing the part of the monster's arm holding its weapon. The teacher looked at the boys and said he had known all along that it was too early to let his guard down. He also reminded them that he had said nothing should be done without a plan. If Kang Ayeong had wanted to help his friends, it had turned out that the monsters had tracked him down that way. Back on that day of global shock, people went about their business as usual. Huang Chan's wife, talking to him on the phone, asked her husband to come home sooner, explaining that it was his first day at his new job and they should celebrate it. Huang Chan said that was no problem because he didn't have any special tasks for today, so he would try to get off work early. His wife also asked if he could take time off this week so they could go somewhere. Her husband laughed and asked curiously why she was acting so strangely today, but said they would see each other in the evening. Then Huang Chang's boss called him over and told him not to worry because escorting a VIP isn't that difficult. He was confident the man could handle it, and also said he could relax when they were alone. Huang Chan thanked him for finding him a job so quickly, and the boss replied that there was no need for thanks. Besides, he had more than enough skills for the job. After all, he had been an instructor in the special forces for many years and had traveled to other countries on missions more than once. He had even worked as the president's bodyguard, and now he was working in civilian life in private security. The man said it was because his eyesight had deteriorated, but he could wear contact lenses. The boss also asked if Huang Chang remembered how the recruits used to call him the Hungry Wolf. Everyone thought he was cold and unemotional. When Huang Chang was driving home from work, he called his wife and arranged to meet her at the intersection in front of their house. But suddenly the connection started to drop. The man adjusted his earpiece, but the sound didn't come back. Suddenly the cars driving in front of him collided, causing a traffic accident. Huang Chang got out of the car and looked up, where other people's eyes were already fixed. They all saw large flying objects appear above them, which began to destroy everything around them. The man immediately sprang to his feet and ran to his wife. Together, they were happy to have found this place and thought they could get by with just minor repairs inside the apartments. After the invasion of the flying objects, almost all the houses got away with just broken windows or cracks at most, but Huang Chang lost everything that day. His house in particular was completely destroyed. He ignored the dam evacuation notice and continued searching for his wife among the ruins like a madman. Days passed, weeks went by. Huang Chang somehow managed to survive on the ruins of his former home. One day, he saw a monster find a mother with a small child and tell them that such a small creature would be perfect for them as a test subject. At first, the man turned and walked away, but then he remembered his wife's words. She had said that people talk about him, calling him cold and scary, but she knows he has a good heart, and she likes that his job is to protect people. The monster had already aimed his weapon at the girl's mother so he could take the child for himself. But Huang Chang grabbed a piece of rebar with concrete still on it and smashed the monster over the head. From that moment on, all he did was try to survive and protect others. But monsters were running rampant everywhere, and no matter how hard Huang Chang tried, he couldn't protect everyone. He himself understood that it was difficult to do anything in such a situation. After all, he was only human. Using his abilities, Huang Chang defeated many monsters, and the people he saved followed him, even though he had asked them not to. He told them to go to the shelter and explained that he had only helped out of guilt. They had been too slow to evacuate, but now they could finally hide in the shelter. He told them to look at him. He was a complete nobody. Who was he to protect others? Then the girl he had saved came up, took his hand, and apologized for her tears, saying she had promised to listen and not cry anymore, and asked him not to leave them. Huang Chang decided he didn't want to lose those he was supposed to protect, but his body was too weak, and he understood that he was incapable of protecting absolutely everyone. This depressed him greatly, but there was nothing he could do about it. As a result, almost everyone died. Time passed. How he had survived at all was a mystery. The surveillance drone said they hadn't been able to abandon Pira's plan. The man cut him off and told him not to spout such nonsense. It was bad enough that they kept coming after the children. He had been wandering this world for 10 years with the remaining survivors, and now he had a question for which he wanted a straight answer. It all began the moment they came to the people of the past. They appeared here in search of a way to get rid of the monsters, and then those guys went after him, and from that moment on, they became the target of conquest instead of them. The surveillance drone said they had no intention of causing the destruction of humanity as it currently exists. The man clenched his jaw and repeated the question. Couldn't they use the same technology to go back and fix everything that had gone wrong? Huang Chang meant, couldn't we have saved those he couldn't save? Iona, the children, and his wife? The observer drone replied, we came from the distant future, but he's talking about traveling back 10 to 15 years, so it's impossible. The man asked why it was impossible. The robot had done it, so why couldn't they? Let him just send him back to the past the same way he does it. The observer drone uttered the word rendezvous. Huang Chang didn't understand, and the drone explained that when a being recognizes itself in another world, it goes against the principles of life. If two identical entities meet, only the one from the earlier time survives, while the other, from the future, disappears. They call this a rendezvous. It's not that they've never done this before, but interfering with time is very dangerous. Huang Chang got angry at the words danger and principles because because he considered them empty and asked again if it was possible. The observer drone replied that even if it were, he was just an ordinary person and wouldn't be able to handle a time jump, whereas Kang Aeyong could because he was awakened. Huang Chang said that such power could happen to him, so he asked to at least be given a chance. The observer drone apologized and explained that it was impossible because only a small number of young specimens were capable of merging with Symphono, and even then only with a certain probability. Then the man swung a knife at the observer and said he didn't care about his probability. I'll just let him do it, and he wouldn't ask nicely. And now the old man Huang Chang has come to Kang Aeyong's aid, even though he was told he wouldn't be able to manifest his innate power because he's too old. But Symphono serves only as a catalyst to amplify a person's inner strength and corresponds to the characteristics of the awakened. Kim Seon added that whoever wishes to become stronger will receive this power. And Kang Aeyong also said that whoever was quick-witted would certainly receive this power. Huang Chang said that determination defines strength, and that is what he strives for. And then he activated his Lapo, so his energy and sense of loss could not be properly assessed. Meanwhile, Kaidong remained in rehabilitation. He was in great pain and begged for the necessary medication to finally be administered. One of the staff members said there might be side effects, but Kaidong insisted that he was the only one who had done this, so they should do as he said. The monster was furious that Kang Aeyong had suggested he simply back down after humiliating him, and since no one had been able to kidnap the awakened one who had already been reported, he would tear him to pieces. They would take care of him. They would select the Mobius point to which the sample had been sent. Kaidong ordered Shubaro to stay and be ready for anything. Shubaro said they should remain on high alert because there were reports of the awakened one, Kang Aeon, who had created a Mobius portal. There were many possibilities regarding what had happened if he was indeed capable of opening portals without the system's assistance. Finally, after receiving his dose of medication, Kaiden disconnected from the machine and got dressed. He was very agitated that Kang Aeon had created the Mobius portal on his own. The monster said it could send Atmos after the awakened one to cut off his escape routes. An evacuation bus arrived at the shelter where Kang Aeyong had sent the 2 children who had saved him. Huang Chan wanted to send them to the main shelter, but they didn't get on the bus, even though he insisted that they would be more comfortable and safer there. The girl burst into tears and said she needed to wait for their dad, in case he had wandered too far from home, but Huang Chang told her to listen to the adults. The girl in glasses thanked the commander for everything and said that they had no more new survivors, so they could take the children on the next bus. Suddenly, a sharp sound came from the sky. Huang Chang and the girl looked up and saw 2 flying shuttles. They hid around the corner and saw the ship stop, and monsters emerge from them. The commander noted that they hadn't been here in a long time, so why had they arrived now? The girl grew anxious that they were too close to the shelter. One monster said he couldn't detect any signs of the awakened one, while the other added that they'd been told he might show up here if he escaped. Huang Chang quickly figured out what to do and told the girl they needed to hide in the shelter. The monsters continued down the street hoping to find the awakened, when suddenly they sensed someone's presence across the street from where Huan Chang was hiding, little Tae Yong Lee and his little sister. Suddenly, Huang Chang jumped out of his hiding spot and shouted loudly into the megaphone, announcing his location. Then the commander ordered the girl to take the children and flee to the shelter, while the monsters were distracted by him. The robots recalled that they had been briefed about this man earlier, so they knew he was an ordinary native but had some connection to the awakened. Old Huang Chang continued fighting in Moebius against the monsters that had immobilized Kang Ba-Wayong and Kim Sun. The commander asked Aeon if he really could no longer suppress Symphono since there wasn't enough of it to go around. Suddenly, one of the monsters, whose weapon Huang Chang had knocked away, reached his other hand into the portal, pulled out a new weapon, and immediately used it against his opponent. Huang Chang managed to dodge the electric shock and counterattacked the monster just as quickly and skillfully. The man managed to defeat his opponent in that battle, but the monster used the portal again to pull out more weapons. Huang Chang turned to Kang Aeyong and asked how long he intended to lie on the floor while the old man fought. Perhaps these attacks were weaker than before since the users were separated. And then Kim Seong gathered all his immense strength and managed to break free from the shackles by snapping them off. Then he approached Kang Aeyong and tore off the shackles that were chaining the boy to the floor as well. Huang Chang said that Symphono must have responded, so it would take some time for Kang Aeyong to recover from the electromagnetic attack. Aeyong noted that it had been the same last time, and asked why this was happening. The boss replied that the monster's equipment was from the future, but Symphono's nanotechnology was still sensitive to electricity. Then he suggested putting that aside for now and focusing on the battle. The monsters began attacking the people. Huang Chang noted that his blows didn't seem to damage his opponent at all, but he didn't know if it was Tilapia. Then the boss asked Kim Sun to destroy the red portals while he held off the enemies, though the boy doubted it was possible. Then Huang Chang said that the time had probably come, so they couldn't let reinforcements reach the monsters, and since they were already approaching, they had to hurry. Kim Sun ran as fast as he could toward the red portal. One monster tried to block his path, but the boy dodged its attack and thrust his hand into the portal. But nothing happened, and the boy realized that in this case he couldn't use his powers, and he wondered if it was even possible to break through such a portal. And then that same monster attacked him again and grabbed the boy by the neck. Meanwhile, in the present world, Huang Chang was trying to distract the robots that were about to attack Tai Yong Lee and his little sister. The man ran very fast, but the monsters attacked him and wounded him so he fell. One monster lifted Huang Chang by the collar of his jacket and said it was very strange why people always fought to the end, especially when there was no chance of winning. After all, the man wasn't even awakened, yet he fought to the last like a pitiful insect. Then that monster simply threw Huang Chang hard to the side and he flew into a storefront, shattering the glass with his body. At first, the monster thought the man might be dead, but he needed to keep him breathing. Though to him, this was utter nonsense, since the people of this era were very weak, despite being Pyrrha's predecessors. Another monster said that this native was connected to the awakened one, so they needed to protect him and wait. And then a piece of iron flew into the head of one of the monsters. Huang Chang heard their conversation and asked, "Do the robots really not understand what's going on?" He said that they were right and that humans are weak. They're made of flesh and blood. But there are times when you have to protect your friends, family, and loved ones. Then, even if there's no chance of victory, they have no choice but to fight. Huang Chang found a large cleaver somewhere and rushed at the monsters with it, stabbing one of them in the shoulder. Both robots parried the man's attack and knocked him to the ground with a single blow. The wounded robot screamed that he would destroy him and didn't care who he was. But then Huang Chang asked who he was, and the old man replied that he probably hadn't lived up to the commander's expectations, no matter how hard he tried to remember. He had never managed to repay his debt on time, and he activated his Lapo. The struck Kang Aeyong asked his friend if that was a shoulder throw, but Huang Chang told him to leave the boy alone because he was still the strongest among them. So there was no need to worry about Sun, and they both continued the fight. Meanwhile, Kim Sun also got back on his feet and rushed at his opponent again. However, the monster managed to dodge the boy's blow again and, just like before, threw him over his shoulder. In the present, the old man activated his Lapo and, with a single precise crosscut, split one of the monsters in two. The other monster thought this was the awakened one they had been warned about earlier, and at that moment, the old man donned his armor. Now he was fully protected and ready to withstand the enemy's next attack. The monster didn't hesitate and began firing shots at the man. However, this did not harm the old man. Instead, he grabbed the monster by the throat, while Huang Chang asked in shock, "Who the hell is he?" After dealing with the second monster, the old man ordered the surveillance drone, which he called a soccer ball, to scan the area, and the drone replied that no threats had been detected within a 5-mile radius, and it seemed that everything was now under control. Then the drone scanned Huang Chang's condition and reported that he had only scratches and no serious injuries were found. Then the old man said he understood that Huang Chang had his own thoughts, but he shouldn't say anything. This matter was dangerous, and he shouldn't be here. They weren't supposed to meet at all, so Huang Chang shouldn't expect him to happily teach him everything. In Moebius, Huang Chang sustained a minor injury, but continued fighting and told Kang Yi-yong that their situation was much more serious, and the monsters could take their lives if the boy didn't use his power. Ai-yon said it seemed to him that the boss could handle them all at once, though Huang Chan explained that he was already old and hadn't been attacked before, so he wasn't as strong as the rest of them, and was already at his limit. He added that they had no choice. They had to retreat until Kang Eon's power returned, so he ordered them to open a portal. Eon recalled that the boss had said they couldn't use their abilities because of the electromagnetic attack, so why shouldn't he create the portal himself? But Huang Chang said he couldn't, and Kang Ah-yong didn't believe him, since the boss had done it many times before. However, the commander explained that he hadn't opened them, Kay had, and added that creating a portal required a lot of symphono, and Kang Ah-yong could do it if he concentrated. The monster they were fighting resumed its attack, and Huang Chang urged Kang Yi-yong to act faster. Ah-yong tried with all his might, but nothing worked. Meanwhile, Kim Seong was also being attacked by enemies, and the monster even mocked the boy, saying that his movements were so ineffective and predictable that he was simply shocked. In the present, the old man told Huang Chan that he was glad he was alive, and added that he had no right to die. The boss said that it was too irresponsible, and that he shouldn't have met the old man, and gone on dangerous adventures. However, the old man said he shouldn't talk like that because the boss had taught him a lot during their first months of training together, and those weren't just empty words. Besides, not as much time had passed for Huang Chan as it had for him. But he still remembers it as if it were yesterday. Back then, he didn't even know how to put all his strength into a punch, and the teacher, while teaching, clearly showed that every fighting style has its flaws. He explained how to close the distance correctly, and that in boxing, it's more important to watch your opponent's feet and shoulders than his fists. You must attack and defend according to your opponent's fighting style. That's the foundation. Huang Chang taught that if you're fighting an idiot like Ion who makes too many movements, you can expect your opponent to run out of steam quickly after a few lunges. But this doesn't apply to monsters like Kim Seong. A fight isn't about strength. It's important to understand your opponent's abilities and capabilities. Everyone has weaknesses. For example, a boxer's vulnerable spot is his legs, and if the opponent knows jujitsu, you must not let him take the fight to the ground. You need to maintain your stance. If the opponent knows judo, he will try to grab his opponent, followed by a throw. In Mobius, the monster landed blow after blow on Kim Sun, repeating, "Why does this guy keep getting back up? Why doesn't he just die?" But at one point, when the monster tried again to throw Kim Sun over his shoulder, the boy struck him in the side and then in the back. Sun told his opponent that if he couldn't defeat him, he would use his power again and the monster would die, so he'd better leave. Kang Yi-yong kept trying to open the portal. Huang Chang, barely holding back the monster's attack, asked how much longer it would take, but suddenly he succeeded. However, he opened a red portal again and was surprised that he had done so. The boy stepped closer to the portal and was immediately attacked from within, wounding his neck on one side. Kaiden emerged from the portal, accompanied by 2 more monsters. Kaiden said that people were still somehow managing to deal with the simpler specimens. But did they really think they could live in peace after disgracing him? He lunged to attack Kang Ah-yong. Huang Chang rushed to the boy's defense, completely shielding him with his own body and using his weapon as a shield. Kaiden had already fully recovered from his previous defeat, but he didn't know who Huang Chang was. No one had told him anything about him. Then the monster turned to the other monsters, calling them specimens, and said he would destroy the humans on his own. Just don't get in his way. They had already done their job by sealing their powers with electromagnetic weapons. Kaidong said with relish that he would first sever the humans' arms, then the rest of their limbs, and finally their heads, and dissect their bodies for experiments. Huang Chang turned to Kang Yi-yong and said that their situation had worsened, so the boy had to do something. Either regain his powers or open a portal. Otherwise they would die here. The boy promised to try. Suddenly, everyone heard the roar of a motorcycle. Kim Seong was rapidly approaching on it. The boy slammed on the brakes in front of the monsters, jumped off the motorcycle, and aimed it at them. However, Kaidong easily dealt with the vehicle, smashing it with his bare hands. In this way, Kim Sun bought some time for his people, and Kang Ah-yon managed to open the portal after all. The people quickly fled from the Mobius. Kaidong approached the portal. He recalled that Shu Bardo had told him that people don't understand how the Mobius space works. Kang Ayon asked how the commander was feeling, and Huang Chang replied that it seemed he was, after all, too old for this. Ayon continued to create portals, and the people fled through them while the monsters relentlessly pursued them. Kaidong said there was no point in rushing because they wouldn't lose them as long as there were traces. Kang Aiyong noted that they wouldn't be able to break away unless there was enough time between portals and asked what to do in that case. Huang Chang pointed in a certain direction and suggested opening a portal there. Extremely exhausted, Aiyong, Kim Seong, and Huang Chang jumped through another portal and paused for a moment. Kaidong arrived there almost immediately as well, and with a malicious smile asked if the humans were done playing hide and seek, suggesting they stop running. Kang Aiyong anxiously asked the boss if it was really safe to show the monsters this place, but Huang Chang replied that they had no choice. After all, who else could stop the robots right now? He needed some rest. Kaidong said he was ready now. He hadn't been in a hurry on purpose and had let the people regain their strength because he was confident he could win anyway. But they were still too slow, and he wanted to take advantage of the medicine he'd injected into himself. Suddenly, the monster sensed something was wrong. This alarmed him because he didn't know what was happening here. Huang Chang turned to Kay in the room they had arrived at and said he was very sorry, but the boy's abilities were sealed, and Talafia's forces kept arriving. The old man explained that he had no other choice. He knew it was very frustrating. But right now, Kay had to worry about the boys. Kaidong smiled and asked what this was all about. Was this another human friend? And confidently declared that one more insect wouldn't change a thing. Then he turned to one of his subordinates named Runte and ordered him to deal with Kay because he wasn't interested in it. Kaiden also added that they'd probably have to fight with everything they had. That Kay must be strong if the people had come to him for help. Runte roared like a beast and lunged to attack Kay, while the commander of Talafia's 14th squad laughed and told the people that this was just their own business. As soon as Runte swung at Kay, he immediately dodged and, in that same instant, delivered a sharp blow to the monster's throat, then began approaching Kaiden, calling him by name, surprising the monster by knowing who he was. Sensing danger, the commander of Talafia's 14th squadron directed healing energy at Runte. In doing so, he healed him, and the monster immediately rushed to attack Kay again. But Kay was ready to meet his opponent's next attack, and the monster didn't even have time to inflict any damage. Then, in the present, Huang Chang and the old man who came to his aid found themselves in someone's crosshairs. Far away on the roof of the building, Jay stood watching the whole situation. Then she lowered her weapon and asked if it was all over. The girl jumped down from the roof and told the old man that they had caught him red-handed. She added that she knew it would be like this because he didn't even seem surprised when he saw the time traveler, and she thought she heard someone shoot and asked if he was the one who did it. The old man called the girl Ji Jingu Chang, and she got a little nervous. How did he know her? Was he a stalker? But the old man just replied that she shouldn't be late next time because the boss could be in danger and she should understand how important he is. When the old man walked away, Jay took off her tactical goggles and asked if his name was Kim Song. Then the girl asked how things were in the future, if everything was okay with them, if they'd gotten rid of Pyrrha. And when Sun remained silent, Jay said sadly that they probably hadn't. After that, she asked a little nervously if she had died, but Kim Sun replied that no, the whole world had simply been destroyed. Jay hung her head even lower and asked if everything she had done to protect others had been in vain. But Kim Seon placed his hand on her shoulder and asked her to simply remember that when the time came, she must not be late or hesitate, because she had no room for error. He added that this was a chance for everyone. In Mobius, Kaidong was yelling at his subordinates, asking why they were standing there. He told them to move forward and destroy all their opponents. But Kay activated his Lapo and rushed to attack the monsters, mowing them down in his path. The other specimens, as Kaiden called them, also rushed into the fray, but Kay skillfully dealt with them. One by one, the man destroyed them with powerful blows, yet no one could touch him. Kaiden was furious and asked in astonishment who Kay was and where he had come from. He desperately tried to revive and heal his subordinates. At the same time, he himself tried to attack his incredibly strong opponent, but nothing worked. Kay dodged all of Kaiden's sharp blades aimed at him and defeated the monster. Kaidong urged his subordinates to keep fighting, but they were all already maimed. Then Kay approached one of the specimens and pulled the mask off its face. Kang Iyong looked at the monster and recognized Yang Xiong-jun. Then Kay let go of the mask. At that moment, something shocking happened to Kaiden. A large sphere emerged from inside him through his mouth. The monster fired it at Kay while he was standing next to Seong-jun. Kang Iyong shouted loudly for Kay to duck, but the ball was flying at lightning speed. And so it reached its target. It hit Kay, and he was instantly paralyzed as if by an electric shock. Kaidong laughed triumphantly and shouted that he'd brought it along just in case, but had no idea it would actually be needed. Finally, after recovering, Kay said he hadn't even guessed that Kaidong would pull off such a trick and asked how long the effect of the electromagnetic attack would last. Maybe 20 minutes. The monster replied that he had sealed its power for 15 minutes, and that was enough for him to destroy all his opponents. Kay asked if Kaidong was confident in his calculations and if he had taken them into account as well. The monster turned and saw Kim Seong approaching him, who told Kang Iyong that he was ready. The next moment, the boy sprinted toward Kaidong and delivered a powerful blow to his torso. The monster fell to the floor, and after that, Kang Iyong activated his superpower, Lapo. Within seconds, the boy used it against Kaiden and knocked him to the floor again. But the monster still wouldn't give up. He called his opponents parasites and pathetic people from the past. Then he got back up. His body began to change, and he said he was going to burn cancer. He didn't know how much time he had left, but he threatened to destroy everyone. And so Kaiden began to activate his cancer. It lifted him up, while Kanayon still didn't know what to do. The monster screamed that it would tear everything to pieces, every inch of this space. Kay immediately shouted to everyone that it was time to run because it was dangerous here. He touched the floor with his hands and began to create something. Kang Iyong called Huang Chan and Kim Sun over to him, while Kay said there was no need to worry about him. Huang Chan told Sun not to move and began drawing a protective circle around them both. Meanwhile, Kaidong, suspended in the air, was filling himself with destructive power. Then the circle Huang Chang had drawn created a dome over him and Kim Sun, and they too were spared by Kaidong's sharp spikes. Instead, all the monsters were killed. When the spikes stopped raining down, Kaiden shouted that he would tear everyone to pieces because it was impossible to hide forever, and in the end, they would all die together. And then, completely unexpectedly for everyone, Kang Aiyong launched his crowbar at the monster and pierced it right through. Finally, Kang Aiyong struck his opponent several times until Kaidong collapsed to the floor. Kim Seon asked if that was all, but Eon replied that it wasn't, because Kaidong had said he would survive no matter how serious his injuries were. The boy was determined to finish off that monster, but suddenly a red portal appeared above them. And this time the portal was extremely large and everyone saw some kind of structure descending toward them through it. The boys froze in shock, watching what was happening, when suddenly Kay shouted loudly to run away from there immediately because the structure was about to fall on them. Kang Eon and Kim Seon barely had time to run away before this monstrosity landed, and standing on it was the monster. He said he hadn't expected all his specimens to succeed, and to be honest, had simply allowed Kaiden to participate to test his abilities. But now he had to take his defective brother and the specimens away. If the humans weren't happy with that, he suggested they just end it all quickly. Kang Ayon stopped, though he didn't understand anything, and the monster, the commander of Telefia's 6th Squadron, said he would take their belated response as consent. After that, he extended long tentacles and gathered his frail robots. And Kay explained that this was Doom in a red cloak from Telafia, and there was no point in dealing with him now because he was merely a shell, and his true essence lay elsewhere. Doom said that this was amazing because there were suddenly 4 awakened ones inside Mobius, and one of them had even recognized him. Such a surprise immediately made the situation more interesting. Kay said he was aware that this was only Doom's shell, and that Doom himself was hiding somewhere, and he urged that enough was enough with the violence, and warned him that these awakened ones were dangerous to him. The commander of Telafia's 6th Squad said that Kay was speaking in riddles, and suggested he explain why he was still alive. And he explained that it's not at all because they want to preserve the world, but simply because of his personal curiosity. Moreover, peace treaties are usually concluded between parties, with roughly equal numbers of losses and victories, and then some kind of weapon rained down on the people from above. Huang Chang shouted sharply for everyone to run, but it all happened extremely quickly and very unexpectedly. So this strange weapon, resembling a large harpoon, struck Kim Sun directly, who didn't have time to jump out of the way. They got the boy into treatment as quickly as possible. Huang Chang started up the machine while Kang Aiyong kept asking if Sun would be okay and if he could be saved. The boss just said that the boy didn't look good. Huang Chang reported that Kim Sun's heart was damaged and that it was beyond what the surgical capsule could do. Inside the capsule, the boy's life would be sustained, but ultimately, he would die. Kay replied gloomily that he hadn't known. It was impossible to foresee, just as he had said. Huang Chang confirmed that Kay was right. Screaming wouldn't help here, and told Aiyong to figure out what he needed to do. Then the boss put his hand on the boy's shoulder and said they would do everything possible to keep Kim Seong alive. They would definitely find a way to save him, and he should do his part. Then the old man started crying. He said that Kim Seon meant a lot to them. Kang Aiyong should have been on his way by now, since his friend should have already come out to meet him. The boy could barely move his feet. His heart was so heavy. Then he fell to his knees and asked himself if he could really do this. He had lost his family and friends, and now he had to stop fate. The boy didn't know how anyone could possibly pull something like this off. Suddenly, he heard a noise, turned his head, and saw a small van approaching. When the vehicle pulled up closer, Kim Hom-young peeked out and waved cheerfully at Ayon. Kang Aiyong was shocked to see his friend here on the empty street. Somewhere on the ground, old Kim Seon sat, holding a keychain that tied him to memories of his sister, and suddenly he felt an excruciating pain. The observer drone's analysis determined that this was temporary shock caused by an unknown reason. Kim Seon felt as if his heart had been ripped out. The drone reported that at the moment, his body was not injured to that extent, and further analysis was needed. Kim Seon decided to look at the spot where it hurt so badly. He lifted his sweater and saw a huge dent on his body near his heart. Kang Aiyong got into his friend's car and they sped off somewhere together in the middle of the night. Aiyong was surprised that the boy knew how to drive, and Hom-young explained that his family ran a delivery business, so he got his license as soon as he came of age. Besides, he'd always liked cars, and this way he could help his father too. Kang Ee-young recalled how the boy always drew sports cars because he loved them so much, and Kim Hom-yang said that was more of a dream. Then Ayon asked about the other children and why he had come alone. Was he the only one who had recovered? Kim Hom-young replied that everyone was fine. The rest just had to stay there, but he couldn't, so he came back. Kang Aiyong exhaled upon hearing this news. He was clearly relieved, and Kim Hom-young said, "Let your friend look at you. After all, everyone used to make fun of you, but now you've been to the future and come back. No one could have imagined it." Suddenly, Kim Hom-young slowed down and began to look around. He said they were supposed to meet around here. Boom slowly drove past a spot where a girl was standing with a bag in her hands. Hom-yang looked out and called for her to get in the car. It was Jae. But the girl suddenly refused and said she would go separately because she didn't want to get into a van with a driver without a license. However, Hom-yeon insisted that they should go together. They were both 20 years old. But the girl kept complaining about where he'd found that piece of junk. Finally, Kim Hom-yeon managed to convince Jae to get into his van, and they all drove to their destination together. The guy explained that this vehicle was from his father's warehouse. It was the only one available. And so the friends arrived at a building that looked like a warehouse. They were very far from the city. Jae asked what they could possibly do here. Kim Hom-yeon opened the door and said with satisfaction that he had already prepared everything, then kindly invited Kang Aiyong and Jae inside, adding that this was their safe place. So the friends went inside and sat down at the conference table. In front of them were bottles of drinks and some snacks. Kim Hom-young stood in front of the table and solemnly announced that he was beginning his presentation. They should consider him their secret weapon who would help with strategies. So the guy said that, first of all, their goal was to stop Fate, and a funny image of Fate and how she was being defeated appeared on the monitor screen behind him. Jay clutched her head and suggested to Iona that they just kick Homyeon out. He agreed that it sounded like a good idea, while Kim Homyeon said disappointedly that he'd spent a ton of time preparing the presentation. Jay said that the guy's only contribution was to bring this old, beat-up car. Homyeon sighed and said he'd expected those words. They had the power of the awakened, about which they didn't know much, and Eon said he knew a lot about the current situation. Besides, he trained a lot and recognized various things. But then Kong Ayon snapped out of it, looked at his friend, and asked if he had been there too. And Kim Ho-myeon replied that he had indeed been in Moebius, since he didn't have Eon's power and never would, so he had focused on figuring out the situation. Fate is bound to reveal itself at least once in the future, and that means they've already lost. Of course, it's impossible to know everything in advance and prepare for the future, but in the guy's opinion, they've already failed. They didn't know about these technologies and plans, so they needed to prepare for surprises. They had to start all over again to figure it out. Kim Homyeon continued that this is exactly why they need an assistant, and the guy started clapping his hands comically in all directions and telling someone that they could leave. And suddenly, the friends saw an observer robot appear unexpectedly before them. The robot asked if he really needed to do that, and Kim Homyeon insisted, since they had already discussed it with him, that in their era, everyone does it that way. And the boy and the robot started greeting each other in a very funny way, just like teenagers do in groups. At the same time, they both chanted a slogan that went, "I can, you can, we can." After that, Homyeong praised the robot, saying he'd done a great job. But the robot said he needed to work on some of his movements. Meanwhile, at Mobius, Kim Seon was in the surgical capsule. Kay came in and asked if the boy had recovered yet, and Hwang Chung replied that he didn't even know what was happening with Seon, but something was clearly wrong. Kay assured him that Kim Seon would definitely wake up because they needed him, and Hwang Chang agreed, saying they had to cure the boy no matter what it took. Then the boss asked if everyone else was still there, and Kay replied that they were stubborn and he knew them well. They wouldn't give up that easily. Suddenly, Kay sank painfully to his knee, and Hwang Chan said that several days had passed since his treatment. Apparently, the illness had flared up. During this period, he couldn't be in a place where time continued to pass, so Kay should return immediately, but the man said the boss knew he wouldn't do that. Kay added that those children still had a chance to fight them, so he earnestly asked Hwang Chung to take care of Kim Sun's recovery. Kwon Rin and Jo Hyun Sob sat in the lotus position. The surveillance drone analyzed that the probability of the subjects waking up was 0.2%. It understood the other's desire, but their natural bodies were unsuitable for this. They lacked inner strength, so it recommended ceasing the attempts. Kwon Rin asked if they should continue, and Hyun Sob answered in the affirmative. Rin added that time didn't matter here. It didn't matter how long it took, a day or years. The surveillance drone was extremely surprised by the children's persistence. Kim Homyang's robot explained that there are two ways to stop Fate. The first is to destroy the energy device in the core, and the second is to make sure all the windows are closed. Then she won't be able to reach Earth even if everything is prepared. Homyang said that it's not at all easy to open such a huge window to lure Fate to Earth. Even the largest existing windows isn't big enough for Destiny to pass through. The robot continued that this is precisely why they believe the monsters are working to keep the technology secret. Jay asked if this thing they call Fate is a huge mechanism about 100 yards in diameter. The girl asked further if all they needed to do was destroy a piece of metal, why wouldn't they just bring in military equipment and bomb it? Kim Sun said that fighting with a large-scale attack was a guaranteed failure, and the robot added that within a radius of 1.5 miles around Fate, the defenses were reinforced. They would have to fight against the full might of Pyrrha if people and equipment entered that range. If they want to win, it can only be done with a small number of people. They are also still developing a better way to approach this technology, and they need strategies that minimize the exposure of their awakened ones. Kim Sun said that they are safe here because they have installed a defense system around the vehicle in the warehouse. The robot explained that they didn't expect Fate to start attacking in their era, so they need to use every possible means to defend themselves and stop her. Kang E-yong clarified that all these events are, of course, happening in our time, but they do not directly affect them, and as he understood it, they have already failed in all the operations they carried out. The robot replied that this was an unconfirmed future. Kang E-yon said that wasn't true because he had been told so, and he believed it. Now they couldn't fail, and everything would work out for them. The robot said that the EA system was 1,000 steps ahead of today's cutting-edge technologies, and using this system was their best chance for success. Kang Eon added that they couldn't lose, and that he wanted to clarify the robot's task, to assist them with information and technology, so it shouldn't make decisions on their behalf. Kang Eon's statement was a bit harsh. Even Jay said it had become awkward, and in the end, Eon went outside to train. Jay watched him from the roof. The robot had also arrived, and the girl named him Scaphander. The robot explained that it was an important tool for research. Jay pointed at Ion and said that the boy knew their chances were slim to none, yet he was still training to get his revenge. "I suppose people are generally the same," the robot said. "After endless transformations, people are no longer capable of feeling unnecessary emotions, and he doesn't understand Ion's actions. Jay, that people protect their families and their people no matter the cost, just like Ion." Then the girl jumped off the roof and stretched sweetly, and the robot had no reply to her words. Ion replied that perhaps he needed that percentage just to survive. Perhaps they too had been just 1% short of victory, and of preventing this chaos, and nothing like this should happen to them. The robot explained that things weren't always like this. At the start of the war, they had the ability to stop Pyrrha. Pyrrha's Talafia was small at the time, and they had enough warriors to fend them off. Kanion said he had already heard this. Some of them had awakened, so they came to the humans to find the source, but why didn't they finish what they started? The robot explained that humanity, the EI, lacks the desire to destroy. They attack to defend themselves, but cannot destroy or strike first. Kang, the robot, said that while he might not be able to participate in that, he agreed with him and suggested that Yon ask for whatever he needed for training. But the boy replied that he needed nothing. He had been taught by great mentors, and there were no better training partners than them. Yon mentioned to Kay that it would have been good to continue training with him, but something unexpected had happened, and Kim Seon was undergoing treatment, so he would have to do it alone. The robot said that, as Ion knew, a small number of humanities awakened. The EA had defended themselves well against Pyrrha's invasion until the middle of the war. But then most of them died. The last of the warriors who fought to the end were Hezion and Dynamis, who barely made it back. Unfortunately, one of them later died from a fatal injury, and the other is working on a mission to find answers, and that was him. And the robot began to remove his protective gear. He said that it is forbidden to interfere in matters that go beyond the scope of a reconnaissance mission, but this is a special situation. He lacks the emotional drive to destroy the enemy. However, if Iona needs a sparring partner for training without the need to destroy, this is entirely feasible. Now we need to explain a bit what happened in the future that led to the journey into the past, and the search for answers there. A huge flying object passed through the portal glowing red. It arrived at the location of the Olympus Pyrrha System Center. The commander of the 6th Tilapia Squadron, Zagabel, headed toward the arriving object and was unexpectedly met with fire from it. As a cheerful man with long white hair approached him, the commander shouted indignantly, "How dare you?" But the man apologized and said he just wanted to show off an interesting toy his ancestors used. The commander said he didn't understand what the man was talking about, so the blonde man took a bullet between his fingers and explained that it was quite simple. Their ancestors created explosions using a small piece of metal that flew toward the enemy. The commander said that guns were useless for mass destruction. The man agreed that their weapons possessed destructive power, but these things wouldn't harm Telefia in any way. But Zagib again protested that the newcomer wasn't saying anything worthwhile. The man cheerfully explained that he had come as soon as he heard that his old friend, with whom they had once been in the same platoon, had decided to visit the system's center, since they hadn't seen each other in a very long time. But he added that the Ia had awakened. Reports of their appearances were reaching him, but that was impossible because he clearly remembered ordering the destruction of any awakened being, weak or strong. Destruction said that these posed no threat because fate would destroy them. The blonde man knew that destruction was going to place Kaiden, who had died along with several subordinates, in the center's awakening chamber. However, there had been no reports that the awakened were dead, so he wondered what had happened here. Had those awakened simply been overlooked? The commander of the 6th Tilapia detachment said that the blonde man hadn't been on the battlefield himself in a long time. Did he really think he could win with just his mind and eloquence? He reminded him that there were an infinite number of variables that needed to be taken into account. After that, he turned and walked away, but the blonde man called out to him, and when he turned back, he delivered a powerful blow and knocked his head off. In the present, Kang Ion and Dynamite decided to begin sparring practice. Kang Ayong said he acknowledged that he was clearly facing a fighter who easily blocked his punches and kicks. Then the boy tried to attack Dynamis again, using the element of surprise, but just like the first time, the robot easily handled him. Dynamis said that having been awakened by a civilization more advanced than today's era, he had long defended himself against enemy attacks and suggested that Kang Ion stop testing his strength, as it would not help with training. Later, he added that, in his opinion, at moments like this, death should prove himself. That blonde man's name was Churox. He was the commander of Telefia's 2nd Squad. After his statement, Death stepped forward and asked what he wanted. Churox replied that he wanted absolute submission to their system. Based on his own experience, he believed that allowing the Awakened to leave would create a headache, so they needed to be pinned against the wall, and the Awakened should not be held captive or used as test subjects. On the contrary, as soon as they are discovered, they should be destroyed immediately. At that moment, in the operating capsule, Kim Sun was fighting for his life, while Huang Chang watched everything closely. Kay checked on him to see Sun's condition, then went out to another room and called Dinah. Then the robot turned to Eon and asked if he was ready to give it a real try, and the boy replied that he could have seriously hurt him if he hadn't held back. And so, another training battle began between them. This time, Kang Ion used his weapon, while Dynamis defended himself with a shield. And suddenly, Kang Eong truly gathered his abilities and activated them, transforming into a fearsome warrior. Dynamis stood facing the boy, astonished by such a powerful transformation. Kang Ion leaped high into the air, and the robot braced itself to defend against another attack. Huang Chang, looking at Kim Sun, told Kay that they could try, but if his body couldn't handle it, the boy would die from overload. However, Kay was confident that Sun would hold up. During the next attack, Kang Yi-yong delivered such a powerful blow that he shattered Dynamite's shield. After that, he swung his weapon at an abandoned building nearby and split it in half. Kim Seon, while unconscious, continued to fight for his life inside the surgical capsule, and scenes from his past surfaced in his subconscious. His sister Kim Jin was working part-time as a dishwasher at a restaurant, and that day was her birthday. Her friend asked what Jin was going to do after work, thinking maybe she'd throw a party so they could let loose, but Jin said she'd be spending time with her brother. Her friend sighed and asked what was the point of working so hard, but when she told her parents she would continue working there, they replied that they would cut her allowance, and she would be happy to keep getting the extra money. Suddenly, her friend realized what she'd said and frantically started apologizing to Jin, but Jin said it was okay. In the end, only this friend named Chimin treats Jin the same way she treats everyone else, knowing where she is at all times, and Jin is very grateful to her. After work, the friends left the restaurant, said goodbye until tomorrow, and went their separate ways. Jin looked around and suddenly someone covered her eyes from behind and said she had to guess who it was. But Jin said that brothers don't do things like that. Then the brother and sister went to a cafe to eat. Jin mentioned that her co-workers had told her that half of the children Kim Sun's age were starting to grow noticeably and were getting tall, so her brother should eat well. Sun enjoyed his dinner and asked his sister if she really wanted to spend her birthday with him. Nuna replied that he was her whole family, so who else would she see today? But the boy felt awkward because he didn't even have a gift, and his sister said he could give her his diary. When the girl looked at her brother's diary, she happily said that he had done a great job and was ranked 7th in the whole school, even though Kim Sun was dissatisfied with himself because he wanted to be first. Then the boy pulled out a small gift box and said he'd bought something for his sister. He remembered she'd wanted something like that before. His sister opened the box and took out a small monkey-shaped keychain, asking if her brother meant 4 years ago, because back then she was still a child. But then she took the little monkey in her palm, smiled, and said she liked it anyway. The girl asked her brother to attach the keychain to her bag and asked him not to spend money on things like that because he needed it for hanging out with his friends. Kim Seon told her that he understood he was still young, small, and weak. But when he grows up, he'll become big and strong enough to protect her, and his sister happily agreed. And Kim Sun firmly decided that he would make sure no one ever raised a hand against her again, as their father had done. And now old Sun constantly reminded himself of those words. He always carried a keychain with him that he had given his sister many years ago and then lost. The man began to cry. The surveillance drone asked why he was crying, but the old man waved it off, saying no one needed to worry about it, and asked if the drone had found him yet. The observer replied that no risk factors had been detected near the shelter. Kim Sun understood that the boss must be safe, then asked what the younger one was up to, since it seemed he was going to meet with Eon. The observer replied that Kim Seon from the past, who doesn't cry in his sleep, hadn't been detected, and the old man said that in his opinion, it was for the best that the younger one's situation was different from his, and that he was making different decisions. In the future, very drastic treatment methods were used on Sun in the surgical capsule. His body was on the brink, and Huang Chang was very worried that the boy might not be able to withstand it. However, Kei assured him that Kim Seon was the strongest of everyone they knew, and that they needed to trust him. Old Kim Sun was walking down the street when suddenly the surveillance drone behaved strangely. The man asked what was wrong, and the drone addressed him as its first awakened one. The old man stopped, and the observer said he could no longer cooperate with him, thanked him for everything, and then simply crumbled into pieces. In the future, the commander and Kei shielded themselves with their hands from the unknown force, and suddenly the capsule cracked open, revealing Kim Song sitting inside. Meanwhile, in the past, Kim Hom-young woke up in the morning at the hidden warehouse where Kang Yi-won and Jae had brought him. The boy stepped outside, stretched sweetly, and was shocked by the sight before him. A building split right down the middle. Dynamite got out of the car and asked if everyone was awake yet. Kim Hom-young was frightened by him because he had never seen the man's face before, and he was now without his protective mask. Hom-young asked if Dynami was comfortable without his protective suit, and the robot explained that the suit's main functions were concealment and information gathering, and that he had also used it for respiratory support, but had since adapted to the climate and found a new solution. Dynami demonstratively popped some pills into his mouth and said he just needed to take them regularly. Besides, without the reconnaissance drone, the suit couldn't perform all its functions. Kim Hom-young asked why he no longer had that thing, and Dynami explained that he decided the drone would be more useful elsewhere. Kim Hom-young thought for a moment because they had lost the drone, so there was only one left they could rely on, but it often went missing. Jae asked if Ayon had a drone because it could help them. Kang Ayon replied that he had one inside him. The girl asked what it was and how they could be sure of the plan. She was indignant that they were trying to save the world, but had only a piece of junk in the form of a machine that could break down at any moment, and a place covered in dust. And Kim Hom-young emphasized that this was the safest place. Kang Yi-young said they didn't have much time. Destiny would end in less than a month, and they still didn't have a clear plan. Dynami turned to the boy and told him to think about it, because they know about the existence of Destiny in the present era, and that might mean something, since they hadn't tried to stop Destiny the first time around. He doesn't know how many times others had tried to do this before them, but it gives him hope that they have more information, and he believes that even if nothing works out this time, the knowledge will be useful for the next attempt. Kang In-won said he isn't interested in the next attempt. What matters is what's happening right here and right now, because his family and his people are important to him. So for them, there are no next attempts. They have to figure something out here and now because everything will be over if they lose. Suddenly, Jae called out to the others to look at what she had found. The girl removed the covers from the cars that were in the warehouse and asked Hom-young why he hadn't mentioned them. The guy looked at the records and discovered that, according to the documents, these cars had been impounded. Jae pointed to one amazing car and suggested making it their primary mode of transportation. Kim and Hom-young agreed, even though the electronics were, of course, in complete disarray due to the global upheaval. But the car was really cool. It wasn't theirs, but the owner would have to understand because they were in an emergency situation. Dynami flatly disagreed because they didn't have enough strength to protect this car, and it wouldn't fit everyone. In the end, it turned out to be quite strange. The Last Thunder was a very economical mode of transportation. Why did they need a small car? Kang Yi-young was surprised by that name. Kim Hom-young explained that he had been trying to come up with a suitable name for their vehicle, and the Last Thunderclap, or the Last Tornado, were close contenders. Later, however, he didn't know how to use it properly and asked Kei to teach him, because Kang Yi-young had told him that he had trained him and said he had grown tremendously in a short time. But Kei replied that he couldn't do that for Kim-sun. The boy asked why he couldn't since he had taught Ayoung even though Ayoung hadn't even asked. Then Kei explained that it wasn't just about developing physical skills and strength. He needed to understand Sun's mindset and weaknesses in order to help him. And he didn't know the boy nearly as well as Kang Ayoung, so he wasn't sure the training would go well. But let Kim-sun understand him correctly. His uncertainty doesn't mean he's against training in general. Then he asked the boy if he was ready for this, namely to face everything that would happen from this moment on, and Kei began to create a portal. He said he couldn't remember how many times they'd tried to stop fate and failed, but at some point they'd promised each other that if they survived, they'd meet and plan their next attempt. This was the only place left after the loss of their worlds, and they could avoid the rendezvous here. The man continued and asked if Kim's son would be willing to destroy himself and others in other worlds so that the rest could live in this one. Son thought for a second and said that if that meant he could find his sister and protect her, he would definitely agree. Kay told the boy to remember his words because only his own time and world mattered. Then Kay said that they were skipping the introduction now, and that Coach Kim's son was right behind him, and he left the room through the portal he had created. In the present, Kang Eong continued to train and gather information using his Eye of EA. Most of the time after Ia's reactivation was spent collecting genes. But after restoration, the human body is nothing more than an empty shell. It lacks what people call a soul. It was necessary to create humans exactly as they are at natural birth. Over centuries of work, they gathered the components and materialized energy equal to the source of life, and thus the first humans appeared. This limited resource was also used for the system, and what remained of the material they call the EA perspective. Dynamis told Eon that his inner energy not only sustains life, but also enhances abilities. If he fails to master it, because he hasn't learned to use it, he will never rise above his head, let alone learn to apply the energy at the right moment. And so Kang Ayon continued his training. Dyna used the remnants of his power to set up a protective barrier in the nearest forest. The boy understood that he had less than a month left and that he had to level up on his own. And as a result, thanks to Kang Ayon, the rest of the team learned a lot about Destiny. The unfinished cables beneath Destiny somewhat resemble electrical plugs that draw energy, but they don't look like the wires people are used to. They're enormous, as tall as a skyscraper. Kim Hum Young said that Destiny is being created from elements gathered from today's Earth, and they need to pool all their resources to destroy the core inside it. But the question is how they'll get in there, since Destiny is gigantic in size, and they'll definitely be surrounded the moment they're spotted. Kang E-Yong asked about Jay's teleportation, but the girl clarified that she can only move over visible distances, and besides, she only has a few attempts left. Kim Hum Young thought for a moment and said they would be able to find a way out in the time they had left. Then the boy, with childlike spontaneity, raised his hand and exclaimed that everything would work out for them. Later, Kim Seong was left alone with the coach Kay had found for him, and when the coach turned around, he was shocked. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes when he saw his sister standing before him. The girl called him by name, and Kim Seon cried even harder because she had recognized him and asked if it was really her. The girl replied that she wasn't at all the person she used to be, and that, technically, she was from the future. Kim Seon stepped closer to her, took her hands, and asked if she was okay now, because he thought she'd been brainwashed. The guy asked if her life was normal, and his sister replied that she wasn't his sister, but rather a byproduct that shouldn't exist. Sun asked in alarm what she meant by that, and in the end, what difference it made, since he was talking to his sister right now. The girl explained that she was supposed to be their model and commit terrible atrocities, but she managed to avoid her fate, so she shouldn't exist, and she survived in an endless vortex of time. However, the era in which she was supposed to exist no longer exists, and the girl thought long and hard about why that was. Kim Seon begged Nunu to go with him, but the girl said that her brother was good and strong, but that wasn't enough. He needed to become stronger to protect himself and the people around him, not to save his sister. But the boy, sobbing, cried out that he didn't care at all, let the whole world fall apart. He just wanted to go home with her. He needed only her, and he wanted to protect only her. But suddenly swords appeared, one of which nearly pierced the boy, and Nuna shouted for Kim Seon to come to his senses and remember something. She said that with such a weak mind, he wouldn't be able to protect anyone, not even himself. The girl had come to this conclusion while waiting here for decades, trying to understand why she had survived. Then Nuna declared that Kim Seon must fight her and destroy her. Only in this way could he survive, and if he couldn't, they would all die. Meanwhile, Kwon Yoon-rin and Jo Hyun-sob continued to experiment on themselves to get closer to the Awakened. Kay watched them, and Lobachevsky sat beside him, seemingly asking for something. But the man refused him and explained that he had seen it. The dog would die if it went any further. Kay knows exactly what Lobachevsky will do. He'll put himself in danger and sacrifice himself, so he won't let him go. The man said that now the enemies are too strong and the dog won't survive like it did that time. Kang E-Yong continued his training in the present. Soon fate would engulf their world. The boy had been hiding here, devising a plan and growing stronger. 2 weeks had already passed, but Kim Seon hadn't returned yet. So something had gone wrong, or something unforeseen had happened. Kang E-Yong wondered if this was really the best way, but it must be. This had to be the best path. Surely the countless versions of them had believed in this every time. But the result was always the same. Kay said that everything would be different now, but they hadn't anticipated that anything would change. If everything must change for a good outcome, then the changes must start with them. Or rather, it was Kang E-Yong who had to change and think differently, even though it always seemed strange to him why he kept failing, putting others in danger instead of accepting their help. The boy was tormented by the thought of why things were this way, and he was truly afraid because he didn't want to lose anyone else, just as he had already lost his brother, yet he didn't know if he could do everything on his own. But Ayon had no other choice. He wrote a note to his friends saying he had to find his brother, and if he couldn't, they should forgive him. He would return. Kay told him it was always the same. They tried to sneak up on Doli to within 2 miles, but Pyrrha's army stopped them immediately. Kan Eon then asked what would happen if they opened a window. Then they wouldn't have to make their way to Doli. They could just open it right in front of her. But Kay replied that Pyrrha had very reliable defenses. The only way was to destroy the limiter, but even that was only possible at close range. So that was the only option. Meanwhile, an alarm sounded in the system center of Pyrrha's Olympus. Shubaro stood in front of the capsules containing Kaiden and the other specimens, observing the changes taking place. Hearing the loud siren, the man stepped out into the hallway and asked the rushing employees what had happened. One of them replied that the dolly alarm had gone off because an intruder had been detected, and they were currently assessing the situation, though they were certain an unauthorized object had been found. The employee also advised Shubaro to get ready because they were in an emergency situation, then apologized and ran off. Chiraxa also heard the alarm and was outraged by the chaos, wondering if it was really a coincidence that the object had appeared right before Dolly's preparations were complete. The man asked who was in charge of this sector and was told it was Telefia's 19th Squad, to which Chiraxa replied that this was highly inappropriate. All combat units responded to the alarm siren. Incidentally, the alarm went off in an area that had been quiet for a long time. One of the robots expressed hope that it wasn't a false alarm because he was dying of boredom. And finally, the time had come to earn a promotion to squad commander. The woman next to him told him not to forget about her when he became commander. The man said that during the war with Iya, he had taken the lives of 6 awakened with his own hands, so he was outraged that he still wasn't a commander. The woman announced to all the monsters that they should speed up their search and find the intruder at any cost. The monsters scattered in different directions, but they hadn't gotten far before they were immediately destroyed. The mangled bodies fell right at the feet of the woman who had ordered them to search for the intruder, and she was surprised that they had already been attacked. Just as she was about to ask for clarification, a piece of metal flew straight into her heart and took her life. Then Kan Ion appeared and spoke to the monster. He asked how many more he would encounter on the way to Doli and if there was any way to shorten the journey. The monster cackled and rejoiced that he would finally be able to show what he was capable of and take the commander's cloak for himself, then replied that there was simply no shortcut and that any Tilapia squad would find him along the way. After that, the monster told the boy he was very unlucky to have run into him, and that he needn't worry about being discovered by others, because that would only happen through his lifeless body. The monster prepared to attack Kang Ion, but the boy beat him to it and struck first. The monster didn't even have time to defend himself or recover from the attack before he fell, destroyed by Eon's powerful force. Eon said that this was indeed the only way, and that it was time to come up with a better plan. Kang Ion understood that in order to increase the time gap in Mobius, they needed to work at full strength when the monsters least expected it. The monsters of Pyrrha considered the people of the era from which they took samples to be very interesting. Death, sitting on his throne, asked Shibaro if only one awakened one had been detected. Shibaro replied that this was indeed the case, and that, as far as they knew, his name was Kan Ion. Death asked what measures the squad commander was taking. The subordinate replied that the 19th Squad was currently in charge of the 6th level and was already preparing a response. As is well known, time in Mobius differs from real time, which is why delays in receiving reports were expected. Zagibel remarked that Kan Ion was quite clever to have planned all this, but they had a defense system in place, so getting past the 19th Squad was impossible. Just then, one of the staff members ran in and addressed Shubaro with a report, which he immediately relayed to his boss. He said that it must have happened some time ago, but Kang Ion had broken through 5 of the squad's 43 fighters, so he was close to the 5th level. Zagib rose from his throne and immediately appointed Shibaro as the squad's temporary commander, since he already knew that Shibaro surpassed some of the commanders and was therefore definitely suited for the job. The boss ordered all squad members to be summoned to the Awakened immediately. Meanwhile, Kang Ion continued to close in on Doli. He easily and effortlessly destroyed everyone who crossed his path. Enemies appeared every few hundred yards, but this was only the beginning, and the boy understood that he would have to fight them off while moving forward toward Doli. In the present, Kim Hom-young immediately began gathering everything they needed for the journey. They had only a few days left. It was now clear to the boy why Eon had asked him about space overload at their last meeting. He had seen him alone several times, and he had looked very pensive. Hom-young also recalled how Eon had said he must strike with full force when they least expected it. In Destiny, space is unlimited, but it was designed as a storage facility to minimize the consequences of time travel. If the mass of space exceeds the limit, the organisms inside will be seriously damaged due to overload. Kim Hom-young tried to explain everything in simple terms. For example, the Fate is like an internet server, and people are like data. Too much data will lead to overload, which will create serious problems and cracks in space. That is precisely why the units are concentrated in several waves around it, creating layers of defense, and each layer is assigned a corresponding number. The closer to Fate, the more soldiers you'll encounter along the way, including atmospheres, which won't change even in the event of an overload. This is exactly what Kim Hom-young told Eon during their last meeting. He said that this could work to their advantage because if they hide well and make their way inside by targeting the weak spots in the levels, they won't have to fight strong opponents. Hom-young noted that Kang I-yong seemed more interested at the time when they concluded that it was impossible to infiltrate completely unnoticed. The guy started the car. He was very angry at I-yon because that idiot hadn't changed a bit and was trying to do everything on his own again. Meanwhile, Kang I-yong had already come a long way, and now an obstacle in the form of the 5th level restriction stood before him. The boy also noticed that some kind of structure was descending through the portal into this area. It immediately launched an attack on Ion with powerful weapons, and the boy couldn't go any further for the time being. He took a defensive stance and tried to deflect the projectile descending on him, and he succeeded. A monster landed behind Ion and told the boy that he couldn't dodge his attacks for long. Kang Ion didn't understand how the monster had ended up next to him. The monster unleashed another explosion and said with satisfaction that it had been very easy, reporting that he had captured the awakened one. But suddenly he saw a blue gate, and to the monster's surprise, Kang Ion leaped out of the portal. The boy lunged sharply at his opponent, but the latter vanished in a flash. Ion had never seen such swift movements before. On top of that, the monster had also grabbed Eon's weapon. He began twirling it in his hand and said it was just a piece of metal, not even nanotechnology, and asked why the Awakened was using such an ancient thing. Then, once again, it began closing in on the boy at lightning speed, saying that this thing could pierce him too. However, Kang Ion managed to dodge the blow and at the same time snatched his weapon back, which greatly surprised the monster. The boy asked him if he was the commander of a squad of this level and whether the defenses would collapse if he destroyed him. The monster laughed and said that the boy must be more than just lucky if he managed to defeat several of their soldiers, and asked where he had learned this. He then replied that he was merely a squad member, but a cut above the pathetic creatures Ion had been dealing with. Then the opponent used the cancer ability and said that their squad commander had no need to leave his post over a petty cockroach like this awakened, and began attacking Ion again. The monster noted that the boy sensed his attacks even before responding to them, but that was apparently his limit, and he couldn't get close to him. He said that no one in all of Tilapia could match him in speed, so let Ion defend himself until he made a mistake and died. However, it wasn't as easy to defeat Kan Ion as that monster had imagined, and in the end he was struck down but insisted that he was indeed the fastest. And then the boy said that his opponent was right. He could barely see his movements, but it was hard to land a blow on him. The monster told him that the boy would die if he made even a single mistake, but the same applied to him, because it would only take one slip-up for Ion to catch him. Meanwhile, Kim Seong continued training with his so-called sister. However, he couldn't fight her, yet she kept provoking him and tempting him into a fight. Nuna said that if they weren't here, a month would have already passed, and her brother was just blocking her strikes but not attacking. So if he lacked the courage to defeat her, what kind of defense could he possibly talk about? Kim Seon said he was trying to protect only her, which is why he couldn't defeat his sister. But Nuna repeated yet again that there was no Kim Jin from his time, that he had absolutely no resolve, and that he couldn't protect either her or himself. He's just sustaining his life with this power, otherwise he would have died long ago. But he isn't immortal and he can be defeated, especially since there are many enemies stronger than her, so he won't be able to protect himself this way. His friends, his family, he won't save any of them, and all because of his weakness. By showing it, he'll simply destroy them. And in the end, she herself will take his life, and Nuna kept attacking the boy the whole time until finally he shouted for her to stop. The boy took a chance, dodged the blow, grabbed his sister by the neck, and swung at her. His sister looked him in the eyes and told him to finally do it, because he could and must become strong. Kim Seon wept. Tears streamed from his eyes and fell onto his sister, and he said he couldn't do it because he was her brother and just a child. Kang Yi-yong continued his fight against a strong and very fast opponent, and then the boy managed to seize the moment and strike the monster. The monster immediately got scared and asked for a moment's respite, but Kang Ah-yong was relentless. Finally, with a few powerful blows, the boy defeated the monster, who began calling out to his squad leader and begging for forgiveness. The commander came out and simply crushed his subordinate's head by stepping on it. At the same time, he said that this was just another piece of useless trash, and wondered why every single one of them was so weak. The commander of the 19th Tilapia squad, Benetton, approached Kang Ion almost point blank, and said that the boy's skull would also soon be crushed. He was several times larger than Ion. Meanwhile, Kim Hom-yang, Jae, and Dynamite were rushing to help their friend. Hom-yang asked why they couldn't contact K since they'd been told it would work. Dynamite explained that the reconnaissance drone from Mobius was supplying power to something more essential, so it had been destroyed. Kim Hom-yang continued to reassure everyone, including himself, that everything was fine. But the problem was that no one could open the window so they could return to Moebius. They couldn't get there until K opened it. He was supposed to create a window in a place they all knew. That place is the school where I-yong saved everyone. A few of Yang Seonjun's friends remained, but for some reason, no one else is there anymore. The friends had almost arrived at the location when suddenly Kim Hom-young saw a boy in a hooded jacket standing right in front of the van. Dynamite asked why the guy had stopped so abruptly, and Hom-young replied that someone had suddenly jumped out in front of them. The guy asked a passerby if everything was okay, but the passerby threatened him with a wrench and ordered him to leave the car keys and get out of there if they wanted to live. And then Kim Hom-young recognized him as Tyson. The thug kept insisting that the guy get out of the car, and Jae asked if Hom-young knew him. Meanwhile, Tyson had already pulled Kim Hom-young out himself and shouted to the rest of his friends that now they could just take the car, but the others said they'd agreed not to do that anymore because those people weren't robbers, so they should let them go. However, Tyson, pointing at Kim Hom-young, said that this little scumbag was heading to Eon, and he had caught him, plus they'd get the car. The thug started taunting Kim Hom-young and asked why he'd forgotten his place. After all, only a few months had passed, and it seemed he had no choice but to beat the nonsense out of the kid. But then Dynamite peeked out of the car. Then the robot slowly stepped out of the van, took the wrench from Tyson's hands, and easily bent it in half. The thug crouched down in fear. He looked back at his companions and asked why they were standing there and not helping him, but they said to let the ordinary people go. However, then one of the thugs also recognized Kim Hom-young and remembered that he used to work for them. Dynamite asked who these guys were and if they were causing Hom-young trouble, and the man replied that they were bad guys and Tayson was the worst. Then Tayson himself asked Dynamite who he actually was, and the robot calmly replied that his mission was to research and control Kim Hom-young, his best friend. Tyson asked Cheon and Daewang to help him, and the gangsters said it didn't look like they were protecting the school, but Tyson insisted that they needed a car. Then the gangsters turned to Dynamite and said they didn't want to do anything bad, but they needed a car. So they suggested just handing it over and leaving, explaining that the others wouldn't be able to handle them. However, Dynamite stated that Kim Hom-young was a key figure in a significant event, and his mission was to stop anyone who would get in the boy's way. And in general, he was his best friend. Kang Ah-yong continued on his way to Doli, and now he was blocked by Benetton, commander of the 19th Tilapia squad. This monster was incredibly strong. With a single fist, he could break through a wall. Eon told him he didn't have much time, so he suggested skipping all the small talk and getting to the point. Let Benetton give it his all. The monster asked the boy if he was the one who had reduced his fighters to a half-dead state, and explained that his power was on a completely different level compared to Ion's petty tricks. Because he has cancer inside him and he's activated it and started going all out. Kan Ion said that in the end, all future species are simply descendants of the human race, judging by how Benetton uses the hard parts of his body for battle, which means their physical characteristics are the same. The monster screamed that there was no more time for talk. Pure as humanity was born to be more powerful, and their ancestors were so weak that they ended up destroying themselves. Then Kang Ion struck his opponent in the groin. The monster doubled over in pain, and the boy knew full well that some parts of the body cannot be trained, and his opponent reminded him of the time when Kim Song could only fight while losing strength. After that, Ion dropped his weapon and asked if Benetton knew anything about boxing, then took up a fighting stance. In the present, Kim, Hom-young, Dynamic, and Jae were walking into school with the gangsters. Jae asked Hom-young why he'd brought those other guys along, and Hom-young replied that they'd said the monsters had taken their friends when they ran away. Cheon explained that they just wanted to hang out. They liked protecting the school and fighting off the robbers, but then they saw how the monsters destroyed the lives of Hyun Moon and Young Seon-jun and took them away, and that was wrong. So they had no choice but to leave when everyone else did. They were too scared to stay at school and too ashamed to go to the shelter. The former gang members knew that chaos reigned outside the school with criminals roaming the streets, but they didn't want to join them, yet they couldn't fight either. They'd even nearly died a few times. Jae reminded Hamyan that these thugs had once bullied him, but the boy said they were protecting a place with an open window. And if you thought about it, those two weren't really that bad, just a bit dim-witted. Then Kim Hom-yoon turned to the thugs and said he'd clarify a few things for them before they went in. First, he didn't like them because they'd hurt a lot of people, but it was too dangerous for them to roam around alone. So he suggested they become friends now. He would take care of their safety and they would get through this together. However, there was an important gate inside the school, so they had to guard it from the outside. Cheon was initially outraged and started yelling that this sounded weird and calling Kim Hom-yoon a loser, but the boy calmly said that if it didn't suit them, they could just leave. Then the thug lowered his eyes and said that they were already friends from the same school, so there was no need to make a big deal out of it. Then Tyson also said that they could get through everything together, because that's exactly what friends are for, but Kim Hom-young turned him down. Taesin tried to butter him up, but Hamyun was unyielding. He said the thug had done too many bad things, and he didn't work with scum like that. So Tyson turned around and walked down the stairs. Then Kim Hom-young jokingly asked if it was dangerous outside just because of the robbers, and the gangster laughed nervously and said that it was very dangerous on the streets, and promised to be very well behaved. However, Kim Hom-young still refused to take him in and gave him the middle finger. Kang Yi-young was still fighting Benetton, but he changed his tactics slightly and began using boxing techniques. This monster relied entirely on his brute strength, and was surprised that Kang Ion had managed to defeat his squad members with such seemingly weak power. However, using boxing techniques, Ion moved very quickly and had already managed to punch Benetton in the nose. He said that they both had a pair of hands and feet, and that was the difference between knowing the most powerful way to strike, which had been studied and perfected over centuries, and not knowing it. Meanwhile, Death decided to head to Mobius as well and asked if everyone was assigned to their respective zones. His subordinate reported that they had dispatched 6 squads to guard Fate, but that it was difficult to calculate the exact meeting time due to time distortions within the system. In the present, the friends, along with 2 former gang members, entered the school, and Chi-young asked if monsters really wouldn't appear here. Kim Hom-young replied that they wouldn't appear. They just needed to guard these gates. Then Cheon asked why they had to stand guard if they were safe, and Hom-young explained that it was necessary to protect them from strangers. Then the friends went through the portal, and Hom-young told the gang members to stay alert because they would be back soon. Cheon also asked them to at least tell them more details about what was happening. But there was no time for that, and Kim, Hamyun, Jae, and Dynamite went through the portal where they saw a horrific scene. Lobachevsky was lying on the floor, and Hom-young knew it was Ion's dog. The animal was wearing a collar that was clearly causing him discomfort. The boy immediately set about freeing the dog, while Dynami explained that it was the opponent's restraining device. It was difficult to remove while it was charged. Suddenly, Lobachevsky growled and pricked up his ears, looking in a certain direction, and Jae saw a red window there. Kim Hamyun shouted that they needed to leave immediately because Hwang Chan had most likely been kidnapped. Jae was a little indignant that the guy was speaking as if he were in command of them. Behind the red gates, Pira's people reported that they had managed to capture the awakened one, but in the process, they had lost one of their squad members. They had also managed to spare the captive's life and open the gates, and then Jae entered this room through the red gate. She greeted them and said she hadn't expected to run into them right at the window. One of the monsters immediately began attacking the girl because their commander had said that this girl was an awakened being on the wanted list, so she had to be captured. Jae braced herself for defense, but the monsters didn't listen to her. Nevertheless, she managed to dodge the blow. Then she quickly leapt to the other side of the room, surprising the commander, and in an instant, an automatic rifle appeared in Jae's hands, a weapon she handled with perfect skill. The girl immediately aimed her weapon at one of the monsters and, without hesitation, fired a shot straight into its head. The commander activated his cancer and deflected the bullets flying toward him. Jae realized he could handle such firepower. When the shooting stopped, the commander ordered his subordinate to grab the girl, but he failed to do so because Dynamite had already entered the room through the red portal and immobilized the monster. Meanwhile, Jae had completely upgraded her weapon to a more powerful one and took aim at the commander. As soon as the girl fired, the commander instantly took off in his aircraft, telling his opponents that they couldn't reach him. Jae looked at the fugitive and called him a mere coward who had managed to escape only thanks to his fancy gear. Then the girl eliminated the 2 remaining monsters in the room and told Dynamis that he'd had plenty of time to destroy the enemies. So Ion was right. If a man isn't ready to take a life, he should get out of the way. Kang Ion was still fighting the powerful Benetton, who became even more enraged when the boy broke his nose. At one point, he grabbed Eon and, squeezing him tightly, said that the boy was a little rat whose every bone in his body he was about to crush. But Kang I-yong, struggling, began to tickle the monster. The monster loosened his grip, and the boy slipped out of his embrace and knocked Benetton back with a kick to the head. After the monster fell, Kang Ion instantly grabbed his weapon and stabbed his opponent with it, thus entering the 5th level zone. In one of the rooms, a wounded monster was telling his commander that their enemy was too strong. They were now in the room where Kei, Kwon Yunrin, and Jo Hyun-sub were staying. The commander of the 11th Tilapia Squad, Lodong, said they had been sent here to capture the awakened alive. Hyun-sub asked Kei if they could help in any way, but Kei simply told them to step back. Rin suggested to her friend that they step out of Kei's way so as not to get in the way, and Kei said that there were far more awakened here than he had imagined, and that this might mean that Ai-yong was in danger. Loden reported that Kang Ai-yong was already approaching his fate, because the probability of a single person overcoming 6 levels of security and reaching destiny was 0, so he had surely already been captured or destroyed. But most importantly, shouldn't the other awakened ones worry about themselves first? And just then, another monster in the room instantly lunged at Kwon Rin and Jo Hyun-soo. However, Kei reacted immediately to the attack, quickly leaping toward the enemy and neutralizing it with a single blow. Rodong noted that the man was a decent fighter, and Kei ordered the Awakened to move even further back. He told the commander of the 11th Tilapia Squad that he no longer had any subordinates, so he should keep his mouth shut, and activated his Lapo ability. Meanwhile, Kang Eon ran further toward Doli, and at some point, red windows began appearing in abundance, with monsters immediately crawling out of them. Without stopping, Ai-yon struck left and right, eliminating each one. Then he encountered a slightly more powerful monster, but the boy dealt with it as well, splitting its body in 2 with a crowbar. Kang Ai-yon noticed that new monsters were appearing every 100 yards or so, and suddenly a projectile flew past him. The boy turned and saw 2 more opponents. Eon immediately asked them where their cloaks were because he didn't have time for such trifles, and told them to bring their boss. The 2 monsters were brothers named Dick and Dean and belonged to the 11th Squad of Tilapia. Regarding their commander, they said he was a bit busy at the moment. Dean suggested the boy think carefully about whether he could fight them first. The monsters held some golden spheres in their hands that split open in half. Once opened, these spheres turned into weapons. Kang Ai-yon began attacking his opponents and tried to intercept the weapons, but they returned to his enemy's hands in the form of the same golden spheres. Dean said that these wouldn't be their squad's weapons if someone else could use them, and Dick added that their commander had allowed only them to use the nano weapons, which represent the pinnacle of the system's advanced technology, while Ai-yon was just one of the people awakened from the past. However, Kang Ai-yon didn't listen to his opponent's chatter for long and continued to attack them. He said he didn't have time for this and wasn't going to listen to their heartfelt stories. In the room where Homyeon, Jae, and Dynamite had ended up, the commander of the Tilapia Squad hid behind a shield and laughed, saying that now he could simply return to headquarters once the gates opened. Dynamite explained that it was an enemy transport shuttle and that its top was a weak spot. Then Jae told Homyeon to duck a little. The guy didn't immediately catch on to what was going on, and Jae shouted again for him to duck down as if in a dungeon, while Dynamite told him to toss her high into the air and then catch her. Then the girl ran to Homyana, jumped on his back, and pushed off, while Dynamite grabbed her leg and flung her upward. Jae was indignant that the robot hadn't understood her correctly. He was supposed to just push her off, not toss her up. But in the end, it turned out just as she wanted. Jae found herself above the commander of the Tilapia Squad, where his shield no longer protected him. Then the girl activated her Lapo ability. A weapon appeared in her hands, and she fired it immediately. Kang Ai-yon fought against the 2 brothers. The monsters used their squad's nano-weapons, golden spheres that transformed into powerful arrows. Eon recalled his training sessions with Kei, when Kei had shown him that what mattered most was determination and confidence. The monsters Din and Dick were ready to attack the Awakened One, and Kang Ai-yong took up a fighting stance. Jae managed to take down the commander of the Tilapia Squad, while Kim Hom-young dealt with Hwang Chan, who had been caught by the handcuffing device. Dinah said it looked like the monsters had directed their forces to the open areas inside the Mobius. Hwang Chan explained that this wasn't the case, as this place connects the present time and Mobius. However, Kei must be in more trouble. Those bastards took him because he was injured more severely. Kim Hom-young said that their friends were also there, so they had to go and help them, but Hwang Chan said that was impossible unless Kei opened a window for them. Meanwhile, Kei was currently fighting the commander of the 11th Tilapia Squad, Loden, who was also using nano-weapons in the form of golden spheres against him. Kei realized he needed to quickly dodge the stream of balls and get as close to the monster as possible. He managed to do so and knocked Loden off his feet with a blow, but Kei was severely wounded, and the monster noticed that his opponent was fighting with his last ounce of strength. Kei asked Loden why all of them dressed in white cloaks were so stupid. He didn't really trust his opponent's transformation trick, and could easily handle him in any state. He invited the monster to come closer to him, then decided to close the distance between them himself. Loden asked if his opponent really thought those things were toys, but spears weren't the only objects the golden balls could transform into. And the monster hurled many of those golden balls at Kei, which fused together, trapping the man. Kwon Yunrin and Jo Hyun-sub watched the battle and were terrified that their protector had been trapped. And Lodong, having caught his opponent, declared that no one could escape from there without his permission, and threw a pile of golden balls toward the trap, which turned into spears on their way and severely wounded Kei. Meanwhile, Kang Yi-yong continued his fight against Din and Dick. He managed to fend off the golden balls and close in on his enemies. At close range, he landed several blows on them, but the monsters began showering him with balls again to create a trap. But Ai-yon managed to avoid this trap and landed a powerful blow on the brothers. They whined that he was just an ordinary person and wouldn't have won if their squad commander had been there. So Kang Ai-yon told them to bring their commander here. But the monsters consoled themselves with the thought that the Awakened One would die anyway at the next level, because the 4th level was intended only for the Special Forces unit, so the boy would die before he even realized it. And more importantly, they decided decided to reveal where their squad commander had gone. It was true that people from the past risked their lives for family and friends, so their commander had gone to Mobius to find Ion's friends. Therefore, he had already lost. It was too late, even if he managed to open the gate and get there. The monsters advised the boy not to get distracted, even if he was nervous. He should just know that he would die on the next level. Then one of the brothers shoved the other in the back and started running away while his brother was struck by Ion. He also said that the level restriction was right in front of him, so he couldn't just pass through. However, Ion quickly rushed after the fleeing monster, who panicked and shouted for the boy not to come near him. After catching up to the monster, Kang Ion knocked him to the ground and said that he probably didn't know that Boss K and Kim Seong were still there. And then a passage to the 4th level opened up for Ion. The boy said that it wasn't his friends, but the monsters who wouldn't be coming back. But he noticed that some strange objects immediately flew toward him, and then smoke appeared. K was bleeding to death in the cage created by Lodong, and the monster said that he couldn't die so quickly since he had planned to capture the main awakened ones alive. Then the commander of Tilafia's 11th squad noticed Kwon Yoon Rin and Jo Hyun Soba and realized he had completely forgotten about them. He hadn't expected them to still be there, but since ordinary people were of no use to him, he threw a single golden ball in their direction, which turned into a spear as it flew. The spear flew between the friends and wounded Rin in the arm. Lodong wondered how he could have avoided hitting those people. Then he immediately threw a few more balls in their direction, which began to turn into spears, but suddenly a shield formed from the bench, where K had once sat and protected Kwon Rin and Jo Hyun Soo. Lodin immediately realized that K had done it, and was surprised that he was still alive, then asked how he had managed to control everything. And in the next moment, the golden cage shattered into pieces, and K emerged from it and angrily asked how the monster dared. He said that Lodin shouldn't have caused a mess here, it was Kong Ai-yong, 12 years in the future. Meanwhile, Kim Seon, who was supposed to defeat his so-called sister, realized that he had now lost everything. He returned just as a strong wind caught up with him and Ai-yong. At that moment, Sun was from the past, and it was all over. Their plan had failed yet again, and the conclusion was always the same. In another dimension, or time, Kim Sun asked his friend if it was true. Kang E-young was worried because the last window was about to close, so he told Sun to run if he could, while he would try to hold off the monster. Then he suggested that if they ever made it out of there alive, they would meet in Mobius. Even if it was years later, they simply had to do it. Suddenly, a huge snake lunged straight at the boys, and Kim Seon pushed Kang Ah-young out of the way. But he himself fell into the monster's clutches. Sun apologized to Hyun one last time and said he should have been stronger. In this way, the boy saved Ion. So Kang E-young lost everything, and it happened because of his weakness, because of his mistakes. After the biological species created by the system of the future seized power in the human world, the boy lived on the run. There was no safe place for him anywhere, and so 12 long years passed. But Kang Ya-yeon still couldn't find an answer to why he should live if it was just a mere existence. The boy didn't understand why he had survived, but if he were dead, he wouldn't be able to take revenge. So he survived, and now he must find a way to bring everyone back. He must rediscover his strength and make his way to Mobius. And so Kang Il-young ended up in Mobius and waited. He didn't even know how much time had passed, perhaps around 30 years in reality. All in all, he had probably waited 40 years. He had failed before, but this time he had to do everything right, and finally Kang Il-young from the past came to him. He almost called his former self by his real name, but in the end introduced himself as K, and they began training. And now when he needed to protect his friends from Lodin, the boy regained his strength. But his mask slipped, and Kwon Rin stared intently at that face. K, that is Kang E-young in the future, continued his fight against the commander of Telefia's 11th Division, who still didn't understand how the boy had managed to escape from his cage. The monster began firing its golden balls at the awakened boy once more. This time it created an enormous number of them, and they flew in a swarm toward K, who quickly leaped back to his lava. Then Rin asked if he was really Ai-yon. The boy received some kind of special, powerful strength from the bench, and urged Rin to act, telling her to get out of there. Kang Eon, who was moving toward Dolly, found himself in extremely thick smoke where absolutely nothing could be seen. And in the smoke were also monsters who navigated it perfectly, and began attacking the boy. At this level were the special forces of Tilafia. Those monsters were amazed at how the boy managed to dodge their attacks, since he couldn't see them. Kang E-yeon heard a very loud echo and couldn't tell where the voices were coming from. There was only thick white smoke everywhere. Meanwhile, the monsters continued to attack, and were surprised that the awakened one was skillfully dodging their blows. But they understood that the boy couldn't completely block their attack since he couldn't see anything. Once Ion trained with Hwang Chan in a completely dark room. His body had grown accustomed to the darkness after the boy had been beaten for several days in a row, and this was the fastest and most effective way. There are moments when a person dodges tree branches without even thinking about it. It's hard to explain, but the body instinctively reacts to invisible attacks. If you can handle stationary objects, you should imagine enemies. Their sounds, smells, and the wind? You need to learn to sense these things through training. The boss said that Ion had better develop this sense quickly if he wanted to take fewer hits today. In Moebius, K continued to fight against the commander of the 11th Squad, Telefia Lodin. The monster created a large number of golden spheres that turned into spears and coalesced into a massive cocoon with a single entrance, into which K jumped. Lodin said it was a bit of a shame that it all ended this way, since he had wanted to capture the awakened one alive. But since that wasn't the case, it turned out that K had destroyed the cocoon of nanoweapons from the inside. The boy learned to simply push those spears away from himself, so Lodin decided to squeeze them tighter, but K kept running forward. K managed to cover the entire distance to his opponent without hindrance, and began attacking him at close range. After just a few strikes, the monster was nearly destroyed, but suddenly K stopped. Lodin said that the boy would regret not finishing the job. But K knew what he was doing. The golden spears he had created flew at his opponent and completely destroyed him. After such a magnificent victory over the commander of Tilafia's 11th squad, Kay collapsed exhausted onto the floor. Meanwhile, Kang Yi-yong, who was making his way to Doli, was fighting monsters in thick white smoke. The monsters saw that their smokescreen was having no effect, so they decided to move straight to their next plan. They had to use viruses. And then Kang Yi-yong saw strange objects resembling small wheels approaching him. The boy covered his nose with his hand because he smelled a pungent odor and thought it was poison gas. Then the monster stopped spraying the virus and cleared the smoke. Kang Yi-yong fell to the floor. One of the enemies said he knew the boy wouldn't pass out right away, but since he was already wounded, he wasn't such a tough nut to crack anymore. Then the monster told Ah-yong that in this way they had completely disarmed their enemies, and informed him that the boy would now start to feel dizzy, he would feel weak, and then a strong tremor would set in. It also said that Eon had inhaled a deadly virus, so death would come quickly, and thus his fun was over. But unexpectedly, Kang Ion stood up and, with a single movement, ripped the mask off the monster. Everyone else was amazed at how the boy was still standing and moving. Ion told them that these viruses were more dangerous to them because the world of the future was different from his world. The unmasked monster begged for help, and Aeon asked his opponents if they had ever had the flu before, because this virus was very similar to that disease. After that, the boy began to rip the masks off the monsters' faces, and they fell weakly. Germs and viruses had been destroying people for thousands of years, but all this time they had survived and evolved. And since the monsters' immune systems were weaker than humans, they didn't deserve the world's admiration. In Mobius, Huan Chang told Kim Homyeon, Jae, and Dinah that they had been ambushed, but he was glad they had fought off the monsters. Unfortunately, Kay was seriously wounded. Lobachevsky was very upset, and Huang Chang patted the dog on the head and said that he was the one who failed to protect him, not the other way around. Quan Rin asked if Kay, that is, Ai-yong, was okay. Kim Hom-young was surprised to see his friend standing before him, and the boss explained that he was now about 12 years older than he had been back then. Huang Chang explained that at some point after surviving, Kang Ai-yong began to feel helpless and out of place. Kay probably blamed himself for everything, and the boss knows what it's like to fail to protect a loved one. Kwon Yoon-rin asked about Yi-yong, why he went alone, and Kim Hom-young replied that he must have thought it was his only chance to stop fate. Dynamite said the boy was also right. If Pyrrha wasn't expecting anything unpredictable, then Eon's surprise attack might prove most effective. Rin said they should go and help, since Kay had reported that Ion might be in danger due to the group of awakened ones. And Dynami explained that they needed to think everything through carefully because they didn't know when they would arrive there due to the time difference. Suddenly, Kay opened his eyes and began to sit up. He seemed to be looking for something, and the boss told him that if he was looking for his mask, it had been destroyed. But it was no big deal because his younger self wasn't there. Dynamis explained that this was to avoid a rendezvous because if their versions met face to face, only the youngest of them would remain, and the other would be absorbed. Huang Chang said that the operating capsule had already been restored, so they needed to provide medical assistance to Kay. And Kay said that they needed to bring Kim's son first because they had no idea what he was going through. So the guy started creating a portal, even though the boss told him not to overexert himself, but he's stubborn. Kay said there's no obvious connection to where Sun is, so the monsters won't attack. But they don't know what condition the boy is in after training, which is exactly why they need to find out. And soon a badly beaten Kim's son appeared through the portal. After treating him, Kay asked if Sun was surprised to see him, but the boy replied that the boss from the future was also here and he had even seen his sister, so it wasn't surprising that Ai-yong was here too. However, he's now worried that Kang Ai-yong went to Doli alone and wants to join him, but Kay said there are no guarantees due to the time difference in Mobius. Then Kay asked what had happened to Sun during training, and the boy simply asked to open the window, but Kay asked again what had happened to him, and then Kim's son reluctantly said a few words. He actually doesn't care who Kay is or who his boss is. He's only concerned about his sister and the people from his time because that's how it should be, so he asked a second time for the window to be open. At the 6th level, fighters from Atmos and the squad that had been attacked by the Awakened began to gather. No other signs of the enemy were detected. Some monsters were indignant that they had been treated like a cleanup squad, while others took it in stride because someone had to be on standby. And if the Awakened came again, they would only be able to reach the 6th level. And so, through the blue window, Kim Song arrived. The monster who had been indignant was delighted, thinking he'd be stuck on a pointless sweep. But here they'd gotten so lucky. Another monster was surprised that this awakened one was so small and even doubted whether he had awakened properly, and then ordered the gates to be blocked so the boy couldn't escape. Kim's son said he didn't want his friends to help him, and also told the monster not to run away from him, then smashed the windows behind him. Old Kim's son suddenly discovered a new power, that is, he found a powerful force within himself. He thought to himself that it seemed he had achieved something in his youth, and that he must be in Mobius around the same time. So the boss is safe now and his role here is done, but Sun was surprised that this was all it took to increase their chances of success. At the school, Chi-young and Dae-won were standing guard at the gate that Kim Hom-young had ordered them to watch. The boys were thinking about why all this had happened to the world, and what would happen if the monsters came here again and destroyed everything. Chi-young was now berating himself for not just quietly going to the shelter, and how on earth it had come to this, that they were now just standing here on guard like idiots. Suddenly, the boys saw an old man approaching the gate. They tried to stop him, but the old man said he knew they'd left the window open, so it turned out to be true. Still, the boys wouldn't let him through, saying he shouldn't be there. Old Kim's son told them not to worry because he was with them. He just needed to go through the gate. Daewon explained that they were watching that thing, so they couldn't let him through. Sun looked at the boy and asked if he was really going to fight an old man, and Daewon replied that he would if he had to. Then Kim's son showed him his fist and asked if he had recovered yet. Then the old man apologized for not having learned to control his power yet, and asked if the boy believed in one more thing. Namely that in a fight, weight class is the most important thing. And he lightly tapped the boy on the stomach. After these words, Daewon stepped back and even told Cheon to let the old man through, and Kim Seon walked through the portal. Little Sun defeated the monsters he encountered on this level and moved on. He approached a pillar, placed his hand on it, and then stepped onto a platform that began to move strangely. Kim's son didn't know how to use that technology, but when he touched another pillar on the platform, he thought, maybe this is a cargo transfer that can transform and start moving. And then what Kim Seon had been eagerly awaiting happened. The platform turned into a motorcycle. The boy hopped on and sped off. Meanwhile, Kang Yi-young had dealt with all the monsters on the 4th level. Then he approached the gate, touched it with his finger, and felt a burn. Realizing he couldn't do that with his regenerated skin, he decided to use those monsters instead. When Kang Yi-young had cleared a path for himself, he heard as if someone were calling him, but saw no one. So he headed for the gate and moved on to the 3rd level, even though he realized that a familiar voice had been calling him. On the 3rd level, he was immediately met by Shubaro, who said he was curious why they were setting up so many protective layers around Fate. Because if you think about it, the system was worried about Aion. The same thing must have happened at other times as well. The system is already prepared for whatever the boy does. No matter what his plan is, he has already failed. Duel will fall to Earth. The end of the human world will come, and nothing will change that. Of course, the system considers Kanion an enemy and a formidable one at that, but the boy must come to terms with his impending failure, and then they can become allies. Shubaro promised that he would even consider saving Ion's little brother. The human world has already come to an end. He's simply giving the boy a chance. Meanwhile, Kangyeon was just drinking water from a bottle because he was thirsty. And then he said that after yesterday's smoke trick, his head had cleared up a bit, and he asked if Shubaro was finally done talking. Then he picked up his weapon and said he was running straight to Dolly and would get rid of anyone who stood in his way, and then, after stopping Dolly, he would save his brother. That was all he cared about. Shubaro just said that this was very foolish of Ion and activated his Lapo. Old Kim's son walked through the window into Mobius, where Huang Chang said that he must have done a great job protecting him, since he was fine. Kang Ai-yon recognized old Kim's son, and the old man told the boy that he was the oldest of anyone he had ever seen, but still younger than him. Huang Chang told them that this time they had come to Fate again, and he hoped everything would work out for them. However, Kim Seong said that wasn't the case. This time they would definitely lose, and asked if everyone was already aware of it, because even if they survived, they would only be able to help someone and hide. Then he asked how many of them were left. That is, exactly how many lucky ones had managed to survive. A couple more, or perhaps a dozen. And then he asked, do they really think that just hiding and avoiding confrontation is the best they can do? And Kim Seon clenched his fist and declared that he couldn't let his younger self lose his sister again, and that those who had awakened wouldn't be enough. A fight broke out between Kang Yi-yong and Shubaro. The monster opened fire, but Ah-yong successfully dodged the shots. The boy even managed to knock Shubaro to the floor. Shubaro tried to fire again, but Kang Ah-yon thrust his crowbar into his hand. Then he said that Shubaro was no longer a match for him. Shubaro wanted to say something, but an enraged Ah-yon shut him up, saying that the scum couldn't bring his brother back anyway, so he might as well just die. However, things weren't that simple. Kan Eon was attacked by more monsters. The boy managed to retreat, but he realized that these monsters were different from any he had encountered before. Suddenly, Kang Eon noticed Huang Chan behind him and asked what he was doing there. But the boss's eyes were completely pupilless, and in the very next moment, he pierced the boy's body with his weapon. Ayong fell to his knees, and the monster said he was very interesting to study. Even people with firm resolve show attachment to their loved ones. As expected, the boy was destroyed by their technology. Now Kang Yi-yong realized that it wasn't Huang Chan. The monsters were surprised that the boy had managed to avoid fatal injuries. Kang Yi-yong jumped to his feet and attacked the so-called boss, neutralizing him and then turned on the monsters. The boy knew the boss wouldn't give him a chance to strike back, so he smashed the head of one of the monsters. Another monster released some disgusting tentacles that instantly caught up with Ayong. The monster said that if he were hit even once, he would turn into a punching bag. Meanwhile, the tentacles snatched Ayon's weapon away, and the monster remarked that while the boy's reflexes might be quick, he was now completely unarmed. Shubaro, who had been watching everything, saw that Kan Ayon was much stronger than they had thought and ready to fight. He had even defeated the clone mannequin. The boss told him not to worry because Ayon posed no threat, even if he made it further since he had arrived first. They were simply testing the latest technology and hadn't expected them to complete the awakening. And the clone mannequins are the pinnacle of their technology, so it won't be easy for the boy to handle them. Meanwhile, Kang Ayon continued to fight the tentacled monster with his bare hands. And he did manage to win, but then the guy looked around and Shubaro was nowhere to be found. He'd already managed to escape. And then suddenly, a clone mannequin in the form of Huang Chan rose from the floor and began advancing on Kang Ayong. In the process, it began to transform and look somewhat like a skeleton. But this didn't scare Ion at all because it was just a broken machine. Meanwhile, the clone mannequin continued to change, strangely using its own parts to do so. And so after all the transformations, an artificial Kim Seong, identical to the real one, appeared before Kang Ai-yong. At that time, Benetton was undergoing intensive treatment on the 6th level. One staff member said they'd practically brought him back from the dead. It had been that complicated. However, Benetton claimed that it was nothing serious, just give him some restorative medicine. But the worker said again that this wasn't true, because the commander had almost no life left. They had brought him back to consciousness. He continued that if the injury had been even a little more serious, but he didn't finish his sentence because Benetton crushed his head with his hand. Then the commander turned to his subordinate, Nain, and asked how far Kan Eon had advanced, and Nain reported that the boy was already on the 3rd level. The alert system had been put on full combat alert. Benetton declared that this guy posed a threat to them since he had managed to get past him, but he wasn't done with him yet and was ready to smash the awakened one's head as soon as he finished his medicine. But Nain warned that the system had ordered everyone to hold their positions because another awakened had taken their equipment. But that meant nothing to Benetton. He said they didn't know the current situation anyway due to the time gap, so Nain should just shut up and follow his orders. He keeps him around only because he knows how to use his head, but let him remember that he can rip it off. Suddenly, the commander noticed their shuttle approaching, but in the form of a motorcycle with the awakened Kim's son riding it. Nain immediately realized that this was the second intruder and ordered the monsters to stop him, but Kim's son broke through. Without wasting a moment, Benetton injected the necessary medicine into his neck, and declaring that he would take that monster's life before cutting off the other's limbs, lunged straight at Sun. He told the boy that he was unlucky for showing up here just as he decided to take action. As Kim's son approached, he jumped off the motorcycle and Benetton grabbed the vehicle. The commander shouted that he would use all his strength even against such an ant, but Kim Sun had already landed the first powerful blow on him. Benetton didn't even have time to defend himself, let alone counterattack his opponent. He simply collapsed, barely alive. Then Kim Sun approached Nain and, pointing to another shuttle, said he needed to take that thing and was in a hurry. So if Nain wanted to fight him, he should attack quickly, but Nain didn't even think to argue. Kang E-Yong was still fighting the clone dummies, and this time he had to deal with a Kim Seon lookalike. This clone even tried to speak like Sun, as if he had studied the boxing basics that Eon had once taught him, and Eon wondered just how much this trash knew. The clone said he was connected to him and had access to all the information in his memory, and that he fought at the highest level of anyone he could remember. Kang Yeon said that was very bad. The guy started attacking the mannequin and said that it was awkward for him to say this himself, but he had become the strongest person in his memory. Kim Sun's clone asked, "Is that really true?" and began a new transformation into someone else. And in just a few seconds, Kang Ah-Yong saw himself right in front of him. Old Huang Chang sat deep in thought. Next to him was Lobachevsky. The old man recalled how Kim Sun had asked how many of them lucky ones were left. Then, seeing that Kay was about to leave and warning him that he might be destroyed, he said that it meant nothing to him, just as it did to all of them. Then Kay added that old Kim Seong was right. Why were they waiting for results from past selves, when they themselves had constantly failed? And perhaps it was fear that made them all doubt, but the boss understood that Kay was right. No matter how they explained it, they were simply afraid of losing their lives. Then Huang Chang turned to Lobachevsky and said to let him do whatever he wanted. He didn't need his permission. The old man himself decided to rest a bit while Lobachevsky headed toward the blue window. Just then, Huang Chang called out to him and said that while no one knew what would happen next, he wouldn't need the Symphono anymore. After these words, the boss handed his Symphono to Lobachevsky and thanked him for being a good friend, both then and now. As for Kang Ah-Yong, he was now fighting his own doppelganger, and it was very difficult because the clone was countering him with the same methods he himself used to attack. The clone told the boy that he would soon run out of steam because human energy dissipates instantly and cannot be used indefinitely. But his body was the latest in nanotechnology, incapable of fatigue. So according to the clone, Kang Eon would eventually lose, but Ion kept fighting. It was extremely difficult for him to stop the clone because the clone was getting better and better at parrying his attacks, and the clone blocked everything the boy could come up with. Then Kang Eon launched another attack and said that his opponent talks too much for a clone. The boy tried to figure something out and realized that the clone was opposing him in exactly the same way. Aion saw that the clone was copying his attack style, but if he changed his tactics slightly, the result would be disastrous for the clone, which is exactly what happened. And so Kang Ai-Yong's opponent had almost dissolved when suddenly he turned into some kind of liquid substance, and said that he was now adapted to the possibility of a variable attack. Old Huang Chang decided that he really needed a rest. He was already too old, but he knew he was perfectly suited for this job. Chi-Yon and Daewon were sitting by the blue gate at the school eating noodles, when suddenly Huang Chang walked out through the gate. Chi-Yong immediately rushed over to the old man and asked why he was coming out of there, and Huang Chan said he remembered the boy even though a lot of time had passed, but Chi-Yong didn't remember him, so the boss held up 3 fingers and asked how many, and the boy answered correctly. Then the old man left, but just before he went, he said that he felt relieved now. Chi-Yon had been a vicious bully, but Huang Chang had still worried that he might have injured his eye. So the old man Huang Chan wanted to rest a bit. Now he was walking among the ruins of the city and reminiscing about the past. The man remembered how as a young man he had run to his home in the hope of finding his wife there. Decades had passed, but he remembered everything as if it had happened yesterday. Huang Chang made his way through the ruins of his house and saw that for now, everything was still as it had been. It was only later that this place would be filled with strange structures built by those monsters. The man walked among the collapsed walls, apologizing to his wife for never having found her, and recalled how she used to say she liked that his job was to protect people. Huang Chang tried to protect people even after all this, but for him, this was the end of the road. Kang Ah-Yong continued to fight the clone mannequin, which was identical to him. Their strength and abilities were the same, and the boy thought that the clone was right because, in the end, he would simply run out of steam. And suddenly, the nanotechnology creation leaped high into the air and lunged at Kang Ah-Yong. The boy barely managed to dodge the attack. For a moment, the clone stopped and declared that something was impossible because reproducing it required a rare energy material. Kang Ah-Yong realized that this thing couldn't be fully controlled and required a lot of energy to use, so the boy decided to use it only in cases of extreme necessity. Ah-Yong rushed into the attack again and landed a multitude of different blows on his opponent. The clone mannequin changed its appearance and said that it didn't matter because its body regenerated endlessly, but Kang Ah-Yong split the monster's body in 2. The clone was about to merge back into a single entity, and as he did so, he wondered, did the people of the past really lack the ability to learn? But Kang Ir-Yong immediately created a portal and threw the upper half of the monster into it, leaving its legs behind. In the present, Huang Chang was sitting by the shelter as usual, reading a book. A girl in glasses said that the next bus was the last one and asked if he was going with them, and the boss replied that he wasn't sure. The girl asked anxiously, "Do you really want to stay here alone? Monsters could come here," and urged him to start packing his things. But Huang Chang didn't know what to do there, especially since his students were risking their lives while he was just standing by doing nothing. Just then, someone approached and said, "Enough of feeling sorry for yourself because of your powerlessness." The boss looked back and saw the old Huang Chang, who called him by name and ordered him to listen carefully. He himself had never encountered Rendezvous, so perhaps this was just a momentary thing. Huang Chan guessed who was standing before him, and the old man said that, come to think of it, at any given time he was the only one who could be the messenger. Kang Yi-yong, carrying out his cunning plan for victory, managed to defeat yet another monster, scattering its two halves across different worlds. Then the boy moved on, and in this hall, Doom was already standing there, blindfolded and surrounded by his subordinates. One of them turned to Ai-yong and said it was amazing how quickly he had broken through their defenses, to which Kong Ai-yong replied that this meant that, until then, that monster had been the most resilient. The boy kept walking. He was already quite tired, but he was comforted by the hope that he would soon be able to see fate up close. Eon said he had no time for chatter, so the monster should shut up, and turned to the blindfolded one, telling him to come closer. But the monster guard stepped forward, to which Khan Ion replied that he had just fought such creatures, so it was pointless to pit them against him. Then Doom said that several soldiers from Talafia had said the same thing about their dolls. They thought the puppets were no different from Atmos, but no one realized that those guys had their own hidden abilities. Kang Eon didn't understand what was going on, so Death explained that those monsters were real giants. They really did grow to gigantic sizes right before Ion's eyes, and that giant began attacking the boy. Doom continued to sit on his throne and watch calmly. He told Shubaro, who was standing nearby, that soon the giants would become their main force. Suddenly, a red window appeared near the throne. Nain peered out of it and reported that the squad commander had died. Shubaro asked, isn't he in charge of the 5th level? What is he doing here? Nain replied that he was delivering an urgent report. Then he added fearfully that another awakened one had broken out into the outer territory. Shubaro asked if Benetton wasn't the squad commander, and Nain replied that the commander had been destroyed in a single blow. After that, Zagib ordered Shubaro to capture the ship and the giants inside, and to engage them in battle before the awakened one arrived. Kang Eong continued to fight the giant, and at that moment, another portal opened, from which a shuttle flew out. Meanwhile, Shubaro set out to carry out his boss's order and fight the other awakened one, that is, Kim's son. The monster arrived in the ship and began firing in the direction the boy was heading. Kim's son recognized that monster, and Shubaro also said they hadn't seen each other in a long time, but the boy had no time to relax. Kim's son was determined to win. He jumped off the motorcycle, which burst into flames and set one of the giants on fire. In the present, the older Huang Chang met his younger self, who couldn't believe it because it was impossible, and the older man said they had absolutely no time. And from that era and from the future, they were the only ones who survived, and only the younger Huang Chang could become a guide for those who had lost their way. The older Huang Chang explained to his younger self that he could spend his whole life blaming himself, but that wouldn't change a thing. Then he touched the younger man's shoulder and advised him to try to smile at least sometimes. Through his hand, the older Huang Chang transferred his powerful energy, and a rendezvous took place between them. Then the older Huang Chang vanished, and the younger one, exhausted, fell to his knees, not understanding what had just happened. Kang Yi-yong, on his way to destiny, continued to fight the mighty giant. Upon seeing such a monster, Nain became fascinated by that new system weapon. Zagib said that only a select few knew about this project, and asked how he knew about it. Nain replied that he processed information in his unit, so the boss said that if he wasn't military, he shouldn't get in the way. The giant Kang Yeon was fighting was several times larger than his opponent. Moreover, it resembled a snake, so the boy couldn't predict how it would attack. Ayan couldn't understand how that giant could be so fast given his size. A lot of time had passed, yet this monster wasn't tired at all, while the young man could barely block the attacks anymore. The giant's combat prowess surpasses that of some of the squad's fighters combined. He holds his own because he has fought countless battles to reach this level. Death ordered the giant to fight at his absolute limit. Kang Ion was constantly looking for an opportunity to strike his opponent, but the monster's tentacles kept getting in the way. It was harder for the boy to deal with them than with the giant's size. And so the giant monster managed to completely ensnare Aion with its long tentacles. Then it grabbed him in its paw and dragged him toward its disgusting, slobbering mouth. In the system center of Olympus, Piri, the commander of Talafia Chirax's second squad, was still there. He entered the recovery hall where Pegasus had arrived and said that he had sensed something icy and ominous in the air. He asked if Pegasus had come here for Kaiden and informed him that, unfortunately, reviving him this time wouldn't be so simple because he had been beaten after using cancer. Then he asked if Pegasus liked how the people of the past treated one another. Pegasus replied that he had simply come to see if Kaiden had fulfilled his duty as a soldier, even if he could not be revived. But Chirok said he thought Pegasus felt a brotherly love for Kaiden because they had been raised together with Zagabel. Besides, what is Pegasus doing here since their 5th squad is responsible for the 2nd level of fate? He replied that no matter how fierce these awakened ones might be, they cannot reach fate. Their abilities won't even let them get close to Zagabel and his squad. Chirok said that the system had already warned them that they had clashed with each other. And considering the time difference between Mobius and this place, Pegasus might be late, and who knows? Maybe these awakened ones will make both brothers invulnerable. Pegas, commander of Talafia's 5th squad, pulled back his hood and told Chirok that he was crossing the line. Meanwhile, the giant clamped his paw firmly around Kan Ion and even wrapped his tentacles around his legs. Then the monster began to toy with his opponent, tossing him from side to side until Nain exclaimed in admiration that Doom had created an extraordinarily magnificent soldier. Finally, the giant tossed Kang Ion aside like a rag. The boy felt his strength fading, but he still had a few hundred yards left to reach destiny. But it was even difficult for Eon to get back on his feet. He didn't know if he could defeat this monster with the strength he had left. But retreat was not an option, so the boy raised his weapon and began running straight toward the throne where Doom sat. Khan Eon decided that if he couldn't defeat the giant, he should go after the puppet master and began attacking Doom. But the monster asked, did the boy really think he'd forced his creation to fight him because he himself was too weak for it? and immediately delivered an extremely powerful blow to his opponent. Kang Bayon felt as if he had just been hit by a truck. As a result, the boy collapsed weakly to the floor, and Doom told him he was wrong. In the present, morning had come. Huang Chang went to the bathroom to wash his face, and his senior's words kept echoing in his head. Only they can. They must. The man even saw himself as an old man in the mirror. He remembered that he had grown a beard with age, though it didn't look all that bad. Suddenly, Huang Chang's thoughts were interrupted by a voice from the hallway calling him to come out and look at something. A girl in glasses was calling him. They went out onto the street together and saw a surveillance robot there with a drone flying nearby. In Mobius, the giant grabbed Kang Yi-yong by the leg and lifted him up. Death told him to forget what he had said about keeping the boy as a specimen. Just let them extract the energy source from his eye and finish him off. Kang Ion couldn't bring himself to give up and sank his teeth into the giant's tentacle that was holding him. The monster slammed the boy into the floor, then lifted him up and opened its mouth to bite. But suddenly someone fired a shot, and the giant's head rolled off its body and fell to the floor. Kang Yi-yong couldn't believe his luck. He only heard Kim Sun's voice asking his Hyung if he had really taken so long that he still hadn't destroyed that creature. Sun was approaching Eon when another giant began to attack, but the boy was ready for this battle. He activated his abilities and leaped high into the air to attack from above. Nain exclaimed that it was the same man. He was the one who had taken out the commander of the 19th Squad with a single blow. After defeating the two giants, Kim Seon asked Kang Ion if he was okay, and Ion decided to clarify. He was still fighting the monster when Seon appeared out of nowhere, and this wasn't an excuse. On his way here, he had fought countless other monsters. Suddenly, Kang Yi-yong saw that one of the giants was trying to attack again and shouted for Kim Seon to dodge. But Sun didn't even try to run away or fight back. He simply let the monster grab him. Kang Yi-yong was scared for his friend, but Sun calmly told him that he was strong and easily freed himself from the giant's powerful tentacles, tearing them to pieces. The boy, unharmed, jumped to the floor and delivered a devastating blow to the monster, knocking its head off. Zagib said that Shubaro's time had probably come to an end. Nain asked in fear what they should do about the uninvited guests, and the boss said he would recall his ship. Then he turned to Nain and said that since he wasn't even a member of the team, why was he holding things up? The system was about to shut down the channel, so he should report what had happened. Nain said he would recommend that the system send in reinforcements and raise the combat readiness level. And Zagib said that this wasn't just a report. Nain had to inform the system that the giants and their weapons project had been successful, and the aliens from Earth will be destroyed when they meet him face to face. Shubaro could barely stand up and admitted that it was his mistake. When he first encountered them, he should have nipped it in the bud. Then nothing would have happened. Suddenly, he saw the ship of Commander Zagibelli, the squadron leader, flying away. Shubaro thought that if the boss took matters into his own hands, they would be destroyed in a matter of minutes. Zagibelli said that he was very interested in the people of the past. He almost regretted that he hadn't been the one to destroy them, and asked what lay behind that obsessive idea, even in a hopeless situation. Maybe it's genes, family, or friends in misfortune. Maybe he could understand if you were driven by innate desires, but why did Kang Ai-yon choose the path of pain and death? Ai-yong addressed Death, calling him a prime example of a creature created by a computer. He asked why the monster had such an expression as if he'd eaten a lemon, and decided to tell him something. First, the system that stored their records created monsters in the future. Second, they weren't created like ordinary people. Their bodies and minds were rebuilt. Third, they might call it evolution, but in reality, they're nothing more than monstrosities. Fourth, they are fakes who dared to intrude on humans, even though the system that spawned them was created by humans. Fifth, and even more importantly, their Pyrrha is just a failed piece of junk. In the human world, there is such a thing as copyright law, so their copies must be shamed in the presence of the original humans. Kang Eon continued to say that, as monsters, humans do not belong to the same species as them. It makes no difference whether they are monsters, aliens, or copies. They are simply trash and will be destroyed if they dare to attack humans. And that is right. Kim Seon asked Hyun why he was provoking Doom, and Kang Eong replied that he was trying to force the monster to make a mistake, because right now it was standing in their way, and their target, fate, was behind it. Besides, the guy doesn't have much strength left, so he'll try to push the monster back, and when they get a chance, one of them has to move forward. After those words, Kang Il-yong rushed to attack Death, but failed. However, the boy noticed that the monster didn't look very fast, but could block him like a stone, even without any sudden movements. And it blocks his opponent with one hand, yet it's like a stone wall. Could his whole body be the same? Ayong continued to attack Doom, but the monster remained unmoved, and the boy shouted at the monster that it would have to try harder to defeat him. Kim-sun didn't want to just watch his Hyung fight anymore, so he also began attacking Doom. However, the monster easily parried his strike as well, which came as a huge surprise to the boy. Doom said he was just curious if that was Kim Seon's limit. Was that really his maximum level? Kang E-yong told his opponent that someone might think he had already won if they heard such a thing, but they were still standing. So let him tell himself that if this is his maximum level, then he isn't dangerous, because the slightest mistake, and he'll end up on the floor. Death said that this was probably the first time they'd fought someone in a red cloak, and he felt bad that they'd just asked him about his maximum strength. And he explained that right now he is completely relaxed, without using Lapo or Cancer. Kang Eon turned to Kim-sun and told him about this freak's techniques. In his opinion, the monster's strength lies in his hands and fists, and he must have weak spots too. If the kid could hit his opponent in the right spot, he'd knock him out, and then the boy rushed in to attack. But before he could land a blow on the monster, he immediately faced a counterattack. But then Kim-sun immediately joined the fight, trying to find Zagabe's weak spot. But the monster blocked the boy's strike and even said that Seon was definitely a strong person, and then twisted his arm. Kim Seon endured it all, and Doom was impressed by the boy's endurance. He swung at the boy, but Kang Ge-jeong threw a piece of his crowbar at him. This trick disoriented the monster, and Kang I-yong shouted at the top of his lungs for Kim Seong to act immediately. However, the boys failed to carry out their plan. Death grabbed them by the throat with both hands. He said that Kang Ah-yong's petty tricks meant absolutely nothing to him and threw both opponents to the floor. Then he said he had expected the boy to possess the source of Ia's energy, but had lost interest, so now he would simply destroy him, and stepped on the boy's head. And then, unexpectedly, a shield appeared between Death and the boys. The monster barely managed to jump out of the way. Kay arrived at the scene of the battle and immediately cast a shield for his friends, while taking up a combat position himself. Kay told the boys that he had warned them to be careful when encountering the person in the red cloak, and Zagib said that the report must have been referring to him, the awakened one in the mask who had destroyed Kaiden. Then he asked Kay if he had ever seen him before, and Kay replied that they had actually met before. But it didn't look like they were going to become friends, so he suggested skipping the formalities. After that, Kay turned to Kang Ion and told him to open the largest possible window behind them while he fought. Just do it, and asked if the guy still had the strength for it. And so Kay began his battle with Zagabal. The two opponents were evenly matched. Meanwhile, Kang Ayong tried to open a large window as Kay had instructed. While he was busy creating the portal, Kim Seon watched the battle intently the whole time. Both opponents were very strong and skilled. Doom even asked him if he was special. Although the monster noted that his internal source of Ia energy was weaker than others, Kay reminded his opponent of how he had first met him. Back then, he had been unbearably afraid and even more apprehensive than these children, which was why he had planned ahead this time. Kay said that Doom had asked if they had ever met before, so Kay had already passed him by and even come face to face with fate. The monster asked how that could possibly be because maybe the man had blocked a few of his blows once, but he wasn't capable of much more than that. Kay noted that Death was definitely right about that, so it wasn't him who knocked him down. The monster spun around abruptly and Kim Song immediately attacked him, landing a hit this time. But Death immediately struck back and pushed the boy away with great force. Kim Sun flew all the way to Kay, who caught the boy so he wouldn't hit the floor. Kay told Kim Song that this was his last lesson from him, called The Basics of Ion Boxing, and told the boy not to think about what would happen next, but just to accept it. And it's not because he thinks the idiot behind him is stronger than before. He's ready to fight his opponent now. Kay doesn't know the essence of Ion's fighting technique, but he uses his body in martial arts. And Kim Seon is the most resilient among them, and his strength could even destroy this freak. But why does the boy think his opponent has complete control over him? Sun replied that he couldn't land a decent blow on Death. Kay agreed and said that today's chapter from Kang Ion's Fundamentals of Boxing is the counterpunch. Meanwhile, Doom said it would be better if both guys attacked him at once, but he could also approach them himself. The monster lunged at Kay, who stepped forward first to take the blow, while Kim Song sat slightly to the side. Doom landed powerful punches, but Kay defended himself and tried to counterattack. However, the monster said that his punches didn't pack much of a punch, but now he knew that he hadn't just been unlucky before, so he really had to fight Kay. Death now stood facing Kay and Kim Sun, and behind him was Ion. The boy grabbed his crowbar and lunged at his opponent. Zagib and Kang Ion continued the fight, but the monster managed to knock the weapon out of Ion's hands. However, Kay managed to catch the scrap metal and continued the fight using it. And Kang Yi-yong now seemed to understand how Kay used his body, and he ran to join the fight as well. The guy ran up to Kay and, holding his crowbar above his head, clearly stated that they were both determined. Zagib didn't yet know exactly what the boys would use against him, but they seized the moment and delivered a double kick to their opponent's torso. Zagib didn't have time to dodge or block these strikes, so he fell to the floor. But of course, that wasn't the end of it. The monster quickly recovered and continued his attack. He shouted angrily that people didn't even understand how to use their inner source of energy and called them lower forms of life. Suddenly, Kanyeon saw the mask fall from Kay's face and realized in shock who was standing next to him. In the system center of Olympus, Pyrrha Churox kept asking Pegasus if he was worried about losing both his brothers and where he was rushing off to. Pegasus replied that Kaiden had brought this on himself with his arrogance, but Churox must understand that Death is a completely different story. The blonde man calmly said that he understood perfectly well and that when he had last seen him, he had seemed somewhat different. When he was appointed head of technological development, he conducted all sorts of strange experiments, even on himself. For example, he implanted within himself the primary source of Ia's energy, which they had preserved after the last war, and that's just plain madness. Pegasus said that Death had managed to control the combined energy between Symphono Ia and their cancer, so the Awakened would never be able to defeat him. And now, Doom activated his abilities and once again launched an attack on his opponents. Kang I-yong realized that Kay was actually himself, but from another time, and while he stood there in shock at this revelation, the monster began to attack. He pushed Kay away and aimed to strike Kang I-yong, but Kim Seong instantly shielded the boy with his body, shouting for Hyun to finally wake up. Kay stood up and said they didn't have time. They only had a few minutes, maybe even less. He would soon disappear because Kang I-yong had seen him and realized they were the same person. Ha-yong said he'd had his suspicions, though he wasn't sure if Kay was the one from the future, and asked why the boy had come here. He should have stayed put, just as he'd planned. Kay replied that his existence in the boy's world meant nothing, and he had already done what he set out to do, namely, teach I-yong, so his role here was complete. While Kay and Kang I-yon were talking, a fierce fight was raging between Kim Sun and Zagabel. The monster told Kim Sun that he had a pretty sturdy body, so he wanted to clarify something. If the boy got down on his knees and surrendered, he might let him live as his specimen. Zagabel was very curious about how determined a person must be to develop their strength to such a level, but cruelty and strength do not always make the owner powerful. Then, with a single blow, the monster knocked Kim Sun to the floor and, turning to Ion and Kay, said that they were both quite interesting people. They were the same person from different times, but why were they so reckless if they knew about Rendezvous? Death told Kay that he would vanish even if he did nothing, but he would still show mercy and destroy the man before he suffered at the hands of Rendezvous. Kim Sun stood up, grabbed the monster by his red cloak, pulled him toward him, and struck him in the face. Death managed to barely dodge the attack, then threw Kim Seon aside and said smugly that he'd see how long he could last. The monster was already savoring his victory and continued to strike Sun, not forgetting to attack Kay as well. And then Kay shouted at Kang Ayon, asking why he wasn't doing anything, since he was about to fall apart, and they needed to deal with that monster. Kim Sun and Kay themselves fought Doom almost evenly, but it still wasn't enough to defeat him completely. But just as Kay fell to the floor once again and Kim Sun was gathering his strength to continue the fight, Kang Ayon joined the battle. Doom immediately reacted to the attack and shifted his focus to the boy, landing powerful blows on him. Kang Yong took a defensive stance and simultaneously glanced at Kim Sun, silently giving him instructions. And Sun realized that he was hinting at Kang Yong's counter, the cornerstone of his boxing technique. Kay recovered from his opponent's powerful blow and told Kang Ayon to get up so they could try to aim higher together, and he would advance. Then both Kang Ayons prepared for the attack. Ayon Jr. said he would aim high while Kay should aim low. As a result, Kang Eon and Kay simultaneously struck Doom on the head and legs, but the monster was very strong, so he immediately counterattacked the boys. They fell to the floor, and Doom called them arrogant humans and asked if they really thought such a petty trick would work on him. But then a piece of scrap metal flew into the monster's shoulder. Kim Seon had thrown it at him. The monster turned slightly and said he'd expected the boy to get up, but was this really such a surprise attack from him? Kim Sun replied that it wasn't an attack. He just wanted Doom to focus on him. The monster said it was commendable that the boy had forced him to show his power, but that was precisely why he would destroy him, because his power came from the fusion of Symphonos Sun and his cancer. And this power is beyond any control. He cannot restrain himself even if he wishes to. Kim Sun prepared for another attack and with one hand, created a shield to protect himself from his opponent's blows. After a powerful blow from Doom, the boy just gritted his teeth and said he was ready to keep fighting. Meanwhile, Kay said he'd trained the boy well, but Kang Yong objected, claiming he was the one who'd taught the boy and Kay wouldn't agree. Meanwhile, Zagabelli continued to attack Sun and said that if he asked to lose his life, he would gladly grant him that. He delivered several blows to the boy's head with full force, but Kim Seon managed to defend himself and struck the monster in the stomach in return. Death doubled over from the blow and Kim Seon apologized, saying he wasn't interested in him even if he got down on his knees and begged. He didn't have much experience in battle, so he had no idea how to defeat his opponent, but he wouldn't let him knock him out. Sun said that if he couldn't grab Death, he would let Death grab him and strike back, and whoever was weaker would fall first. The monster roared furiously and activated even more of its abilities. He hoped to gain new explosive power by infusing his body with the energy source of Ia and connecting it to cancer, and the result exceeded his expectations. But he had one problem. The fact was that no flesh could withstand such power. Kim Seon listened to all this and asked ironically, "Is this a history lesson going on here?" And Doom said that even he couldn't fully control the power that had appeared in his body. The molten energy constantly tried to burst out of his body, and he had tried various methods to suppress it. So even if his body were to be injured, he would still take Sun's life. Kang Yeon asked Kay if he could sense the power of this monster, and Kay replied that the monster had been weaker before. Some kind of change must have affected it. And Kim Seon wouldn't be able to handle it alone, so he would try to hold him back while the others carefully passed by them. But Kang Yong said that eventually the monster would catch up to them if they didn't destroy it. And Kay said that the rendezvous had taken place, so he would be leaving soon anyway. He asked if Yong remembered how he had asked him to leave the window open, because much more could have changed because of them. All this time, Doom and Kim Seon continued to fight. They were both incredibly strong. However, the monster possessed such power that his body could barely withstand it. With just a single glance, Doom had the ability to strike as if with multiple blades. And after his opponent, feeling excruciating pain, continued to attack, Kay stepped into the fight again. The monster screamed, "Does Kay really think he's different from your friends just because he has more experience?" But none of that matters when there's an absolute difference in strength. And with a single powerful blow, he parried Kay's strike, provoking an attack from Kang Ayon. Zagib immediately turned his attention to the boy, calling him the first offender, because it was Kang Ayon who had first started causing them trouble. While the monster was dealing with Ayon and had previously parried Kay's attack, Kim Seon gathered his strength and tried to get up. But suddenly he felt another barrage of sharp blades from Death flying toward him. The monster was fighting on all fronts and managed to strike everywhere while even defending himself. It knocked Kang Ayon to the floor again and hurled its blades at him, then aimed a dagger at the boy and said that, unlike his friends, he possessed a source of energy. But Ayon didn't deserve such power, so now it would take his life and then take that energy. And just as Doom was about to pierce Kang Ayon's body with his dagger, Kay appeared between them in an instant and took the blow upon himself. Kang Ayon screamed, asking what he was doing and why he had done it. But Kay replied that it was all very timely because it was about to begin. He looked Ayon straight in the eyes, slowly fading away, and said that it had been a pleasure to meet him and that he hoped the boy wouldn't turn out to be as weak as he was. After Kay finally vanished, Kang Ayon was engulfed in a bright light. Zagib watched this and said it was an amazing sight, then aimed a dagger at the boy's eye and prepared to take him. He asked if the boy had planted it there, and if so, that was even better, because it would be more interesting to take it out while he was still breathing. And just as the monster was about to gouge out Eon's eye, a blue window appeared and a bus flew in at tremendous speed. It was Kim Homyang, Jay, and Dynamite who had arrived, and this was their final thunderclap. Homyang shouted at Jay to keep shooting at the monster without stopping. The monster was forced to dodge the shots, while Jay noticed that both Kang Ayon and Kim Seon seemed to be unconscious, and worried that they might be too late. Kim Hom-young suggested they rescue them first and then figure out what to do next, and told Jay to keep shooting, to which the girl asked him to focus on driving, because she couldn't aim like that and needed to keep her distance. So now Death had shifted his focus to new opponents, and he was furious. Then Kim Hom-young told Dynamite to go ahead and called him their protector, but all these nicknames annoyed Jay. Meanwhile, Dynamite jumped out of the car and headed toward the monster, taking up a fighting stance. In the present, as previously mentioned, Huang Chang and the girl in glasses encountered the Observer robot. The boss approached the tree to test his strength, and the Observer drone said there was no information regarding what happens during the rendezvous phenomenon. It was confirmed that a previously non-existent power had awakened within Huang Chan, albeit in small quantities. The man was surprised that he now possessed the same strange power as the children he had trained, and he finally decided to try striking the tree trunk with all his might, but his arm began to ache terribly. In Mobius' death, upon seeing Dynamis, said that this was strange because he thought they had killed them all during their last conquest. However, Dynamis said that he was still here because not everyone had been killed. And the monster rushed to attack the robot, saying that he wouldn't have the courage to destroy him anyway. Dynamis defended himself by taking cover behind his shield, while Death kept saying that this was a clear sign of weakness, and that all he could do was block the blows. The monster had every intention of destroying his opponent, but Jay also kept firing. Doom noticed this and lunged to attack the car, but Kim Hamyan reacted just in time, drove away from the spot, and scolded Dynamite for not even being able to land a single blow on his opponent. Enraged, Death threw his daggers at the car, but to his frustration, the van sped away. And now Dynamite declared that Kim Homyang was probably right in his reproaches, but he could dodge blows all day long. Zagabel said irritably that there were more and more of those annoying little parasites. He noted that his ship, which he had recalled earlier, had returned just in time. Other monsters had already begun disembarking from the ship, and their commander said he had something perfectly suited for the level of the intruders. And immediately, new giants appeared, instantly chasing after Kim Homyang and Jay as they fled in their car. Having abandoned the fight with Dina, I said he wasn't interested in him because he was searching for a source of energy among the awakened beings he had cut down. The monster approached Kong Yi-yong again, kicked him, and noted that he wasn't dead yet, but wasn't quite alive either. This is exactly what happens to people who go through Rendezvous. Kim Seon lay weakly on the floor and heard everything happening around him. He recalled his training with his so-called sister, who had told him that with such a weak psyche, he would be the first to fall on the battlefield and die. She had tried then to stir up emotions in him for the total destruction of the enemy. Even tears welled up in her eyes, and she said that in the end, he would die trying to protect her. But for this, during training, the boy had to destroy his so-called sister, and he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. He just couldn't bring himself to do it. Kim Jin kept saying that her strength was far inferior to that of his enemies, so he wouldn't last long, and if he hesitated, they would seize him in an instant. But Kim Seon convinced himself that he wouldn't lose. No matter how much his enemies beat him or tore him apart, he would never fall. So now, recalling those moments, Kim Seon forced himself to stand up. He turned to Death and ordered him to stay away from Hyun, to which the monster asked in surprise what changes the boy's body had undergone to get back on his feet. He immediately raised his hand to attack the boy with his sharp blades and asked if he was immortal, then fired a volley at him. He said that mere mortals from the past couldn't handle such power, and that Kim Seon and his friends couldn't even handle giants. They were all on the brink of death because they'd bitten off more than they could chew. However, Seon got back on his feet again, saying he wouldn't lose. Then the monster approached him and said he'd changed his mind. First, he would take them and study their bodies in detail, because he'd never seen anyone get back up after such devastating blows. It began attacking the boy again, who was in no condition to counterattack. Every time Kim Seon fell, battered by his opponent's blows and blades, he remembered training with his sister. She had told him back then that he was very stubborn, and she told him that she was a specimen with a limited amount of life energy. While waiting in Mobius, she was fine, but her end was approaching. And it was approaching because she had just lost her younger brother, so she was simply begging him to survive. And now, to Kim Seon, those words meant that he absolutely could not lose this battle against death. The boy got back up and went to attack his opponent. He said that the other had only struck him a few times, and then several days, or perhaps even months, had passed. He doesn't even remember how long he endured his sister's blows. After those terrible beatings, he got back on his feet 1,000 times. So now Kim Seon was ready once again to continue what seemed like an endless battle with the monster. And this time, the boy even managed to land a blow that knocked his opponent to the floor. Zagib fell right next to Kang Ion, turned to Sun, and said that things were getting more interesting. He immediately grabbed Ion by the eye and said that he already possessed synthesis technology, capable of absorbing the source of EA's energy. He would absorb this source and demonstrate his explosive power to them. In the present, Huang Chang wondered what could have happened to him after the rendezvous and what inner strength should have emerged. Since he had just nearly broken his wrist, he probably shouldn't have listened to that nonsense. But suddenly he heard a large chunk fall from the tree he had just slammed his fist into. Death had already brought his dagger close to Kang Ouyong's eye to gouge it out, when suddenly the boy grabbed his arm. He twisted the monster's wrist and got up from the floor, even though he was battered and covered in wounds. The monster hadn't expected this at all. He grew even more enraged and swung at the boy with his other hand, which held the dagger. However, Kang Ion grew even stronger. The enemy blades that had been sticking out of his body fell out, and the boy struck Doom with all his might, sending him flying far away. The monster didn't understand what had happened. Somehow he sensed danger and retreated, though for him that was impossible. Kang Yi-yong thought to himself that he was already exhausted and had sustained too many injuries. He could lose consciousness at any moment, but he felt something strange. He mentally asked Kay what was happening here. He saw that the giants had reappeared. One attacked Dynamite, while the other attacked the van where Kim Homyang and Jay were. The one attacking the vehicle climbed on top of it and shoved its hideous paw inside. Ion immediately turned to Zagabelli and told him to make the giant stop right now, but the monster said the boy was on his last breath, and it turned out he'd also hit his head. However, he thought that some kind of change must be happening to Ion, since he had just been to Rendezvous, and now he was even more eager to investigate the boy. Kim Seon also got to his feet and silently watched Hyun, while Hyun repeated for the second time that Doom should make the giant stop right now. Instead, the monster shouted at his subordinates to get rid of one of them first, meaning Kang Ion, because he had barely managed to handle one of them, so he definitely couldn't handle two. And the giant stopped attacking Dynamite and Kim Home Young with Jae, and switched their focus to Ion. Both monsters attacked the boy at the same time, pinning him down with their claws, but surprisingly, Kang Ion simply stopped them and pushed them away. One of the giants roared furiously, and the boy simply pried open its jaws and dealt with the second monster. Kim Seon then turned to Kang Ion and said that, to be honest, he was barely standing on his feet right now, so he asked if he could rest a bit. Ion asked Doom if that was their maximum power and said he was offering them a deal. They had to clear the way for them just this once, and then they could return safe and sound. The monster laughed wildly and called Kang Eon an idiot. Did he seriously think that acting would change anything? Even if this body couldn't handle such power, he had the technology to restore it, and he had no idea what changes Rendezvous would bring, but it was important. Zagib said the boys should have taken advantage of that immediately, and lunged sharply to attack Kim's son. But right then, Dynamis came to the boy's defense, even though Sun said he didn't need to do that. But the robot replied that he was an observer and his job was to protect the awakened. He also explained that it would be difficult to fully heal the boy because his suit was running out of energy, but at the very least, it would activate his symphono and provide minimal healing. Zagib furiously shouted for the warrior Ia to step aside, because he wouldn't be able to stop his power anyway. The monster ran toward Kim-sun, but Kang Ion grabbed him by the hair and said he had already made his offer only once. He had hoped Death would agree because he was tired of all the noise. Then the boy began striking the monster, throwing it off balance. Doom grew even more irritated as the blows landed on him. He shouted that Ion was just a man from the past, and just a minute ago Kang Eon was ready to die from his injuries. Kim Seon, completely covered by the Dynamis suit, said that something had definitely changed in the boy, and the robot explained that this was the synergy of Rendezvous. Until then, it had been nothing more than a theory. The fundamental energy that makes up the so-called soul, and this is what happens to it after a person leaves their body. It is an absorption by an identical second self. Their combined energy undoubtedly possesses immense power, but the problem is whether their body can handle it. Meanwhile, Kang E-yong, who had survived the rendezvous, continued his battle with Doom. The boy managed to land blow after blow so that the monster didn't have time, not only to counterattack, but even to defend itself. Finally, he exclaimed, "How dare you treat me this way?" While Kang E-yong felt K's presence all around him. Death lunged at him again and said he would take the boy's life no matter what, even at the cost of his own. However, when he approached the boy met the monster with a blow to the face that proved to be incredibly powerful. After that, Kang E-yong continued to counterattack Death, and once again, Death had no way to defend himself. The boy's blows rained down left and right. Aeon had only one thought: to completely destroy this monster, the commander of Telefia's 6th Squadron. But suddenly another shuttle flew in, and a monster in a red cloak, Pegasus, began to descend from it. He told Ion that he could stop. He explained that the boy had already won, and of course a reward was due for the victory. The monster said that this was the last level before Destiny, and since he was responsible for it, he would allow Khan Ion to pass through it. The boy headed toward the passage to the next level. Dynamo called out to him, and Ion said he needed to get there first, and they should just distract them later when he gave them the signal. The subordinates picked up Doom by the arms, and Pegasus asked how he was since they'd let him get quite far, and the workers replied that he'd be fine if they performed an emergency resuscitation procedure. Kang Eon said it seemed Pegasus was right, and he would soon reach Fate, but asked permission to ask him one question. Was the monster the last gatekeeper? Pegasus replied that it was true. He was the last one defending Fate. And then he added quietly that this was the last place the awakened one would set foot. Ion asked again, "Who the hell is he then? And did he do that thing with the ice? Because nothing surprises me anymore, but is that even possible?" Pegasus replied that he had been chosen as the system's body substitute, and thanks to that, he possessed special abilities. Kang Ion clarified the status of Pegasus as the body substitute and asked if he only had to defeat this icy creature and nothing else, and also asked who was out there. And as soon as Pegasus turned around, Kang E-yong abruptly jumped up, shouted that this must be a bad prank, and announced the start to everyone. Then, as they had agreed earlier, Jay immediately opened fire on Pegasus. The monster immediately conjured an ice shield and said that a surprise ambush was a decent choice, though only for the weak. Meanwhile, Kang E-yong was already moving as fast as he could in the direction where the workers had dragged Doom, and simply began to finish him off. At the same time, the boy told him not to even think about getting out of there alive. He didn't want the monster to appear in any other timeline. Pegasus immediately rushed to attack Kang Eon and created ice blades on his hands. Eon jumped high to make his strike stronger and slammed his weapon into one of the monster's arms. However, the ice didn't shatter and Pegasus struck Ion himself, knocking him away. Kim Song realized that Pegasus was a formidable opponent, so Dynamo suggested they take action. But the monster immediately directed its ice-forming power at them and encased them in icy depths. Even the car was trapped. Kang Yeon was horrified and demanded that his friends be freed immediately, and Pegasus asked why he should do that. Yeong knew he had practically no strength left, so it was absolutely necessary to strike the opponent immediately. The boy immediately rushed to attack Pegasus, but the monster once again easily parried the attack with his icy abilities and counterattacked the boy. Then he calmly said that he had become a substitute for the system and had evolved in ways that Eon couldn't even imagine. Kang Ion shouted that if he hadn't been injured, he would have crushed his opponent, but Pegasus said he wasn't like Kaidong and wouldn't fall for cheap tricks, and that his goal was to make the boy disappear. Kang E-yong said that among his friends whom Pegasus had encased in ice was a monster who simply refused to stay locked up. Before Pegasus could process and comprehend the information he'd heard, Kim Seon completely shattered the ice block in which the monster had imprisoned him. Kang I-yong asked Sun how he was feeling. His friend replied that he was feeling a little better, and that the most important thing was to rescue everyone else. He himself hadn't been in the ice for long, but it had been dangerous. I-yong said they needed to inflict some damage on Pegasus so that he would free them. Kim Seon immediately agreed and said he would try to attack the commander of Tilafia's 5th Squadron. Yeon ran to try to free their friends. Approaching Kim Homyoung first, the boy realized that this was unusual ice and assured him that he would definitely pull him out of there. The boy pounded on the ice block and realized he was completely exhausted, so he shouted to Kim Sun to hurry up a bit. Meanwhile, Sun continued to fight Pegasus. More than once, he managed to shatter the ice the monster hurled at him. At one point, Pegasus managed to freeze the boy's legs and one arm. The monster said that now he understood why everyone was so interested in Kim Sun, but he was just going to finish him off. After that, Pegasus fired a barrage of ice shards at the boy, but suddenly a robot observer appeared in front of him and took the blow. It was Hair. She said that such protection took too much energy, so she wouldn't be able to stop the monster twice. She took off her protective helmet and mask and added that they'd better finish him off right now, and they were about to do it together when, once again unexpectedly, an elderly Kim Song arrived through a blue portal. He immediately attacked Pegasus, giving him no chance to defend himself or counterattack. Meanwhile, Hair approached Kang I-yeon and Kim Homyoung. Eon was glad that the robot had been restored, but he was worried about why she had come here since it was too dangerous right now. But Hair replied that she couldn't help herself when she assessed the situation. She said that Kang I-yeon turned out to be even crazier than she had initially anticipated. Then Hair touched the icy depths and said she would find a way to rescue all the prisoners. Their system hadn't anticipated such a moment, and the probability of restoring destiny was 7%. Although according to countless calculations it had never exceeded 1%, this meant that those who had awakened were increasing the odds. And it also meant that destiny was accelerating events. Kim Sun asked his elder brother Sun how his sister was, and the old man replied that there was no time now to ask questions or answer them. Whatever he thought, it was true. And then he added sadly that it had been impossible to save his sister in his time. Kim's son was deeply saddened, but the old man said it was time to finally wake up and that he'd better be ready. Pegas, having recovered a bit, continued his attack. He hurled his ice shards toward Kim's son, but the older version of the boy told the younger one to stay close to him. He took off his cap and began to quickly put on a protective suit. The old man told the younger one to keep training as instructed. For everything, he would only need the basics. The boy explained that he had survived on his own. Ion had given him only a few pages in a notebook, which he had illustrated himself. Pegasus kept creating more and more ice blocks and hurling them at his opponents. But the old man, Kim's son, deftly dodged each one while simultaneously closing in on the monster. And then the man managed to get so close that he was able to grab Pegasus by the throat and send the ice shards he had thrown back at him. Old Kim's son said that he had used an advanced form of Kang Ion's boxing fundamentals. And then suddenly Pegasus gathered himself again and launched the ice sculpture straight at young Kim's son. However, the boy reacted in time and shouted that he wouldn't fall for the same trick twice, and also declared that the old man was too slow, so he returned to the fight himself. Kim's son ran forward, but the old man had already shattered the stone block he had hit, and told the boy not to be rude because in a few years he would become one himself. Pegasus, looking at his hands, was surprised that the old man had dealt with his ice on his own, but this was understandable because physical strength was Kim's son's main power. Both versions of Sun, the old man and the young man, ran together to attack the monster. The old man said that they needed to gather elements from the surrounding environment to create a source of energy. This was the primary way to obtain Fate's energy. Pegasus said that all these countless cables charge it by drawing energy from the human world. The EA system didn't stop at nanotechnology. It reached the level of transforming the elements themselves. And as a result, the monster gained the remarkable ability to transform moisture in the atmosphere. And it was already born with the strongest body among all the brothers raised by the system together. That is precisely why Pegasus welcomes a battle based on physical strength, and the monster managed to repel another attack by young and old Kim's son. Old Kim's son replied that he had received something from one of his friends who was stuck there in the ice. He had a rifle. He told his younger self to go look for cracks immediately, while he lay down on the floor and started shooting. The accurate shots threw Pegasus off balance, and he became a little disoriented while young Kim's son had already run up to him. Without wasting a moment, the boy delivered a powerful blow to the monster's face. The blow did Pegasus almost no harm, but he regained his composure and struck Kim's son in return, sending the boy flying several meters away. Immediately after the first blow, the monster launched an ice shard at the awakened boy. And old Sun instantly took the shard upon himself, shielding the boy with his body. He said that Rendezvous had just been activated, and he could no longer help the boy. He hadn't come here to act on his behalf. He had also fought that monster for a long time and knew full well that, as they were now, they would not be able to defeat Pegasus. So he asked the boy to remember one thing. As he was leaving this world, old Kim's son told the younger one that he would never fall, and asked him to take care of his sister and everyone else. And then the old man vanished, leaving a part of himself with young Kim Seon, who was still lying on the floor, while Pegasus was already approaching him. He asked if this was really Rendezvous. Could those two really be the same person? The monster stepped right up to the boy, grabbed his head with one hand, lifted him high, and asked Hair, was this really her plan, to force the awakened to become one through Rendezvous in order to stop the monsters? And Hair replied that to stop him, she needed to buy time so everyone could come to their senses. The warrior's DNA had been passed on to her, so she could do it, and the robot armed itself with a large sledgehammer. Suddenly, Hair heard Kang Ion's voice saying that he was fine, and telling her to step aside because he had already regained his senses a little. But the robot said that because of his injuries and the side effects from Rendezvous, but she didn't get to finish. Kang I-yong approached Kim's son, who was still lying unconscious, and turned to Pegasus. He wanted to give him some advice. The boy suggested that the monster let them pass and leave here safe and sound. Then Ion stood up, took off his shirt, assumed a fighting stance, and said he knew his opponent would refuse. After that, the boy immediately began attacking Pegasus so fiercely that the monster couldn't keep up with his ice shards. The monster sensed that Kang Ion had become a completely different person this time, but still thought the boy was too cocky. The battle was intense. Ion tried to engage in close combat and block his opponent's ice attack. After a few minutes, Pegasus said that this was unusual for him. He was even a little shocked by the attack. And Kang Ion nodded and said that he was a bit shocked himself. Then the boy turned to Hare and asked her how Kim Seon was doing, and the robot replied that the boy hadn't regained consciousness yet, and she couldn't heal him because the damage was internal, but it was much harder for those still trapped in the ice block. Pegasus asked Kang I-yong if he really still had time to get distracted, and said that one could only break free from the ice blocks if he were wounded, to the point of losing his life, or were too far away from where the blocks were standing. Kang I-yon said that, to be honest, he hadn't been sure of this before, but now he was absolutely certain, and continued attacking the monster. Pegasus noted that the boy's speed had definitely increased, but without wings it was harder to dodge in the air. And the monster grabbed the boy by the neck again and lifted him high into the air, climbing up the icy path. He said that Kang I-yon had become faster and stronger than before, but in the air, he wouldn't be able to do much, so he couldn't escape from him. To which Kang I-yon replied that maybe Pegasus was right, but hadn't he considered that this might be the boy's plan? And there, high up in the monster's grasp, he continued the fight, using boxing techniques. For a moment, Pegasus lost control and let go of Kang I-yon's neck, and he himself began to fall, saying that such a trick wouldn't work. But after that, Kang I-yon jumped from the height and told Hare to break the ice block and free everyone. Once everyone was free, I-yon asked how they were doing, and Hare replied that they were alive, meaning at the very least she could keep them breathing using her remaining energy. Then, the boy explained that he needed to leave before the monster returned, and told the girl to tell Kim-sun to break the window when he came to. As for Pegasus, Kang I-yon sent him far away to a deserted seashore where the half-body of one of the monsters the boy had defeated was also lying. When I-yong also passed through that window, he told Pegasus that he had been here long ago with his family. To open a window, several conditions must be met. You must have seen the place, visited it, or obtained detailed information. The boy thought that no one would be here at this time, so he chose this spot and asked if the monster liked it here. Pegasus replied that he was curious. Was this really the boy's plan to lure him away from his friends while they were approaching destiny? If so, he had come to the wrong conclusions because, in the previous levels, the time allotted to fate did not equal the current time, and his allies would not be able to achieve anything now. However, Kang I-yon said that he was definitely right about that. The boy declared that he would bury Pegasus here and then return to his friends, and a battle broke out again between the rivals. Pegasus said that I-yon had transported him here, but that hadn't affected his abilities. On the contrary, the boy had helped him figure out what he was curious about, and now he could finally understand why their system had wanted so badly to conquer this place in the past. Then Kim Hom-young came to his senses and asked why I-yon had gone alone and whether they should help him, but Hare replied that everyone just needed to wait. She added that it wasn't just a matter of rescuing everyone as quickly as possible. If her assumptions were correct, I-yon had probably remembered the same thing and led the monster into the outside world. The battle between I-yon and Pegasus continued. The monster said that the boy was acting strangely. Unlike last time, it seemed he was just stalling for time. To which Kang I-yon asked, "Is it really that obvious?" Pegasus replied that there was one thing he knew for sure. The boy wasn't strong enough to defeat him. But Kang I-yon calmly replied that he knew that himself. Of course, one could argue with that, but he understood that the monster was right, so he decided to do something to the monster rather than to himself. Pegasus got angry and said he was sick of the boy's crazy rambling, and maybe I-yon had paid attention before. But that was exactly what he meant when he talked about wrong conclusions on the previous levels. And the monster demonstrated its power here, literally surrounding Kang I-yon with icy spikes. Pegasus was very pleased with himself, but after just a few seconds, he began to feel sick. He started gasping for air and fell to his knees, and all his icicles melted and returned to the sea. Kang I-yon smiled and said he had been right. Pegasus had never been told that they only looked like humans, and fakes wouldn't last long without breathing apparatus. That's exactly why the boy told the monster that he didn't deserve to be there and kicked him in the head. Meanwhile, I-yon's friends were coming to their senses after a long time trapped in the ice blocks. Kim Hom-yeon asked about Kim-sun, wondering why he hadn't woken up yet, and Dynamite replied that the rendezvous phenomenon was an external injury, so they had to wake up on their own. An observation drone flew in and reported that the rendezvous was about to end. Dynamite said that even if they reached it, everything would be in vain unless they destroyed the energy source, so they needed to split up and find a way to get inside. Kim Hom-young said that Kang I-yon was still fighting, while Sun remained unconscious. However, and so the friends got into the car and sped off. Kim Hom-young once again called his van the last rumble of thunder. Pegasus on the seashore had become completely weak. It was difficult for him to move, and Kang I-yong continued to attack him. But the monster was still trying to defend itself, and when I-yong thrust a crowbar into it, it was instantly covered in ice. After that, Pegasus created an icy slope for himself to reach the portal at the top. He said that such a small trick wouldn't completely disable him. It was a temporary problem related to adapting to the environment. The monster was climbing the icy stairs. He needed to return to Mobius and heal himself right away. But Kang I-yong grabbed him by his cloak and pulled him down, telling him not to even think about escaping, because he had to finish him off right there, and threw him off the mountain. Pegasus coughed violently again, but told the boy not to delude himself, because his current condition wasn't his fault. He hadn't even shown him his Lapo yet, and immediately activated this ability of his, which Kang I-yong had not expected at all. The boy began to be buried in snow. A blizzard had risen. Pegasus told him that he was just an ordinary man from the past, and that his Lapo possessed the ability to lower the temperature throughout the entire visible space. and that was the best he could do against the boys' tricks, but it was enough for victory. The warriors of Tilapia and Ia were losing the ability to fight against such low temperatures, and it was surely even worse for humans. So in a moment, Ion would freeze to the very core of his lungs. Pegasus began climbing the icy stairs again and told the boy that if he could fight, he should break free from his bonds and catch him. Con Ion shouted for the monster to stop right there, but it said it would heal in Mobius and, without a doubt, take the boy's life. The monster did manage to reach the window, and he was finally able to breathe freely. Moreover, in Moebius, his wounds healed quickly, which is why he returned here. But right then, he was met by Kim Seon, who had already regained consciousness, even though Pegasus kept telling himself he'd never be tricked like that again, and was about to tear the guy to pieces in a second. Kim Seon didn't wait and began attacking the monster. Besides, he had become even stronger, and the guy threw him back into the sea. Meanwhile, Kong Ayon was feeling worse and worse. He felt a pain in his chest, and suddenly, right in front of him, Pegasus fell out of the portal. Kim Seon immediately followed the monster here and, without wasting a moment, continued attacking his opponent. He didn't. Kim Seon landed another powerful blow on his opponent, but the latter was still muttering something about Mobius. Then Sun asked Kong Eon if he was okay and asked if he could return and recover without that window. Then he grabbed Pegasus and leapt high into the portal with him. The guys had a plan to neutralize the monster, so Kim Seon dragged it partially into Mobius. He told Pegasus that they were back now, but only halfway, and cynically asked if the monster would be able to heal if it were split in half. After those words, Kim's son, with one powerful movement, split his opponent's body into two parts, one of which fell on the other side of the portal near Kang Ai-yon. Meanwhile, Kim Hamyang, Jae, and Dynamite continued racing toward fate. Along the way, they encountered monsters, which they easily dealt with. Homyang asked Dynamis what the weak point was, and the robot explained that they needed to get rid of the energy surrounding Doll, but first they had to destroy it to reach the source of the energy. Kang Ai-yon returned to Mobius and, together with Kim's son and Hair, set off toward their goal, which was already very close. Kang Ai-yon understood that they needed to finally destroy this thing and return after they found his brother. Along the way, they also encountered a few more monsters that weren't very strong, so the friends easily dealt with them. And then suddenly an icy beam struck the car, piercing it right through. Another beam flashed among the friends running toward Dolly and struck Kim's son. In the present, Huang Chang approached the tree he had struck, a piece of which had fallen off. He looked at his hands and realized that now that he had power, he could finally help his friends. The man recalled his encounter with his older self, who had said back then that no matter how you looked at it, they were the only ones left, so Huang Chang was the messenger. The old man explained that at some point, they had transcended their own time frames and continued to do so, always expecting more from themselves, but now he had decided that he must at least offer some help to the boys. But Kay decided to train his weaker self from the past to become better, while the other immediately decided to sacrifice himself for the greater good. Those guys practically sent him to his younger self, that is, to himself, and now the younger one didn't understand what the old man was talking about. Yet he believed him, strange as it may sound. Then the older one raised his voice and exclaimed that they had absolutely no time. Who knows how many versions of them were wandering across different timelines. He said that in Mobius, the friends had now run into a new obstacle, and Kim's son was injured. A monster approached them and said that he was in charge of information here, and was one of the deputies in the system. Therefore, he addressed them with all due respect and suggested that, since they were powerless to stop fate, they should turn back. Kang Yeon and Ha-ul had no reply, and the monster smiled cynically and said he would take their silence as a refusal. He asked, but he was easily stopped by the one in charge of intelligence, who, with a light movement, pushed the boy away from him. Then he said that their friends on the other side were in the same situation. They were all looking for any way to stop destiny. Then Kang Ion asked if he was a human or a robot. The monster, they are all, and that Kang Eon shouted at the monster to shut his mouth immediately and answer directly. Otherwise he would destroy him or tear him apart, and that would stop fate. The monster said that theoretically the boy was right, but it was impossible, and repeated that he controlled every room here. Kang I-yong quietly told Hair to take care of Kim's son for his sake. Then the boy went to attack the one in charge of the information again, but the monster asked if he really didn't understand. He explained that this side of humanity was one of the reasons for the extinction, and touched Kang Ar-yong's temple with his hand. The boy felt as if he were paralyzed, and the monster continued to speak. Doesn't the boy understand that he is no match for him? He decided the boy had dealt with them many times before and simply began to exterminate them. Ion said it didn't matter to him how many minions the monster summoned here, so the official explained that this was a case where the Atmosi were in such a state because, several centuries after humanity's extinction, a new species had emerged as a result of an asteroid impact. They were worried that these creatures might turn out to be distant relatives of the new humans, but they were unable to completely destroy them. However, they managed to capture them and house them in artificial bodies. Since then, but the person in charge has now removed their restraints and restored them to their original form. And then, but Ayan realized that he needed to focus and get rid of them all at once. And he succeeded, after which the information officer said with a smile that they personally hadn't been able to destroy those creatures because they possessed an exceptional ability to regenerate. Just as the information officer had already mentioned, the Atmos are intelligent beings, and now they had surrounded Eon. But Hair came to Kang Ayan's aid and they managed to deal with the monsters. She said that her system also contained information about those creatures, and while it was true that they were intelligent enough to act collectively, they were also susceptible to fear. The supervisor said that few of Ia's creations remain because the design turned out to be somewhat weak, but they know how to fight. And perhaps they'll be able to understand this too, since they already know quite a lot about the Atmos. If those monsters are capable of analyzing the situation, attacking together, and feeling fear, So, with all that in mind, one can only imagine what those creatures will do when they realize there are far more of them than there are enemies. And the person in charge of information began letting countless atmasus out the window. Kang I-yeon asked Hair to go check on Kim Sun immediately, and Danami told Kim Homyeon to sit behind him. The atmasus had practically filled the entire space, swarming everyone, and dealing with them was becoming increasingly difficult. Jay just kept shooting them, but it seemed like there were just as many of those creatures as before. One of them spotted Kim Homyeon, who didn't know how to fight like his friends. But once again, Dynamite rushed to his aid and destroyed that scum. And when the next one attacked Dynamis, Jay managed to cover him with a well-aimed shot at the Atmos. Then the girl told Dynamis to move a little faster because those creatures would start regenerating if they were hit in the wrong spot. Those monsters are ready to eat everyone alive, so there's no room for error. And she told him to deal with the other two just as they'd dealt with that one. Jay also asked Dynamite if he really wasn't going to destroy those monsters, since he couldn't kill a single living creature, but if not, then at least he should hold them back. Kim Homyeon trembled with fear because more and more Atmoses were rising, far more than just two. Kang I-yeon also continued to fight those monsters. Ha-yeol was fighting alongside him, protecting the frail Kim Sun. The information officer said that the Atmoses possess the same characteristics as wild beasts. There is a hierarchy among them, and they flee from enemies stronger than themselves. And of course, they aren't afraid of humans, who have very delicate skin and small teeth. While Hair was destroying those monsters one by one, Kim Sun came to his senses and also joined the fight. Then Hair called out to Kang I-yeon and said they should fight together so they could defend themselves better. The information officer said he knew that wouldn't be enough to destroy Kim Sun, and thus the boy exceeded all expectations. The unexpected result of Rendezvous doubled their strength, but to him they were all still too weak. Kang I-yeon replied that it was just a computer or a robot they had created, and the officer asked if the boy wanted to talk about what had appeared earlier. How would he then explain the battle involving ancient beasts? I-yeon, continuing to fight the Atmoses, asked, "Does that robotic bastard really think that?" And the boy suddenly ran very quickly among the monsters. Hair called out to him that against such a large number of enemies, they'd better join forces. But the boy said he needed to check it out right now without delay. The information officer said they had tried very hard to create ideal opponents for humans, and Kang I-yeon tried to attack him but failed. Hair told him not to act recklessly. They already had too many problems. But I-yeon asked if he was the only one who understood how absurd this situation was, and Kim Seong added that enough was enough. They didn't have time to talk. And so a fresh batch of Atmoses was already flying toward their friends, while the person in charge said he'd already mentioned that, compared to the Atmoses, they were just weaklings with nothing to lose. Hair said there were too many of those monsters and they needed to turn back. Kim Seon added in horror that those creatures kept regenerating, so there was no end to them. And the one in charge of intelligence watching it all said that this is how they'll all die. Kang I-yeon thought to himself, didn't Kay go this far before? Then why can't they move from this spot? And the boy recalled how once during training, Kay had ordered him to remember that their determination was the result. I-yeon was already utterly exhausted from that endless battle with the Atmoses. They kept coming and coming. Then the boy shouted, let all those monsters come at him. Then they'll see if they can destroy him. And then suddenly Lobachevsky, transformed as if awakened, attacked the Atmoses that had tightly surrounded Kan I-yeon. The dog was enraged and fought the monsters ferociously, which terrified them greatly. The lava on which Kay used to sit constantly was a body substitute, and he told Ion that this was a form the system used for physical actions. No further details were needed. The boy would encounter it himself later. Then Kan Ion asked if Kay really thought he could reach destiny. Also during training, the boy was very curious about who Kay was and where he knew so much from. But Kay said the boy was talking too much. It seemed he was tired of resting and suggested they move on to training. Yeon just said there was one thing he didn't understand. If Kay knew so much, maybe he could just tell them how to fight their enemies. But Kay said it was pointless to know more than necessary. They knew the same things he did. No one knows what changes the system will make if it realizes just how detailed the boy's knowledge is. Yeon just needs to remember what was already said. Try to hold his breath as long as possible and believe that he'll make it to Doli. And one more thing. When faced with a problem or a question, he should try to solve them in his own way. He always did it that way himself, so the boy will definitely manage too. Jay, who continued to shoot at the Atmoses, noticed that those creatures had started dodging almost every shot. Also, the monsters don't die if you don't hit them in the right spot. Dynamis kept fending off the Atmoses, and while protecting his best friend Kim Homyeon, he asked his system to open a gate for them, so everyone should keep defending themselves. They'll get around the monsters. Kim Homyeon said that Kang I-yeon could open a window at will, but Dynamis explained that it wasn't so easy to intervene in the system, due to the limits of the Mobius. The information officer glancing at Dynamis said that he too was one of Ia's fighters, so they deserved to be treated with respect. The battle with the Atmos continued. It seemed as though it would never end. The information officer watching Lobachevsky said that this creature's combat abilities shouldn't be at such a high level. It's amazing that even the Atmoses don't dare to attack, despite their numerical superiority. And so he injected the monsters with special stimulants previously used by the representatives of EA. With such a stimulant, the Atmoses could no longer retreat. They kept coming back to life, and it was unclear how to destroy those creatures. Hire suggested burning them because the number of their regenerating cells must be less than the required mass. Kang I-yeon asked her to explain it simply, and Hair then told the boy to simply cut the monsters to pieces. Then the boy called Lobachevsky, climbed onto his back, and they rushed off to tear the Atmoses apart. An even greater slaughter ensued. Ion swung his sword, and Lobachevsky tore apart every monster that crossed his path. As a result, the Atmoses got scared and started running away in fear, even though there were far more of them. The information officer said about Lobachevsky that this animal had definitely exceeded his calculations and expectations. He was even curious how that dog could be so brave, knowing it might get hurt in battle. Kan Ion hugged his four-legged friend and said that this is exactly what dogs do. They fight to protect their family, putting themselves in danger, but robots cannot understand this. Then he turned to Lobachevsky and told him to calm down and come back. Everything was fine now, and the dog turned back into his usual self. Ayan gave him instructions. As soon as he returned, he would see that their friends were facing the same situation. Everything would be fine here for everyone, and if Lobachevsky had the strength, he should help them there. Responsibility for the information cynically stated that it wouldn't change the final outcome anyway, but he was surprised by Kong Ayan's choice because having that animal nearby would have increased his chances of victory. Kim Seong approached Ayan and wanted to say something, but Hyun told him to wait a moment because he needed to check something. K's words echoed in the boy's head when he said that he had done the same thing himself, so he was sure to manage it too. Ayan suggested that they stop ordering their subordinates to fight him and try to destroy him themselves. The commander said that the situation on the other side had changed and he needed to reinforce the Atmos to finish everything here before the creature crossed over to the other side. The Atmos continued to attack in swarms. Dynamite defended Kim Hamyeon, but the boy fainted from fear. Jae grabbed the boy and began shaking him to bring him to his senses. The boy woke up but slipped from her hands and fell in the middle of the Atmos. Dynamite immediately ran to help, but one monster grabbed him by the arm. The robot told Kim Homyeon that he would try to stop the Atmoses, and that he and Jae should run away from there. Kim Homyeon was deeply upset and asked why Dynamite had gone so far, and the robot bravely and resolutely declared that it was all because they were best friends. Kim Homyeon suggested they all leave together, but Dynamis stood his ground and ordered the boy to go away. As a result, the robot was attacked by too many monsters that were tearing his body apart. Jae tried to shoot the Atmos and yelled at Homyeon to get out of there immediately. And so, Dynamis was completely engulfed by the bloodthirsty creatures, of which there were far too many. The information officer said he was certain that the robot was the last awakened combat type EA, and he was very sorry. Then he stated that the awakened EA could do nothing. Their physical abilities were not designed for destruction. Jae was furious, and the officer recommended that she and everyone else from the past surrender and return. He said that even if his system conquered their world, he was confident they would somehow survive, and it would be wise on their part not to choose a quick death. And then with his last ounce of strength, Dynamite lunged at the official and told Jae to shoot him while he held the bastard down. But the monster asked if he really thought he could hold him. But Dynamis drew his sword, wrapped it completely around the leader's body, thrust it into his other leg, and repeated, "Jae, shoot immediately." The girl took aim and fired a powerful shot that pierced both the monster's body and Dynamis's. Then she crouched down next to Kim Hamyeon, waiting to see what would happen next. And then the information officer reappeared and said that it was very foolish because his body was just a replacement copy. And he would never have died like that, and said they should have run away when he gave them that chance. And now a new, large group of Atmoses charged straight at the people, but suddenly they changed course and ran back. Lobachevsky ran to Kim Homyeon and Jae's aid and scared off all the monsters. At that moment, Kang E-young rushed to attack the information officer to finally destroy that monster. But the robot easily fended off the boy's attack and asked if he really thought he could handle him. Kim Seon tried to approach Hyun, but he ordered him not to come near and to wait at a distance. Then Ah-young went on the attack again and seemed capable of inflicting damage on his opponent, who stood motionless. But the robot suffered no harm. Instead, he easily pushed Kang Ah-young away with a single finger. At the same time, the robot said he was disappointed. He knew about the past, but hadn't expected the boy to lack so much common sense. Kang Ah-young simply replied that the information officer should continue, calling him a damn robot. But that stupid robot just reached out again and raised his index finger. In this way, he could easily push his opponent away without much effort. Kang Eon fell once again, but got back up and kept advancing anyway. Finally, Hare understood and asked Kim's son if he too had died from this monster's previous attack. Meanwhile, the information officer intimidated Kang E-young, warning that he would die if he didn't stop and surrender. However, Eon didn't even think about it. He insisted that the monster finally take his life. He managed to get close to his opponent, touched him with his hand, and said that he was just a computer system and a robot. Their creators were people of the past, meaning him and his kind, and that there are 3 laws of robotics in the world. These laws state that robots cannot take human lives, and this caused a cognitive dissonance in the monster. Kim Seon also recalled that there are 3 indisputable laws in the science of robotics. Kang E-young began landing direct blows on his opponent while explaining that the first law states that a robot cannot harm a human. The second law states that a robot must obey humans while adhering to the first law. Kim Seon began to recite the third law, that a robot may defend itself, and Kang E-young continued, adding that this is only permitted if its actions do not conflict with the first 2 laws. As he recited these laws, Ah-young kept striking the information officer. Then he stopped and asked the tin can if that was why it couldn't attack them hard enough to destroy them. He was right, after all. Finally, the robot fell to the floor and said that people had correctly understood his problem, which was why he had tried to destroy them by using his own creation. People had found his only weak spot through their clever reasoning, but they were still wrong, and Kang Ion ordered him to shut up and obey humans like a program or a machine. The robot said he had avoided breaking the laws only because he couldn't foresee what mistakes might arise. But if he had taken the risk, it would have been a completely different story, since the laws apply only to long-extinct species. The system was restored, and the robot said that from now on, even at the risk of overloading the system due to errors, it would destroy every human who stood in its way. Now all the laws of robotics had been nullified here in Mobius, which made people's work extremely difficult. Kang E-young realized that it was now very dangerous here. The robot asked the boy what he was thinking and whether he sensed the approach of his end. In the present, Huang Chang sat there deep in thought near the tree where he had tested his new, powerful strength. The man wondered what he should do now. He probably needed to ask someone to open a window at a specific time in the future because surely he was now a messenger, but he didn't know how to do it. Just then, a girl wearing glasses approached him and asked what he was doing there, saying that he was very stubborn because there was no point in staying in the shelter since people were no longer arriving, and even the volunteers were leaving. But Huang Chang said that some might arrive later, and that what happened last time could happen again. The girl sat down next to him and he said he wasn't the only one showing stubbornness. The girl realized he was referring to her. The chief continued that she was a special services agent, so her duty was done. Why shouldn't she go to a safe place? But the girl said that her dream was to become a hero. And without any drama, she had originally wanted to become a soldier like her father. But she wasn't the best at physical training, so she dropped out of training to become a civil servant. Then she worked in a library, but that's not the same as saving people's lives. Still, she really worked hard, and then all this happened. And everyone was afraid to work at the shelter, but she volunteered. Someone had to help people. Huang Chang said that, in his opinion, it was incredible because she was willing to do what no one else wanted to do. But the girl said that she was actually very scared and didn't understand what she was getting herself into. And in her opinion, the boss was the real hero here. She didn't want to lie to herself. She had always told her family and friends that she would grow up helping people. She just didn't want to put herself in an awkward position, so she hoped she could keep doing what she wanted. Then the girl stood up and said, "This is strange because it's the first time I've talked to him about this, and I've gotten too carried away, so I should stop talking now." Huang Chang fell into thought, and as the girl was walking away from him, he said that on that day he had lost his wife. The girl slowly turned back to him to listen, and the boss told her that his wife was everything to him. He had searched for her like a madman, and as a result, ended up here. Then the girl sat down next to Huang Chan, and the two of them silently supported each other for a little while longer. Kang Yi-yong and Moebius continued to fight the robot, which had now switched to a different mode. That scumbag was now both defending and attacking. Regardless of anything, its settings had changed. Then Kim Seong joined the fight, realizing that Kang Ah-yong couldn't handle it alone anymore. The robot said it had already warned that this time it would destroy the boy because, in its world, the species that created the system had already gone extinct. It had tried not to destroy the people of the past, guided by logic, but now saw no point in holding back. He had just attacked the boy with the intent to destroy him, but it seemed this caused no error, and he thanked the people who had given him the chance to confirm this. And now the robot continued to attack the boys, realizing that nothing would happen to him for it. Kang Yi-yong and Kim Seon fell to the floor from a single blow from the monster, and Hare rushed to their defense. But the robot immediately turned on her and struck her in the shoulder so she couldn't attack him. Then the robot told the people that it was already too late for them to give up. He would no longer offer them a chance to turn back, so they shouldn't get their hopes up. Meanwhile, Kim Ho-myung was crying over his friend Denami, thanking him for saving him. He took off his shirt to cover his friend's body. The boy felt incredibly sorry that he had been so weak. Jae said that their gate was open and suggested they go and get ready before the monster started attacking again, while Hamyun said that if they held out a little longer, Dynami could go with them. And suddenly the boy stood up, wiped the tears from his face, and asked Lobachevsky if he would go with him. Then Kim Hamyun pointed in a certain direction and said they had to go that way. They needed to damage the power source there. Jae was shocked by the boy's unexpected and extremely bold decision. And Kim Hamyun said that he was sure that Iona was attacked more often than they were, so he had decided to definitely go all the way. The robot continued to talk about changes in the system, and said that this only applied to people from the past who were being spared from destruction. As for the restored inhabitants of Ia, he had never had any trouble eliminating them. At that moment, the robot aimed its destructive finger at Hare and fired, but Kang Eon rushed toward her and pushed her away to save her. The monster was surprised that the boy still had the strength to fight and defend himself. He had truly underestimated the scale of the energy surge caused by Rendezvous, but he was certain the boy would never be able to stop him, since he had already reached his limit and now lacked the weapon he had been counting on. However, Kang Ai-yon shouted that he could fight the robot with his bare hands. He didn't need a weapon for that. At that moment, the robot created a box next to itself and said that people should listen until he finished speaking. A small child was sitting in the box the robot had created. The robot asked what Kang E-yong thought now because he could stop the boy, just as he had intended. The monster cynically continued, saying that Eon's DNA and the child's were identical, and he had ordered that it be obtained. Kang E-yong no longer knew how to act in that situation since his little brother was inside the box. The robot said that it was he who had been trying to convey this to the awakened one, and added that humans truly have many weaknesses. Humans are a species that refuses to make logical decisions because of sympathy and love, and the robot doesn't understand this at all, even though he knows humans very well. Suddenly, Kang Ayon jumped up and smashed the box the robot was manipulating with a single blow. This quite flustered the monster, and the boy said he wouldn't fall for its manipulation anymore and that none of it was true. And the robot had just reminded Ayon why he had to destroy this monster, even if it meant tearing him to pieces. The robot immediately realized his mistake, apologized for underestimating the boy, said he would give him what he had asked for, and fired a volley of projectiles at Ayon. Then Kang Ayon asked Kim's son if he could do the same thing they did to the ice monster, but Sun said they wouldn't be able to get close to it unscathed, and he couldn't stop it anymore. Kang Eon said he would give the boy a new weapon, and with its help, the boy would be able to protect himself. The boy remembered the location of the armored chest. He told himself that K was him and he was K, and if K could do it, so could he, and then he began to create a window. And luckily, the boy succeeded. He managed to pull the armored chest on which K was constantly sitting toward himself. Now King Ayon and Kim Sun had to use its contents correctly. The boy touched the lid of the chest and immediately a shield formed, protecting the robot from the